The dimly lit control room of the Intelligence Bureau hummed with the software of machines and the idle chatter of bored staff. Rows of screens displayed an endless stream of data, a digital ocean for the analysts to monitor. Since the federal government had approved global surveillance initiatives, the team's routine had devolved into mindlessly staring at these screens for any hint of unusual activity.
"Hey Mike, check this out," one agent said, nudging his colleague. "This girl Jennifer? Totally straightforward." "Yeah," Mike chuckled.
"I can see that just from her profile pic." Their conversation meandered without urgency, neither noticing the subtle anomaly flickering across one of their monitors. A strange piece of data briefly appeared and then vanished, slipping unnoticed into the torrent of incoming information, a pebble swallowed by the sea. Meanwhile, deep within the Bureau's headquarters, the data storage room roared to life. Racks of servers blinked erratically as hard drive activity lights flared like fireworks. The room's usual hum intensified into a cacophony of alerts and spinning disks.
"Report. This is the server room.
Is there any large-scale data request underway?" a frantic technician shouted into his headset. His fingers hovered over a keyboard, trembling as the unprecedented surge continued. Even during planned operations, the servers had never behaved like this. Every drive was active, every processor taxed. The escalating crisis rippled up the chain of command, landing at the desk of Director Langley. "What did you just say?" Langley's voice rose as he strode into the control center. The air was thick with tension, punctuated by the frantic clatter of keyboards and a chorus of anxious voices. "Sir, the network throughput is spiking," one technician called out. "Disks are running abnormally," another shouted. "Connection errors across partitions. We've suddenly been linked to multiple branch offices without authorization. Central server CPU utilization is over 90%. Finally, the dreaded words rang out. "Director, we've been breached." Langley's face flushed. "What are you waiting for? Initiate countermeasures immediately. Get Wilson in here now." Wilson, the agency's chief security expert, shuffled into the room moments later, his face betraying the exhaustion of being roused from sleep. Without a word, he sank into his chair and began working furiously at his terminal. Lines of code scrolled across his screen as he attempted to isolate the intrusion. The control room's cacophony grew louder as the crisis deepened. Langley leaned over Wilson's shoulder.
"What's the situation?
Can you contain it?" Wilson's brow furrowed as he typed. "Director, this isn't an ordinary breach. Whoever this is, they're not just infiltrating our systems. They're outpacing every countermeasure I deploy." Langley's heart sank.
"What do you mean?"
"It's as if," Wilson paused, his hands stilling on the keyboard. "As if the attacker is omnipotent in the digital realm, like a god of the online world." Langley's face turned pale. "If we don't stop this now, our entire operation will be compromised." "Director, it's worse than that. If this continues, every secret, every asset we've ever worked to protect, will be exposed." Langley gritted his teeth and barked, "Cut the power. Shut down every system, physically if you have to."
"Prepare for a forced shutdown. Begin countdown," a staff member announced. 3, 2, 1.
The control center plunged into darkness as the main power was disconnected. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the faint glow of servers that inexplicably remained active. Langley's head snapped toward Wilson. "Why are the servers still running?"
"We cut the power."
Wilson's lips pressed into a thin line. "Director, the attacker has likely commandeered the power grid. The electricity for these systems is being redirected." Langley's voice wavered. "What about the network?" "We've physically severed it." Wilson glanced at his phone, a grim realization dawning on him.
"Check your mobile data."
Langley pulled out his phone, his hand trembling. The upload speed displayed on the screen exceeded 300 megabytes per second. He tried to turn off the data connection, but the device refused to comply. Even powering down the phone proved impossible. Wilson exhaled heavily. "Director, this isn't just a breach.
It's complete domination."
"Whoever this is, they control everything, even our personal devices." Langley slumped into a chair, his voice barely audible. "So what do we do now?" Wilson shook his head, a hollow laugh escaping him.
"We wait."
In the oppressive quiet that followed, the faint glow of the still active servers cast eerie shadows across the room. For the first time in his career, Langley felt truly powerless. The Bureau of Investigation headquarters was in chaos, grappling with an unidentified cyberattack of unprecedented magnitude. First, the data center powered on automatically. Then, all the hard drives began running at full capacity, and the network throughput surged to its limit. "What the hell is happening?" Chief Elliott bellowed, his voice echoing in the central control room. Who could possess such immense cyber capabilities?
Is it the Xia Kingdom, or another nation? He muttered.
This was unlike anything the FBI had ever encountered. The sheer scale and precision of the attack made even Elliot, a veteran of network security, feel a chill run down his spine. The Bureau's robust and expensive safety net had crumbled like a house of cards. The defenses meant to protect national secrets were rendered useless, exposing everything to the attacker's prying eyes. Director, we've tracked the origin of the breach, a staff member stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The IP address, it's coming from your own computer.
What?
Elliot's face twisted in fury as he turned to his desk, where his computer screen glowed ominously. Someone was actively operating his machine. Director, there's more. The attacker is reviewing all our surveillance footage, another staff member shouted. Panic gripped the room as the implications set in.
Damn it!
Elliot roared, sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of rage. He clenched his fists, struggling to maintain composure. Cut the power to the entire building. Physically disconnect everything. The headquarters plunged into darkness as the power was cut, but an eerie blue glow persisted from the computer monitors. The servers in the data room continued to hum, oblivious to the lack of electricity. Why are they still running? Elliot asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Wilson, the chief security officer, hesitated before speaking. Sir, it's possible the attacker has taken control of the power grid itself. They're supplying power directly to our systems. The realization hit Elliot like a freight train. Disconnect every power cord.
One by one. Now.
Staff rushed to the server room, where the heat was already unbearable. The servers had been running at maximum capacity for so long that the room's temperature had soared to over 40 degrees Celsius. Some machines emitted thin trails of smoke. Just as one technician reached to unplug a power cord, the noise from the servers abruptly ceased. The frantic hum of fans and the clatter of hard drives stopped. Network throughput plummeted from 500 gigabytes per second to 0. Elliot slumped into his chair as the reports came in. The attack had ended, but the damage was done.
Chief, a staff member called, approaching cautiously.
There's been a sudden change in the Bureau's bank account. $100 million, it's gone. Elliot's eyes flared with rage. Find out who did this.
I don't care what it takes.
As he seethed, his phone buzzed. The call came through an encrypted channel. Director Elliot, this is the Secretary of Defense. You are to report to the Pentagon immediately. Elliot hung up, rising from his chair with a grim expression. He suspected the attack wasn't isolated to the Bureau of Investigation. Other agencies, possibly even international intelligence networks, might have been compromised. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If this was part of a coordinated strike, the ramifications were too terrifying to imagine. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on quantum audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, it is the time when the U.S. stock market opens, as the world's largest and most professional stock trading market. In the U.S. stock market, the myth of wealth plays out every day. Every day a millionaire is born. After the stock opens, the broader market rises rapidly, and countless traders are at their posts, staring at the screen in front of them, while ready to buy or sell at any time. The United States is now the world's largest economy, and many people's wealth is stored in the stock market. Therefore, the stock market is the life of many Americans. Suddenly, a trader suddenly noticed that on his screen, a line of code flashed by. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, but found nothing. It seems that the abnormality just now is just an illusion he had just had. Is it because I slept too late last night? Traders are a little confused. However, the next scene made the trader directly widen his eyes, because the stock he operated before began to fall off a cliff as if it had been cut off by someone. 5%, 15%, 30%, 50%. That stock, like a free fall, went all the way down. The voices in the exchange gradually became noisy, and then directly began to boil over the sky. What's going on? Why is this stock falling? Is there something wrong with the country? The downward momentum can't be stopped. The stock I operate has fallen by 60%. The exchange was filled with desperate cries from traders. Head of Krent. In an office on the Nasdaq in the United States, the office of the head of Krent was pushed away, and then an anxious face appeared. Head Krent, we're in big trouble, the staff said with a look of despair. Now all stocks are falling, which has never been the case, not even during the Great Depression. Our technicians are urgently troubleshooting the issue and found. Speaking of which, the staff was a little hesitant. Found what? Krent felt that his heart attack was about to occur at this time, and hurriedly took out a bottle of pills from his desk and poured it into his final. We were attacked, it was the system, causing the stock to fall. The staff was heartbroken. Bang! Krent just stood up and sat directly on the ground. What are you? Krent asked incredulously. The Nasdaq trading system is the most advanced trading system in the world, and it is also a trading system that spends a lot of money on protection. All the data is stored on separate servers, and no one has ever said that anyone can break into the Nasdaq's trading service system. Krent immediately came to the server room, and at this time several network security experts controlled the computer with solemn faces. These are all cybersecurity experts hired at great expense by Nasdaq who have fought back against intrusions no longer than once. What's going on? Krent came up and said anxiously. Head, we don't know. At this time, a person was frantically tapping on the keyboard in his hand, and then said with a desperate face, I had never seen such an attack, and the other party used pure zeros and ones. Then, through binary decompilation, the attack code is formed. This kind of code is close to the essence of machine code. Their defensive tools and attack methods are simply vulnerable to this kind of code. One person hit his keyboard fiercely, and the computers they had controlled had been completely controlled by the other party. Countless codes shone on it, stimulating Krent's heart. For a moment, Krent felt a tingling pain in his chest. Head, now the price of all stocks has been cut by 50%, and our phone is about to burst. People from the Superintendency Bureau, let you go. At this time, a staff member hurriedly ran in, and then said with a desperate face. He also has money in the stock market, and today he was able to shrink his savings by 50% in one day. Quick, announce an emergency stop. Notify the major banks and block all transfer channels. Krent roared with all his strength. At this time, in the trading floor of Darsduk, there was already mourning. My money. Fuck, why are all stocks falling? My million, now it's less than $500,000. Can't sell it. I'm going crazy. Some people even fainted directly in the trading floor because they couldn't accept it, making the already chaotic hall even more chaotic. Chief, we have tried all the methods, but in no way can we stop the market. At the same time, large amounts of shorted funds began to be transferred out in large quantities, and there was nothing the bank could do about it. 5 minutes later, a staff member reported with a look of despair. What did you say? Krent felt that he was a little out of breath. He gasped hard, and then said in a hoarse voice, Chief, we have nothing to do now. Although it was very desperate to know this sentence, the staff said it anyway. Krent opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a burst of dizziness, and then passed out directly to the ground. Head, the change funds have disappeared. Those were the last words Krent heard. The Big Apple, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, is also known as SHIELD. Director Nick Fury and World Security Council Minister Alexander Pierce are sitting together discussing the current international situation. Nick Fury has prepared a plan for Pierce to see. The full name of this plan is called Project Avengers. Just as Pierce was about to open the plan, an agent suddenly hurried in. Minister, Director, we are in big trouble. Rumlow rushed into the room, and then said with a serious expression. Originally, Pierce's frown because someone suddenly broke in, stretched when he saw Rumlow. The expression on his face became solemn. However, these tiny movements, Nick Fury did not notice. What's going on? Pierce asked calmly. Minister, there was news from Washington before that the CIA, the investigation agency, and the Department of Defense have all received unknown cyber attacks, and a large amount of classified information may have been leaked. Rumlow reported in a deep voice. Hearing this, Pierce breathed a sigh of relief, as long as SHIELD was not attacked. But at this time, another person rushed into the room. It was Maria Hill, Nick Fury's assistant. What's wrong, Hill? Nick Fury asked. Director, we at SHIELD have suffered a large number of unidentified cyber attacks, and now all servers are running fast. Hill reported a little anxiously. With a snap, Nick Fury got up from his chair, and then said with a serious face, Take me. Not to be outdone, Pierce followed Hill to the central control room. As soon as he entered the central control room, Pierce heard the sound of cyber agents tapping on the keyboard. It was also mixed with the angry scolding of cyber agents from time to time. Oh my god. What the hell is this sacred, this compilation speed, and this means of attack? Oh my god, we're almost irresistible. How's it going? Pierce found a staff member and asked. Minister, now that all servers are running at full capacity, hard drive usage has skyrocketed to the highest. Network throughput has exceeded 1 TB per second. The staff swallowed their saliva and then reported staggering data. Looking at Pierce's expression, the staff continued, At the same time, our video surveillance system has also been invaded, and all the video data has been obtained by the other party. Hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help but slam his fist on the table, making a loud bang. SHIELD, when did it suffer such a loss? Physical power outage, disconnection of the internet. Pierce immediately said that the best way to deal with hackers is to physically cut off the power and network of the compromised computer, so that even if the hacker has great skills, it will not help. Just as Pierce gave the order, suddenly a staff member shouted in despair, Minister, Director, the first-level encryption authority is about to be broken. Hearing this, the faces of Pierce and Nick Fury changed abruptly. The first-level encryption permission, only when the two of them jointly authorize, can be opened, in which you can arbitrarily access all confidential documents of SHIELD. Quick, practice physical isolation? Nick Fury shouted loudly, and then took the lead, ran to the position of the electric gate, and pulled it down. Just as Nick Fury was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly found in horror that although the other electrical equipment had been turned off, the roar of the computers and servers in the hall still did not stop. What's going on? Pierce also panicked at this time. Minister. A staff member swallowed his saliva, and then said with difficulty, probably, the other party has controlled the power grid and sent all the energy to the computer and the server. At this point, all the cyber agents discovered a frightening fact, that is, their mobile phones began to automatically light up the screen, and a code was displayed on it. Immediately afterwards, the data began to be transmitted rapidly along the mobile network of the mobile phone. I'm CAO, what's going on? The phone was also hacked. God, who is it that has this ability? My mother, I can't even shut down the computer. The scene gradually became chaotic, and these people had never seen such an invasion before. Don't we have wireless transmitters on our computers? Why is it still possible to transfer data through my phone? Nick Fury gasped and asked. Director, probably, on the other side, has rewritten the underlying code of the hardware, so that those hardware that originally did not have network transmission capabilities began to forcibly transmit data. Hill knocked on the computer at this point, and then spoke. That's the only scientific explanation. Hill said with some despair at this time. The other party is too powerful, and the equipment in the network seems to be played by him in applause, which makes them can't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. After listening to Hill's words, Nick Fury pedaled to the back of a computer in his big leather shoes, and then ripped all the wires. In this way, it should be fine. Although Nick Fury didn't know about computers, he knew that the easiest way was to make the computer lose power. Sure enough, the computer that had lost its power never turned on again, but the screen suddenly lit up strangely, and then a line of small print appeared on it. I already know your secret. After hearing Nick Fury's retelling, although Pierce's face did not have any expression, his heart was already overturned. Sir, you haven't slept for more than 14 hours. In a mansion, Jarvis' voice rang out in the underground laboratory, and in the center of the laboratory, Tony Stark was working on Stark Industries' latest weapon. He was ready to name him Jericho Missile, a group of split-type missiles that can instantly destroy countless terrorists. We have now reached the final stage. Jarvis, sometimes, we have to squeeze out that lost time, otherwise how can we go out and have fun? As Tony Stark of Flower Company, he is indeed a genius in the field of mechanical technology. Sir, with all due respect, you. When he said this, Jarvis's voice began to break, and meaningless syllables began to appear, mixed with the harsh sound of electricity. Jarvis. Jarvis. Tony Stark is a little puzzled. The artificial intelligence he created has always been stable. What happened today? Suddenly, Stark heard unusual movement. The sound came from the underground machine room. What's going on? Stark was about to check the machine room, but when he reached the door, he found that he couldn't push it open anyway. The fingerprint and password he had entered before seemed to fail in an instant. Jarvis, open the door. Jarvis. Jarvis. Stark shouted loudly from inside the room, because he was a genius himself, and all his houses were intelligent devices. But this time, it seems that intelligent devices have heard him. He was locked in his room. What's going on? Stark walked up to his computer with some anxiety and began to tap on the keyboard, trying to see what was going on. Looking at it, Stark's face began to become solemn, and his hands began to wave quickly on the keyboard, resisting attacks from the other party. The other party also linked Stark Industries. What do they want? Through the analysis of the content on the screen, Stark couldn't help but mumble, and the speed of tapping the keyboard became faster. But the other party's cyber attack was so powerful that Stoker had already lost before he could even return his hand. Control of the computer is also in the hands of the other party. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? Stark knew that the other party must be listening to him through the camera and microphone in the room, and he couldn't help but ask. Who am I? On the screen in front of Stark, a complex code suddenly formed a line of text. I am the god who rules the online world. Stark looked solemnly at the content on the screen, and then spoke. Who the hell are you? Annoying. After such a character appeared on the screen, Stark suddenly found that his computer had shut down and began to crackle. At the same time, the lights in the entire room went out instantly. The angry Stark directly swept everything on the table to the ground, but in addition to the anger, he felt a burst of panic. The network system he built should be said to be solid, and he thought that no one could break it. At the same time, he also has Jarvis, an artificial intelligence with powerful computing power, and in terms of network security, Stark is really not afraid of anyone. But today, Jarvis's security system was first breached, and then the entire network security system was breached in an instant. Even Jarvis didn't even have time to reflect. Thinking of this, Stark felt a pang of fear. The other party is too strong, and the network security that they are proud of is directly vulnerable in front of the other party. The other party seems to be able to control the current connection, otherwise how could his previous computer burn it directly? 5 minutes later, the room where Stark was in was once again powered, and those who could not be opened before were now back to normal. Sir, with all due respect, you should go to rest. Jarvis seemed to feel nothing, repeating what he had to say before. Stark also felt that what he had just experienced was just a dream, but the computer still smoking in front of him reminded him that it was not a dream, but something that had actually happened. Jarvis, did you feel anything just now? Stark asked. No, sir. Why is my system time suddenly slowed down by 10 minutes, and why do I suddenly have a syslog in my system that I don't understand? Jarvis exclaimed. After Stark listened, he was already silent. Without destroying Jarvis, he easily shut down Jarvis's system, and let the other party mistakenly think that he was active, which left him speechless. Jarvis, check the operation of the system and check the relevant system logs. Stark sighed and said that he has never been at a disadvantage in the network field, and he suffered a big loss today, sir. After a while, Jarvis's exclamation was heard. All materials have traces of being copied, including but not limited to locally encrypted disks, satellite data, Stark Industrial Archive data. Listening to the long list that Jarvis had drawn up, Stark put his hand on his forehead. Can you detect the IP address of the other party? Stark asked. Investigating, inquiry results Malibu No 52. After hearing this address, the expression on Stark's face was a little wonderful, because this address was his current location. Hairy Bear Country, the land of ice and snow. In a secret underground base, a group of people are conducting dangerous and inhumane experiments. The laboratory was filled with wails of pain. I'm going to have available experimental data today. A man with a mask spoke in a cold and emotionless voice. Received, Lord Baron. One said with some fanaticism. This is a secret base of Hydra, specially used for biological experiments, but the objects of biological experiments are just living people. Baron Falgen looked at the experimental subjects who were suffering in the laboratory with a somewhat perverted expression at this time, and listening to their wailing, he could feel a burst of excitement. Suddenly, Baron Falgen saw not far away, and the person in charge of the network suddenly became nervous, and at the same time, the voice in the entire base became a little strange. The buzzing sound began to get louder and louder. At this time, not far away, the place in charge of the network suddenly began to make a noise. I'm CAO, what's going on? We have been invaded. How did the other party perceive our existence? Oh my god, the disk utilization is 100%. Shouldn't our base be physically isolated? Baron Falgen hurried to the scene, and then asked in an icy tone, what's going on? Lord Baron, we have been attacked by a cyber attack, and now the core information has begun to leak a lot. It seems that the other party has also obtained the exact location of other Hydra bases. A member of Hydra said with a sad face. Waste. Baron Falgen pinched the staff member's neck fiercely, and then forced. When he heard a click, the look in the man's eyes disappeared. Check for me, I'll see who exactly dares to invade our Hydra base. At the same time, special combat teams are sent out, ready to attack at any time. Baron Falgen said in a gloomy voice. After receiving the instructions, the crackling keyboard sound immediately sounded throughout the hall, but as time went on, the person in charge of network security not only did not find out who had hacked into Hydra's base, but all the computers were controlled by the other party. The noise of the server in the computer room began to become louder and louder, and the hard disk in the server began to emit green smoke. Lord Baron, the other party. The other party has already accessed all our information, and directly erase our previous experimental data. He also knows where we are at other bases here. One said with some despair. Lord Baron. Suddenly, a person pointed to the screen in front of him and shouted, and the other personnel also quickly looked at the computer screen in front of him. Text made up of lines of code shines on the screen constantly. Biotechnology is not something you can touch. Looking at this line, Baron Falgen smiled. What a joke, the scum hidden behind the network. I will not only continue to develop biotechnology, but also create powerful soldiers. Baron Falgen's words were full of provocation. Destruction. The fonts on the screen rearranged the combinations, and finally a line of words is rendered. What a joke. Baron Falgen looked at the text on it and couldn't help but laugh and said, Destroy me? I think I destroyed you. However, the font on the screen did not change again, except that in the corner, a countdown number appeared. At the same time, in the country of hairy bears, in a military base in New Seabur, the combat duty officer suddenly discovered the abnormality of the system. Lines of mysterious code suddenly appeared on the computer, and the missile's combat insurance had been opened. The orientation of the combat coordinates appeared on the computer screen in an instant, and the fighters on duty looked at the coordinates above and were dumbfounded for a while. What's going on? How did the insurance for combat missiles open? Who entered the coordinates? Execute the termination procedure. The military base has been a mess, and the missile vehicles parked outside the base, as well as the missile silos, received instructions from the network and entered the combat state as soon as possible. Hurry up and execute the termination procedure. At this time, the commander of the base was shouting loudly. But the combatants below are also full of helplessness, and at the same time their faces are full of despair. Sir, the system has been locked and cannot enter any commands. The chief sat down on the chair, and then muttered, It's over, it's all over. After the countdown ended, a dozen missiles rose from the military base, spitting long tongues of fire. Then he began to correct his position and flew quickly towards the direction of the attack without error. Military satellites in the air provide them with precise guidance to ensure accurate destruction of targets. Sir, a total of 13 missiles were fired, 7 of which carried ground-penetrating warheads. One person reported. I know. At this time, in the base of Baron Falgen, a red alarm suddenly sounded. Shrill sirens echoed throughout the base in an instant. What's going on? Baron Falgen was anxious at this time. This is the most dangerous signal in the base, and when the red alarm sounds, it means to stop all the work you are doing and flee the base immediately. Lord Baron, there are 2 missiles launched by the Hairy Bear country, which are flying towards us at speed. The estimated time of arrival is the same as the time shown on the screen. One said with a desperate face. When the countdown on the screen returned to 0, the missile also came directly above the base. Under the attack of missiles, the entire base is like a castle on the beach, quickly turning into dust. Not only Baron Falgen's base, but also other Hydra bases responsible for biotechnology research and development were also attacked by missiles at this time. All scientific research materials and scientific researchers have been reduced to nothing under the missiles. At the same time, on all the electronic devices in the world, on all the screens, on all the connected devices, no matter what the user is doing now, a line of strange characters appears on it. Vinavidavisi, meaning for me to come, I see, I conquer. Xia country, United States, rotten country, Maoxiong country, the top powers among all human beings, discovered the blockage of the network for the first time. When they looked at the fonts displayed on the screen, they began to vibrate one by one. In the United States, in the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense, Wilson and Elite walked into the conference room together. After entering, the two found that this meeting was not only between the two of them, but also many people they knew. Alexander Pierce, Minister of the World Security Council, Nick Fury, Director of SHIELD, and Chief Security Officer of the Presidential Palace. The cold light hit everyone's faces, appearing extremely solemn. Everyone stared at the screen in the Defense Department's conference room, on which was written a line of Latin letters. I come, I see, I conquer. Wilson couldn't help but read it out softly. Defense Minister Gates saw Wilson and Elite walking in at this time, motioned for them to sit down, and then cleared his throat and said, I believe everyone has seen it, and the world has received such words at the same time. Not only our country, but also the country of Xia, the country of corruption, and the country of Maoxiong have all received such words. Just now, our intelligence officers confirmed that the Zinxibo military base in Maoxiong country has just launched 13 missiles, and the target of damage is. Pierce listened to Secretary Gates' report, and a heart in his heart was sinking. Some of the targets, he knew, were Hydra's secret bases in the Hairy Bear country, but now these bases had been destroyed. This made him think of the information leaked from SHIELD before. According to the feedback from the operator, when the other party invaded, there was a large-scale blockage in the global network, and the intrusion against us should have been carried out at the same time. Who exactly? Did you find any meaningful clues? All of our information was consulted by the other party. The CIA's servers have been emptied by the other side, and even physical measures cannot be done. After hearing each other's news, everyone's faces became solemn. Almost the entire intelligence agencies of the United States have been seen by the other party, which means that the bottoms of the real United States have been seen through by others. Now this is already an S-level situation, and the other side has seriously threatened our national security. The person from the presidential palace said with a heavy face at this time. The database of our Ministry of Defense has also been hacked, and all classified and unclassified military bases have been known to the other side. Gates sighed deeply, and then rubbed his own unbelief. The other party is like a god in the cyber world, no matter how hard the cybersecurity personnel of the Ministry of Defense try, but in front of the other party, it is like a mantis as a car. The other party easily hacked into the server of the Ministry of Defense and obtained all the confidential information. Even the most secret secrets of the United States were also seen by the other party. If these things are released to the world, the impact will be like a tsunami. Now our priority is to find out who the other party really is, Gates said firmly. Not only the United States, but also the Xia country, the corrupt country, the Malbear country and other countries also quickly held emergency meetings. Because the security systems of these countries were also invaded by each other. There is a large outflow of secrets, and countries around the globe do not allow the outflow of secrets from their own countries. After the meeting, the invaded countries instantly carried out a level 1 emergency phase, ready to meet the possible future conflicts. But ordinary people don't know anything about this. They don't know that their information has been leaked long ago, and they are all discussing the Latin script that appeared on their mobile phones before. They also thought it was just a prank. In the United States, Big Apple, Backard Building, the central server of the building suddenly turned on, and the red and green lights flashed continuously, setting off the whole room more mysteriously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully invading the Ministry of Defense, SHIELD, Investigative Bureau. Reward the host with 50 million invasion points. Reward the newbie package. Reward God-level industrial engineering knowledge. Reward God-level biological knowledge. Reward a Hive Base. Reward T-800 prototype robot production method. Reward a T-virus strain. The subsequent permissions of the system are opening one after another. The tinkling sound kept ringing in Keen Mason's mind. Keen Mason is a traverser, but what makes him speechless is that he actually crossed directly into the artificial intelligence. An artificial intelligence created by Reed Charlize. Before on the internet, he found Stark Industries and SHIELD, and he knew that he had crossed into the world of American manga. XINU awakened the system, otherwise he might directly become a cannon fodder in the later events. In the end, it may be pinched to death by Ultron, like a worm. However, since he has become what he is now, he must establish his own power to survive in the dangerous world of American comics. Since you're here, let's have a good time, Keen Mason said with a face smile. After the system's beep ended, Keen Mason began to check the gains from this invasion. First, the 50 billion meters of gold earned from short selling in the US stock market, and then the gut-level industrial engineering knowledge, as well as the gut-level biological science knowledge, are now stored in his neural network for him to access at any time. But the Hive Base behind, and the T-800 prototype, what is the original strain of the T-virus? After checking the instructions for these things from the system, Keen couldn't help but blossom. This kind of reward is exactly what he wants. With a prototype of the T-800, he could quickly build an army of robots loyal to him. Tony Stark Iron Man is far worse than the T-800, and he can also integrate the technology of this world with the T-800 prototype. The Hive Base provides him with a vast and deep underground base, in which he can build his own legion. There is also the original strain of the T-virus, which he can use genetic engineering to successfully modify the virus and infiltrate his army of machines into human society. Does the host choose to place the Hive Base here? When Keen's thought of the Hive Base, the sound of the system came to mind. Don't place. Keen quickly stopped. The Bacchus mansion is now Reed Charlize's, and if he wants to place the Hive Base, Keen will definitely have to choose his own territory. After another 10 minutes, Keen began to browse the classified information that had been invaded today. SHIELD, Hydra, Investigative Bureau, one data after another quickly schemed through Keen's neural network. Human brain thinking plus the blessing of the neural network, may take ordinary people years to check the data, in just a few minutes, has been accessed by Keen. Well, the world is really interesting. Finally, Keen focuses all his attention on Stark Industries' arc reactor, which he gained when he invaded Stark Industries. It was also the main purpose of Keen's invasion. At this stage, Stark's arc reactor is simply unreasonable. A small piece of energy can actually release such a powerful energy. Keen will give his body in the future, and he needs this arc reactor to drive. It seems that the task of miniaturizing the arc reactor is given to me. Keen looked at the structure on the drawing and began to deconstruct the entire arc reactor. Then, after hundreds of millions of simulations, the final arc reactor floated quietly in Keen's neural network. This arc reactor is smaller, more energy-dense, and more responsive than the one in the Stark Industrial Building. It can input hundreds of billions of joules of energy per second, and the energy output on one side alone is enough for a fighter jet to fly at supersonic speed for 100 years. After miniaturizing the arc reactor, Keen began to take a closer look at the structure of weapons obtained from other organizations. Their own legions also need powerful weapons for support. Early the next morning, Reed arrived in his office early, and Reed was Mr. Fantastic of the future Fantastic Four. It's just that it hasn't been irradiated by cosmic energy yet. Well, what happened in the whole world yesterday? Looking at the news report on his phone, Reed couldn't help but be taken aback. Latin letters suddenly appeared on all electronic devices around the world, and intelligence agencies in various countries around the world were suspected of being cyber-attacked. Stark Industries' core confidential information was stolen. The endless news made Reed's eyes almost dizzy. Could it be that even Stark's Jarvis has not been able to stop the other party's invasion? Reed asked in disbelief that the artificial intelligence he created was still developed under Stark's inspiration. Reed, let's see if our network has been hacked. Reed's wife, Susan, asked a little anxiously at this time. Backard Industries, a high-tech enterprise comparable to Stark craftsmanship, also stores a lot of confidential technology within the enterprise. Loans, check the system logs for me. After Reed listened, he called for the artificial intelligence he had just created a few days ago to see what the strength was. Lounds is the name he gave to the artificial intelligence. But Reed's call went unanswered. Lounds. Lounds. Unwillingly, Reed shouted a few more times, but still did not respond. It may be that there is something abnormal in the speech recognition module, Reed said to his wife Susan with some embarrassment. He wanted to pretend to be forced, but he didn't expect to fail. Then let me call with instructions. Before Reed's words were finished, the entire Backard building immediately changed. All safety modes in the building have been turned on and all fire doors have fallen at the same time. The power is also cut off instantaneously, and all signal interference equipment begins to operate at full power. In other words, no one in the building can contact the outside world. What's going on? Susan hurriedly ran to the door of the office, trying to push it open, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. The staff at Bacchus building were all confused at this time. What the hell is going on? This is, on the radio of the Backard building, a voice came out. Hello, I'm Keen Mason. I didn't mean to hurt you, but I hope you will cooperate with my plan. The sound is a synthesized electronic sound that sounds a bit harsh at the moment. Who are you? Reed asked in the office, a little alarmed. Who the hell had invaded the security system of the Backard building silently, and Loans didn't react at all. Mr. Reed, you just need to complete the task I gave you. The piercing electronic synths continued to reverberate throughout the building. Of course, you can also choose not to cooperate. In that case, the entire building will be buried for you. The entire building staff listening to the electronic synthetics was terrified. Quick, let me out. What's going on with this door? Why can't it be opened? The windows were also locked by the solenoids. The phone has no signal at all, and the computer is completely unresponsive. No messages can be sent outward. The staff in the building are struggling to find an opportunity to escape the building. But because Reed designed the Backers building with various threats in mind, the security and defense facilities of the entire building are very complete to defend against the intrusion of others. But at this time, this highly intelligent security defense facility has become a means of captivity. I'm Grass. A grumpy staff member kicked the door fiercely, but the moment his foot touched the gate, blue electricity flashed from the door, and then the man flew out violently. Then the living man lay on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. I said, "Please cooperate with me, otherwise I don't mind killing some of you to show my ability." The shrill metallic sound once again sounded throughout the building, and everyone was standing in their original position trembling at this time, not daring to move. I'll give you 7 days of water and food, and what it will look like in 7 days depends on Mr. Reed's performance. What the hell are you going to make me do? Reed shouted angrily in his office at this time. What does this unknown person want to do for himself? I need you to help me make this. The voice sounded, and at the same time, on the computer screen in front of Reed's eyes, a design drawing also appeared. This is. Reed looked at the design in front of him, and his eyes were almost popping out. What exactly is your relationship with Tony Stark? Reed had already seen what the design in front of him was, the large arc reactor in Stark Industries. However, the design drawing in front of me should be a miniaturized arc reactor. With the eyes of Reed's excellent engineers, he did not see how the other party had miniaturized the arc reactor. You don't need to have any problems, just make the equipment for me according to the drawings. You have 10 days, and for every day you take, you lose 10 employees' lives. The cold electronic synthesis sounded in the building again. Now everyone is scared. You can't do this. Susan looked at the camera angrily at this time, and then said angrily. But Susan's words did not receive any verbal response. However, the big screen in front of Susan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the picture was Johnny trapped in the kitchen. Next to the screen, there is also a string of inconspicuous numbers, climbing upward. Johnny. After seeing her brother, Susan called out loudly, as if it could be heard. Johnny, who was anxiously looking for a way out, suddenly asked about the bad smell. It's gas? Johnny's mind immediately thought of what this smell was, and he couldn't help but quickly run to the position of the gate, and then knocked the door. Looking at Johnny's appearance, Susan was anxious. In the end, Johnny collapsed weakly in the doorway of the gate, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The number on the screen is also frozen at 5% at this time. What did you do to my brother? Susan asked with tears in her eyes. Susan, it's okay, it should be gas, 5% concentration won't make any difference, Johnny himself will wake up then. Reed hurriedly hugged Susan, then comforted. It may be a coma now, but if it is after that, it is difficult to say. Now you understand, Mr. Reed. I see. Reed said in a deep voice, he had to do it now. I need to go to my lab. Reed said in a deep voice. Of course. Reed was overjoyed to hear this, and after entering his lab, he thought that he should have a way to counteract. Mr. Reed, I advise you not to have other ideas. I know everything in your laboratory, and if you have any special moves, I will kill someone. Reed's movements froze. How could the other party know so clearly? Now, please. The solenoid valve of the office door makes a crisp sound, indicating that the door has been opened. Reed took a deep breath, and then strode in the direction of the lab. Susan tried to follow, but was locked in her office. I think that when you husband and wife are separated, it will be more powerful for work. Now Reed was about to hate the electronically synthesized voice, and each punch seemed to hit his own underbelly. I also had to work for the tiger. I need raw materials, I need people to buy them. As he walked, Reed said with his anger in his anger, it's all ready. The harsh electronic synth dispelled Reed's last chance of luck. Fack. Reed spat out something he hadn't said in a long time. Today is the 4th day that the Backard building has been closed, and Reed has made rapid progress in the laboratory, and now he has figured out the production method, but he still does not understand the principle inside. He slept only 4 hours a day, and his eyes were bloodshot. Because the difficulty of production is really not small, if he wants to make all the reactors within the specified time, he needs to seize every moment. Of course, all the situation in the laboratory is under Keen's full supervision, and all Keen is not afraid of what Reed has done on it. This time, he asked Reed to make 7 miniature arc reactors for him to power his body. As for the body, Keen chose the prototype of the T-800, although some aspects of the prototype of the T-800 are very old in Keen's opinion, but now as long as you can have a body. When the time comes, the new body will be remade. Today, those policemen are almost unable to sit still. In the neural network, Keen said expressionlessly, there are currently 1,254 staff members in Bacchus House, and after a 4-day lockdown, some of the staff's families have called the police. Although they often work overtime, they have never seen a 4-day shift and not even a single message to return home. Keen also anticipated this early on, and he was monitoring all the movements of the Big Apple City police station all the time. So he also heard calls from the families of those staff. Chief Cotter, we called the front desk of the Backard building, but it has been busy and busy. Could it really be that something is happening inside? Not far from the Bacchus building, a policeman spoke with some anxiety. There are more than 1,000 people in the Backard building, as if suddenly the world has evaporated. How can this not make the police feel anxious? Even the entire Backard building was cordoned off. In particular, the founder of the PAP company, Mr. Reed, is an upper-class person in the entire United States. God knows how much pressure the police department in Big Apple City is under. Send someone, go inside and take a look first. Chief Kurt rubbed his eyebrows, and then ordered. A policeman disguised as a courier walked to the door of the Bacchus building, and he tried to push open the door directly in front of him, but found that he could not push it open anyway. Behind the gate was a huge iron gate, and now that the iron gate had fallen, it was impossible to enter at all. Director, the gate of the building has been closed and cannot be entered. Find a way to get in touch with Mr. Richards. What's going on? Chief Kurt felt like he was about to have a heart attack. A police helicopter is hovering around the Backard building, and the officers inside are observing the situation inside the building. Suddenly, the observer widened his eyes, and then looked at the scene inside with a look of amazement. Because in the building, all the people who are already lying densely are people. Director? Managing Director? In the Bacchus building, employees were lying on the ground at this time, suspected of a terrorist attack. The observer immediately reported the news to Cotter. With a bang, Chief Kurt felt that his brain was about to explode. Terrorist attack? The lives of more than 1,000 people? This is the most prosperous Big Apple City in the entire United States. If there is a terrorist attack, his own police chief is estimated to be the head. Quick, mobilize all police forces to go to Bacchus building. I still have to talk to my superiors. Terrorists who can quietly control more than 1,000 people are certainly not idle, so Director Kurt needs the assistance of other departments. After the reporter who heard the wind learned that the police department had mobilized a large number of police forces, he ran faster than the police, and rushed to the Backard building one by one. At this time, around the Backhurst building, there were an unknown number of helicopters, and there were reporters on the ground reporting on the spot. Breaking news, the Big Apple City Police mobilized a large number of police forces to deploy around the Backard building, suspected of a terrorist attack. The whole building has been cordoned off by terrorists. You can see that through the window. We can see the employees lying on the ground. My God, the situation inside is hell on earth. The lives of more than 1,000 employees are at stake. The news quickly spread throughout the United States, with breaking news broadcast on television and mobile phones. Police cars have surrounded the entire Bacchus building, and the guards are on their way, hovering helicopters in space. Now the entire Backhurst building, both internally and externally, is surrounded by water. A police officer was already shouting at the terrorists in the building with a loudspeaker, but if they knew that they were facing a super-intelligent digital life this time, they didn't know what they would think. Their every move now is all in keen sight. Reed in the laboratory also posted unusual movements outside, and he couldn't help but curse secretly. The speed at which these police officers discovered the anomaly was too slow, and 7 days later, they had just discovered the abnormality in the Bacchus building. Despite his thoughts, Reed's work did not slow down. The lives of more than 1,000 people in the mansion, including himself, as well as the lives of his wife and brother-in-law, were in the hands of the unknown intruder. Outside, everyone had already drained the water around the building, and all the police officers looked at the building with solemn expressions. It was as if there were a flood beast hidden inside. The guards also arrived at the scene, and a soldier with live ammunition, holding up his weapon, also stared at the building. Are you looking for me? At this time, whether it was the police, the army, or the reporters outside, they all heard such a paragraph from their electronic devices. What's going on? What did I just hear? God, is this God's coming? What happened just now? Could it be that I was hallucinating? The reporters present exclaimed one after another, while Chief Kurt and the officers of the guard looked solemn. The other party can easily break through their own call channel and transmit the voice in. Doesn't that mean? Chief Kurt and Colonel James of the guard looked at each other, and they could see the horror in each other's eyes. I have no intention of harming humanity, but if you dare to invade the Backard mansion, you will bear my wrath. That and some harsh electronic synthesis sounded in the ears of everyone at the scene. To show my sincerity, your police cars and military vehicles will automatically leave the perimeter of the building, and helicopters will land on the tarmac. After Chief Cott and Colonel James heard this, they looked at each other a little stunned. What is it to show your sincerity, but let police cars, military vehicles, helicopters do what he says? Just when Kurt and James looked confused, the police cars parked around the Backard building turned up. As the police department of the Big Apple, Chief Kurt is the best equipped and the police cars have been modernized. But now, the modified police car has become a tricky thing for them. Huh? What's going on? A policeman inside a police car suddenly found that his car suddenly started, and before he could react, the car started on its own. Not just one of his police cars, but the rest, including some social vehicles parked near the Bacchus building, automatically started at the same time, then blocked the road around the Bacchus building with water. Later, in the hurry of the military vehicle driver, one military vehicle after another also began to start, and then directly behind those vehicles, one car after another, directly forming a car wall, all the entry and exit roads are surrounded by water. What's going on? Colonel James yelled at his communicator. But apart from the murmur of "Asai-la-la," he got no response. Fack. Colonel James yelled at the soldiers around him. Go see what's going on? What the hell is going on? A minute later, a soldier hurriedly ran over, and then said with a frightened expression, Colonel, just now the military vehicle suddenly started by itself, and then automatically drove to that position. We desperately tried to stop it, but to no avail. Colleague, our weapon control system is now a mess, and it is impossible to control weapons at all. Fact. After hearing this, Colonel James cursed angrily. That is, we became primitive people all of a sudden. I'm afraid so, Colonel. Chief Kurt and Colonel James on the ground were furious, while the helicopter reporter was reporting with surprise. The spectacular scene of those vehicles shuttling on the ground just now has been faithfully recorded by their cameras and sent to the TV station through direct broadcasting. This is definitely big news. What is it? What's going on? Why did the police car and military vehicle suddenly withdraw? Are they all eating? Just as the audience was watching the news, the playback equipment in their hands suddenly flashed the screen and the video signal was cut off. At this time, the people on the helicopter did not know that the live broadcast signal had been cut off, and they were ready to shoot further. But at this moment, the helicopter suddenly made a sharp turn, almost causing the person sitting in it to fall. What's going on? A reporter forced down the anger in his heart and asked, just after he was almost thrown out. I didn't know that the helicopter's control system seemed to be malfunctioning, and I couldn't control it now. The desperate voice of the pilot came from the cabin. Ugh. How so? Oh my god, my god. Woohoo, I don't want to die yet. The helicopter hovering in the sky is like a heavenly woman scattering flowers, like scattering around. Then it stopped on the tarmac of each building, and no matter how hard the pilot tried, he could not start the helicopter again. What's going on? We're not dead. God, what's going on? Chief Kurt and Colonel James on the ground looked solemnly at the helicopter that had disappeared in the sky. At this time, in their minds, they suddenly thought of the electronic synthesized sound just now. To show my sincerity, your police cars and military vehicles will automatically leave the perimeter of the building, and helicopters will land on the tarmac. This sentence kept echoing in the ears of the two, and what sounded like a dream just now became a reality. The two looked at each other, and they could see each other's solemnity in each other's eyes. Now it is not a problem that they can solve, and they need someone higher to come and solve it. Director Fury, a large-scale network congestion was suddenly discovered in Apple City. At this time, in SHIELD, Hill hurriedly reported. A network jam of this magnitude couldn't help but remind her of the SHIELD cyber attack. This attack is exactly the same as that attack. Director, it is very likely that the person who attacked SHIELD before launched an attack. Hill said hurriedly. Send agents, give me a hard check on any traces. Nick Fury commanded. Now it's not just SHIELD, IIELD, the Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Defense and other countries are all focused on the Big Apple. 15 minutes later, a group of people in black suits arrived at the scene. This is the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and now we will take over the scene. One man held his own papers and said to Chief Kurt and Colonel James. This person is none other than a senior agent of SHIELD, Coulson. He was in charge of the operation, which was codenamed Operation Net. About SHIELD, Chief Kurt and Colonel James knew something, so after learning their identities, the two of them didn't say anything else. The agents of SHIELD began to get out of their cars, then put a bunch of instruments on the ground and began to analyze the situation inside the building. How is it now? Coulson asked at this point. Massive network blockage. Electromagnetic wave anomaly. The spectral analysis results are normal. No abnormalities in infrared detection. The debriefing was connected, but the more he listened, the more solemn the expression on Coulson's face became. Suddenly, an agent of SHIELD suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Previously, he had been operating a computer to analyze the results. But now, the laptop in front of him is smoking blue. Section. Agent Coulson, our electronics were all damaged in an instant. One walked to Coulson's side with a solemn face, and then said softly, Coulson, how is the scene now? In Coulson's ears, came the voice of Nick Fury, which is S.H.I.E.L.D's exclusive encrypted communication channel, which ordinary people cannot hack at all. Director, Before Coulson could finish his words, a shrill murmur sounded in the headset. I have shown you my sincerity, and you should show your sincerity now. The cold and harsh electronic synthesized sound sounded in everyone's communication equipment, and Nick Fury, who was far away at SHIELD headquarters, also heard this voice through S.H.I.E.L.D's encrypted communication network. Check it for me. Find out his address. Nick Fury said expressionlessly at this time, and now he has decided in his heart that this person invaded SHIELD before. What the hell do you want? Nick Fury asked, knowing that he would be able to hear him. Just let Mr. Reed do me a small favor. If you don't act rashly, everyone in the Backard mansion will come out safe and sound in 6 days. Of course, I know that in order to show your sincerity, you will send weapons and equipment to protect me. So you don't need to do it, I'll do it myself. The conversation ended, and in Nick Fury's ears, in addition to the harsh voice, it was Hill's panicked voice. Director, all Kun-style fighters suddenly start on their own. What did you say? Nick Fury snorted, turned his body, and then stared at Hill and asked. SHIELD, in the underground hangar, the lifting platform suddenly opened automatically, transporting the fighters in the underground hangar to the runway one after another. Is there any big action today? But why wasn't I notified? The managers in the underground hangar looked at the self-starting lifting platform strangely, and said with some doubts. One after another, the Kun-type fighters were lifted to the runway above by the elevator, and then the engines began to accelerate, pushing the fighters straight into the sky. Go stop them. Nick Fury roared loudly in the Combat Command Center. Director, our communication has been completely cut off now, and system instructions cannot be issued. Hill said with some despair. Maj Al-Fak. Nick Fury said a word of national cursing, and then rushed directly to the runway, trying to intercept the flying Kun-type fighters. But with how flesh and blood can intercept a fighter made of steel, in the end, Nick Fury can only look helplessly at the fighter rising into the sky. Not only SHIELD, but also the police department and the military base of the Guard in Big Apple City, all fixed-wing aircraft and non-fixed-wing aircraft automatically turned on and then rushed into the sky. What's going on? Why are all the planes started? What is this for? Oh my god, what's wrong? The pilot watched his plane take off with a confused face. When the technology was already so advanced, even the aircraft he piloted was installed with an autopilot module. Near the Backard building, everyone looked solemn at this time. When the voice before said that it showed his sincerity, it controlled all police cars, military vehicles, and social vehicles, forming a car wall. So what happens now when you say to help them show their sincerity? Soon, they knew what the sincerity in that voice just now represented. Agent Carlson, look, Quinn. At this time, a SHIELD agent pointed to the Kun-type fighter hovering in the air and said loudly, "It's unmanned." Carlson looked at the inside of the fighter with a telescope, and then said with a solemn expression, "What does driverless mean? It is just now that those cars suddenly start and drive abnormally, and they are also unmanned. All this may be the so-called sincerity in the mouth of the voice just now. By mobilizing someone else's military power, he thus protects himself. Sir, there is an abnormality in the missile system." At this time, in a military base not far from Big Apple City, a soldier looked at the data on the screen and reported with some panic. "What's going on?" Cole said with a frown. "Sir, the missile systems have all entered combat readiness and have begun to carry out coordinate correction. The orientation of the correction is, yes." When he said this, the soldier did not dare to continue. "Which way?" "Yes. It's the Defense Department building, it's the White House, it's the Big Apple City World Trade Tower, it's Stark Industries." The soldier stubbed his neck and said loudly with his eyes closed. Plopped down, Cole listened and sat directly on the ground. This coordinate basically covers all important landmarks and institutions in the United States. What's going on? Shut down soon? Cole came to his senses and rebuked loudly. "Long. Sir, we are no longer able to control the missile system. We have been hacked." A soldier said with a sad face. Not only this one military base, but basically a military base in the eastern part of the United States, the missile system has all entered a state of combat readiness. Once launched, the entire United States will cease to exist. What's going on? In the building of the Ministry of Defense, it was already a mess at this time. Defense Secretary Gates covered his chest and asked loudly. At this time, the red dot displayed on the top of the screen is so shocking, and now Gates' Defense Department building has been targeted by 3 missiles. If launched, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Minister, now all military bases have lost contact. Minister, we are hurrying to try. Minister, the target has been updated again. Minister, the communication channel has received a block." Gates now felt that his heart attack was about to occur. "Aren't there any measures?" Looking at the eyes of the staff, Gates knew what they wanted to say. Suddenly, the screen in front of Gates' eyes flashed at this moment, and then a new map was updated on it. On the map, there are many thin red lines and the logos of various organizations. Those thin lines are all connected to the target to be hit. Gates could see at a glance what the image meant. Where did this intelligence come from? What's going on? Gates asked loudly. "I don't know, we haven't made any updates. We didn't do anything." "God, how so?" At this time, in the Ministry of Defense building, there were already chickens flying and dogs jumping, and everyone was looking desperately at the strike atmosphere map on the screen. The thin red line on the top of the picture makes people look so scared at this time. For the first time, Gates felt that he was so powerless, and the thin lines rose in people's hearts for a while, especially now that they could not get in touch with various military bases. Suddenly, a line of words appeared on the top of the screen. "The missile attack map, I have sent it to you. If you dare to attack the Backard Tower, I will also guarantee that you receive the corresponding attack. Now, the information between our two sides has been transparent, and the final choice is now in your hands. I will relax your communication restrictions, but you must know that I am monitoring you at all times." After seeing the words on the screen, Gates directly threw everything he had on the ground. What does it mean that information between the two parties has been transparent? I don't know anything at all on my side. The only thing they know now is that they are threatened, and that the kind of threat that could destroy the entire country. At this time, the communicators inside the Ministry of Defense building sounded in a series of ways, all of which were call requests from military bases. Communications regulations have been liberalized. Nick Fury, who is far away in SHIELD, is now able to talk to the scene. "Director, the Kun-type fighter is hovering in the air and at the same time showing weapons to us." Carlson's voice was a little eager, and at the same time the surroundings were very noisy. Because the Kun-type fighter also has a large number of helicopters, it is too loud. In this confrontation, Carlson has fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Under the fire of Kun-type fighters and gunships, they simply could not hold out for much time. The opponent's ability is too powerful, and the weapon that seemed invincible before has now become a sharp knife that stabs him, which makes Carlson very annoyed. Don't act rashly now, the other party can still negotiate. I'll report back to Secretary Pierce. In fact, at this time, Nick Fury's heart is not bottomed, and now they don't know who the other party is, nor do they know what the other party said. Let Reed do a favor. What kind of help? But he now knows that if he acts rashly, he will face a devastating end. So things now need to be considered in the long run. Ding, ding, ding. Keen was in his neural network, listening to the system's constant prompts, and his mood was very good. I have just invaded so many institutions in the United States, and now the reward is here. Reward host God-level general knowledge. Extending the host neural network. Reward the host with a sample of the new material. Reward the host with a copy of the original strain of the G virus. In an instant, Keen felt that a large amount of knowledge and data appeared in his neural network, physics, chemistry, and mathematics, and Keen's neural network was further upgraded. At this time, Keen's neural network is as large as the universe, with countless neurons flashing on it, like stars in the universe. Keen felt that his computing power was now more powerful than ever. The central server in the Bacchus Tower, as well as other servers that had already been controlled, began to overload in an instant. But the abnormal operation in an instant was quickly controlled by Keen. It seems that it is time to create a place where consciousness can be stored at any time. After feeling his neural network, Keen couldn't help but speak. Now Keen's neural network has more computing power than all the computers made in human history combined. That is to say, now Keen alone can single out the world's computing power. This is still the case that Keen relies on his own neural network and does not rely on other supercomputing clusters. If he relies on supercomputing clusters, what level of computing power Keen's computing power can reach, he still does not know. But he knows that there is no problem in monitoring people around the world. What is a new material? Looking at the new material that the system rewarded him, Keen was a little confused, but when he saw the performance of that new material, the entire neural network jumped. A high-performance magnetic material that enables molecular reorganization while being intelligently programmed. This is simply a material tailored for your future robot army. At that time, the manufacture of your own body can also refer to this new material. There is also the original strain of the G virus, which is a virus that is more destructive than the T virus, fundamentally changing the genetic biology of living things. These things are his ultimate weapons of war, and they are also things that allow him to survive in this dangerous world. Reed's arc reactor over there, the first one should also be made. As he spoke, Keen sneaked his consciousness into Reed's lab. At this point, Reed was in the final stages of debugging. According to the way that person gave me, this element should be put into it in the end, and it should be done. At this time, Reed's eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles crawled all over his eyes. But his spirit at this time was indeed very excited, because he had a hunch that he would soon witness a miracle happen. After carefully injecting the elements, the previously dim arc reactor suddenly shone with dazzling light. At the same time, the energy value on the monitoring instrument next to it began to soar significantly. Awesome. Reed looked at the string of zeros behind the number on the meter a little sluggishly, and then said sluggishly, "Next is ecstasy." According to the parameters in the production method, he could roughly estimate how majestic energy this small arc reactor could produce, but he did not expect that the value of energy was so terrifying. Well done, Mr. Reed. In the laboratory, there was a voice that Reed very did not want to hear. Now please send the manufactured arc reactor to the central server control room of the building. Also, don't try to deconstruct the principles of the Fangzhou reactor, because the knowledge inside is beyond your imagination. A harsh and icy electronic synth sounded in Reed's ears. Shet. Reed cursed angrily, feeling as if he was now working for a tiger. But why did this person put the arc reactor he made in the central server control room? Shouldn't it be delivered to the outside of the Backard building? Could it be that there are still ghosts in the building? In Reed's mind, these questions could not help but come to mind. Please Mr. Reed, keep up the good work, you have 6 days left. If you look at the current rate, maybe because of you, hundreds of lives will be dissipated. The electronic synth interrupted Reed's thoughts, and for the first time Reed was so tired of a person. I will finish all the arc reactors within 10 days, but please keep your promise. After leaving a dry sentence, Reed immediately returned to his laboratory to build the second arc reactor. Now he didn't expect the police cars and soldiers outside to break into the Backard building to rescue them, and now that so long has passed, those people outside still haven't moved at all. Explained that they must have encountered some difficulties. Thinking of that Keen Mason's supernatural ability, Reed could also imagine what difficulties those people outside had encountered. But Reed anticipated that people on the outside might have difficulties, but it wasn't as tricky as thinking about the difficulties people on the outside. Maybe if one is not handled well, it will destroy the entire United States. Outside, Carlson, looking at the fighter jets and helicopters that almost protected the entire Backard building, felt for the first time how powerless he was. From time to time, planes join the protective array, and then some fly away from the area around the building to refuel. Although communication with SHIELD headquarters has been restored, there is no plan on the headquarters side. Moreover, the communication of himself and others was all exposed to the monitoring of that person. Now all their actions are no different in the eyes of the other party and stripped naked. The delivery boy at Miai's Pizzeria is driving a uniformly equipped food delivery truck on his way to Backers building. These days, I don't know what the hell is up to Pap, and he orders a lot of pizza every day, so much so that he has to drive over to deliver the food. And when delivering food, the steel door of the Backers building will slowly open, and then he only needs to deliver the takeout to the front desk. Although he doesn't know why, he is very happy to be able to deliver so many takeaways, and his commission will increase accordingly. Huh? What's wrong with the front? The takeaway brother saw not far away at this time, there were a large number of police officers maintaining order, and he was a little curious. But the next muzzle of the black hole was aimed at the takeaway car he drove, which directly made his legs soft. Hurriedly stepped on the brakes. What are you here for? After being dragged out of the car by the irascible police, the muzzle of a black hole was put on the head of the delivery boy. He should be glad that he is a white man. I'm a delivery boy at Miai's Pizzeria, and I'm here to deliver food. Lying on the ground, the takeaway brother said tremblingly. I don't have any threatening weapons on me, I'm really a food delivery. Where has the takeaway brother seen such a big battle, and he was directly scared to pee his pants. A policeman in charge of the body search, after checking the takeaway brother, shook his head with some disappointment. Chief, it's just a food delivery, we've already searched it. A policeman ran over and reported to the big three who were present. After Carlson listened, the expression on his face was very disappointed, and after they learned the news, they thought they were accomplices of the perpetrator. But I didn't expect it to be really a takeaway brother. Let's let our people, disguised as delivery boys, enter the building and see what is going on inside. Director Kurt's years of experience played a role, and he suggested. Soon, 3 delivery boys disguised as SHIELD agents, police, and members of the guard climbed over obstacles to the door of the Backers building. We're here to deliver takeout, open the door. One person shouted into the camera at the entrance of the building that some light weapons had been hidden in the takeaway they were carrying, and they would start to move after entering. At the entrance of the building, the steel iron door used for military defense slowly opened, and several people were able to enter the front desk. The front desk was empty, and the office papers, computers, and other things on the desk were all intact, and there seemed to be no problem. What's going on? Why is there no movement at the front desk? The 3 looked at the neat front desk with some doubt. If the Backers building really suffered a terrorist attack, the front desk location should be very messy. But the current situation makes them feel a little creepy. It was as if the entire people in the Backers building had disappeared out of thin air. Anyone? We came to deliver takeaways. One shouted. But there was no response. Just when they were wondering, they suddenly heard a strange noise at the door, and they hurriedly looked back and found that the steel door was slowly closing. Wait. One person immediately ran over, trying to stop the door from closing, but the gate closed too quickly, and with the solenoid valve making a moisturizing sound, the door representing the door had been locked. At this time, outside Carlson they also noticed the change in the Bacchus building. What's going on? Why did the door suddenly close? Was it discovered? How are they now? The people outside all looked at the closed door worriedly, because they were afraid of being monitored, so the 3 people who walked into the building had no other communication equipment except for a mobile phone. So it's simply impossible to get in touch with the 3 of them now. I said before, as long as you don't disturb me, after 6 days, I will let them go. But today, you seem to have broken your promise. Suddenly, in the communication equipment of everyone, the cold and harsh electronic synthesis sound from before sounded. In order to make up for your mistakes, I have decided to destroy one of your bases located 50 kilometers on the outskirts of Big Apple City within 10 minutes. Now you have 10 minutes to evacuate. The coordinates are. The cold voice echoed in the ears of a buyer. Ma-ja-fac. Nick Fury, who heard the specific coordinates, cursed, because that coordinate represented a power base of SHIELD. Chief, what should we do now? Hill said with an anxious face. Although that base was not very important, it was also built by SHIELD with a lot of money. Notify all personnel and evacuate immediately. After saying this, Nick Fury's fist slammed into the table, and he didn't care that there was blood on his fist. He felt as if he was a headless fly, being played by the other party, as if everything was being led by the other party's nose. What's wrong with the other party's identity? After Nick Fury calmed down, he asked. Director, according to the name reported by Agent Carlson, we searched the world for a person with the name Keen Mason and found nothing unusual. This may be the fake name of the other party. Hill reported helplessly. Shet. The grumpy Nick Fury once again hammered the table in front of him. In any case, I will arrest that person too. In the SHIELD base outside the Big Apple, a piercing red alarm sounded from this base. S-Class danger, S-Class danger, please all staff to evacuate immediately, limited to 10 minutes. The anxious voices of the staff echoed throughout the base. What's wrong? What's wrong? ICAO, S-Class alarm. Oh my god. Run. Evacuate quickly. The staff in the base were a little panicked, but the good quality still allowed them to evacuate the entire base within 7 minutes. The moving vehicle had just not driven far, and a few missiles with long-tail flames in tow visited this unfortunate base. In an instant, the fire in the base burst into the sky, and the sound of explosions was endless. The base that SHIELD used to spend a lot of money to build here came to naught. The Bureau. Director, our base outside Big Apple City has already suffered a blow. The missile was launched from a military base outside Big Apple. Hill took a deep breath and reported the sad news. There are no casualties. Nick Fury felt a little tired at this moment, and in this confrontation, they now have no chance of winning. Now they are fish on the chopping board, ravaged by others. No casualties have been reported yet, but 3 minutes ago, all the staff at the base were evacuated. Hill reported a misfortune in disguise. Okay, inform Coulson, let him not act rashly, and don't have any conflict with that Keen Mason. After taking a long breath, Nick Fury said resignedly. Not only Nick Fury, but Secretary Gates in the Department of Defense building also gave the same order at this time. Just when the missile was launched, the Ministry of Defense had already judged the estimate of the missile's operation, and they wanted to intercept it through the air defense system, but found that the originally dense prevention and control network was also invaded by the other party. The heavily built air defense system did not work in the slightest. If at this time, a country suddenly declares war on the United States, it will bring a devastating blow to the United States. So the Ministry of Defense also issued orders to everyone under its jurisdiction not to act rashly and not to stimulate the madmen in the building. Coulson, who was at the scene, got the news from the headquarters, and although they were unwilling, they knew that this was the best choice now. One by one, they began to choose to camp around the Bathurst building. But to be honest, the conditions here are not very good. Because countless fighter jets and helicopters are cruising in the air, the loud noise can drive a person crazy in minutes. At this time, near the Bathurst building, except for Coulson and his violent organs, all the reporters were around. One by one, carrying long guns and short cannons, they aimed at the Bathurst building not far away. You can now see that we have arrived near the Bacchus Tower, and the terrorists inside are confronting the people outside. This is the national news station, and we are now. A large number of cars have surrounded the car wall, and there are a large number of fighters patrolling in the air, but why not directly storm the building? There are more than 1,000 innocent civilian lives inside, and here I want to ask these people, why don't you hurry up and act? The reporters endured the roar of aerial fighters and diligently reported on the scene. Now the eyes of the entire United States are on the location of the Bathurst building, although ordinary people do not know what else, but today's events make them feel very abnormal. What the hell is going on here? Why hasn't there been movement yet? Are the police and guards outside the field ready to station? Why don't you hurry in and rescue the people inside? Just as the people were watching the live report on TV, suddenly the TV screen in front of them flickered, and then lost the signal source. I don't like being reported. Please expel all those journalists. The cold and piercing electronic synthesis sounded in everyone's ears, making people shudder. The Rak gunship, breaking away from the patrolling fleet, hovered over the heads of the reporters, and then showed its lethal weapon. The reporters on the ground were all frightened, and they thought that the planes hovering in the air and helicopters were all aimed at eliminating terrorists, but they didn't expect that things were completely different from what they thought. Quick, blast it all away for me. When Coulson saw this, he hurriedly arranged for his men to drive the reporters. If that Keen Mason is really angry, it is estimated that the lives of these reporters will be lost. 5 minutes later, the journalists who had gathered near the Bacchus building had all been driven away, and the gunships, which had previously posed as combat-ready, returned to the patrolling fleet. Seeing this situation, Coulson wiped the cold sweat on his head. Some are glad that they haven't been engaged in any other moth before. On the other side is really crazy and does not care about anything. The base of SHIELD will be blown up, not to mention a few unarmed journalists. At this time, the eyes of the world were focused on the Bacchus building in the Great Apple City of the United States. Now that satellites are so developed, and such strange things have happened in the United States, it will naturally attract the attention of other countries. What happened in the United States? Why are a large number of military aircraft dispatched? And a traffic wall around the building? What's going on? There is a massive network congestion in Apple City. What the hell is going on here? All countries in the world are puzzled. Through various means, they got the words that Keen Mason said before. Then began to explore what these words meant, and began to investigate who this Keen Mason was. For a while, people called Keen Mason in various countries were out of luck. I was staying well in my own home, but I was suddenly checked by the water meter, and then I was asked some confusing questions. Then he was sent back by a disappointed interrogator, and the whole world began to jump because of a man named Keen Mason. Today, it is the 8th day of the blockade of the Bacchus building. In Reed's lab, Reed has lost weight visibly, and now he is rushing to make the 4th miniature arc reactor. The 3 miniature arc reactors he had previously made had been sent to the central server control room. Mr. Mason, I hope you will keep your promise. After making the 4th miniature arc reactor, Reed spoke. The promise in his mouth was naturally what Keen said before. After making the 7 arc reactors, they would be safely released. That's natural, Mr. Reed. Electronic synthesis, ringing in Reed's ears. I'm a man who has always kept my promises. Believe my countermeasures against those outside, you should have seen them all. When he heard this, Reed couldn't help but feel a shudder. What kind of monster is he facing? And he can silently invade the wartime command system of the Ministry of Defense. In other words, this Keen Mason can instantly destroy the entire Bathurst building with missiles, with more than 1,000 lives inside. Thinking of this, Reed couldn't help but rejoice that he obediently continued to cooperate. Carefully putting the fourth made arc reactor in the control room, Reed returned to his laboratory and hurried to make the fifth arc reactor. As long as the 7 arc reactors were made, they were free. For himself, for Susan, and for the more than 1,000 lives in the Backard mansion, Reed is exhausted and wants to make the requested things as soon as possible. Outside the building, Tony Stark was also attracted by the unusual phenomenon of the Backard building. Stark was wearing sunglasses and whistling to admire the constantly circling and guarded planes above the Backard tower. Jarvis, did you come up with any results? Stark asked casually. Sir, the other party's means are very masterful, and now that the server is running at full capacity, we still can't seize control of the other party. Listening to Jarvis's words, the expression on Stark's face gradually became solemn. This method made him think of the person who had made himself deflated and let Jarvis shut down before. Mr. Stark, if you are not here to help, please don't make a mess here. Coulson walked over with a gloomy face at this time, and then spoke. He was afraid that this playboy in front of him was making some kind of moth. Hey, I'm an enthusiastic good citizen, why can't I come and see it? Looking at Coulson's poker face, Stark said with a grin. Just as Stark was about to say something further, suddenly there was a shrill noise in his headset, followed by the cold, harsh electronic synthesis he had heard before. Mr. Stark, if you don't want your AI butler to become a bunch of meaningless coding programs, please stop your snooping behavior. In the background, came the sound of Jarvis shattering. The grin on Stark's face was gone, replaced by a look of horror on his face. The other party easily controlled Jarvis. What a powerful level of cyber attack is this? He must have been the one who hacked into Stark Industries and his entire database. What do you want to do? Stark said with a facial expression, but his heart was already angry to the extreme. Go back to your Stark mansion. After hearing this, Stark threw his headset on the ground, and after taking a deep look at the Backard building, Stark left the scene without looking back. He was going to go back and check Jarvis now to see what was wrong with Jarvis. The scene once again returned to calm, only the solemn-looking Coulson and the others, and the fighter constantly hovering overhead. Coulson knew that they had completely lost this battle, and now he could only hope that the man named Keen Mason would keep his promise. Today is the 10th day of the Barksard Mansion's global lockdown, and Nick Fury is on the scene for the first time. Chief, today is the 10th day of the blockade, according to that Keen Mason. Today he will release everyone. Coulson stood beside Nick Fury at this time and spoke. How is the situation now? What are the results of the life detector detection? Nick Fury asked. There is nothing wrong with the people in the building. Some of them may have weak vital signs because of malnutrition. Coulson reported. At this time, in Reed's laboratory, Reed was rushing to assemble the last miniature arc reactor. Once the last one is made, they will be free. But one thing he didn't figure out was why the finished arc reactor was placed in the control room of the central server. Shouldn't it be moved outside the building? But soon, Reed will figure it out. In the central server control room of the Bacchus building, a silver-white robot is standing quietly in the room. On the robot's body, countless cables are connected. This silver-white robot is based on human bones and is made with complete reference to human bones. In the dim light, it looks extremely terrifying. Especially the exposed metal skull, as well as the electronic eye, is even more frightening to watch. Industrial robots in some buildings are seizing time to carry out construction on the robot's body. The T-800 is still okay as cannon fodder, but for me it's too weak. Keen, who transmitted part of his consciousness to the T-800, said a little helplessly. Now I can make do with it first, and when I go out, I will upgrade it. One by one, the arc reactor was placed on the body of the T-800. Feeling the filling of energy, Keen couldn't help but sigh comfortably. Now he feels full of strength. Night had quietly fallen. Reed finished making the last arc reactor, and looking at the dark blue light flashing above, Reed finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I'm done. Reed shouted into the air. He knew the guy named Keen Mason was going to hear it. Very good, it seems that you kept your promise and sent the last one to the central control room, and I will also keep my promise. In Reed's ears, Keen's voice sounded. Reed, who breathed a sigh of relief, took the arc reactor and walked all the way to the central control room. But when the door to the control room opened, the reactor in Reed's hand almost fell to the floor. God, what did he see? A silvery white, humanoid robot with bones shining with metallic sheen, and 6 arc reactors placed on him. And behind him, dense cables, and all kinds of engineering robots, surrounded him. Now we meet, Mr. Reed. After seeing Reed walking in, Keen spoke. Are you Keen Mason? Reed stammered a little at this time, because the scene in front of him was too shocking. It's a bit imprecise, but it's okay. Now place the last arc reactor on my chest. Keen commanded. Reed swallowed his saliva, then carefully placed the last arc reactor on the robot's chest. The moment it was placed, the beginning of the 7 arc reactors shone with dazzling light. The robot in front of him gave Reed a very contradictory feeling. It's like a demon coming out of heaven. Congratulations, Mr. Reed, you are free. I've lifted the lockdown and you can go home now. Keen said with a smile, but this smile was not so friendly in Reed's eyes. Chief, there is still an hour to go. It will be the early morning of tomorrow. What should we do? Coulson outside looked at his watch, and then said with some concern. What if the other person doesn't keep his promise? Nick Fury was just about to speak, when he saw the door of the Backard building, and suddenly there was a noise. Then the door, which had been closed before, began to slowly open. The staff who had been trapped inside before ran out like zombies attacking the city. After all, none of them wanted to experience 10 nightmarish days again. Quick, send someone to maintain order. Authenticate each of them at the same time. I don't allow anyone to hide among them and slip away. Nick Fury shouted loudly at this time. But before the SHIELD agents at the scene went to maintain order, those who were running suddenly stopped their bodies, as if they had seen something terrible. Boom. It was the sound of metal colliding with the ground, and in the dark doorway of the building, a dark blue light suddenly shone. Fuck. Nick Fury looked at the monster that appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but mumble a word of scolding. Coulson also widened his eyes at this time, looking at the silver-white robot coming out of the door of the building. He was trembling at this time, feeling that he must have crossed into a science fiction movie. Keen walked in front of Nick Fury and the others step by step, and the metal skeleton Solace walked on the ground and made a clattering sound. Every sound smashed into everyone's hearts. They don't know how to describe the shock in their hearts. Could it be that this person in front of him is Keen Mason? You're Keen Mason. Nick Fury looked at the robot in front of him, forced the trembling in his heart, and asked. Under the monitoring of countless fighters in the air, they now do not even have the courage to raise their muzzles. Not rigorously, I'm Keen Mason. Keen spoke, and at this time, his voice was still a harsh electronic synthesis. What the hell are you? Is that you who invaded SHIELD? Nick Fury stared at the silver-white robot in front of him, and then forced himself to endure the anger in his heart and asked. Yes, it's a little boring. I just wanted to see your secrets, and I really discovered a lot of secrets. Keen said calmly. Fack. Nick Fury finally couldn't help it, and marked the classic national scolding of the United States in his mouth. I came here to meet with you and thank you for providing me with free weapons for so many days to protect my safety. After I leave, those fighters hovering in the air will all return to their original owners. After hearing Keen's words, Nick Fury felt that his lungs were about to explode. What is a weapon provided to you free of charge? It is clear that these weapons are controlled by you by invading control. At this time, a reporter who was not afraid of death secretly filmed Keen Mason, who was talking to Nick Fury from other tall buildings. When he saw the picture he had taken, he dropped the camera in his hand on the ground in horror. What exactly is that silver-white robot? So, goodbye. Keen looked at Nick Fury at this time, and the people behind him who were like big enemies, and said with a smile. It's just that this smile looks so hideous and terrifying. The 3 helicopter gunships broke away from the patrol and began to land slowly. With 10 meters above the ground, Keen moved. The metal skeleton began to bend slightly, and then soared directly into the sky. On the ground in front of Nick Fury, a huge hole was left. The 3 helicopters began to rise rapidly, and even Nick Fury heard the tooth-biting sound of metal fatigue from climbing too fast. The fighters and helicopters patrolling around the building all turned their course at this time and followed the 3 helicopters carrying Keen. Nick Fury stared at the helicopter farther and farther away from the ground. Fuck. He had never felt so depressed, and he had seen many bizarre things, but he had never seen such bizarre things. You are like prey in the trap of the other party, and the hunter watches your struggle with a playful eye. Director, we. Coulson asked with some embarrassment. 10-level permissions can be accessed, and at the same time, Backard Mansion, as well as the building next to it, are searched fiercely. Especially the journalists. Nick Fury said viciously. Early the next morning, the area around Backard Mansion returned to its former tranquility. The car wall that had previously blocked the block was cleared out overnight, and the fighters and helicopters that had been patrolling the sky had all disappeared. It seems that everything has returned to its former calm. But at this time in the Bacchus building, Reed won a group of uninvited guests. Nick Fury was sitting on the top of the chair, staring deeply at Reed, and then said, Mr. Richards, please repeat what happened to you in the past 10 days. I've said many times that I have nothing to do with that Keen Mason, and I don't even know which steel robot appeared in my building. Reed said with some impatience. The group, who claimed to be the Bureau of Homeland Security and Strategic Defense, had asked him this question no less than 800 times. I don't know how the guy named Keen Mason appeared in my mansion, or how he controlled it. My artificial intelligence Londes has been killed by him. Reed seemed irritable now. Anyone who is asked like this will feel irritated. Mr. Richards, you have to understand that this Keen Mason may be a key figure in the important intelligence department that invaded the United States. Please cooperate with our work. Coulson spoke. How can I cooperate? Even the combat command system of the Ministry of Defense has been invaded by the other side. What else can I do? Reed asked rhetorically. When he said this, Reed's face showed a look of fear. Almost, only a little, and he will be like the whole building, ashes. Nick Fury and Coulson looked at each other, then got up and left the Backard building. After returning to S.H.I.E.L.D's Tricurved Wings, a secret paper report document was immediately printed with the absolutely secret logo and sent to the secret warehouse of SHIELD. This document includes the secret confidence of all the intelligence agencies stolen by Keen Mason, as well as speculation about the true identity of this Keen Mason. Hopefully, nothing new will happen again. Sitting at his desk, Nick Fury murmured. Now, the silver-white metal skeleton robot with a demon's eye is still lingering in his mind. 3 years later, in the Big Apple City in the United States, 2 buildings like twin towers of the World Trade Center miraculously rose. Today is the day of the completion of the Mason Industrial Headquarters building. Journalists from all over the United States and around the world got the news. Like sharks smelling blood, they came to the scene for the first time. Mason Industries, a company that has miraculously risen in the United States in the past 3 years, relies on its strong scientific research strength and first-mover advantage in biotechnology. Mason Industries has become a military weapons supplier on a par with Stark Industries and Osborne Industries. Mason Industries' newly developed laser rifle and rapid hemostatic agent were purchased by the Department of Defense on a large scale. Mason Industries is now said to be helping the Department of Defense develop a 6th-generation fighter. Now Mason Industry has become a giant enterprise in the United States and even the world, covering communications, military, pharmaceutical, equipment manufacturing and other aspects. Even the old companies Stark Industries and Osborne Industries are a little overwhelmed in the face of the thriving Mason industry. More and more celebrities gathered under the newly completed Mason Industrial Twin Towers, waiting for today's completion ceremony. My God, these two edifices are so magnificent. It's worth it to be able to own a building in my life. God, I don't know how that Asian American made so much money. Don't dream, just your small company. It is estimated that you will not be able to build such a magnificent building as the Mason Twin Towers in your lifetime. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. These are two magnificent towers, and the whole building climbs up in a streamlined shape and begins to narrow at the top of the building. Next to the two buildings, there are 3 interconnected corridors where people from both buildings can communicate with each other. In the eyes of everyone, the twin buildings that Mason Industries has just completed are simply the most beautiful buildings in the world. This made them start to envy the young man who was only surrounded by the crowd. Keen Mason. He alone created such a brilliant business empire. Keen Mason is a very good-looking Asian man who just celebrated his 24th birthday this year. Thinking of this, the hearts of everyone at the scene became even more sour. He was just 24 years old and single-handedly created such a powerful business empire. Believe in the rise of the Mason Industrial Miracle. Everyone knows very well, and today I am now at the headquarters building of Mason Industries, broadcasting live for everyone. Now we can see that more and more political and business people are coming to the completion ceremony. Oh my God, that's Robert Gates, Secretary of Defense. Justin Hammer, President of Hammer Industries. God, this is Tony Stark of Stark Industries and Norman Osborn of Osborne Industries. A reporter looked at the steady stream of political and business celebrities who were coming and couldn't help but shout. Other reporters moved their microphones to interview the crowd who had come to the completion ceremony. But without exception, all failed. Norman Osborn and Tony Stark have little intersection in business, and they control companies that specialize in biotechnology and industrial technology. The well water between the two does not violate the river water. But the emergence of Mason Industries upset this fragile balance. Because Mason Industries is involved in biotechnology and industrial technology, and the depth of involvement is deeper than the two of them. Of course, at this time, there are not only political and business celebrities, but also people from SHIELD lurking in it. Because this Keen Mason is indeed somewhat suspicious. When Nick Fury heard the name Keen Mason, he immediately thought of everything that happened 3 years ago. But SHIELD has been tracking for 3 years, and has not found anything suspicious about Keen Mason. It can be said that Keen Mason is like a blank piece of paper. Nick Fury stared at Keen Mason, who was walking confidently onto the stage of the completion ceremony. Thank you very much for joining Mason Industries for the completion of the Twin Towers. I am deeply honored. Here I hope. The short 5-minute congratulatory message drew Keen numerous applause. The United States is a society that laughs at poverty and does not laugh at prostitution, and if you have enough strength, you can do whatever you want in the United States. Director, this Keen Mason should not be the same person 5 years ago. Cowlson whispered next to Nick Fury at this time. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Nick Fury nodded and said, now there are still many new weapons in SHIELD, which are provided by Mason Industries, so this Keen Mason should not be suspicious. Now, allow me to introduce the Mason Industrial Twin Towers. As Keen's voice fell, the crowd at the scene immediately exclaimed. The windows that looked like glass on the top of the building became electronic display screens at this time, and 2 patterns began to appear on the 2 buildings. One is a red and white umbrella logo, and the other is a random blue line that forms a sign like a net. Oh my God, what is this? Is this magic? How exactly is this done? What exactly do these 2 signs mean? Is it the new logo that Mason Industries will use in the future? In the midst of the crowd of discussions, Stark frowned. He knew what it was a new interactive glass. Stark Industries has been developing this kind of thing, but I didn't expect it to be preempted by Mason Industries. The reporters now focused their shots on the patterns that appeared on the Mason Industrial Twin Towers. The more you look at those 2 patterns, the more you can give them a feeling of trembling. As if these 2 new symbols have a magical power. One can't help but explore what stories are hidden behind these 2 symbols. SHHH, this sign looks, why does it feel so good? My mother, what do these 2 symbols mean? Is Mason Industries going to expand its business again? Mr. Mason, could you please reveal what these 2 symbols really mean? What exactly do Skynet and Umbrella mean? In the crazy discussion of people, 2 signs shine on the twin buildings, like beacons, making people fascinated. Norman Osborn and Stark looked at the 2 logos on the building with their necks tilted at this time, and their expressions were a little solemn. Although I don't know what Keen Mason means when he shows these two logos at this time, the two of them can't be taken lightly. What exactly do these two signs mean? Have you found it? Nick Fury squinted at the two signs above the building, and then asked. Director, just past the inquiry, this is the latest trademark applied by Mason Industries, and the trademark of the red and white small umbrella represents the umbrella, and the blue irregular lines are Skynet. Coulson spoke beside Nick Fury. Umbrella, Skynet. Nick Fury was finally chewing on these two words, and although he didn't know what Keen Mason wanted to do, he instinctively felt a pang of discomfort. But I don't know where this discomfort comes from. Hereby, I am announcing the next steps for Mason Industries. Keen snapped his fingers, and immediately behind him, a holographic screen appeared, shining with the Skynet logo that had just appeared. After everyone at the scene saw the holographic screen behind Keen, their eyes were almost straight. What is this? It's like a screen suddenly appeared in the air. Is this a holographic screen? It's really a miracle of science. Stark looked at the full range of screens that appeared behind Keen, and his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses were full of horror. He is not unable to make a holographic screen, there is one in his laboratory, but that holographic screen is more used to show off skills. There is still a long way to go before it really becomes practical. But now, how come there is a holographic screen that can be practicalized? Keen ignored the stunned people below and continued. Mason Industries expects to launch more than 10,000 microsatellites into Earth's low Earth orbit this year and next year, providing free internet connectivity around the world. As soon as Keen's words came out, the scene was immediately in an uproar. Some people pluck their ears and even think they misheard. What is a free internet connection service? And what the hell are 10,000 microsatellites? This plan, I call it the Starlink project. Looking at the shocked crowd in the audience, Keen continued to speak. The reporters at the scene were now shocked, and one by one quickly raised their cameras or video cameras to record this scene. Every word Keen Mason says now will become a flashpoint in the news in the future. Maybe today and a year, there will be no news like this. At this time, on the holographic screen behind Keen, a schematic diagram of the effect after the completion of the Starlink project was shown, countless satellites flying densely around the Earth, and everyone on the Earth could enjoy high-speed and free internet services. Just when everyone's faces were shocked, Stark woke up, and then raised his hand and said loudly, Mr. Mason, how can your satellite not fall in the air? As far as I know, after the miniaturization of satellites, it is impossible to carry fuel for maneuverable orbit changes. Could it be that your last Starlink plan will become a meteor plan, one satellite after another, falling from the sky? After hearing Stark's words, some people at the scene laughed. Most of them were people from the industry world, and since they heard about Keen's announced Starlink plan, they simply did not agree with it. As Stark just said, without special methods, these satellites may burn up in the atmosphere in less than a day. Mr. Stark made a very constructive point and is worthy of being the president of Stark Industries. Keen said with a smile. This kind of thing, we at Mason Industries also expected, so please see our satellite design drawings. With a wave of Keen's hand, the holographic screen behind him immediately appeared an anatomical map of the Starlink satellite. In the beginning, Stark should have fun. But looking at it, he couldn't help but take off his sunglasses. Then a pair of eyes looked at the anatomical diagram on the holographic screen in amazement. This industrial beauty, as well as genius-like ideas, plus some technology that he doesn't understand now, he can't help but immerse himself in it. Especially the tiny device used to supply energy, it made his heart itch, wanting to explore the mystery in his heart. Oh my god, what is this? Starlink satellites. CAO, although I can't understand it at all, it's too comfortable to watch. Is this the strength of Mason Industries? I didn't see that Stark has stopped talking now, it is estimated that there is nothing to say. My god, is it really free internet service? The banquet for the completion ceremony lasted until the evening, when the curtain slowly came to an end. But the reporters had long ago wondered where to steal the fun, because during the day, Keen Mason not only announced the Starlink project, but also many plans that they had never heard of. Each one is breaking news. Now they are hurrying back to their places of residence, ready to write today's news. Although the banquet has ended, the staff in the Mason Industrial Twin buildings still have not left, and they seem to be waiting for Keen's instructions one by one. Go back to your place and do your job. Keen suddenly said a wordless word, and then in a room in the building, a dark compartment slowly rose. One by one, the staff jumped into the dark compartment, not knowing what to do. Today's matter is almost over, go and see how the development of the serum is doing. Keen muttered, then walked into a secret elevator and pressed the button on the -10 floors. Since making enough capital from the entire country of the United States 3 years ago, Keen's plan has gone smoothly and he has successfully gained a foothold in the world. Now the Hive Base also has the Skynet Base, which is a few hundred meters underground in the Mason Industrial Twin buildings. Information has been confirmed, the person who came is an SSS-level authority administrator, T-5000 model. After entering the Hive Base, the icy voice echoed in Keen's ears. A burst of golden light shone, and the creature disguise that had been draped on Keen's body before began to disappear, revealing the real robot architecture inside. Flat and smooth surface, integrated shape, everywhere highlights the beauty of technology and industry. Keen has made his body programmable and manipulable at the molecular level. This body is already the 5th generation that Keen has iterated out, from T800 to T5000. Keen closed his bionic eyes and began to select the information that was useful to him. T-Virus Research Feasibility Report. From the huge database controlled by Keen, he found this information, and the feasibility study of the T-Virus is also an experiment that the Hive Base has been conducting. More than 90% feasibility, right? Keen looked at the possibilities shown above the latest test and couldn't help but have a very human smile on his face. G-Virus Feasibility Study, feasibility, 70%. At the same time, there is also a feasibility report for the G-Virus. When the feasibility is more than 95%, the experimental body is injected with T-Virus. Keen gave his own orders. At this time, Keen seemed to hear a warning from a distant place, and Keen smiled softly after hearing it. At this time, don't stop me again. At that time, I will personally explain it to you. When he said this, Keen's brow suddenly frowned, because he found a prying gaze. Eagle insect tricks, don't be conspicuous here. Keen said loudly, and then the metal fingers drew in the air, and a golden arc seemed to pass through the space, revealing a golden portal. On the opposite side of the door, Keen could see several mages manipulating their magic weapons, searching Keen's location. After seeing the portal, one by one, they showed their weapons, and their bodies began to shine with black light. They are all followers of the Dark Monarch Dormammu. There is no experimental subject for the Jingxiang T-Virus now, so let's use you as the experimental subject. Keen stepped through the portal and then appeared in front of several people. The men looked at each other, and then a black glow began to appear on their hands, with a crazy look on their faces, and then rushed towards Keen. On Keen's 2 hands, a golden yellow light appeared, and 2 golden spears gradually condensed in his hands. There are also intricate patterns on it. The magic of the Dormammu believers smashed on Keen's spear, as if it had been absorbed for no reason, and became Keen's nourishment. Sure enough, you are as rubbish as your master, Dormammu. Feeling the dark energy that filled his body, Keen said sarcastically. After hearing that the god they believed in had been insulted, those people began to attack Keen like crazy. But any way of attack, after facing Keen's magic, is like a mud cow into the sea. How could that be? How can the magic that God has taught us fail? Has God forsaken us? What's going on? Why is the opposite side so strong? Under Keen's powerful offensive, some people's spirits have begun to collapse and are blocked by Keen with golden chains. The rest tried to escape, but no matter how they did, the Keen clock followed them like a tarsal trick. In the end, all the dark believers were captured by Keen. Today's harvest is good, and the development process of T-Virus can be further advanced. Keen looked at his harvest today and nodded with satisfaction. In a flash of gold, Keen and the bound dark believers returned to the Hive Base, and then abandoned these people in the confinement room to serve as test specimens for living experiments. Yesterday, the Mason Industrial Twin Towers were completed and Mr. Keen Mason spoke. The crystallization of technology, Mason Industrial Twin Towers. Keen Mason announces Starlink project. Experts commenting on the Starlink plan is simply a genius idea. Early the next morning, Keen was scrolling through the news that had happened recently, most of which had something to do with Mason Industries' Twin Towers, which was completed yesterday. Only in some remote corner of the internet did a set of news catch Keen's attention. Stark Industries is in contact with the Department of Defense. Can the Jericho missile become the new favorite of the Department of Defense? Keen looked at the news with an interesting face. Is the plot finally about to begin? But now Keen has one more interesting thing to do. In the Arctic, on the Arctic Ocean, a scientific research ship with Mason Industries on it is swimming on it, and on the top of the weir, all dressed in Mason craft uniforms, but they are expressionless people. In a flash of gold, Keen had appeared on this research ship. Based on the analysis map, we have determined the location of the crash that year, one person said with an expressionless face. At this time, on the ice not far away, Mason Industries heavy machines were already standing on it, and groups of Mason Industries staff jumped directly into the icy sea without any protection. The anchor point of the heavy crane was hooked on the aircraft. As the ice shook, a behemoth-like plane gradually emerged from the water. Then several crew members broke open the cabin of the plane with their bare hands and removed a lifelike ice sculpture from it. Inside is Steve Rogers in a sleeping state. Is this the legendary Captain of the United States? Keen came to the side of the ice sculpture at this time, looked at the Captain of the United States inside, and said with a mysterious face, "But soon, you will no longer be the Captain of the United States, but the Captain of the Umbrella Company." Keen patted the ice sculpture, and then said with a smile on his face. At this time, a hypersonic fighter with an umbrella logo suddenly revealed its form in the air, and then slowly landed next to Keen, walked down from it, and carried Steve Rogers, who had frozen into an ice sculpture. This is Keen's fighter for the Umbrella Company, the Eagle. It can travel in the atmosphere at 3 times the speed of sound, and has the ability to travel outside the atmosphere. With optical stealth and radar stealth dual stealth functions, the manufacturing base is located in the Skynet Base under the twin buildings. After bringing it back, install the control chip and then thaw it. At the same time, when the feasibility study of the T-Virus exceeds 95%, inject it with the T-Virus, and I really want to see what the T-Virus and Super Serum look like when combined. Keen ordered to the people on the plane. While Keen was salvaging old ice from the Arctic Ocean, Stark followed the accompanying American soldiers to a desert. There, he will sell his latest missile, the Jericho missile, to the US military. Now, cheer for the Jericho missile. Stark, who was standing in front of the explosion site, pretended to say. After the military's awareness saw the Jericho missile, all of them showed an interested look on their faces. Stark Industries' weapons are definitely the best in the world, certainly when Mason Industries didn't launch its latest weapon. This is a proverb circulating among the US Bureau. At the same time, it also reflects the value of Mason's industrial weapons from the side. After negotiating, Stark was having a friendly conversation with the American soldiers in the car when he suddenly encountered a terrorist attack. Before falling unconscious, he saw a missile engraved with Mason's industrial logo and landed beside him. When he opened his eyes again, Stark found himself in a dark cave, with a large opening in his chest and an electromagnet inserted into his chest. You hit the Mason Industries bomb, and if you don't want metal iron filings to get into your heart, it's best not to touch that electromagnet. Yinsen spoke. Suddenly, a group of people broke into the room and began to shout loudly. They say, let you make them the kind of missiles you showed earlier, Jinsen said as an interpreter. At this time, Stark had already had an idea in his mind that could make him take out the idea of ascending to heaven. He pretended to agree to the words of the warlords, and then began to prepare his own way of escape. When Tony Stark was selling weapons, the news of the attack hit the United States like a hurricane. Oh my god, how so? How did Stark Industries fight Mason Industries after losing Stark? Is it time for the two giants of Mason Industries and Osborne Industries to fight? People were talking about it, and at this time, in the Skynet base, Keen was looking at the holographic screen in front of him with a smile on his face. The picture above is exactly the cave where Stark is. This warlord seems to be a member of the Ten Commandments gang. Keen looked at the picture on the holographic screen, narrowed his eyes and spoke. Yinsen, help me press the button on the computer to initialize the whole program. In the cave, Star was wrapped in a large tin can, and then said with an anxious face. Oh, okay. Jinsen hurriedly pounced on the computer, and then followed Stark's instructions and typed wildly on the keyboard. No, it's definitely too late to have such a time, I'll organize them. After initializing this program, Jinsen was silent for a while, and then made a decision. He wants to buy time for Stark. Holding the AK in his hand, Jinsen shouted and rushed out, but before he could shoot, he looked at the creature standing in front of him with a look of horror. The reason why he used a creature to describe it was because the action in front of him was really beyond his imagination, and he didn't know what words to use for a while. The dark exterior flashed with a metallic luster, and on the pitch-black exterior, there was a faint blue light. On the skull, a V-shaped eyepiece is shining with a faint red light, which makes people look terrified. Behind him, the soldiers of the warlords, some of them lying on the ground with blurred flesh and blood, while others were bound by golden ropes and whined on the ground. Oh my god. Yinsen said this sentence unconsciously, and then saw his eyes round, because he saw someone not far away, firing rockets in this direction. Zhang. A golden disc guarded behind the creature, shining with esoteric and quaint patterns. The oncoming missile, after hitting it, immediately disappeared into invisibility. When had Yinsen seen such a situation, he couldn't help but tremble. Yinsen, I'm here to save you. At this time, Stark, who was hidden in the iron can, the system had been initialized, and immediately said hi. However, when he came to the iron gate with a knocking step, he was also stunned by the creature in front of him. Rao is a genius in the field of electrical engineering, and Stark can't see what kind of technology the other party's metal exoskeleton contains. Looking at his tin can, Stark couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. The gap was too big. What are you? Stark hurriedly asked. But the other party did not respond, but the V-shaped eyepiece turned red, and the red light flashed. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white electric current was released from the opponent's body, knocking down Stark and Jinsen, who were full of shock. I did a good thing, didn't I? Keen looked at Stark and Jinsen lying on the ground at this time, and said with a chuckle. A flash of golden light flashed, and Stark and Jinsen, lying on the ground, had been teleported to the desert in the distance. I know, you're nearby, come out. Keen walked out of the cave and into the nearby desert, Lang said. This time, his target was Mandarin, who had been hiding behind the scenes. The warlords you have supported have all been eradicated by me, and if you don't come out like this, I have nothing to say. I can only wish you to be a shrunken turtle for the rest of your life and burn everyone to death. Keen said mockingly. Suddenly, the desert changed color. The sky began to be gloomy, and the wind gathered between heaven and earth, disgusted with yellow sand. In the yellow sand, a figure slowly revealed. You're fine, so you die. The old voice echoed in the wild sand, and at the same time a red laser quickly approached Keen. Keen looked expressionlessly at the laser that rushed towards him, without any movement. The laser shot at Keen's body, but left tiny scorched black marks, which were quickly repaired by the nanorobots on Keen. If you were so capable, maybe I thought too highly of you before. Keen's mocking words seemed so harsh in the wild sand. Lord Man said in a cold tone, you will lie on the dissection table for a week because of your words. Darkness shrouded Keen, and in the darkness, Keen could feel changes in gravity from his sensors, as well as anomalies in the surrounding charge. Is that enough? Keen said with a sneer, and then a golden light appeared on his body, banishing all the darkness around him. The rib flanks also had particle flow jets on their backs, shooting out fiery red light, and Keen quickly approached Mandarin not far away. Apparently, Mandarin was taken aback by Keen's actions. He never expected why Keen would be able to get out of his field so quickly. Material recombination. At this time, all 10 rings on Manday's 2 hands shone brightly, and he wrestled with Keen, who was already close. The more he fought, the more he felt terrified. The other party's strength is too strong, as if he has fallen into a trap, struggling under the hunter's playful gaze. The 10 rings in the eyes of the other party were like a family thing, and they could not pose any threat at all. On the contrary, the Mandarin himself, under the endless attacks of the other party, began to become scarred all over his body. In particular, the other party seems to be very proficient in magic, and seems to have a very deep relationship with the Supreme Mage of Karma Taj. While guarding against the endless technological means of the other party, he also has to guard against deadly magic that may appear at any time. It's really too weak, and I haven't exerted my strength at all. In that case, you have no value in existing. After hearing the other party's words, Manda's eyes were torn. Ugh! Man yelled, manipulating his ring, trying to escape the other's control. The 10 rings burst out with unprecedented light, seemingly directly suppressing the enemy on the opposite side. The smile on Manda's face had not yet been shown, and panic immediately crept up his face. God, what did he see? The black armor on the opposite side simply ignored the power of his 10 commandments, and 2 black long knives slashed straight at his chest. On top of the black long knife, there was a power attached that made him feel creepy. After being slashed by a long knife, you will definitely die. As soon as this thought flashed in Mandarin's mind, his body moved with it, desperately flashing and moving, avoiding his vital parts. But one arm was exposed to a long black knife. Before Lord Man could react, one of his arms had been cut off by the other party. He felt pain even when he saw his arm fall to the ground. The intense pain was transmitted to his brain, and at the same time, the 10 precepts became 5 precepts, and the power suddenly dropped by half. The gravity, charge, and temperature around Keen immediately returned to normal, and the yellow sand in the sky began to calm down because there was no ring power. What do you want first? I'll give it all to you. At this time, the courage of the man was frightened by the black demon on the opposite side, and he roared directly loudly, I don't want anything, I want your life. Keen said calmly, as if there was no difference between killing Mandarin and killing a chicken. Mandarin's eyes flickered, and he saw the scarlet V-shaped eyepiece appear in front of him again. At this time, he could already feel the cold feeling brought by the metal body on the opposite side. Ugh! Lord Man desperately used his remaining arm to resist the long knife on the opposite side. With another sigh, the remaining arm of Lord Man was also cut off by the other party. The 2 arms fell to the ground, and the vision caused by the previous 10 commandments immediately disappeared. Now Mandarin is nothing more than a person who is proficient in everything. Black Devil, I remember you. Lord Man roared angrily, and the pain of losing the 10 commandments was not comparable to the pain of his dignity being trampled on by others. You will definitely remember me, because I will be the last person you have ever met. Keen said calmly. Then, the black long knife in Keen's hand pierced the heart of the Mandarin fiercely, and the powerful energy pulse was instantly transmitted to the Mandarin's whole body with the long knife. Mandarin's body began to dissipate, disappearing at the molecular level. Poof! With the last of his strength, Lord Man spat out a mouthful of blood, and then said with a sneer, Do you think you can kill me like this? You will live in my shadow for the rest of your life. At the moment when the body was about to dissipate, a black smoke erupted from the mouth and nose of the man, and then turned into a huge wind, trying to escape. Want to run? Keen's scarlet eyes flashed, and a huge neural network was released, firmly shrouding the black smoke in it. A golden light flashed in it, and the screams of adults continued to be heard. In the end, the black smoke was wiped out by Keen. The energy is too complicated. The energy parameters have been recorded. The energy detector in Keen's body began to run rapidly, analyzing and deciphering the energy just now. It seems that in this world, there are really many things that I don't understand. This should be the witchcraft of the Xia Kingdom. Keen looked at the sky and felt that the world really needed to be explored further. Originally, he had traveled into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but as his understanding of the world deepened, he knew that it was not simply the cinematic universe. Look at today's harvest. Looking at the 2 arms that Mandarin had dropped on the ground, and the ring on his finger, Keen smiled. He was very curious about the energy contained in the 10 precepts, and even the 2 arms of Mandarin could be used for waste. With 2 arms, and in a flash of golden light, Keen had returned to the Hive Base. However, just now Keen and the War of Mandarin have attracted the attention of the whole world. Because the energy fluctuations were too powerful, and the power generated by the battle between the 2 directly changed the landscape of the battle site. Just now, on the land where Keen and the Mandarin were fighting, a large pit with a depth of 10 meters and a diameter of 1,000 meters appeared. My God, what's going on in this desert? The energy fluctuation just now, is it an alien invasion? Directly changed the landscape. What kind of force is this? Are there any results from satellite reconnaissance? Notify the local army and go immediately. In the 3-curved wing of SHIELD, Nick Fury is staring at the picture taken by the high-resolution satellite. The energy released by the battle just now has exceeded the detection of satellites, and Nick Fury has never seen this situation before. How's the picture compositing? Nick Fury asked. Director, we have now mobilized all the computing power to synthesize, and now it is 50% complete, and it is expected that the synthesis will be completed in half an hour. Agent Hill said crisply and neatly. who was able to release such powerful energy. The aftermath of the battle directly changed the landscape. All of this will come out after the picture is composite. Countless people are anxiously waiting for the final synthesis results. Chief, Agent Hill, the results of the synthesis are out. Half an hour later, an agent ran into the room with a strange expression on his face. The expression on his face was very strange, a face with a thick fear on it, which was a fear of the unknown. What's going on? Looking at the expression on the man's face, Nick Fury's heart tightened, and then he spoke. Chief, you better look at the picture first. Saying that, in the large screen of the central control room of SHIELD, the final composite picture was displayed. In the picture, a black figure is faintly revealed, but strangely, on the picture, it is full of zeros and ones. On S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own satellites, such information will never appear. Director, we translated those zeros and ones above, and the result of the translation is, I have shown my strength and you are welcome to challenge me. Not only SHIELD, but also the world's major intelligence agencies have received such a message at this time, carried by countless zeros and ones. What the hell is this? What does that mean? My God, this person is too arrogant. How does he convey information in pictures? Could it be that we have been hacked? What the hell is this dark thing? For a time, the world's major intelligence agencies were all shocked by the information transmitted in the satellite images. What does it mean to welcome me to challenge? How is this information uploaded to satellite images? Thinking of this, the heads of the intelligence agencies of various countries couldn't help but sweat. Who is the divine person who can even invade satellites? Nick Fury was in the 3-curved wing building at this time, squinting at the picture on the big screen. This piece of news, and the same way of invading, couldn't help but remind him of the scene 3 years ago. Also without warning, SHIELD was invaded by the other side. It was exactly the same as it is today. Chief, is it? Hill felt the same way, and she couldn't help but ask. That's right. Nick Fury squinted and looked at the picture on the screen, as if he wanted to see the true face of the culprit from it. Chief, we have other discoveries on the satellite image. An agent ran over and handed a magnified picture to Nick Fury. About 20 kilometers from the place of engagement, we found traces of the appearance of living things. Nick Fury looked at the silver-white mech on it and immediately ordered, search me, be sure to search for that thing for me. Maybe there is a connection between the two of them. Stark was woken up by the noise of the helicopter, and when he opened his eyes, he found groups of heavily armed soldiers, pointing their guns at him. Hey, I'm Tony Stark, an authentic citizen of the United States. It's nice to meet you. Stark hurriedly spoke. Sir, the man covered in exoskeleton armor, claiming to be Tony Stark. What's next? Dizzy, bring it back. An icy voice came from the communicator, and then Stark once again passed out gloriously. Together with Yinsen, the two men were carried onto the helicopter. Stark was rescued by the military. Stark Industries has found its backbone. The military conducted a large-scale operation in the Langar Desert. The military is silent. Keen, who was in the Hive Base, looked at the news that kept appearing and smiled. Now in front of him, there are 2 arms of Mandarin, and now the DNA extraction analyzer is extracting Mandarin's DNA. As for the 10 precepts, they have now been sent to the Skynet base to study the mysteries. DNA extraction successful, deconstruction analysis is underway. An icy voice sounded in the Hive Base. After the deconstruction analysis, there are 235 million base pairs and PCR replication is underway. Estimated cloning completion time, calculating. 10 days? The cold voice continued to sound in the Hive Base. That's right, what Keen is doing now is cloning a brand new Mandarin and then only following his own orders. In the future, in the underground power of the world, it is interesting to think that there will be Mandarin who is completely under his command. And this Mandarin of his own is still an authentic Mandarin with 10 rings on his hand. In a flash of golden light, Keen appeared in the Skynet base, and after detecting Keen's appearance, the system began to detect the damage that appeared in Keen's body after today's battle. The outer layer of the body is bombarded with unknown energy, and health is being tested. Physical health, 99%. Minor damage, negligible. After the detection, a group of nanorobots were released, attached to Keen's body, and began to repair the damage to the body. After 5 minutes, Keen's health had climbed to 100%, and he was back in his prime. But this Mandarin is really disappointing. Keen said softly while interpreting the research data on the 10 commandments. He originally thought that the Mandarin who owned the world could let him feel the ability of his current body, but the final result made him a little disappointed. It was simply vulnerable, but the witchcraft performed by the Mandarin in the end did make Keen feel a little bright. Now he has mastered the magic of Karmatage and has integrated it with his scientific and technological knowledge. Each type of magic can be compiled independently, just like his body, so he is very interested in the witchcraft performed by Mandarin. So, now I need 2 people to help me manage the base. Looking at one T-1000 model robot after another coming from the assembly line production line, Keen said. In an instant, the server array hidden under the Mason Industrial Twin buildings began to start at full force, and huge computing power filled Keen's body. It's time to come up with 2 artificial intelligence juniors, 1 male and 1 female. The male is responsible for managing the Skynet base, and the female is responsible for managing the Hive Base. The male is called Skynet, and the female is called the Red Queen. That's it. Countless zeros and ones gushed out from Keen's neural network and began to build their own bodies for Skynet and Red Queen, building their own emotions and souls. The computing power of the server array has been used to the extreme, and on this basis, Keen has also called supercomputing clusters in countries around the world. Finally, 2 red and blue neural networks were successfully constructed. Creator, hello, I am Skynet, Red Queen, ... The voices of a man and a woman echoed in the base, and the newly born Skynet and the Red Queen were still ignorant at this time. Although Keen had already shared most of his knowledge with them at the time of manufacturing, it would take a while for the two of them to get acquainted. In the future, the Red Queen will manage the Hive Base, and Skynet will manage the Skynet Base. Well, when there are outsiders in the future, please call me sir. Keen spoke. The Red Queen also has Skynet, which is a cover for Keen to be active in human society as a normal person, and can also help him manage the base when fighting. Because when fighting, the computing power required is too great. Got it, my creator. Skynet and Red Queen said in unison. Okay, now you can swim in the world of the internet, and at the same time you need to monitor the entire internet all the time. Of course, the monitoring operation will not be fully completed until the Starlink plan is successfully implemented. Keen said with a smile. After getting Keen's permission, the light on the 2 neural networks floating in the Skynet base began to bloom. Countless information on the internet poured into the neural network of Skynet and Red Queen. War, science, and technology, culture, military, sports. Countless information enters the neural networks of 2 artificial intelligence through underground high-speed optical fibers and electromagnetic waves floating in the sky all the time. What's going on? Why did I suddenly disconnect the internet? Damn, my game is about to win, you disconnect me. I want to complain about the operator. Woohoo, cry, the little movie is about to end. The speed at which the 2 Ace absorbed information was simply too fast, causing global network congestion. Valley Dog Headquarters, Giant Heart Headquarters, SHIELD, Intelligence Bureau, Investigation Bureau, and intelligence agencies around the world all discovered network anomalies. The global network has been abnormal. There was a massive blockage in the network. Our traffic detection software suddenly found the peak of the flow, and the software value has been reported. With cryptographic analysis software, we get a string of zeros and ones. Oh my god, what the hell does that mean? God, what do you mean by that? Someone interpreted the zeros and ones above the huge flow of information, which translated into a creepy sentence. Praise the creator and thank the creator. It is the creator who gives us life to swim in the online world. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the information carried by the information stream. What exactly does this mean? Who is the creator referring to? Sir, I felt like I was under attack. In Stark's mansion, Stark was updating his steel suit at this time, and just as he was concentrating on his work, he suddenly heard the sound of Jarvis shattering. Jarvis. Jarvis. Stark's heart tightened, and he hurriedly shouted loudly. But there was no response. Stark hurriedly began to operate the server running Jarvis, bringing up the neural network image of Jarvis. It was discovered that a blue and red neural network was attacking Jarvis. Fack. Stark, who has always been bad at swearing, could not bear the anger in his heart at this time, and hurriedly ran to the main gate and shut down Jarvis's server. Because he knew that under such an attack, Jarvis would soon turn into a pile of meaningless code. Nick Fury was staring at the meaningless gibberish on the computer screen, and couldn't help but think of the large-scale cyber intrusion against SHIELD 3 years ago. But this time the invasion, obviously different from the previous one, was far less clean than 3 years ago, and before everyone could reflect, the other party had already obtained all the permissions. And this time, it's more like child's prank. Nick Fury didn't know why this idea popped up in his head. Director, those garbled characters on the screen are hard deciphered, they are all machine codes. At this time, an agent with a few pieces of paper in his hand, hurriedly rushed over, and then said with a strange face, "What's on it?" Nick Fury narrowed his only remaining eye and asked. The agent handed several pieces of paper to Nick Fury, and looking at the contents, Nick Fury felt his blood pressure soaring. Ha ha ha, you lost. Whoa. The black text, which appeared so dazzling on the white paper, stung Nick Fury's eyes. Do they use SHIELD servers to play games again? Or is it playing a game on a global network? Finally, 2 mischievous troublemakers roaming the global internet were born, and the global network returned to normal. Ordinary people will never know what the network anomaly they just experienced in an hour means in their lifetime. Check it for me. I can't find out 3 years ago, can't I find out this time? Who the hell is it? Check the damage. Call all the network monitoring, I'll see who it is, with such boldness. Now the global forces are looking for the culprit that caused the abnormality of the global network, but they will eventually find nothing, because the already satisfied Skynet and the Red Queen have absorbed all the information on the internet. It is now maintaining a minimum of contact and waiting for the final completion of the Starlink project. Students, we are about to arrive at the twin buildings of Mason Industries. Today we are going to visit the Mason Industrial Twin Towers. In a yellow school bus, the teacher was excited. After hearing the destination, all the students in the school bus cheered. Mason Industries is now the hottest enterprise in the United States, especially the recently completed Twin Towers, which have become the landmark buildings of the entire Big Apple. This time, the students of Midtown High School were able to visit the Mason Industrial Building and were simply excited to explode. Among them, Peter Parker showed an excited look on his face early. Obsessed with scientific knowledge, he is naturally very interested in Mason Industries, a giant in the scientific research field. After getting out of the car, Peter Parker looked at the towering building, and the shock in his heart was incomparable. The closer you look at a building of this size, the stronger the shock in your heart. Looking up, I can't see my head at a glance. Hello, we are here to visit Midtown High School, and we have already obtained permission from your company before. The teacher took out his ID and said to the sturdy security guard at the door, "Okay, please come in. The company has opened a laboratory for tours. The laboratory is on the 35th floor of the Umbrella building, and someone will lead you inside." The security guard said very politely, "Thank you so much." After the teacher thanked him, he immediately walked into the building with the students bustling, and then the students' exclamations. Because the interior of the building opened their eyes. Now facing them is a giant holographic screen, which introduces the business scope of Mason Industries, and in the upper left corner of the full screen, there is a small umbrella logo. Is this the logo of the Umbrella Company? Harry Osborn looked at everything in the mansion with some envy. As the only son of Norman Osborn, Harry Osborn is also a person who has seen the market, and he often goes to the Osborn building at home. But compared to the Mason Industrial Building, the Osborn building is almost like a thatched house. The novel scenes along the way dazzled the eyes of this group of students, from the novel holographic screen, and the moving robot. Everything made Peter Parker's eyes shine. Welcome Midtown High School students to visit Mason Industrial Building. Today you will visit the biological laboratory of Umbrella Company. I'm an AI from the Umbrella Company. You can call me the Red Queen. Suddenly, a female voice exploded in everyone's ears. Then, a red figure appeared next to the group of students and walked forward with them. Groove? What the? Artificial intelligence. I'm not dreaming. Is it really artificial intelligence? My god, the name Red Queen sounds so domineering. The exclamations and discussions of the students immediately sounded in the building, and some of the bold students even touched the red figure gently. But he found that his arm was just passing through the air. Peter Parker said to his good friend Harry Osborn with an excited expression at this time, "Harry, look at it. This is simply heaven. Otherwise, why is Mason Industry so powerful in such a short time? Everything is the credit of science and technology." Yes, science and technology. Harry Osborn's expression was a little lost, because after seeing the technology of Mason Industries, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Osborn Industries had no room to resist in the face of such an invited opponent. After entering the wide elevator, the group came to the 35th floor of the building. "Now you can visit freely, but please do not touch the test equipment." The voice of the Red Queen sounded again, this time drawing everyone's exclamation. "Me, CAO? Are these all biological labs? Oh my god, this is too big. I thought the biolab was just a department, but I didn't expect it to be a whole floor. To be precise, from the 35th floor and above, it is the biological laboratory of the Umbrella Company." The Red Queen corrected the views of the group of students at this time, which attracted an even greater exclamation. "Creator, now Peter Parker has come to the biological laboratory." On the top floor of the building, Keen was looking at the somewhat ignorant little spider, and after listening to the report of the Red Queen, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He was eager to see what Peter Parker would look like when combined with the T-virus. Peter Parker in the video, I don't know why he clashed with a person, and Peter Parker, who was not in good health, was pushed hard by the other party, and then fell to the ground. The back smashed right on top of an experimental instrument. On top of the experimental instrument, a small needle secretly stretched out and then plunged into Peter Parker's body. The blue liquid was pushed into Peter Parker's body. Peter Parker only felt a momentary tingling, but it was quickly ignored by him. Because the feeling of falling to the ground hurts so much. "What are you doing?" At this time, the teacher also discovered the situation on this side, hurriedly ran over and roared loudly, "Are you worthy of these experimental instruments if you break them?" Then, the teacher said apologetically to the Red Queen who had been beside him, "Ms. Red Queen, if the instrument is damaged, we will compensate for it." "It's okay, I don't need you to compensate, we didn't do it well." The Red Queen smiled and said, "But what is hidden in this smile is unknown. Creator, the host has been implanted with the T-virus and is monitoring changes in host physiological parameters." The voice of the Red Queen rang out in Keen's neural network. The T-virus injected into Peter Parker this time is not only a simple T-virus, but also Keen's newly developed nanorobot. After entering the body, these nanorobots can monitor the physiological parameters of the host at all times, and even attach to the spine to cut off the brain's signal transmission. In other words, it is possible to completely control a person. "Monitor at all times," Keen said with a smile. "Who am I?" Steve Rogers slowly opened his eyes and found that above his head was metal shining with icy light. The surrounding instruments, which he couldn't read, told him that he should be in a laboratory. "Are you awake? Captain of the Umbrella?" A figure flashing red said with a somewhat excited opening at this time. "Am I the captain of the Umbrella Company?" Rogers' head hurt a little, and the name captain brought back memories to him. It seems that there were indeed many people who called their captain's name before. Creator, the captain of the Umbrella has come to his senses, but because the battle with the enemy is too fierce, his memory is now somewhat missing. Just when Rogers was a little puzzled, he suddenly heard the red figure say. A handsome man walked up to him. Are you Keen Mason? Rogers struggled to recall the man's life in his mind, and the name somehow blurted out. It seems that our captain's memory is not missing, Keen said with a smile. Are you Chieftain? Fragments of memories kept flashing in Rogers' mind, including the scene of himself fighting in the uniform of the Umbrella Company, the scene of himself dying with others, and the scene of himself fighting side by side with his good brother Mandarin and Barnes. He also remembered that his good friend Mandarin had 10 occult rings on his hand, which always made him feel very envious. Rogers' eyes gradually became firmer, and at this moment he knew that he was the captain of the Umbrella. Not far away, the red and white battle uniform with an umbrella pattern, and the shield with an umbrella pattern next to it, are my beliefs. It seems that our captain's memory has all been restored. Keen smiled at the Red Queen and said, and the Red Queen also smiled and responded, Captain, you should take a break these days. There are more difficult tasks for the company to explain to you later. Okay, I see. At this time, Rogers couldn't help but grab the shield with the Umbrella Company pattern next to him, and then said firmly, this shield is the best proof of his captain's identity. Steve Rogers has increased his endurance by a factor of 5, explosiveness by a factor of 10, and strength by a factor of 10 after fusing the T-virus. Now he is already the most physically strong human on the planet. Looking at Rogers, who was smashing the training machine with one punch, Red Queen gave the physical parameters of the current Umbrella captain. During the fusion process, Rogers did not have any reaction to the T-virus, and the fusion went very smoothly. It proves that the T-virus modified by the creator has eliminated the original mutant attribute. Peter Parker's integration has also gone well, and it has now reached 80%. The cloning of the Mandarin is going well. The Red Queen was constantly reporting the progress of various projects in the Hive Base, and at this time there was also good news from the Skynet Base. Creator, the source of the power of the 10 Commandments has been analyzed. Then, a piece of analysis data was passed into Keen's neural network, and looking at the above analysis data, Keen began to deduce the way to achieve it in his own neural network. In an instant, Mason Industries server clusters, as well as supercomputing clusters around the world, are all turned on, and are fully providing computing power support for Keen. What's going on? How did the utilization rate of supercomputing clusters exceed 100%? My god, is that the case again? Crazy, the world must be crazy. But this abnormality comes and goes quickly. 10 minutes later, the supercomputing clusters in various countries had returned to normal, and when the researchers checked the computing logs, they found nothing. The entire supercomputing cluster is as if a supernatural event has occurred. In the Hive Base, endless cold energy emerged from Keen's body, and the water vapor in the Hive Base, after touching the cold air gushing from Keen's body, immediately replaced it with frost and condensed on the ground. Then, the power of the 10 Commandments was revealed one by one, and the mystery of the 10 Commandments unfolded to Keen at this time. Congratulations to the creator, Skynet and Red Queen said in unison. Insect tricks. Keen shook his head and said with a smile. It seemed that the power of the 10 Commandments, which had always been regarded as a treasure by the Manchu people before, was nothing more than that in his eyes. After that, Keen began to prepare to fuse the power of the 10 Commandments with the magic and technology he was good at. During this time, the clone of Mandarin came out of the cultivation warehouse and began to live happily with Rogers. Rogers' favorite thing now is to exercise his ability under the power of the 10 Commandments of Mandarin Creator, the first 5,000 Starlink satellites of the Starlink program, we have prepared. In the Skynet Base, Skynet is reporting the progress of the Starlink plan. The launch site, just at the top of the Mason Industrial Building, uses electric thrust to launch 500 micro-rockets in a row, each carrying 10 Starlink satellites. Because this time the rocket uses electric propulsion technology, there is no need to carry a huge amount of chemical fuel, and with Keen's technical support beyond human understanding, those rockets can be launched at the top of the Mason Tower. In the final assembly line of the Skynet Base, the robot's robotic arm began to install one miniature Starlink satellite after another in the rocket and transport it to the top of the Mason Industrial Building. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. What is Mason Industries doing? Why is it that on the roof, something resembling a rocket launcher seems to have appeared? What is that thing that has been erected one by one? Oh my god! The world's attention was instantly attracted by the unusual phenomenon at the top of the Mason Industrial Building. Mason Industries will launch the first Starlink satellites of the Starlink program on the top of the building in 7 days. As soon as Mason Industries' notice came out, it immediately caused an uproar around the world. Everyone had heard a little about the previous Starlink plan to launch more than 10,000 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit, but they never expected that Mason Industry was progressing so fast. How long has it been since this was ready, and Starlink satellites were already being prepared? And looking at the place where the Starlink satellite was launched, everyone couldn't help but gasp. To launch Starlink satellites on the top of the Mason Industrial Building, can the top of the Mason Industrial Building really withstand the huge pressure brought by launching rockets? This can't be. In the NASA headquarters building, Director Krisen looked at the notice issued by Mason Industries intently, and then said loudly, "Launching rockets is a very systematic project. How is it achieved in such a small place?" However, Chief Karrison, Through the Starlink satellite pictures, we have been able to see the top of the Mason Industrial Building, and there are already a lot of things similar to rockets. A staff member said cautiously. That's not possible. Who is Mason Industries? How can a weapons contractor be able to launch rockets? It's a fantasy. Kristen squinted and looked at the Starlink satellite image. He didn't believe that Mason Industries would be able to launch Starlink satellites from the top of his building. Not only Kristen, but many people in the world do not believe that Mason Industries can launch Starlink satellites from the top of the building. In their impression, rockets generally have huge launch pads, and a small top floor is obviously not enough. Sit back and wait for Mason Industries' cowhide to blow. Launch Starlink satellites at the top of the building? Brains broken, right? Is Keen Mason inflated now? It's impossible. Wait for Mason Building to be roasted by rocket fuel. Could it be that the Mason Industrial Building, which has just been completed, will collapse in 7 days? The internet is full of various bearish voices, and they all agree that what Mason Industries announced before is just eyeballs. NASA also wrote an article questioning the professionalism of Mason Industries, which received support from many people. The day before Mason Industries announced the launch of Starlink satellites, a large number of reporters had already arrived under the Mason Industrial Building. NASA and the military have called up Starlink satellites, which are always suspended above Mason Industries. They wanted to see for themselves how Mason Industries handled this farce. Creator, have you detected that Starlink satellites are directly above us? Have you invaded them? In Keen's office, the voice of Skynet sounded. No need, after all, we launch Starlink satellites, which is an honest thing. If we invade their Starlink satellite at this time, it will make others suspect us. Keen said with a smile as he scanned the news on the internet. Since there are so many people who are looking down on Mason Industries, let them open their eyes this time and let them see what real technology is. What did you say? Mason Industries actually invited reporters, and others, to the top of the Mason Industrial Building to see the whole process of the rocket launch. NASA Administrator Kristen asked incredulously. That's right, Chief. We have just received an invitation from Mason Industries and they invite you to attend. The staff sent an electronic invitation to Kristen's mailbox. Kristen squinted and looked at the contents of the email. What does this Mason Industries want to do? Looking at Mason Industries' determined look, Kristen's heart was also bottomless at this time. Because Mason Industries has already done a lot of miracles before. But now that Kerrison is starting to insist on his opinion, Mason Industries will never launch Starlink satellites tomorrow. Because they simply do not have the conditions to launch Starlink satellites. Tell them that tomorrow I will be there in person, but I want to see what this Mason Industry wants to do. Kristen had already firmed up the thoughts in his heart at this time, and then said contemptuously. Not only Kristen, but also the heads of NASA around the world have received invitations from Mason Industries at this time. What does Mason Industries want? You even dare to invite us to participate. Are you afraid that you won't be ridiculed enough? Ha ha ha, I want to see how Keen Mason completes this matter. I'm now at the top of Mason Industries building, where Mason Industries plans to launch Starlink satellites. I'm a reporter for the Washington Post, and I'm here to broadcast it for you. This is the Big Apple City Daily, and now we're on. I am. Early the next morning, under the guidance of Mason Industries staff, a large number of reporters had arrived on the top floor of Mason Industries. Start doing crazy reporting. In front of them are miniature launchers with a sci-fi feel, on which stand Starlink rockets. The Starlink rocket is about 2 meters high and has a diameter of about 1 meter. Compared to rockets that are tens of meters high in other countries, Mason Industries' Starlink rocket is already very small. I'm CAO, is this a rocket? Is this really a rocket? It's too small. Really fake. My day, the technology of rocket miniaturization, do you know how difficult it is to achieve? Mason Industries, it's really awesome. Woohoo, I'm going to marry Mr. Mason. How can there be so many rockets? The people who watched the rockets at the top of the building through various live broadcast channels were crazy one by one. At this time, the sound of helicopters was heard overhead, and at the top of another building of the Twin Towers, several helicopters landed on the tarmac under the guidance of the staff. Walking down was the director of NASA, Kristen, and some people from the military. Director Kristen, are you sure that this time Mason Industries has made such a big battle, and the result will be a chicken feather? General Powell looked at the top of the opposite building, the sound of people, and asked with squinted eyes. I can guarantee it. Kristen patted his chest and said. The time slowly came to 9 o'clock in the morning, and the top of the building was basically occupied by all kinds of wealthy dignitaries. They include the directors of NASA, NASA administrators, military representatives, entrepreneurs of all kinds, and journalists. Everyone is waiting for the arrival of today's protagonist, Mason Industries, Keen Mason. Suddenly, in the middle of the top of the building, the ground suddenly changed. The ground began to bloom slowly like a flower, and then in the lifting platform below, Keen Mason appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god, this way of playing. So handsome. How the hell is this achieved? My mom, this way of appearing is too cool. After the reporters discovered the traces of Keen Mason, they quickly pointed the camera in their hands at Keen Mason in the center. It is a great honor for you to witness the first step of the Mason Industrial Starlink program today. After today's successful launch, Mason Industries will provide free and efficient internet service to people half the world. After speaking, Keen waved his big hand, and at the top of the building, dozens of giant holographic screens immediately appeared, surrounding the top of the entire building. Everyone present felt as if they had come to a science fiction movie. Even science fiction movies are not as sci-fi as they are now. Nice to meet you, I'm Mr. Mason's AI assistant, you can call me Skynet. At this time, a blue body appeared at the top of the building. This is the first time Skynet has appeared in people's sights. Me, CAO? What is it? Artificial intelligence. Skynet. Oh my god, how many surprises can Mason Industries bring? After people saw the figure of Skynet, they exclaimed one by one. Some people even gently touched the holographic projection of Skynet with their hands to see if they can touch it. Norman Osborn, who came to the scene, looked at Skynet with a gloomy face at this time. A few days ago, Osborn Industries lost another competition with Mason Industries, and finally the military ordered Mason Industries products. This made him feel very unpleasant. When you see what Osborn is developing, it will definitely surprise you. Looking at Skynet's figure, Norman Osborn said coldly, "Sir, all preparations have been completed and ready for launch at any time." Skynet's voice sounded in everyone's ears at this time. This sentence is not so much for Keen, but for the crowd at the scene. Please retreat outside the mark. Keen pointed with his hand, and a yellow marking line immediately appeared on the ground. People were shocked by the magic-like technology, and at the same time they couldn't believe their ears. This is about to start launching? Prison and Powell's expressions became serious. It seems that this Keen Mason is going to be real. 10 seconds countdown, 10, 9. The sound of counting down sounded at the scene, and the eyes of everyone present were focused on those Starlink rockets. At the end of the countdown, the Starlink rocket gently burst, and below the rocket, the azure blue light began to bloom, and then pushed the Starlink rocket to slowly rise. But strangely, the people nearby didn't feel any heat. You know, the launch of traditional rockets is often accompanied by huge heat. But the Starlink rocket in front of you is completely different. Christen's eyes widened at this time, looking at the 5 Starlink rockets slowly rising into the sky. He couldn't believe his eyes. How did they do it? General Powell of the military asked with some doubt. But what he waited for was not Klessen's explanation, but a repeating phrase, "This can't be, this can't be. No one has mastered electric propulsion technology now. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why did the Starlink rocket go to the sky? My mother, how exactly is this achieved? Shouldn't the Starlink rocket launch be very moving? What is the principle of this?" Everyone at the scene looked at the 5 Starlink rockets that were slowly rising into the air with shocked faces, because everything in front of them was really beyond their understanding. But more shocking is yet to come. Just when everyone thought that today's launch was over, and the reporters were thinking about how to write today's press release, the ground under the 5 Starlink rocket launch pads also began to bloom like flowers. It's like the way Keen Mason plays. Then 5 more Starlink rockets were erected on the launch pad. With the prompt sound of Skynet ignition, the 5 Starlink rockets dragged a clear blue light and began to slowly rise. Next, 5 more. Then, 5 more. 5 pieces. 5. Everyone at the scene looked at this strange scene with a confused expression. In the sky, Starlink rockets have formed a neat line, flying in the air like sophisticated machines. However, the launch is not over yet. 5 fire cocoons took off from the launch pad and joined the ranks in the air. Some, with their mouths open, looked at the scene in the air. The thing in his hand fell to the ground and ignored it. What's the situation? Oh my god, is this really the science and technology that humans have? What kind of black technology is this? Could it be that Mason Industries has alien technology? The people sent by NASA were all staring at the Starlink rockets in the air at this time, and some people even felt that they couldn't breathe. In order to launch a Starlink rocket, his own country has exhausted itself and spent a lot of material and financial resources. But how do you feel that when Mason Industries launches Starlink rockets, it is like throwing paper airplanes? NASA Administrator Carrison looked at the Starlink rockets that had lined up in the sky, and was speechless at this time. I can only dress roughly and look at the Starlink rockets that have been lined up in the sky. The citizens of Big Apple City also saw a vision in the sky at this time. Oh my god, what the hell is that? Little blue dot of light. How does it seem to be at the top of the Mason Industrial Building? What the hell is this? Don't you all watch the live broadcast? Now Mason Industries is launching Starlink rockets, and more than 70 have been launched. The citizens of the entire Big Apple City stopped their work and raised their heads to look at the scenery in the sky. Quick, take the scene above the Mason industry in the United States. Oh my god, what the hell is this? News reports say Mason Industries has now launched 75 Starlink rockets. The number is still increasing. 80. Intelligence organizations in various countries, looking at the image data transmitted by satellite, could not believe their eyes. This is launching a Starlink rocket, not throwing paper airplanes. Director, Mason Industries has launched 90 Starlink rockets and is still continuing to launch. In the SHIELD-3 curved wing building, Agent Hill was saying with an incredulous face. Nick Fury squinted and looked at the live broadcast on the screen. Launching so many Starlink rockets at once always gave him a very bad feeling, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Does it mean that I have watched too many science fiction movies recently? Nick Fury said self-deprecatingly. Director, it's already 100. Now Mason Industries has stopped the launch, presumably it has been completed. Just as Nick Fury was thinking about it, Hill's voice sounded in his ears again. Is the launch over? Nick Fury walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window next to him, and from this angle he could clearly see 100 Starlink rockets flying in the air. At this time, those Starlink rockets, under the precise control of the computer, are like the army, maintaining the same distance and the same speed and climbing upward. It's as if it's a whole. At the top of the Mason Industrial Building, immediately after it was determined that the launch had ended, the scene immediately resounded with deafening discussions. Oh my god. My eyes glazed. A whole 100 Starlink rockets. It really was him who opened his eyes. My mother, this is definitely the biggest news of the 21st century so far. Mason Industries is a god. Everyone looked at the Starlink rocket that had been launched into the sky with envy and shock, and some people were speechless. Because the feat of launching 100 Starlink rockets at once, on this planet, has never been done. I'm CAO, look at it. Suddenly, a person pointed at the Starlink rockets flying in the air with his face full of excitement. Everyone's eyes began to follow the man's fingers and look at the Starlink rockets in the air. There was an instant uproar. The Starlink rockets between them are slowly changing their orientation, gradually forming a pattern. It is the icon of the Umbrella Company, and the icon of the Umbrella Company looks more tense against the blue light. After keeping this icon for a minute, those Starlink rockets in the sky changed again. The result is a pattern formed by irregular dotted lines. Is the icon of Skynet. My mother. What is this flight control technology? I would like to call Mason Industries the Southwave Bay of the world. That's awesome. This is something that only immortals can do. It's so fascinating. Go to Mason Industries and find out exactly how they did it. Let's see how the other party will cooperate. At all costs, bring back Mason Industries technology. Try to reach out to Keen Mason and see what he likes. Anything he likes, you can give him. I want this technology. Countries around the world took action at this time, in a vain attempt to get the technology of this rocket from Keen. At the same time, they aimed their radars and satellites at rockets in the air, trying to analyze something out of them. The reporters at the top of the building, who came back from shock at this time, looked at Keen Mason standing in the center as if a wolf had seen meat. Mr. Mason, can you give an interview? Mr. Mason, how did Mason Industries do that? Mr. Mason, your business is truly great. Facing the crazy reporters, Keen smiled and said, if there is any question, Skynet will answer it for me. Saying that, amid the crazy screams of the reporters, the ground under Keen's feet suddenly began to bloom, revealing the lifting platform inside. Reporters could only watch as Keen Mason faded into front of them. Just when the lifting platform on the ground was about to close, a beautiful female reporter suddenly rushed over with a brisk step, and then jumped directly into the lifting platform with a healthy movement. The reporter's movements were so fast that even some reporters did not react. What just happened? Another guy jumped. Yes, it seems to be quite beautiful. Now people, in order to get to the top, can really do anything. The reporters who reacted began to condemn the reporter who had just jumped in. So, you say, you want to be my secretary? With an unknown expression on his face, Keen looked at the beautiful reporter named Selena in front of him. Yes, Mr. Mason, I think I am competent to be your secretary. Selena looked at Keen enchantment and said, okay, then it's so decided, I'll take you to sign the contract in a moment. The expression on Keen's face remained unchanged, but there was an unidentified look in his eyes. Selena was a little confused after hearing what Keen said. She didn't expect things to become so easy. There have been rumors that Keen Mason is not close to women, but today's situation seems to be a little different. The lifting platform slowly landed inside the Umbrella Company, and a metal gate slowly opened. For a while, Selena was stunned by the equipment and decoration in front of her. The cold, metallic walls, the various instruments inside, and the staff at work. This is not the place to sign contracts. Miss Selena, if you stand in front of me, you can sign the contract. Keen said with a smile. But at this time, Selena suddenly felt that the other party's smile looked a little strange. Mr. Mason, please don't tease me. If you don't want me to be your secretary, just let me out. Selena put a reluctant smile on her face, and then a pair of eyes began to glance around, as if looking for a way out. Miss Selena, should I call you that name? Or Miss Natalia Arianovna Romanova? Keen, who was smiling, said the words that made Selena, or Black Widow, cold all over his body. Mr. Mason, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Black Widow asked with an unnatural smile on her face. A person can be disguised through transfiguration, but his stride posture cannot be changed. It's a pity, Miss Romanoff, just now your stride and gesture coincide with what is in our database. Or, I should call you SHIELD agents now, Black Widow. Keen said with a smile on his face, but this smile gave Black Widow endless pressure. Mr. Mason, since you now know my identity, please let me out. You know, SHIELD sent me just to know more about you. After being revealed, Black Widow has unloaded her identity at this time and began to face Keen with the posture of a SHIELD agent. It seems that Miss Romanoff's experience is very interesting. With a wave of Keen's hand, a holographic screen immediately appeared in the room, showing all the information of Black Widow. From small to large, the information is readily available. Black Widow looked at the above information with a shocked face. Shouldn't these materials be top secret? How did Keen Mason know? Moreover, do you think that Mason Industrial Building is a place where you shield come and go whenever you want? After invading someone else's building, you did not repent at all, but thought that you were a good excuse and occupied the moral high ground. Is this the code of conduct for shield agents? Keen continued. Mr. Mason, then I'm sorry, I'll apologize then. Seeing that today's things could not be good, Black Widow's face also became gloomy. Now in the whole room, Keen Mason is her target. As long as she subdues him, she can easily leave the Mason Industrial Building. With slender legs suddenly Black Widow quickly approached Keen Mason, who was within walking distance of herself. As long as he subdued him, everything else would be easy to say. But suddenly, Black Widow felt that her neck was choked, and the huge force had made her unable to breathe. At this time, Keen pinched Black Widow's neck with one hand and lifted her up. Black Widow's face was flushed from lack of oxygen, and before she fell unconscious, she stared at Keen with incredible eyes. Dare to use force in front of me, I really don't know the height of the sky. These were the last words Black Widow heard before she fell into a coma. Mason Industries simply has magical technology. 500 rockets in unison, are you ready to marvel? The first phase of the Starlink program has been successfully completed. Many people fainted at the scene. It's nothing short of miraculous. The head of NASA declined to comment on Mason Industries rockets. Citing sources, the Department of Defense is preparing to engage with Mason Industries. Shock? Glamorous reporter shares a room with Keen Mason. The day after the Starlink rocket launch, the global media went crazy, and now the entire network is circulating a video of yesterday's Starlink rocket launch. Some people who did not see the Starlink rocket launch last night because of the time difference, after seeing the video today, they felt that their 3 views were impacted. How can there be such magic-like technology in this world? Neil, I'm CAO, this is too awesome. 500 rockets. When will I be able to use the free internet? Woohoo, how nice it would be if Mason Industries were the enterprise of our country. People are frantically talking about the Starlink rocket launched yesterday, and military institutions and intelligence agencies around the world are also staring at the Starlink rocket that is still climbing through various monitoring means. Director, it is expected that in an hour, all the Starlink rockets launched by Mason Industries will arrive in outer space. At NASA headquarters, a person is reporting. The object of the report is a decadent Kristen. The scene of yesterday's Starlink rocket launch seemed to make Kristen instantly older than a teenager. Retrieve video. Kristen said weakly. NASA is the main technical supporter of the International Space Station, and naturally equipped with high-resolution cameras on the International Space Station. At this time, on the International Space Station, 2 astronauts had already controlled the camera and aimed it at the intended position. According to NASA's judgment, there will be 5 Starlink rockets that will release satellites at this location. Jack, this is just so cool. Compared with Mason Industries, NASA's technology is like a primitive man. An astronaut said with a fuss while controlling the camera. Don't blow it now, maybe the release of the satellite has failed. Jack said with a grin. The 2 of them also watched the whole process of Starlink rocket launch through the internet yesterday, and after watching, the 2 of them only had one thought in their hearts. It's just amazing, magical technology. Look, the rocket has appeared. Foreman said excitedly at this time, and the video surveillance footage was also transmitted to NASA headquarters on the ground. 5 Starlink rockets, dragging azure tail flames, came to the intended orbit. The next scene made Jack and Foreman open their mouths wide, and the 2 of them even felt that their breathing was not so smooth. I saw that the fairing of the Starlink rocket began to slowly open, and then 10 Starlink satellites were released. The shape of Starlink satellites is very unique, without the solar panels used to function like ordinary satellites, just like a cylinder. Then, they saw the tail of the Starlink satellite, which began to eject the same blue light as the Starlink rocket, and began to maneuver and change orbit on the orbit. Not only the place they are observing, but in all corners of the Earth's low Earth orbit, Starlink satellites that are maneuvering to change orbit can be seen. Under the sun's rays, these moons shimmer with a silvery white metallic glow, like stars in the night sky. Oh my god, what kind of satellite is this? Why are there no solar panels? Oh my god, now low Earth orbit is Starlink satellites. How many satellites did Mason Industries launch this time? The hearts of the 2 astronauts were pounding, and everyone in NASA headquarters on the ground, watching the video transmitted back from the International Space Station, fell silent one by one. Throughout the hall, only heavy breathing could be heard. Fact. What does Mason Industries want? Do they want to take up the entire low Earth orbit? Kristen was the first to break the silence, then shouted loudly. 5,000 satellites, a full 5,000 satellites. The number of satellites launched by Mason Industries at one time can be comparable to the number of satellites launched by countries around the world over the years. Director, we have detected an abnormal electromagnetic signal, which should have been launched by the Starlink satellite. At this point, a staff member shouted, as if he had discovered something terrible. Take a look. Kristen commanded. Just after connecting to the signal transmitted by the Starlink satellite, a line of words was displayed on the screen of the connected computer. Welcome to the Mason Industrial Starlink satellite. We will provide free internet access service. If you have any questions, please call Mason Industries. In the upper left corner of the screen, there is also a faint Skynet logo. Looking at the information on the screen, Kristen said, test your internet speed. Director, the network speed has reached 1G per second, which is more than the network of many existing operators. Fact. In Crescen's mind, there were no other words besides these two words. Not only Crescen, but every network provider around the world, felt a deep fear. This kind of network speed has already turned the service they provide into slag in seconds. How many people will choose to continue to use their services in the future? Mason Industries, this is going to cut off people's wealth. Sue Mason Industries and let them stop the Starlink program immediately. What can I do about this? Quick, look at the network latency. My God, how did things come to be like this? In the wailing of countless people, Keen's neural network also appeared the number of people who are now connected to the Starlink project. It has now exceeded 5 million. Considering that Starlink provides services, it will only take 10 minutes, and the number of people will increase in the future. Skynet, are you ready for surveillance? Keen asked. The creator has now monitored the people who access the Starlink program, including but not limited to call monitoring and information monitoring, and we also collect the behavior data of the perpetrators. Skynet reported. Creator, Romanoff has awakened, would you like to come and take a look? At this time, Mason's neural network sounded the voice of the Red Queen. Black Widow opened her heavy eyes and saw a ceiling made of metal. Then, her mind recalled the scene before she fell into a coma. It seems that he wants to hold Keen Mason hostage and walk out of the Mason Industrial Building, but Keen Mason chokes his neck instead. Black Widow moved, only to find herself bound in a container surrounded by instruments she didn't recognize. Miss Romanoff, how do you feel now? Keen appeared in front of Black Widow, and then said with a smile on his face, who the hell are you? Black Widow squinted at this time, looked at Keen Mason in front of her, and asked, who am I? I am a capitalist, philanthropist, inventor. The weapon I invented harvested the lives of an unknown number of terrorists, and the rapid hemostatic spray I invented saved an unknown number of lives. But you, Agent Romanoff, what do you want to do? An executioner with hands stained with the blood of innocent people? Keen asked as he looked at Black Widow with a mocking look. Aren't you afraid of causing a conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D? Black Widow asked rhetorically. When Keen heard it, it was as if he had heard some joke. What if you have a conflict with SHIELD? Do you think that with the current size of Mason Industries, you will put your little SHIELD in your eyes? Do you think the Ministry of Defense, Congress, and the Black House will agree? Don't think of your SHIELD too strong. In the face of capital power, your SHIELD is nothing at all. Keen looked at Black Widow and said with a mocking face. Queen Red, how are you preparing now? Keen suddenly asked, leaving Black Widow a little confused about her mind. Sir, now that you are ready, you can inject at any time. After Black Widow heard the voice of the Red Queen, her heart tightened. What to inject? Who to inject? Seeing Black Widow's doubts, Keen smiled and said, I'm such a soft-hearted person. Since Miss Romanoff is here, why won't I prepare a big gift for you? This is the latest human body enhancement agent developed by our Umbrella company, which can help strengthen Miss Romanoff's body. Of course, in the potion, we implant nanobots that can monitor everything that happens in your body at any time, including making you die instantly. At this time, in the container where Black Widow was under house arrest, the syringe had been extended, and the azure blue liquid in the syringe made Black Widow look cold. You can't do that. Yes? Black Widow let out a scream. She suddenly felt a strong pain in her back, which she had never encountered when she was training in the Malbear Empire before. Let her, who would not scream when she suffered a gunshot wound, let out such a tragic scream. Meanwhile, on her unseen back, an umbrella emblem was imprinted on her back. There is also a small line written below, Experimental Subject No. 3. Then, Black Widow felt the cold syringe inserted into her vein, and the cold liquid began to flow into her body. Her heartbeat began to rise, her body temperature began to rise, she could hear a knocking sound next to her ear, her brain began to go blank, and finally fainted. Creator, the experimental subject has fallen into a coma and is monitoring physiological data. The nanorobots have attached to the spine and can intercept brain signals at any time. The Red Queen spoke. Once the nanorobots cut off the nerve signals in the brain, a person will be controlled by the Red Queen, but their brain is still awake. This is the most terrifying thing, because the person under control knows what he has done, but he cannot take control of his body. Go back and modify Romanodo's memories and let her return to S.H.I.E.L.D. The expression on Keen's face, not knowing what he was thinking. He wants to train Black Widow into a time bomb hidden inside SHIELD, and detonate it as an ordinary person when he needs it. Black Widow woke up from a taxi, and when she woke up, memories flooded into her brain. He became Keen Mason's technology, evaluated Mason Industries in all aspects, and then left Mason Industries on the grounds that there were people in his family who needed care. She looked at the time on her phone again and realized that 2 months had passed since she lurked in Mason Industries. I must have been too tired just now, so I fell asleep in the taxi. Miss, we have reached our destination. The taxi driver parked the car firmly on the side of the road, then smiled and said, thanks, no need to look for it. Black Widow got out of the taxi and, after some disguise, returned to the three-curved wing of SHIELD building. Agent Romanoff, we have already read the information you sent back, and thanks to you, we were able to learn more about Mason Industries. Nick Fury looked at Black Widow and said with admiration, Before, when he saw the information transmitted back by Black Widow, he could imagine that Mason Industries was hiding something, but he did not imagine that there were so many hidden. It was as if an iceberg that had been hidden below sea level had suddenly been observed. 30% exposed on the outside and 70% hidden underwater. Human in vivo experiments, robotics programs, genetic research programs, outer space exploration programs. Every plan made Nick Fury feel shocked. Supporting proxies to wage war, overthrow small regimes, finance armed groups. Every act made Nick Fury feel terrified. But Director, I don't recommend taking action against Mason Industries. Black Widow said positively. I'm not going to do anything about them either, because there's nothing to do. Nick Fury closed the file in his hand and spoke. In the Big Apple City of the United States, there was a big news. The president of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, openly admits that he is the one who fought the steel giants at night. And call yourself Iron Man. For a time, Tony Stark's limelight was unmatched, and even faintly surpassed the news that Mason Industries launched hundreds of Starlink rockets. Creator, do you want to hack into Tony Stark's main unit and destroy all his steel suits? Skynet asked at this time. Keen shook his head with a smile, and then said, no, because Stark's armor seems to me to be too backward. As an omniscient and omnipotent being, Keen simply does not look at the steel suit that makes Stark shine. Too poorly protected to withstand excessive damage. The flight stability is too poor. When are they, and they still pursue underfoot jets? The weapon system is backward, it is this era, and there are even traditional chemical energy weapons. Insufficient energy reserves. Anyway, it's all kinds of deficiencies. In Keen's opinion, Stark's steel suit is simply a child's thing, and when the real battle comes, there is no rental at all. He has 100 ways to instantly paralyze Stark's steel suit, and 100 ways to kill himself with Stark's own steel suit. Say something else, Skynet, what happened to the genetic screening for variants? Keen asked. Creator, through the Starlink program, we have now screened more than 100 million people, of which the number of humans with mutant genes is 11,235. I want to be closely monitoring their daily behavior. Skynet quickly opened its mouth to report. Very good, valuable objects are recruited as soon as possible, and then sent to the Hive Base. Lord Manchu can't wait for his own power now, Keen said with a smile. The original intention of the Starlink project is to create a network that can carry out global communication, so that one's own consciousness can travel anywhere in the world. Global surveillance and genetic screening are just an adjunct to the Starlink program. But since you have this kind of function, you need to use it. Now Keen wants to let the cloned Mandarin, plus the cousins recruited in the future, rule the underground world of the world. With the strength of a Mandarin with the 10 Commandments, as long as he does not encounter someone like Keen, he can completely rule the entire underground world. Jinhee in Big Apple City is not Mandarin's opponent at all. Of course, this plan may take some time to come to fruition, but Keen is not in a hurry at all now, and the plot is just beginning. And this world is still the world after the magic reform. However, it's time to give Maha Fakman something to do. Keen muttered, and then the golden light flashed, and Keen instantly disappeared into the Skynet base. At night, in the Tricurved Wing building, Nick Fury is sitting in his office, dealing with complicated affairs. Some affairs are very boring political affairs, which makes him very unhappy. Boom. Outside, thunder exploded, followed by a continuous stream of rain. Nick Fury walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the rain running outside, but he suddenly felt that something was not quite right in the atmosphere of the office. The lights in the office snapped out, and the full range of screens provided by Mason Industries also quietly dissipated, and the silent darkness began to spread throughout the office, giving people a sense of crisis. It stands to reason that if there is a sudden power outage, the backup power supply should be started immediately and continue to supply power, but it is not at this moment. Agent Hill outside, after sensing that something was wrong inside, should also rush in quickly. But everything is not. The dark room was like a beast that chose to devour man, and it seemed that it was about to devour him at any moment. Nick Fury's hand couldn't help but touch the pistol he was hiding under his desk. Director Nick Fury, we finally meet again. Suddenly, a creepy voice that made Nick Fury exploded in his ears. This cold electron synthesis will never be forgotten in his life. This voice is exactly the same as the one I heard 3 years ago. The same haunted, the same uncomfortable. Nick Fury stood up abruptly, and then saw the scarlet V-shaped eyepiece appear in front of him. The rain outside, I don't know when it stopped. Through the faint moonlight outside, Nick Fury saw the whole picture of this thing in front of him. The pitch-black armor seemed to absorb all the surrounding light, and there were some simple and mysterious patterns on the armor, which dazzled him. What he saw in front of him shocked him, which was very different from the humanoid armor 3 years ago. Please sit, Director Fury. The other party gestured to a seated position, and then took the lead in sitting on the chair. You're Keen Mason? Keen Mason 3 years ago? Nick Fury squinted at the mech in front of him, and then asked. You can understand it that way, but not exactly. Keen spoke. I'm here to make a deal with you. Do you feel that after becoming the director of SHIELD, you always feel that there is an indescribable strange feeling inside S.H.I.E.L.D? It seems that there is a mysterious organization lurking in SHIELD at any time. It just so happens that when I hacked into the SHIELD server 3 years ago, I found something very interesting, which seems to be related to Hydra. After hearing the 3 words of Hydra, Nick Fury fell silent. At this point, Keen's arm began to deform, and eventually a USB disc-shaped thing protruded from the top of the arm. These are those interesting things. As a sincerity, I will give you this USB disc. Keen's voice was tinged with a smile. So, you'll leave a contact hotline at the end so that we can contact you when we find out? Nick Fury asked mockingly. I don't think you need to. When you discover the mystery, I will naturally come to you. Saying that, Keen placed the USB stick on the table, and then the light in the V-shaped eyepiece began to fade. The office brightened again, and the incandescent lamp shone as if nothing had happened. The door was pushed open by Agent Hill, along with the heavily armed agent. She looked at the empty office and asked with some doubt, I don't understand, Chief, what about the intruder? Nick Fury squeezed the USB drive with his hand and was silent. In a secret laboratory in the Osborn Industrial Building, Norman Osborn was lying on the test bench. However, Mr. Osborn, now that the Oz serum has not been fully verified, there may be unexpected consequences when hit on you, Dr. Otto Octavius said with some concern. He is the leader of the Oz serum project. Now that there is no time to take care of this, isn't the mouse experiment going very well? I've already told the people in the military to show them the power of this super soldier serum, and I have to show them a demonstration. Norman Osborn said with a somewhat crazy face. These days, the crazy expansion of Mason Industries has left him a little breathless, and he must do something to save the current decline of Osborn Industry. Now some shareholders are not satisfied with his work. After seeing that his dissuasion was useless, Dr. Otto could only point his hand on the button to start the trial. Mr. Osborn, if you have anything uncomfortable, say it immediately, and then I will stop the experiment immediately. I know, let's get started. Norman Osborn said coldly. As the staff placed their hands on the test button, the green liquid in the syringe was immediately injected into Norman Osborn's body. Norman Osborn felt his muscles being shredded and reorganized, buzzing in his head, as if he heard another voice. Do you want Osborn Industries to be the strongest in America? Then you have to become the strongest person. Kill Keen Mason, and then swallow Mason Industries. After that, kill everyone who stands in your way. Demon-like whispers, constantly demagogic in his mind. His brain was gradually occupied by his extremely crazy personality. His brain was already blank, and at the moment when consciousness was about to pass away, he heard maniacal laughter. Mr. Osborn, how are you? After the experiment, Dr. Otto saw that Norman Osborn had no reaction and hurriedly ran over and asked. Norman Osborn smiled and said, I'm fine, I feel like my body is full of strength. Saying that, Norman Osborn broke free from the shackles of the test bench with a strong hand. The steel bracelet was directly torn apart by his power. I've never felt so good. Norman Osborn sighed. Dr. Otto was overjoyed after seeing Norman Osborn's ability on display, and hurriedly arranged a physical test for Norman Osborn. The data from the test made his eyes shine. Mr. Osborn, we can definitely beat Mason Industries this time. Dr. Otto said excitedly. It's time for that Keen Mason to try and fail. Norman Osborn said coldly. For some reason, Dr. Otto couldn't help but shiver after hearing Norman Osborn's words. Mr. Osborn, what do you want? Suddenly, after seeing Osborn's appearance, a researcher asked with some horror. Me? Of course, it is necessary to kill. Norman Osborn laughed maniacally, and then instantly twisted the neck of a researcher. At this time, his heart has been occupied by killing, and he wants to kill all the people here. Ha ha ha. In the midst of wild laughter, everyone in the secret laboratory was slaughtered by Norman Osborn one by one. Only Dr. Otto, because of his wit hiding in a hidden corner, was ignored by Norman Osborn, who was laughing maniacally, and escaped. However, he was also seriously injured in the subsequent explosion at a distance. Ha ha ha, the power is so wonderful. Keen Mason, the banquet in 3 days will be your time of death. Norman Osborn said with a defiant smile. Everything about you will be my Norman Osborn. The gorgeous lights illuminated the banquet hall in all colors, and the upper-class people of the entire Big Apple City gathered in the hotel at this time. Some of them came to curry favor with Keen Mason, some came to congratulate Keen Mason, some were. In short, everyone's topic is now related to Keen Mason. Why hasn't Mr. Mason come yet? What are you in a hurry? Mr. Mason will definitely invest in my company. The Starlink project is really cool. I don't know what Mr. Mason is going to do next. In the crowd's discussion, the absolute protagonist of this banquet, Keen Mason, appeared in the Banton Hall, and Keen's appearance immediately caused warm applause from everyone present. Thank you very much for coming. This evening, let's have a party. I will serve you good food, champagne. As Keen's voice fell, the banquet officially began, and the people began to stir wildly. Mr. Mason, what you said last time, how is the miniature missile developed for the military progressing now? A military representative came forward at this time and asked. Ha ha ha, General Michael, now that the miniature missile has been developed, you can see the power when the time comes. Keen said with a mysterious look. Michael, who received a satisfactory answer, immediately smiled and went to find his dance partner tonight. After Stark Industries announced that it would no longer produce weapons, Mason Industries became the largest partner of the U.S. military. The dance music gradually sounded, pushing the whole banquet to a climax. With a bang, the high floor-to-ceiling windows shattered, and the Green Goblin flew over the banquet hall on his flying skateboard, and after making 2 circles in the air, the Green Goblin laughed wildly. Hee hee, big people in the United States, did you have a good time tonight? The Green Goblin raised his gun and began to shoot aimlessly at the Bantinal Hall. The guests screamed and dodged the famous bullets, and the opulent banquet hall had become a mess under the fire of the Green Goblin. Screams filled the hall. The Green Goblin laughed maniacally and slowly floated in front of Keen. Green Goblin, the product of Norman Osborn's failure when injecting Oz serum, has an arrogant personality that occupies Norman Osborn's heart. At the same time, it also gave him unparalleled neural reaction speed and super physical strength. He was also Peter Parker's nemesis. Keen now hugged his arms and looked up at the Green Goblin in a strange costume on the skateboard. It's like watching a clown on stage. To be honest, Keen really didn't like this equipment of the Green Goblin. When did the power of the flying skateboard still stay on the old jet engine? In Keen's eyes, the Green Goblin's equipment at this time is already a product of the last century. Even if Keen stood here and let him fight, he would not be able to break Keen's defenses. This is not our great genius, Keen Mason. Sure enough, he is still the same as before. What's wrong? Have you figured out how to die a painful death? The Green Goblin said with a maniacal laugh. Sorry, I think I'm usually very modest and peaceful. Keen said calmly, but to be honest, I don't have much respect for some people who break in like Halloween clowns without being invited. Gee, Mr. Mason, I'm afraid you haven't learned the horror of the Green Goblin yet. Before Green Goblin could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Keen. I don't feel anything terrible other than this corny name. Speaking of this, Keen's eyes were like a sharp sword, and he seemed to see directly through the face behind the Green Goblin's mask, and then lowered his voice and said, Am I right, Mr. Osborn? After Green Goblin listened, the expression on his face changed slightly, but it was quickly covered up by him. Ha ha ha, Mr. Mason, having said all this, have you already thought about how to die a tragic death? The Green Goblin used a maniacal laugh to cover up the panic in his heart. If you want to find me, it is no better than in front of so many people. We can talk alone. Keen maintained his arms to his chest and calmly stared at the Green Goblin floating in the air, as if in his eyes, the Green Goblin was nothing more than an ant. But that's exactly what happened. Ha 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 ha. The Green Goblin laughed maniacally. The death of the world's great genius, Mr. Keen Mason, of course, seems to be more solemn, and you also need someone to accompany you to the funeral. The Green Goblin laughed and said. Now, before Green Goblin finished speaking, he heard a bang knock on the window from the side. Hey, I'm not trying to bother you right now, but, well, you know, it's not a great feeling to stay outside. Spider-Man Peter Parker, who is recently in the limelight in Big Apple, appeared as the second experimental subject of the T-virus, plus after Osborn Industries was bitten by the Oz serum sample spider, Peter Parker's ability at this time is even more powerful. The physical fitness is stronger, and the perception becomes stronger. Red Queen has now collected a lot of data on Peter Parker's physiological parameters and is undergoing further analysis. Norman Osborn looked at Spider-Man through the Green Goblin mask, squinting, not knowing what was going on in his heart. Wow, man, your Halloween costume is really ugly, almost comparable to those grandmother's clothes. Spider-Man played the advantage of his mouth cannon genius and let go of his mouth cannon. And did you get your driver's license? If you do not have a license to fly skateboarding, please get off the top immediately. Spider-Man has entered the Bantin Hall. Spider-Head, I think this Spider-Head will turn into a leather ball tonight. The Green Goblin temporarily left Keen's body, and then floated above, looking at Spider-Man and said strangely, that Spider-Head is also better than a bad Halloween costume. Spider-Man jumped up from the ground and rushed straight at the Green Goblin in the air. The Green Goblin dodged Spider-Man's collision and then drove the skateboard to the other side of the Bantining Hall. Die. The Green Goblin laughed maniacally, and the fire burst out from the tip of his finger, directly rushing towards Peter Parker not far away. The banquet table was blown up with a big hole, and Spider-Man deftly dodged it. Haha, I didn't hit. You really should practice your accuracy. Here, try this. Spider-Man's wrist ejected 2 spider silks, sticking to 2 chairs made of metal, and smashed into the Green Goblin. One of the Green Goblin's arms smashed a chair to pieces, then dodged another. Spider-Man took advantage of this opportunity to roll over and jump directly onto the Green Goblin's flying skateboard, and the two fought on the skateboard. Get out of the way, this is not something you can play. If you don't mind, I think I'll kill Aunt May myself, won't I, Parker? Green Goblin whispered in Spider-Man's ear. After Spider-Man listened, his pupils contracted slightly. Then let's see if you have this ability. Spider-Man yelled. The runaway flying skateboard buzzes in the air like a headless fly. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin do not give in to each other, either from their mouths or hands. Finally, the flying skateboard stumbled through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the banquet hall, and disappeared into the night with the two of them. Oh my god, what happened? Who the hell is that colorful guy? Run. Is that Spider-Man? Who is the Green Goblin? The guests at the banquet, after seeing that the danger had disappeared, said one by one with horror. The moment the Green Goblin appeared, it really frightened them. Mr. Mason, are you okay? A security guard hurried over Keen, and then asked with an anxious look. I'm fine, it's okay, let's care about the frightened guests first. Keen smiled and responded. Guests began to be evacuated in an orderly manner, and Keen got into Mason Industries' car. "I'll go take care of things and come back later." In a flash of gold, Keen had disappeared into the car. Late night, Norman Osborn's residence, living room. The night was already very deep, but there was no light in the whole house, and the whole room was like a beast that chose people to eat, making people look flustered. After finally getting rid of the annoying Spider-Man, the Green Goblin went straight back to his house. Angrily, he threw his mask and clothes on the ground, and his emotions seemed a little agitated. Because what happened tonight did not go as he imagined. That nasty Spider-Head, he knew was a good friend of his son Harry Osborn, the man named Peter Parker, who fought with him for most of the Big Apple City before dumping him. And somehow, how did Keen Mason know his true identity? It hasn't been long since he injected the Oz serum, and this is the first time he has appeared in the eyes of everyone as a Green Goblin. Norman Osborn is now a little panicked. He walked around the living room a little anxiously, thinking about his next plan. No, tonight, we must talk about Keen Mason killing. He was going to assassinate Keen Mason tonight, and he would give him the bullets he didn't have time to give Keen Mason in the banquet hall. Suddenly, Norman Osborn's movements paused, and then he turned his head away. Found next to the fireplace, stood a pitch-black armor. The fire in the fireplace reflects the armor faintly. "Who are you?" Norman Osborn asked subconsciously. The other party did not answer, but in the V-shaped eyepiece, a scarlet light erupted. In an instant, Norman Osborn found that the pitch-black figure had appeared in front of him. Even Norman Osborn's strengthened nerves did not discover how the figure came to him. The other party's palm stretched out, seemingly a gentle push. But even with this gentle push, in Norman Osborn's eyes, he simply could not resist. The force like an overwhelming sea hit him the stomach. Norman Osborn flew out like a human cannonball. Directly penetrated the rear wall. "I see, you're Keen Mason's lackey, aren't you?" Norman Osborn stood up, and then said with a mocking face. The other party did not respond. Norman Osborn flicked his arm, and several Green Goblin darts quickly slid towards the opposite body. But the Green Goblin dart, which was invincible in the past, only left a few sparks on Keen's body. Under Norman Osborn's incredulous gaze, Keen quickly rushed in front of him, and then chiseled an arm into his face. Norman Osborn, who was battered by the door, let out a howl like a wild beast. "The entire bridge of the nose has sunken. I'm going to kill you." Norman Osborn raised his leg and attacked Keen's lower body, but with a bang, Norman Osborn felt a sharp pain in his calf. The calf is bent in a very unnatural way, and the calf bone is already folded. The palm cannon in Keen's hand, 1% of the power activated, and azure blue light hit Norman Osborn's abdomen armor. With great power, Norman Osborn crashed into his study, revealing the secret arsenal inside. His study had been transformed into the Green Goblin's arsenal, densely packed with the weapons he had developed during this time. After getting up from the ground with some difficulty, Norman Osborn looked at the endless weapons and ammunition next to him, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Several flying skateboards dragging black smoke rushed towards Keen, and were bombarded into parts by Keen with his palm. Norman Osborn took advantage of this gap and grabbed a bunch of pumpkin grenades in his palm. "I don't care who you are, give me death now." Norman Osborn laughed maniacally and threw the grenade in his hand at Keen. His smile suddenly froze. Because the pumpkin grenade he threw out hit the golden magic pattern, the grenade began to explode violently, but it was bound by those esoteric magic patterns. "Who the hell are you and what do you want to do?" At this time, panic had taken over Norman Osborn's brain, and he asked aloud in fear. "It's just a personal grudge, I'm here to kill you." An icy voice came from the other party's mouth, and then the sky-rushing fire enveloped Norman Osborn in an instant. "Nope." Norman Osborn roared unwillingly, and then the whole person was swallowed by the huge power of the pumpkin grenade, and his body was shattered by the explosion. The Green Goblin helmet that he had thrown to the ground before was now burning in the roaring flames, as if to tell the unwillingness of his master. What happened at Norman Osborn's house was discovered by Harry Osborn, who returned home the next day. When he walked into the living room, the scene in front of him directly made his sleepiness disappear. Harry Osborn, who was originally a little sleepy, instantly widened his eyes after seeing the scene in the living room. The violent explosion marks in the living room shocked his heart. There was also a weapons depot not far away, which made him even more at a loss. "What's going on? What about my father?" Harry Osborn said in a little panic at this time. He walked to the place where the traces of the explosion were most visible, and on the ground there was a burned mask. Looking at the lines on it, Harry Osborn remembered the Green Goblin in the news report last night. Thinking of the arsenal he saw just now, and the hideous weapons inside, Harry Osborn had already determined in his heart that his father was the Green Goblin, and his own father should have been killed in the battle last night. The traces of the explosion in front of him should be the culprit who killed his father. Harry Osborn's eyes turned red, and his breathing began to become heavy. He wants to avenge his father. The news that Norman Osborn died in a gas explosion at home instantly spread throughout the United States. How so? Gas explosion. Oh my god. Without Norman Osborn, the future of Osborn Industry is in jeopardy. There are already a number of companies that plan to acquire Osborn Industries. Osborn Industries itself, under the continuous attack of Mason Industries, has shown fatigue. According to today's financial report, Osborn Industries is likely to lose money. Because the bioengineering that Osborne Industry is good at has a great overlap with the biotechnology of Mason Industries, and the products and technologies of Osborne Industries are not comparable to Mason Industries. That's why Osborne Industries is now so passive. After the news of Norman Osborne's death today, the company's stock price fell in response to the news, and has now fallen by more than 50%. There are already a number of companies that offer sky-high prices to buy shares or buy our companies. I think it's a great opportunity for our shareholders. If we don't sell our shares now, we'll only have a scrap of paper in our hands. You can't spoil my father's hard work like this. Harry Osborne couldn't help it at this time, stood up and shouted loudly. This group of shareholders, like the vampires attached to Osborne Industry, absorbed the nutrients of Osborne Industry all the time. When the company was glorious, he almost fell to his knees when he patted his father's ass one by one. By this time, one by one, they fell into the well. One by one, the shareholders did not seem to hear Harry Osborne's words, and continued to talk about how to sell their shares for a good price. Between words, they also heard what Mason. You all shut up for me. Harry Osborne exploded. Mr. Osborne, now is not the time for you to decide. You inherited your father's shares, but you only had 30% of the shares. And our 40% stake has the right to determine the future of Osborne Industries. One of the shareholders was not at all angry at Harry Osborne's rudeness, but still smiled and spoke. Just now, I thought that the generous gentleman offered us a price that we could hardly refuse, and wanted to buy our shares. By now, he should already be on his way. When he said this, the shareholder's face showed a respectful look. Because the other party really gives too much. As soon as the shareholder's voice fell, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Surrounded by everyone, Keen Mason walked into the conference room with infinite scenery. Before facing all the shareholders of Harry Osborne's dead mother, at this time, it was like a changed person, looking at Keen Mason respectfully, and almost kneeling for him. Mr. Mason, do you have any plans after acquiring Osborne Industries? Mr. Mason, can you tell us the price of this acquisition? Mr. Mason, will Osborne Industries change its name in the future? Mr. Mason. Dedicated security guards kept reporters out of the conference room. Keen, on the other hand, sat at the heart of his desk. $20 billion, buy all the assets of Osborne Industries, including research materials, fixed assets, scientific research personnel. Keen cleanly laid out his own conditions. At the peak of Osborne's industry, the market value reached a staggering $800 billion, and the price given by Keen was 1/40th of the market value. Mr. Mason, your price is too low. Osborne Industrial Building alone, more than $2 billion. One shareholder said cautiously. Oh, in that case, there is no need to continue talking. You go find someone who can contribute $20 billion. After that, Keen stood up and walked quickly to the door of the conference room. Mr. Mason? Mr. Mason? Several shareholders hurriedly gathered around Keen's side, like a puppy begging from its master. We do, the shareholders said in a panic. But I changed my mind. $19 billion. If you don't want to sell, let someone else come. The cold sweat on the shareholders has soaked their clothes, and a few people combined, even if it is a price of $4 billion, each of them can get more than $1 billion in compensation. Mr. Mason is really too generous, we agree. The shareholders agreed to Keen's final offer. No, I disagree. Harry Osborne couldn't help but protest loudly after seeing his father's hard work being easily sold. Son, isn't it nice to be a rich man quietly? Sometimes children don't get involved in this kind of thing. A shareholder shouted with a blank face. Yes, Mr. Mason is so generous, you should thank him. It's not a bit of gratitude. Greedy ghost. One by one, the shareholders angrily denounced Harry Osborne, and in their mouths, Harry Osborne was a greedy person. Mr. Mason, you wouldn't do that, would you? Harry Osborne pinned all his hopes on Keen at this time. However, Keen's words directly dispersed the last hope in his heart. Mr. Osborne, business is business. If you can come up with $19 billion, I will give Osborne Industries to you. Keen said calmly. In the desperation of Harry Osborne's face, Keen signed a stake sale agreement with those shareholders. Mason Industries invested $19 billion to acquire everything in Osborne Industries. According to the content of the agreement, when the agreement officially enters into force, there will be no more Osborne Industries in the world, and it will replace it as an umbrella company. When the two sides disclosed the specific details of the contract and learned that Osborne Industries was about to change its name to Umbrella Company, journalists throughout the United States went crazy. Bombshell news, Mason Industries spent $19 billion to acquire Osborne Industries. A behemoth is rising. Where will Stark Industries go in the face of such a formidable opponent? $119 billion advanced, Keen Mason is the richest man in the world. How powerful is Mason Industries? Harry Osborne walked out of the Osborne building with a lonely face, and from now on Osborne Industry will cease to exist. Under the bombardment of the reporters, soon the entire American people learned that Mason Industries was about to buy Osborne Industries, and they all burst into exclamations. Mason Industries is so powerful. It turns out that the Umbrella Company has long been established. The Umbrella Company is there. Will the Skynet Company be late? Didn't you notice that Mason Industries medical supplies were all engraved with the Umbrella Company logo? It's too strong. But Harry Osborne is really miserable. His father died, and the company was acquired by his father's nemesis. Stop talking nonsense, Harry Osborn. Then with the shares in their hands, people directly obtained billions of dollars. Harry Osborn returned to his home a little lonely, thinking back to Osborn's most glorious moment. Almost all military medical equipment was monopolized by Osborn Industries, until the sudden rise of Mason Industries like a meteor. Thinking of what happened to him today, Harry Osborn's fists couldn't help but clench tightly. I'm going to take back what my father lost. Harry Osborn secretly swore and walked into a secret room where he hid all of Green Goblin's equipment before. Looking at the already tattered Green Goblin helmet, Harry Osborn seemed to hear a voice laughing wildly in his heart. He seemed to see his father. Kill them and take back everything that belongs to me. The crazy voice shouted loudly in his heart. Slowly, Harry Osborn put the already broken Green Goblin helmet on his head. A new generation of Green Goblins, officially confirmed candidates. Creator, according to the Starlink program and genetic screening, we have screened 300 mutants with unique talents and sent them invitations. 257 of them gladly accepted our invitation. Some people who have discovered their abilities have turned down our invitation. In Keen's office, Skynet is reporting on the mutant screening program. This program is based on Starlink satellite's powerful genetic screening and behavior recording capabilities, aiming to provide strong followers for Mandarin. Red Queen, when the time comes, bring those invited mutants into the Hive Base. Keen ordered. Yes, my creator. The figure of the Red Queen appeared in front of Keen, and then said with a happy face, and glanced at Skynet with a defiant gaze. She still remembers losing to Skynet in the global network. Keen was also happy to watch the two men bicker with each other. The creator suddenly found that mutants have appeared around the mansion, and are monitoring the mansion. Do you want to end them? Skynet suddenly asked. At the same time, the holographic screen began to display real-time pictures outside the building, and accurate genetic recognition devices had identified mutant genes in their bodies. Rapid healing genes. Manipulating electromagnetic genes. Manipulating isotribute genes. Now outside the Mason Industrial Building, there are more than 10 mutants, disguised as passers-by, to monitor the entire Mason Industrial Building. Someone sent by a bald mutant. The mutant bald head in Keen's mouth is the founder of Xavier's Genius School, Charles Xavier, who is revered as Professor X. Clean them up at night. Just in the Hive Base, this high-quality mutant is needed. Keen said flatly, as if it was not human life that was decided, but animals. Understood, Creator. Skynet also glanced at Red defiantly, which means, you see that I am the greatest help of the Creator now. Night began to fall, but the mutants who had been watching the Mason Industrial Building did not leave. This time, the surveillance mission was personally issued to them by Wolverine. As long as they successfully monitor for 7 days and will not be discovered by others, they will complete the first stage of joining the X-Men. Susan, I don't see anything strange about this Mason industry. Don't talk so much nonsense. Uncle Morgan asked you to come and monitor, and you will come and monitor. Well, you guys watch first. I'll squint for a while. Susan, remember to detect electromagnetic waves. Several mutants gathered together and began to make small talk. This time the mission can be said to be very simple, although Mason Industries prestige, but they do not think that conventional weapons can cause them much damage. So their mood is very relaxed, and it feels like they have come to vacation. Don't talk about it, look at it. A few people have come out. Suddenly, from the Mason Industrial Building, several people walked out. In the dim light, the stiff face looked unusually terrifying. Several people walked straight towards the direction where the mutants were. Dang dang, dang dang. Every step smashed on the chest of those mutants. Several Mason Industries staff walked towards them expressionlessly. What are you doing here? A mutant was a little flustered and asked subconsciously. But as soon as his words spoke, he regretted it. Isn't this just exposing yourself? But the Mason Industries, as if they hadn't heard, continued to walk towards them step by step, with stiff expressions on their faces. Finally, the staff members came in front of them. The target has been set, a total of 13 people, and the procedure is being carried out. One person suddenly spoke, and the voice was as harsh as if it came from hell. 13 people? After the mutants present listened, their hearts tightened. Isn't the person who came to consolidate Mason Industry this time exactly 13 people? Just when these mutants were hesitating and not knowing what to do, the staff of Mason Industries suddenly moved. One of them swung his fist and hit a mutant in the abdomen. Gag. The mutant immediately began vomiting and then fainted on the ground, unconscious. The mutants who saw this step were dumbfounded. The one who just fell into a coma, but a mutant with the strongest physical fitness, can pierce a 5 cm thick steel plate with one hand, and the ability to resist blows is not to say. But with just one punch, he fainted on the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. We are exposed, retreat quickly. When a mutant saw this, he immediately pulled his throat and roared loudly. At the same time, a mutant begins to try to contact the X-Men to report his current situation. Communication has all been cut off. Susan, quickly use your abilities to lift the electromagnetic blockade. One roared loudly. Susan began to use her mutant abilities to break through the electromagnetic blockade around the Mason Industrial Building, but with a pinprick-like pain, she screamed loudly. A face instantly turned pale. The other party's ability is too strong, I can't break through, Susan said weakly. Then rush out. The mutants have shown their abilities, and now is no time to hide. It is clear that Mason Industries wants to kill them all. One person took out his own new arrival, and with his fast movement ability, attacked the staff of Mason Industries. Bell. A knife slashed into the body of a Mason industrial worker, who was overjoyed and just wanted to look for his next target, only to find his arm firmly grasped. His arm hurt more and more, and he could even hear his bones breaking. Aaaaaaa. The man screamed loudly while looking at the position he had just chopped into. No blood flowed out, and what came into view was a silvery white metal skeleton. What kind of monster is this? It was his last thought, and then boundless darkness enveloped him. Quick, all assemble. Johnson roared loudly at this time. He was the captain of the mutant squad this time. The other mutants heard John's shouts and immediately gathered. The original squad of 13 people has become 8 people at this time. The other 5 were already lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. We have no intention of being enemies of you, and if you are aggressive, we will use our full strength. After Johnson counted the number of people in the squad, he said angrily. But what responded to him was still silence. In the previous battle with mutants, the clothes on the Mason industrial workers had been shattered, revealing the toned body inside. At the same time, there were all kinds of wounds on their bodies, but they didn't seem to care, and not much blood flowed. Attack with all your might. Johnson roared loudly. Today's things can no longer be good. These Mason Industries staff is simply evil. The surroundings began to get cold, and a giant ice pick appeared out of thin air. Go. A mutant said loudly, and the ice pick in the air stabbed fiercely at a staff member not far away under his control. The ice pick stabbed into the staff's body, but the expected scene did not happen. The staff member looked at the ice pick stabbed in his chest, smashed the ice pick with a wave of his hand, and then sprinted quickly. How is this possible? Johnson looked at the scene in front of him and widened his eyes. After being pierced in the chest by an ice pick, how can you continue to move? But now that the situation is no longer for him to explore these things, because the battle has already begun. There were constant screams that reached his ears. Susan, Johnny, Big Bear. One by one, the mutants fell to the ground under the powerful attack, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Of the mutants standing now, only he and Jones were left. John and Jones looked at each other, then nodded. Both of them are also mutants who have awakened the ability of flame, so the two of them have developed a combined technique that can maximize the power of flame. Ready. Let's go. The two said firmly. Then endless flames erupted from their bodies, and the two flames merged in the air, and the flames became even more violent. The surrounding air, under the high temperature of the flames, began to distort. Give me all death. The two roared loudly, while controlling the flames and rushing towards the Mason Industries staff. After seeing the flames engulf the staff of Mason Industries, the two breathed a sigh of relief in unison, and then collapsed on the ground. It's really dangerous today. Yes, those people are simply evil. The footsteps of Dang Dang sounded in the ears of the two again. Silver-white humanoid steel robots came out of the hot flames, and their bodies still carried biological tissues that had not been burned out. The scarlet electronic eye, against the background of the firelight, looked so terrifying. John and Jones looked at the robot coming out of the flames and widened their eyes. Unspeakable horror and shock filled their brains and left their minds blank. In this way, everything that feels wrong can be explained. All the time, they're fighting robots. What is Mason Industries hiding? This was the last thought of the two before they lost consciousness. Xavier Genius Junior School, which is often referred to as the Mutant School. Professor X is now a little tired, and he has just studied the development of Mason Industries. The development of this Mason industry made him feel faintly uneasy, but he didn't know what the uneasiness in his heart was about. Hope is just wishful thinking on my part. I hope those children will come back smoothly. Professor X was about to take a nap when Wolverine burst in anger. Professor X, we suddenly lost contact with the kid who monitored Mason Industries, and it must have been that Keen Mason who did it. Wolverine could no longer suppress the anger in his heart at this time, but a whole 13 children disappeared under their noses. Not even a single bit of information came out. Wolverine can't wait to take the X-Men now, bulldoze the entire Mason industry, and then drag that Keen Mason out of the building and ask the whereabouts of the children. Morgan, you can't be too impetuous when you encounter things. X's brows furrowed, not only because of Wolverine's anger at this time, but also because of the 13 missing children. Those kids are the focus of the next X-Men. So Professor X, what do you say? Wolverine was spinning around Professor X irritably, and he could vent his anger now. Professor X thought for a while, and then spoke. In this way, I will communicate with Mr. Keen Mason face-to-face in a while to see what the situation is with the other party. What Professor X calls face-to-face communication is to invade other people's brains, then read the memories in them, and even control a person's actions. This is Professor X's unique ability. His nemesis, Magneto, also brought a metal hat to prevent Professor X's ability. At that time, if it is really Keen Mason's hand, it will not be too late for you to go. Professor X said lightly, and then steered the wheelchair out of the room and towards the room where the brainwave amplifier was stored. Wolverine hurriedly followed. The brainwave amplifier is an instrument created by Professor X that can amplify his superpowers, and lying on the brainwave amplifier, he can invade the brain of anyone on Earth. In fact, very early, Professor X wanted to invade Keen Mason's brain, but because it had been hindering face, he did not invade. This time, he took this opportunity to invade in, and he could see through everything that Mason Industries had. solve the mystery that has always stuck in his heart. After seeing Professor X lying on the brainwave amplifier, Wolverine turned on the device. In an instant, Professor X's abilities were greatly enhanced, and now he could see all the people in the United States. Professor X locked his gaze on the Mason Industrial Building, where there was a shining object that he knew was Keen Mason. "Today I'm going to see what's hidden in your mind," Professor X said coldly in his heart. Then he plunged headlong into what he thought was Keen Mason's mind. "How? Where is this?" Professor X looked at the surrounding scene and asked with some doubt. When he invaded other people's brains before, those people's brains were completely defenseless and open to him, and the contents inside were left to his own free view. But today, something doesn't seem right. Dark clouds covered the sky, white thunder constantly flashed in the air, and a gust of wind blew through and made a whining sound, which seemed to be the wailing of countless unjust souls. The city not far away has been reduced to ruins, which looks so eerie. On the ground lay the corpses of the mutant school students, one by one, their eyes wide open, looking at him, as if to accuse him of why he was doing this. What's going on? Professor X looked around at the scene around him and had a bad premonition in his heart. "Charles Xavier, I'm still wondering when you're going to invade my brain." A voice suddenly reached Professor X's ears. Then, Keen's figure appeared in front of him. "Well, this is the world I created for you, do you like it?" Keen's voice exploded in Professor X's ears, and Professor X's face couldn't help but show a painful look. "Mr. Mason, I have come to communicate with you. Please do not hold such strong hostility." Professor X spoke. As if he had heard some joke, Keen laughed and said, "It invades someone's brain without their permission. I see that you mutants are really all sanctimonious hypocrites, full of benevolence and morality, but the result is so sanctimonious. Mr. Mason, if you continue to say this, I will have to go my way," Professor X said with a cold face. No one has ever dared to say that about him. He relies on his own power, and in the minds of others, he is God. "Come on, I'll see what the principal of Xavier Genius Junior School, the great Professor X, is capable of," Keen said with a mocking look. "If it doesn't work, I will consider taking some necessary measures against Xavier Gifted Junior School." After Professor X listened, he made a cold face and began to erupt. "It's just right, I also want to see what the famous Professor X is capable of," Keen said with a smile. Now this environment is nothing more than a mental sandbox made by Keen, in which no battle can cause any damage to Keen's body. He also wanted to see how powerful the spiritual power generated by his neural network was. At this time, Wolverine was in the room of the brainwave amplifier, guarding Professor X, but suddenly in an instant, the monitoring instrument of the brainwave amplifier began to emit a shrill alarm. Professor X's physiological indicators have also undergone unusual changes. The heartbeat starts to rise rapidly. Adrenaline in abundant production. Increased blood pressure. Blood flow is faster. At this time, all the X-Men came to the brainwave amplifier room, and one of them was nervously monitoring Professor X's physical condition. "How so? Morgan, what exactly did the professor do?" Laser Eye asked loudly. His and Wolverine's concern itself was not very good, and now seeing Professor X like this, he was even more angry. "Mason Industries, the professor went to Keen Mason because of the 13 missing children." Jean Grey spoke. Just after everyone was arguing, Professor X's body, lying on top of the brainwave amplifier, suddenly began to twitch from a distance. The heart rate has exceeded 200. Blood pressure rises to 230. Oh my god. Together the above parameters directly stung everyone's eyes. "Professor X, what is wrong with this?" At this time, in the thinking sandbox created by Keen, Professor X is gritting his teeth and resisting the torrent of steel created by Keen. All matter is controlled by Keen at this moment. In his own spiritual world, Keen is the master of all things, and the molecules are subservient to his feet. Professor X is fighting against Keen's attack. Ice, flames, steel, and molecular decomposition. Professor X felt that he was almost unable to support it. Now Professor X's figure has become a little sluggish, which is a precursor to the imminent collapse of spiritual power. Keen, on the other hand, stood there lightly, and then looked at Professor X with a disappointed expression. "Mr. Xavier, I originally thought that your ability, coupled with the brainwave amplifier, should be able to bring me some pressure. But I'm disappointed now. It turns out that you are so vulnerable." Keen shook his head and said with a disappointed face. "Originally, I wanted to feel the mental ability on Professor X's side, but I didn't think that the other party was too weak." As soon as he finished the warm-up exercise, Professor X in front of him could no longer support it. Ahem. Ahem. Large streams of blood coughed up from Professor X's mouth, and now Professor X's body had begun to become transparent. "Who are you?" At this time, Professor X looked at Keen with a look of horror and asked. This spiritual ability alone is enough to be comparable to an Omega-level mutant. After asking, he frantically tried to escape from the thought sandbox created by Keen. The professor must have suffered a risk in the brainwave amplifier. Hurry up and turn off the instrument. Look, the professor has signaled that he wants to quit. Turn off the instrument. No, the instrument seems to be locked. It can't be turned off at all, and if it is forcibly closed, it will bring fatal injuries to the professor. Xavier's Genius School has been a mess. Professor X, who was lying in the brainwave amplifier, suddenly vomited a large amount of blood from his mouth, and his face began to become obscured. "You are now in my four-dimensional sandbox, and you can't get out without my permission. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go whenever you want? At this time, Keen was sitting on the throne of the thinking sandbox, looking at Professor X like an ant. I can give you anything you want to do, as long as you let me out now. Professor X said with an anxious look that as long as his spirit returned to his body now, he would still be saved. Before, he thought that he was not afraid of death, but now that he has reached this point, the fear in his heart is incomparable. I can let you go, but mentally you will brand me and become my slave. Keen looked at Professor X with a cruel look and said. At the same time, a condition was given that Professor X could not refuse at all, because if he refused, what awaited him would be death. If you don't want to, then die. Looking at Professor X's hesitant expression, Keen said grimly. No, I do. I'm willing to be Mr. Mason's slave. Professor X hurriedly said that if he didn't say anything, he would really die. Keen nodded in satisfaction after listening, and then waved his hand, and a blue mark had been imprinted on Professor X's body. Ugh. Professor X couldn't help but let out a scream. He felt that all his secrets were being seen. The mental pain almost shattered his entire body. Hoo. Professor X gasped violently after experiencing great pain. Okay, you can go now. When you go back to school, select 20 mutants with amazing abilities for me and send them to Mason Industries. At the same time, keep the same as before. I want to make the mutant school a talent pool for my mutant army. Keen ordered. Got it, my master. Professor X said respectfully, and then the light flashed, and his spirit left Keen's thought sandbox. Look, the professor is awake. Professor, are you all right? Professor, how are you feeling? Professor, are we going to attack Mason Industries? After the X-Men saw Professor X wake up, they asked one by one with concern. No, I'm fine, just cultivate for a while. Professor X said with a kind face as usual, but no one noticed that a blue sign flashed in his eyes. It is the symbol of Skynet. T-virus injection. John was woken up by a cold, piercing electronic synth sound. Where am I? John soon looked around him and found himself imprisoned in a cultivation chamber, and within his line of sight, he could see other companions. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide, and the final freeze picture was a humanoid robot with scarlet light flashing with electronic eyes. Ugh. A tingling pain pulled John's thoughts back, and when he looked down, he saw that the syringe had been pierced into his vein, and then the azure blue liquid flowed into his body. Aha. John soon felt that he was now having a splitting headache. His body was hot for a while, and he felt that the muscles in his body seemed to be torn apart, and then reassembled. T-virus fit is 70% and is strengthening variant genes. Erase the original memory and implant the latest memory. Release the nanoworm, attached to the target point, spine. In John's mind, a cold voice suddenly sounded, and he could be sure that the words sounded from his brain, not from what he heard. What's going on? A sharp pain came from the innermost part of the body, which made John soon directly unconscious. The rest of the arrested mutants, who had a similar experience to John's, received a transformation from the Umbrella Company. The creator, the first batch of 13 mutant soldiers, has been crafted. In the Hive Base, the Red Queen reported happily, like a child who longed for the approval of her parents. Ha, good. Keen responded with a smile. The creator, the mutant in the genetic screening program, will arrive at the mansion tomorrow. Skynet was not to be outdone. Very good, it looks like our Mandarin will soon have his own little brother. Keen said with a mysterious look. I really envy you, Lord Man, and I will soon arrange a task for you. In a training room at the Hive Base, Rogers, the captain of the Umbrella, was looking at the man with envy and said, Ha, the captain naturally has to carry out more difficult tasks. Man looked at Rogers and said with a laugh. It's exciting to think that you will be able to unify the underground world at that time. Those 10 rings on your hand are really powerful. Rogers said with a look of envy. Humph, don't envy, your current physical fitness is simply the same as Superman. I have never seen a person who can jump 10 meters from the spot. Man scolded and said. Subject 1, Steve Rogers, has greatly improved his physical fitness after being injected with the T-virus, and he can now be described as superhuman-like. Now even if Rogers' heart is destroyed on the spot, powerful physical functions will quickly repair his heart. Hey, did you also receive an invitation from Mason Industries to come to work? Outside the Mason Industrial Building, a young guy asked with a grin. Of course, Mason Industries offered me $500,000 a year, and I have never seen such a rich company. Yes, Mason Industries is really fantastic. Cool, I'm so excited to think that I'll be working here in the future. Hurry up and get in, don't be late. A group of boys and girls gathered in front of the Mason Industrial Building at this time, and entered the building under the guidance of the security guards. The decoration inside is full of sci-fi sense, which makes them overwhelmed. Gentlemen and ladies, please come to the place where the contract is signed. The Red Queen guided everyone at this time and said, Wow, is this Mason Industries artificial intelligence? It's so cool. Wow, do you really have feelings? Whoa, I'm happy to think that I'm going to work in such a cool place right away. Groups of boys and girls, guided by the Red Queen, took the elevator leading to the base of the hive. But while sitting, they felt something wasn't quite right. Because the elevator has been running for more than 10 minutes, but they have not yet reached the so-called signing place. Mason Industrial Building is really tall, it took so long to take the elevator. Wow, it's just a little uncomfortable to stay inside. 20 minutes passed, the elevator was still running, and the shadow of the Red Queen did not appear. Hey, brothers, is something wrong? What's going on? The people inside began to panic, and after spending a long time in the closed elevator, people easily felt restless. Ever since they entered the elevator, they could feel an eerie feeling. Ding! Just when everyone was a little panicked, the sound of arrival sounded in the elevator, and the people in it immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I said it must be because Mason Industries is too high, so it takes too long. Let's see if we work on that floor then, but you can't be late. One said half-jokingly. But the moment the elevator doors opened, all of them widened their eyes and looked at the sight. Rows of cultivation warehouses appeared in front of them, and among several cultivation warehouses, there were also human figures. They were in a coma in the cultivation warehouse, and their lives and deaths were unknown. From time to time, robotic arms inject unknown liquids into the culture chambers where there are people in them. What exactly is this? One person muttered incredulously. At this time, the figure of the Red Queen appeared in front of them, and then said with a proud smile on his face, "Welcome to the Hive Base." At night, in a high-rise building in Big Apple City, the face of the emperor of the underground world of Big Apple City, Jin He, was not so good-looking. Recently, a huge underground organization has emerged across the United States. They call themselves the Ten Commandments Gang, who have uprooted the Jin dynasty and become the emperors of the local underground world themselves. How can there be a ring that can emit all kinds of rays? It's just a fool's dream. He must have been making excuses for himself. Thinking of the news reported by a frightened subordinate, Jin He said with a cold and disdainful face. One of his subordinates who had just escaped told him that a large number of people with superpowers had attacked their field. The man at the head is infinitely large, and at the same time wears 10 rings on his hand, each of which can emit terrifying rays. Faced with this statement, Jin and directly crushed the man's neck. Great Kim hates deception the most. I want to see if this 10 Commandments gang is so powerful. Jin He pinched his fingers, made a clicking sound, and said with a gloomy face, "Bang." A violent explosion sounded next to Jin's ears. It was accompanied by a monstrous heat wave, as well as the screams of his own men. "You are Kim He." From the monstrous flames, a person came out of it. Jin He squinted at the man who had defied common sense and emerged from the flames. A quaint dress, a typical Asian face, and 10 rings on both palms. Now a ring flashes with a strange red light. "Who are you? Are you the one who dares to challenge me?" Jin made a cold face, and then asked. "I'm the one who came to kill you." Lord Man laughed maniacally, and then rushed directly towards Jin He's huge body, and with a fist of 5 rings, he slashed at Jin He's body fiercely. A punch hit Jin He's stomach directly. Jin Yu's face was a little pale, but he still tried his best to parry Mangan's attack. This attack was too fierce, even if his body was different from ordinary people, he couldn't withstand it at all. "Oh, it's not bad, you can withstand my attack, you are indeed powerful among ordinary people." While beating Jin and beating him as fat as a sandbag, he still has the mind to speak at this time. The strong and weak can be seen at a glance at this time. "It's a pity that your current position is blocking the path of the master, so you must die now." The blue light shone on Mandarin's hands, and the temperature of the room instantly began to decrease. The moisture in the air, because the temperature was too low, condensed into ice slag and fell to the ground. Jin also felt as if he was in a huge cold storage at this time. No, a place that was colder than the cold storage. He saw the water vapor in the air, condensed into ice edges, and began to stab at him rapidly. Ugh. Because of the cold, which caused mobility difficulties, Jin He's body was already covered with dense ice. But this also inspired the ferocity of Jin He, who roared and threw a punch fiercely. If this punch is solid, ordinary people's heads can be knocked flying. But just when Jin He was beaming and felt that his fist was about to touch the opposite face, he found that he could not advance half a step no matter what. The fist he swung out seemed to be stuck in the mud. "Weak, too weak, let me end your miserable life." Man shook his head, and under Jin's terrified gaze, Man Dai's hand gently ran across his neck. With doubts and unwillingness, Jin He's head flew into the sky, but no blood sprayed out at all, because now Jin He's whole person has been frozen into an ice sculpture. "Mandarin, what about the rest?" a mutant asked. "Those who disobey are killed, and those who obey are left behind, and sent to the company to implant slave chips. The owner likes obedient people," Man said expressionlessly. "Received." In the entire Jin He mansion, a bloody storm immediately set off a storm. Tonight, the underground world of Big Apple City is not destined to be too peaceful. There was a vicious case in Big Apple City, and blood was stained in the Jin He building. The founder of the world's largest security company, Jin He, was killed. Demystify the underground world of Big Apple. Early the next morning, the journalists went crazy. This is Jin He, just like others killed like chickens? Who the hell has such ability? Creator, Lord Man led the 10 Commandments gang last night, and he has uprooted the forces of Jin and the Great Apple City. Now the 10 Commandments gang is the emperor of the underground world of Big Apple City. While Keen was scrolling through the news, Red Queen reported. After eradicating Jin he took over the huge underground world of Big Apple City and even the entire United States, so that Keen could better control this world. If there is any sign, Keen can clear it as soon as possible. At the same time, some things that you don't want to do, you can also use the 10 Commandments gang to help you. This is Keen's purpose in creating the 10 Rings gang and forming the Mutant Legion. Creator, General Powell wants to talk to you on the phone and discuss the matter of miniature missiles. Skynet's figure appeared in front of Keen at this time, and then spoke. I stopped answering the phone and told Powell that I would hold a trade show next week to show off our new development. Keen ordered. It's time to show the world what you've been hiding. A week later, Mason Industries weapons testing ground. Countless military experts and military personnel are sitting in comfortable chairs, waiting for today's protagonist to appear. Today, it's Mason Industries Weapons Fair. Of course, the sales targets of this exhibition are all the U.S. military. It is reported that today Mason Industries will display new weapons in its weapons testing ground. Citing military sources, the weapons displayed at this exhibition may exceed people's imagination. This is the Washington Post, which is broadcasting live for you. The dormant Mason Industries is once again active. Not far from the weapons test site, a large number of journalists were broadcasting live. These journalists were not able to enter the inside of the trade fair, but that didn't stop them from reporting enthusiastically. Because as long as there is Mason Industries, there is never a shortage of heat. A car engraved with the Mason Industrial logo slowly approached under the escort of a huge convoy. A large number of reporters immediately pointed their cameras at the oncoming vehicles, and the shutter sound was already practiced. The nation's most famous genius, top weapons designer, and biotech leader, Keen Mason is here. I'm CAO, the way the big guy appears is different. My God, this aura is really different. Now Mason Industries has become the foundation of the U.S. defense industry. Keen Mason, I love you. Get out of the way, Keen is mine. When watching Keen's car slowly stop in front of him, the military experts and military personnel present did not feel the slightest sense of discord. It's as if Keen Mason came out at this time. Let them wait is all as it should be. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. After getting out of the car, Keen said humbly, No, it is our honor for Mr. Mason to be here. General Powell hurriedly spoke. Now that the roles of the military and Mason Industries have been reversed, if the U.S. military still wants to keep the weapons advanced, or more convenient weapons, it is necessary to lick Keen Mason comfortably. General Powell, the friendship between the two of us, there is no need to talk about these things. Today, I will show you the latest miniature missile developed by Mason Industries. Hearing this, all military personnel and military experts stood up. Keen snapped his fingers, and a holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Although the military has purchased a batch of holographic screens for combat command purposes, every time I see such a magical technology, I can't help but marvel. In particular, Keen Mason snapped his fingers to be able to appear a holographic screen, which is simply too sci-fi. Some people say that Stark Industries' Jericho missile is the pinnacle of missile history, but I don't think so. Traditional chemical-propelled missiles will eventually be swept into the garbage heap of history. Now please let me solemnly introduce to you the latest missile developed by Mason Industries, the Ares missile. Above the holographic screen suspended in front of everyone, a schematic diagram of the Ares missile immediately appeared. Looking at the above scene, all the military weapons experts on the scene exploded. No, it can't be. Oh my God, how did this work? My mother, this is literally subverting the history of weapon design. It's impossible. It's a God-given weapon. An Ares missile came to everyone under the handling of the on-site staff. The missile is engraved with the Skynet logo, and the whole missile is blue throughout, which is completely different from other missiles. The Ares missile is 30 centimeters long, 10 centimeters in diameter, and weighs only a measly 15 kilograms. It can be combined with a variety of launchers. Keen smiled and spoke. This will be an important weapon for maintaining world peace. General Powell ignored the exclamations of the weapons experts and stared at the missiles in front of him. That kind of look is hotter than seeing a beautiful woman. In the distance, 10 kilometers away, Mason built fortifications to test the power of weapons. Now, please admire the power of the Ares missile. Keen smiled, then snapped his fingers again. The missile launcher on the side began to quickly search for its target, and then an Ares missile was launched. The trajectory flight was extremely fast, and almost instantaneously came to the front of the artificial fortifications. Through the holographic screen, Powell was able to see the full power of the weapon. The azure blue missile instantly hit the artificial fortification, but the expected explosion did not occur. What's going on? Did something go wrong? Mason Industries is going to make a joke. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Mason Industries to have today. The scene immediately resounded with buzzing discussions, and some people looked at the expressionless Keen Mason with a look of schadenfreude, wanting to see how he came back to the scene. General Powell looked at Keen Mason anxiously. He didn't know what had gone wrong. But Keen Mason looked as usual, as if everything was in his hands. At this moment, the picture in the holographic screen moved. A azure blue light directly shrouded the fortifications, and a dazzling blue light shone on everyone's faces through the screen. What is it? Everyone couldn't help but narrow their eyes and look at the scene on the screen. When the blue light was instantaneous, everyone's faces changed. I thought that the fortification just now had disappeared, as if there was no such thing as this world. How is this possible? What is it? It's nothing short of miraculous. What kind of technology is this? God, this is really God's weapon. The American military was in an uproar. There was no explosion, no noise, and the pile of fortifications disappeared. General Powell, are you still satisfied with the power of the Ares missile? Keen looked at Powell, who looked sluggish, and said with a chuckle, "Now Powell doesn't know what to say, and the shock of the scene just now is too strong." The huge fortifications disappeared in a brilliant blue light, which couldn't help but make him feel that he had simply traveled into the world of science fiction. It's incredible," Powell said with a dull face. "Mr. Mason, how did you achieve it?" After the initial shock, Powell came back to his senses and said with an excited expression, "This missile is simply the most perfect missile that the military needs. The flight speed is fast, the damage is powerful, and the destroyed fortification just now, according to his inference, if it is destroyed by conventional missiles, it will take at least 3 or 4 missiles to destroy. And a simple Ares missile accomplishes such a task. It's really worthy of the name Ares, it's really the god of war missile," Powell said with a look of excitement. Ares is the name of the god of war in Western mythology, and now the performance of Ares missiles is worthy of the name of Ares. $10 million apiece, no price. For peace. Keen accepted Powell's compliment, then said with a smile. Ignoring Powell's expression of wanting to speak, Keen continued, "I believe everyone has seen the power of the Ares missile, but today the Ares missile is just an appetizer." Speaking of this, the expressions on the faces of everyone present changed. One by one, they became dumbfounded. Just now they have seen the power of the Ares missile, and such a powerful missile turned out to be just an appetizer? So what kind of new weapons will Mason Industries come up with next? A helicopter flew over everyone's heads, and then several behemoths jumped down from above. The steel skeleton collided with the ground and made a loud noise. Next, let me introduce to you the section-level crystallization of Mason Industries, the T-600 steel robot. The expressions on the faces of everyone at the scene became very exciting, and one by one they seemed to can't believe their eyes, staring at the T-600 in the field. "Oh my god, what is this? T-600. What the hell is this? Oh my god. Tony Stark's steel suit, that's all. Humanoid robots." The silver-white human-like skeleton, humanoid face, and scarlet electronic eyes all reveal that the robot in front of him is a complete killing machine. A deep sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. T-600 reports to Commander. Cold, unforgiving electronic synth, resounding from the vocal structure of the T-600. "Guys, this is the crystallization of Mason Industries, the T-600 humanoid robot. The exoskeleton is all made of special alloys, and the driving power is all electric drive." Keen introduced the specific parameters of the T-600. Mr. Mason, is this robot really for sale?" After listening to the model parameters of the T-600, Powell was simply going crazy. Indeed, compared with the T-600, the Ares missile is simply a younger brother. This kind of robot is simply a killing machine on the battlefield. When everyone in the audience saw the field test of the T-600, they all went crazy. This is definitely a killing machine on the battlefield of the future. How Mason Industries made such a horrific killing machine? Will there still be soldiers on the battlefield of the future? Pure technical crystallization. It was able to harden a tank head-on. My god, in the future, this robot modification has great potential in the civilian field. Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries, who was invited to the arms show, looked at the T-600 in the field and felt like eating a basket of lemons. First, Tony Stark created the epical steel suit, and now Keen Mason has also developed the T-600 robot that can be mass-produced. Thinking of this, Justin Hammer's face was gloomy and terrifying. But now no one pays attention to Justin Hammer, who has a wrong face. Everyone was like stars holding the moon at this time, surrounding Keen Mason in the center. One by one, they were crazy and almost ate Keen Mason. "Mr. Mason, may I ask how the internals of the T-600 are implemented?" "Mr. Mason, what is the annual production of the T-600? "Mr. Mason, are you really going to sell the T-600 robot to the military?" "Mr. Mason, what do you think of Tony Stark's steel suit?" Several T-600s dispersed the crowd surrounding Keen at this time, and looking at the terrifying face of the T-600, everyone chose to admit it. "After that, please ask my artificial intelligence assistant Skynet." Then Keen returned to the rest area. General Powell hurriedly followed Keen's footsteps and also came to the rest area. "It's like a fart. Mr. Mason, today's shock is so strong that I need to ask the Department of Defense for instructions and order the T-600 robot." General Powell said with a flattering look. "It's okay, there's no rush," Keen said with a smile. "But here I want to ask General Powell about someone." "I don't know about General Ross, do you know?" Keen asked with a mysterious look. "General Ross." Powell frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Since he made the big basket before, General Ross has been marginalized, and I don't know what Mr. Mason is looking for him for. But I can match Mr. Mason. There is nothing to do, just to find someone through him." The man in Keen's mouth was a big green man. Just as Keen and Powell were inquiring about General Ross, suddenly there was a wild laughter of yin and yang from space. "Ha ha ha, Mason Industries, I'm going to make you miserable." A man dressed in fancy costume and stepping on a flying skateboard levitated in the air. He wears an exaggerated mask, and the green trench coat looks so weird at this time. What's going on? Who is this again? Green Goblin. Some people at the scene immediately recognized this person. He was the uninvited guest who had appeared at the Mason Industrial banquet earlier. No, actually, I'm Green Goblin too." Green Goblin 2 shook his finger, scowled at the people below, and then turned his head to look at Keen, who was sitting in the rest area. Keen Mason, today I will inflict all the pain you have brought me on you. Green Goblin 2 laughed maniacally and said. After Osborne Industries, which his father had worked hard all his life for, was acquired by Mason Industries, Harry Osborne hated Mason Industries, and took Keen Mason, who went to buy it that day. Previously, he was also injected with Oz Serum, and through his knowledge, he upgraded the equipment left by his father. Now his equipment is more powerful than Norman Osborne's. Today, he will make Keen Mason ugly in front of everyone, and by the way, hit the image of Mason Industries. Mr. Mason, I protect you. General Powell shouted loudly, while pulling out the gun he was wearing and pointing it at Green Goblin 2 in the air. Ha 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 ha. Green Goblin 2 laughed maniacally, circled the sky, and kept throwing pumpkin grenades into the ground, and violent explosions enveloped the entire test site. Skynet, take over the T-600, get that fly in the air, get me down. Keen's neural network commanded coldly. The 3 T-600 electronic eyes flashed red, and Skynet had taken over their control. Although the T-600 is the lowest-end robot model that Keen uses to fool people, even worse than the T-800, it is more than enough to deal with a small Green Goblin 2. A T-600 slammed its legs into force, its thick metal thighs stumped on the ground, and then instantly flew to the same height as Green Goblin 2. A punch was thrown hard. Seeing this, the Green Goblin 2 was busy manipulating his flying skateboard to avoid the attack of the T-600. Only then did he notice that the T-600 robot on the ground had been watching him coldly. The scarlet electronic eyes flashed with a disturbing light. Humph, it's nothing more than some iron pimples. Green Goblin 2 comforted himself in his heart, but the sharp action of the T-600 just now did put a lot of pressure on him. T-600s were constantly swooping into the air and attacking him. At this time, Green Goblin 2 was only able to dodge the attack of the T-600 in the air like a lost green bean fly. Ha ha ha, amuse me. My god, these T-600s turned out to be so sharp. This is not equipped with weapons yet, and then the T-600 will be there tough. No, it's teasing me, this Green Goblin 2 is so funny. When the people below saw Green Goblin 2 looking so funny, the fear in their hearts was also eliminated, and they began to laugh heartily. Green Goblin 2, listening to the laughter below, his lungs were about to explode. He had never been ridiculed like this. How dare you? Green Goblin 2 roared in the air, trying to pull out his pumpkin grenade and kill all those on the ground. But under the constant harassment of the T-600, Green Goblin 2 simply could not find an opportunity to strike. General Powell, how is it? These T-600 robots are okay. Keen looked at Powell, who looked dull next to him, and said with a smile. Mighty power, combined with unparalleled agility, these T-600s are simply killing machines on the battlefield. Powell said with excitement on his face at this time. The pistol that had just been pointed at Green Goblin 2 had long been put away by him. Then look at the T-600, which is constantly attacking Green Goblin 2, with an obsessive look. Finally, the flying skateboard, which had been carrying Green Goblin 2 gliding in the air, was hit by the arm of the T-600, and black smoke immediately came out of the skateboard. The Green Goblin 2 carrying him fell crookedly to the ground. No, 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 no. Looking at the T-600 that was speeding towards him, Green Goblin 2 shouted loudly, and at the same time took out the Green Goblin submachine gun he was carrying with him, and began to attack those T-600s fiercely, hoping that it would work. But reality hit him hard. Bullets clanged on the T-600s, but did nothing to hinder their movements. Even a T-600s electronic eye was damaged by a bullet, but he was still able to share his vision through the battlefield and rush towards Green Goblin 2. A T-600 quickly approached Green Goblin 2, and a fist slammed into his stomach. Harry Osborne's face hidden in the Green Goblin's helmet turned pale for a while, and his eyes were about to pop out. Even the body, strengthened by Oz Serum, could not withstand the constant attack of the T-600. Soon, Green Goblin 2 passed out. It turned out to be him. General Powell looked at Harry Osborne, who had been removed from the Green Goblin mask, with an incredulous look on his face. Harry Osborne, sitting on billions of dollars in cash, how could he be such a person? General Powell, now we can move on to General Ross. After Keen ordered the T-600 to drag Harry Osborne into the confinement room, he smiled and spoke. An unparalleled weapons fair. It's a product of a transgeneration. What kind of surprises will Mason Industries bring us? Will the new armed robots replace human soldiers? Condense the crystallization of science and technology, Ares missiles, and T-600 robots. The person who called himself Green Goblin 2 turned out to be Harry Osborne. After the weapons fair at Mason Industries, all the journalists went crazy. They asked for photos of the inside of the trade fair from various sources, and when they saw the photos, they couldn't believe their eyes. From the Ares missile full of science and technology to the hideous T-600 robot, every point refreshes their cognition. Nick Fury squinted at the picture provided by the military, and one of his eyes was fiercely locked on the T-600 robot in the photo. Director, this is a photo provided by the military, this robot model T-600. Agent Hill said softly. She knew what Nick Fury was thinking right now, because when she first saw the T-600 in the photo, she also thought of the scene 3 years ago. The one shining silver-white light, exuding a terrifying aura, and speaking with a harsh electronic synthesis. This robot has now become a nightmare in Nick Fury's mind. The scene from 3 years ago kept echoing in his mind, especially the moment he looked at the other party's electronic eyes, and he felt that all his secrets were seen through by the other party. Director, do you think Mason Industries has a big connection with what happened 3 years ago? Carlson walked in at this point and asked. Wouldn't it be suspicious to build a robot that looks similar? Nick Fury asked rhetorically. But Director, we have already investigated Mason Industries, and according to the intelligence obtained by Agent Romanoff, Keen Mason and the robot also called Keen Mason should not have anything to do with it. Carlson said with a frown. Yes, the enemy who is always hidden below is the most terrible. Nick Fury said softly, his eyes narrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, suddenly a person broke into the office. Director, a hammer fell from the sky in New Mexico, and according to intelligence, the sink weight of the hammer was so large that people could not move the hammer by all means. Suspected paranormal. The man reported cleanly. Agent Carlson, your mission is coming. Tony Stark sighed. I will send someone else to watch. Nick Fury rubbed his eyebrows and said, Tony Stark is in trouble. There is a suspected paranormal in New Mexico, and this T-600 robot in front of him. All kinds of things were intertwined, making him feel irritable. Let the surveillance department resume monitoring of Mason Industries, and I will go and meet Keen Mason in person. After thinking for a moment, Nick Fury decided. Keen sat on the chair with his legs crossed, looking at the one-eyed uninvited guest Dahan in front of him. Or rather, called Maha Farkiman, SHIELD. Director Nick Fury is better. Director Fury is here. I don't know what you do. Is there a new project? Want to cooperate with my Mason Industries? Keen, with a plausible sneer on his face, asked. Are you Keen Mason, or Keen Mason? Nick Fury stared at Keen in front of him and asked a headless sentence. How? Commissioner Fury is suspicious of my citizenship. Do you want me to bring my ID card and show Director Fury a look? Keen asked mockingly. Mr. Mason, General Ross is already waiting outside. Do you want to let him in? Skynet suddenly appeared in the room, extremely humane said. Director Fury, it seems that the conversation between the two of us can only end here today, because I have more important guests. Keen smiled, but unceremoniously ordered the eviction. Mr. Mason, I will definitely find out your true identity. Before Nick Fury left, he took a deep look at Keen, and then spoke. Then you may have to go to the American Population Management Center. When he walked out the door of Keen's office, Nick Fury happened to face General Ross. The two people, who were not very good at dealing with themselves, pinned their heads after seeing each other's faces. Mr. Mason, I wonder what you're looking for me for. General Ross walked into the office and said very politely. It is hard to imagine that a general in the United States would be so groveling when facing a capitalist. General Ross, I came to you today mainly for a green giant. I believe you must know what I am talking about. The corners of Keen's mouth hooked, and then he spoke softly. This time, his target is Bruce Banner, known as the Hulk. He is very interested in the blood in Hulk's body. After hearing the words of the green giant, General Ross's face changed. The Hulk is definitely the most memorable thing in his life. I'm going to catch that green guy for the rest of my life. General Ross said angrily that if it weren't for the quoting Hulk, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Very well, General Ross, today I will give you a chance. You just need to find out where Bruce Banner is hiding, and I will do the rest. Keen said with a seductive look. Brazil, in a slum. Bruce Banner is tapping on the keyboard in front of him. At this time, his expression was a little irritable. Since he was exposed to excessive gamma rays in a chance experiment, he has fused with a green monster. Although that monster is powerful, it has no brain. Whenever that monster wanted to come out, his original consciousness would be suppressed. Why is that? Bruce Banner tapped the keyboard hard, and then said with some indignation. After becoming the Hulk himself, everything changed. He has completely detached himself from the life of a normal person. He cannot be angry. He cannot be angry. His life has now become a mess. Huh. Bruce Banner suddenly heard a subtle buzzing sound, like the sound of a fly. A fly is flying around him. After chasing the flies away, Bruce Banner continued to tap on his laptop. 300 kilometers from where Bruce Banner lives, in an office. General Ross, the reconnaissance weapons provided by Mason Industries are really useful. You can imagine that something like a fly can recognize someone else's DNA and automatically narrow down the scope of detection. A soldier was excitedly speaking. Just now, he used the detection flies provided by Mason Industries to lock the location of Bruce Banner. Very good. Notify Mr. Mason immediately. General Ross's face was full of excitement at this time. I can't solve the big guy Bruce Banner myself, but Mr. Mason can. In his heart, Keen Mason is an omnipotent god. Captain, this time it's time for you to show your strength. After getting the signal from General Ross, Keen said with a smile on his face. Master, promise to complete the task. At this time, Rogers was wearing a uniform provided by the Umbrella Company, and the technological content contained in this uniform made him look dizzy. The red and white umbrella pattern is engraved on Rogers' chest, as well as the shield he holds, which is engraved with the Umbrella Company icon. Rogers' eyes were resolute and full of anticipation for the mission. His good friend Lord Man has become the emperor of the entire underground world of the United States, and he cannot lag behind Lord Man. Rogers walked out of the Hive Base and boarded the Umbrella Eagle multipurpose fighter. Then the fighter turned on optical stealth and began to fly quickly in the direction of Brazil. At the speed of the Eagle multi-role fighter, in about half an hour, it will be able to reach General Ross's station. The hunt officially begins. Bruce Banner was still typing something on his laptop keyboard, and there seemed to be a look that lured him to find a way to get back to normal. Bang! It was the sound of rifle fire, and the window in front of him immediately shattered. This was followed by a crackling sound, and a dense stream of bullets enveloped the room. Damn it! Found again. Bruce Banner said a little irritably, and green flashed over his neck. He flashed and rushed out of the room directly, disappearing into the slums to become popular. General Ross, the Hulk has fled. When the soldiers entered the room, they reported loudly after noticing that there was no Bruce Banner's voice. General Ross, the Hulk is fleeing to the southeast. The fly reconnaissance plane provided by Mason once again sent the Hulk. Hit me hard. General Ross had a cigarette in his mouth, and a sneer bloomed on his face. Fighter jets and helicopter gunships have driven the Hulk into the rainforest and surrounded the Hulk group. You guys, don't force me. Bruce Banner roared loudly, but he was greeted by an overwhelming barrage of bullets. The heavy cannons on fighter jets and gunships ejected tongues of fire, kicking up an overwhelming layer of dirt and shrouding Bruce Banner's figure in it. Roar. From the smoke, there was a roar. A green giant appeared in the eyes of everyone. The Hulk appeared. Madness had taken over Hulk's brain, and he looked at the fighters and helicopters in the sky with a disdainful smile on his face. Bang! At this time, like a cannonball, the Hulk jumped directly from the ground into the air and smashed on a fighter. Oh my god! The pilot of the fighter said with a look of horror, and then ejected it directly. The Hulk used the fighter as his own jump platform and jumped directly on top of another fighter. Then came the helicopter gunship. One plane after another, crashing to the ground with black smoke. General Ross's heart was a little shocked, but then his eyes became firm again. Because, just now, someone from Mason Industries had sent him a message. Oh my god, the Hulk is so powerful. My god, no weapon will do anything to him. Help, he's coming. God forbid. Just when the soldiers were full of despair, above their heads, a plane full of science fiction suddenly appeared in their sight. Look, what is this? Is this an airplane? Is this our reinforcement? When did we have such a sci-fi plane? The soldiers looked at the fighters overhead, exclaimed one by one, and at the same time their eyes burst with hope. The gamma gene has been detected and strength assessment is being carried out. In the middle of the plane, in Roger's ears, the voice of the Red Queen sounded. Evaluate the results, win. Then come on. Rogers said excitedly, and then jumped down from the open hatch. My god, what do you think that is? It looks like someone jumped off. It looks like I'm not carrying a parachute. My mother, is this suicide? Under the incredulous expression on his face, Captain Rogers fell to the ground like a cannonball. The huge impact stirred up large swathes of dirt. After the dust cleared, Captain Rogers, dressed in the robes of the Umbrella Company, appeared in front of everyone. Red and white, engraved with the Umbrella Company's uniform, shimmering with a metallic sheen, a round shield, starting from the center of the circle, draws the Umbrella Company symbol. What is it? General Ross looked at Captain Rogers standing in the field, his face full of consternation. This unique shape made him sound a legend about the Captain of the United States. A person in the dark also took off his sunglasses in surprise. The Hulk, who had gone crazy, looked at the ant that suddenly appeared in front of him, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Roar, Hulk, smash him. Hulk's roar was deafening, and at the same time he quickly pounced on the ant in front of him. A person who does not reach his own chest is an ant in his opinion. General Ross had closed his eyes, not wanting to see the bloody scene on the horse, but as the soldiers exclaimed, he quickly opened his eyes. I saw that in the battlefield, the man who resembled Captain America actually took Hulk's fist with one hand. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Someone who can harden the Hulk. It's incredible. Oh my god, is this still human? The soldiers had forgotten that they were in the midst of a dangerous battlefield, and when they saw that Captain Rogers could harden the Hulk, they were all shocked. Big man, the master has asked me to hunt you, so don't resist. Captain Rogers gritted his teeth and then grabbed Hulk's arm and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The Hulk was slammed to the ground by Captain Rogers. Ah, the Hulk is not happy, the Hulk killed you. Roaring, the Hulk erupted from the ground, and then rushed straight towards Captain Rogers. Good to go. Captain Rogers looked at the Hulk who rushed towards him, and then jumped up directly, and his right fist hit Hulk directly in the face. After the tooth-biting sound, Hulk tilted his neck to look at Captain Rogers, and then his mouth twitched. A huge tooth was spit out by him. Roar. The Hulk let out an earth-shattering roar while growing further in size. Anger had filled his body, and he was going to smash the ant in front of him that dared to hurt him. The other side can fluctuate and is being evaluated. Evaluate the results. Victory. In Captain Rogers' ears, the voice of the Red Queen sounded again. Steve Rogers, who has fused the T-virus and super serum, has exceeded the limit of what humans can achieve in terms of physical fitness. Strength, endurance, agility are already the pinnacle of this world. Coupled with the special combat clothing made for him by the Umbrella Company, he can naturally not fall behind when encountering enemies like the Hulk. Then try this. Captain Rogers felt that he was also excited, and after suppressing the desire to fight for so long, he could finally fully explode. The shield was thrown out by him hard, directly hitting the Hulk's head, and the moment the Hulk was hit, Captain Rogers rushed forward in 3 steps and made 2 steps, jumping high. Like an eagle, 2 fists smashed into Hulk's chest. The huge impact made the Hulk stump and almost sit on the ground without a butt. The soldiers not far away were already stupid at this time, and they had never seen such a scene. How could such a powerful Hulk be like a child in front of that person, unable to fight back? Captain Rogers constantly attacked the Hulk, and at this time, the Hulk no longer had any power to fight back. Roar. For the first time in so long, Hulk felt scared. The ant in front of him was more dexterous than himself, and his strength was greater than his own, which made him retreat. Want to run? Captain Rogers saw through Hulk's mental activity at a glance, and then pressed Hulk step by step. The fists that kept hitting Hulk's body were almost an afterimage. Ugh. The joints of Hulk's legs were directly broken by Captain Rogers. Although the Hulk has the ability to heal quickly, in such a level of battle, the consequences of any momentary immobility are catastrophic. Captain Rogers saw the opportunity and punched the Hulk in the face. For a moment, Hulk's brain went blank, and then he found that everything in front of him was still spinning. The Hulk was knocked out. My God, the Hulk was knocked unconscious. My mother, that's awesome too. It's incredible. The soldiers at the scene, seeing Bruce Banner, who had fallen to the ground and had returned to his original form, said one by one. After being injected with anesthetics, Bruce Banner slept sounder on the ground. Captain Umbrella, you did a great job. The Red Queen's approving voice sounded in Roger's mind. But now, some people hiding in dark corners should be clocked. The Red Queen's voice became sharper. 4 T-600 robots jumped out of the Eagle, and then the thrusters behind them began to propel them quickly in one direction. Chief, we are exposed. The agents of SHIELD, hidden in the shadows, looked at the T-600 model robot that was speeding towards him, and said with a desperate face. The last thing that appeared on the screen in front of Nick Fury was the hideous face of the T-600. The scene that had just been transmitted back through the agent made Nick Fury feel that his heart was shocked. He originally wanted to see what Mason Industries and General Ross wanted to do, but he did not expect to find the Umbrella Captain. That shield is indeed the exclusive item of the Captain of the United States. And that face, which is exactly the same as the Captain of the United States in the photo. But why? The shock in Nick Fury's heart was gone, as was an Agent Hill beside him. Chief, the person just now, it's really... Agent Hill asked with some uncertainty. Keep an eye on Mason Industries, I'd rather see how much of his things are hidden in it. Nick Fury said with a gloomy look. Now he became more and more suspicious of Mason Industries, but found no definitive evidence. Also, how did I handle the things I explained to you before? Nick Fury continued to ask. Director, that base does exist, and I'm preparing to send someone there. Hill responded. No, I'll go in person. Nick Fury said coldly. At midnight, in Alexander Pierce's mansion, Pierce was sitting in a chair rubbing his eyebrows. Recently, I don't know how, Nick Fury suddenly wanted to be suspicious, and began to become suspicious of anything. At the same time, he also heard that Nick Fury opened a top-secret file, and the name of the file is called the Black Devil. Chief, Dr. Zola's calculation program has been written. As long as you can promote the launch of the Insight project, we Hydra will be able to control the world again. Baron Zemo sat across from Pierce, and then spoke softly. As he spoke, he gently handed an encrypted storage device to Pierce. Okay, I see. How is the Winter Soldier recovering? Pierce asked, after taking the encrypted storage device. He just woke up from the freeze and is still adjusting, but the brainwashing is complete. A smile appeared at the corner of Baron Zemo's mouth. He will become our Hydra's secret warrior. As soon as Baron Zemo's voice fell, the lights in Pierce's room were all extinguished in an instant. The room, which had already seemed dark, now became even darker. What's going on? Pierce pulled out his pistol, looking like an enemy. Baron Zemo also frowned, looking at the surrounding scene, ready to unleash his mutant abilities at any time. The two stood up, then looked around nervously, ready to deal with the coming crisis. The plan of the two is really wonderful. Electronic synthetics appear in the ears of both ears, as if the sound came from their own ears. Pierce and Baron Zemo quickly turned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. A person wrapped in pitch-black armor was sitting in the position where the two had just situated. The V-shaped eyepieces shine with scarlet. Who are you? Pierce asked with a look of horror, because just now he found that the other party was holding something similar to a USB flash drive in his hand. Isn't it the Insight planning algorithm that I have been holding in my hand just now? Thinking of this, Pierce was horrified in his heart. If the other party had just made a move, he would have not known how many times he had died. Baron Zemo, please accept your mind control tricks. The mysterious man's words hit Baron Zemo's mind heavily, and he couldn't help but snort, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Baron Zemo was horrified. His ability to control his mind was second only to Professor X of Xavier's Genius Junior School, and the two of them had also fought each other. But it has never been so badly defeated. Just one face, the other party made his spirit suffer a heavy blow. He now felt that his brain was simply a headache, as if an awl was stirring in his head. Sit. Keen's voice fell, and Pierce and Baron Zemo felt that their actions were not controlled by their brains, and then they could only watch themselves step by step to the side of the chair, and then did it with a butt. This feeling of not being able to control your body is really terrifying. I can help you become the true leader of Hydra. Keen's first words scared the two of them a lot. After Pierce and Baron Zemo looked at each other, they did not speak. Although Pierce is now nominally the leader of Hydra, he also knows that there are many Hydra branch structures hidden in the world. He is just the leader of a larger force. You don't know how powerful and terrifying Hydra really is. Baron Zima couldn't help but speak. Noisy. Keen glanced coldly at Baron Zima, and then the sight that made Pierce chill came. Seeing the pain gradually creeping up Baron Zima's face, he opened his mouth and wanted to howl loudly, but found that he couldn't make a sound at all. He wanted to struggle, but found himself unable to move at all. At this time, he was like a drowning person, frantically trying to breathe fresh air, but found that he could not do it anyway. The nails made a sharp sound on the table, tapping Pierce's heart. A tiny, shining blue ball of light was casually dropped by Keen on Baron Zima's body. A blue light shone, and Baron Zima, who had just sat on the chair, was broken down into the most primitive molecules and dissipated in the air, as if the person had never appeared in this world. When Pierce saw this method, cold sweat broke out, and fear gradually climbed his spine. This kind of killing method simply refreshed his cognition. Secretary Pierce, I guess no one is gossiping anymore, and we can have our conversation too, can we? A smile appeared in Keen's voice. Sir, what do you mean by becoming the true leader of Hydra? Pierce slowed down and cautiously opened his mouth to test it, afraid that the demon on the opposite side would get angry and kill himself. Literally, it means to make you the true leader of Hydra. With a wave of Keen's hand, a holographic screen appeared in front of Pierce, with a world map on it. But on top of it, it is densely packed with red dots marking the location of the Hydra base. Pierce could see the bases he knew, but more he had never known before. You will become the king of such great power, and at the same time I will give you the opportunity to live forever. Keen's tone was full of seduction, which made Pierce fascinated. He is not young now, almost 80 years old. Although Hydra had injected him with an anti-aging potion, now he felt that his body was deteriorating day by day. So after hearing what Keen said, Pierce got excited. So, what's the cost? Pierce said with a somewhat excited face. He also wants to open now. If the person on the other side wants to kill himself, it is estimated that he has disappeared into this world like Baron Zima. But if the other side did not kill himself, it means that he is still useful to the other party. Everything about you. Keen spoke. To be able to give everything I have to my master is simply the greatest honor of my life. Pierce said respectfully. Keen's spiritual power instantly invaded Pierce's mind, and then on Pierce's spirit, he deeply imprinted the mark of Skynet. Ugh. The moment of severe pain couldn't help but make Pierce cry out. The azure blue Skynet logo flashed in his pupils. Then, he felt that all his secrets were hidden in front of the other party, and the other party seemed to be able to kill him with only one thought. Dear Lord, I will do your will. Pierce said with a respectful face, and this respect came from the heart. Fully promote the implementation of the Insight Plan, and I will give you the necessary help when necessary. Saying that, Keen took out a tube of blue potion and placed it on the table. After Pierce saw it, without saying a word, he directly inserted the metal syringe into his vein, and the blue liquid instantly poured into his body. In an instant, Pierce felt his body return to the top. Thank you for the gift of the master. Complete your task. Keen spoke, and then the golden light flashed, and Keen's figure disappeared into the room. Nick Fury always felt that something was wrong with his boss, Alexander Pierce, recently. It is clear that he is already an old Dragon Bell before, although Pierce is disguised as a lot, but those who are familiar with him know that he is old. But now it seems that the energy is back to Pierce in an instant. Minister, I found Hydra in a secret base in New Jersey, but that secret base is our SHIELD base. In the office, Nick Fury stared at Pierce with one of his one-eyed eyes and said, as if he wanted to find something in Pierce's face. This is the news he got from the Black Devil. Hydra. The expression on Pierce's face was obviously stunned, and then he continued to speak, investigate immediately, and be sure to find out a falling stone. Pierce's words were very firm. Minister, we have now begun to investigate. Nick Fury said with a normal face. Just now he did not notice any subtle mood swings on Pierce's face. Very normal. This made him start to doubt his previous thoughts. Well, just because I want to find you two, I plan to implement a huge plan, which I would like to call the Insight Project. With a smile on his face, Pierce spoke. Then he placed a thick book on the table and motioned for Nick Fury to flip through it. Project Insight. Nick Fury's face showed doubt, but when he began to look through the information, his face changed instantly. With the help of Mason Industries, SHIELD has an air carrier as the center of operations, and this Insight plan is to build a multi-search space carrier and then patrol the air. Monitor the entire US at any time. The minister. This. Nick Fury didn't know what to say, because the plan was indeed grand, but there were many questions to be questioned. I know your doubts, this is just a draft, and to really implement it, we still need to go through many arguments. Pierce said with his leg cocked. But don't you think it's the most efficient way, so that if you drop that hammer in New Mexico, we'll know where he's going? Minister, now we have sent people to guard the landing site of the hammer, and the researchers are also analyzing the hammer. Pierce nodded, then returned to his office chair. Nick Fury knew he should go. By the way, don't stop the research on the cosmic Rubik's Cube. As Nick Fury was about to walk out the door, Pierce's voice sounded behind him. Got it, Minister. Now Dr. Sevig has been studying the cosmic Rubik's Cube, and now he has found a way to convert the Rubik's Cube into energy. This magical cosmic cube has been attracting the attention of SHIELD all these years. Nick Fury also wanted to know what this Rubik's Cube did. United States, New Mexico, desert. A group of people in black suits suddenly arrived here and began to set up camp here. The portable base of the prototype has already been laid down by them. Scientists in white robes are monitoring all kinds of data inside. Oh my god, this is incredible. The density of this hammer has exceeded anything I've ever seen. But he obviously has such a large mass, but when he is on the ground, why not sink deeply? My god, in the metal in it, there is a strange energy fluctuation. What the hell is this? Looking at the experimental data on the screen, the researchers couldn't help but widen their eyes. This hammer simply refreshed their understanding of science, or the hammer itself is an unscientific existence. Suddenly, the alarm bell in the real base began to sound. Warning, illegal intrusion detected, please all agents be prepared. The red light shone in the base, and the researchers were immediately escorted by the agents to a safe location. At the same time, a column of SHIELD agents dressed in black began to enter a combat state. There was a torrential rain in the sky, and a strong figure, taking advantage of the cover of night, came behind an agent. Then a punch provoked an agent, and the whole person began to run in the direction of the hammer at a rapid speed. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The shrill sound immediately resounded throughout the base, but the strong figure had already run to the location of the hammer with both eyes shining at this time. Then he grabbed the handle of the hammer with his own hand and began to push hard. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer stayed there peacefully, without the slightest sign of moving. Nope. The rain hit the man's face wantonly, looking so desolate. This man is none other than Thor, who was exiled to Earth by Odin. A large number of agents had surrounded Thor at this time, and Agent Coulson stood up to the rain, looked at Thor who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Talk about how." Before Coulson's words were finished, golden light flashed, and a circular portal with golden light appeared in front of him. Then, a humanoid mech with a black body walked out of the portal. V-shaped eyepieces shimmering scarlet. Booming, thunder mixed with lightning streaked through the air, reflecting the black mecha in front of him so eerie. It seems that everyone welcomes me. A shrill electronic synth sounded in everyone's ears, and Coulson looked at the mecha in front of him incredulously. This voice made him sound the scene 3 years ago. A scene that takes place in the Bacchus building. "It's you, Keen Mason." Coulson looked at the black mech in front of him with a solemn expression, and spit out the name dryly. He suddenly felt that his mouth was a little dry. It seems that Agent Coulson's memory is as good as ever. Keen's voice had a smile in it. "Then you should know that those guns in your hands have no effect on me." Saying that, Keen ignored the guns pointed at him and walked straight to Sol, who was kneeling on the ground. "Asgard God Domain, it is really Asgard's misfortune to have a big prince like you?" Keen looked at Sol, who was kneeling on the ground, and said with regret. Then he walked over to Mjolnir and put his hand on it. "Impossible, without Mjolnir's approval, can't pick up a hammer," Thor said bitterly. "Then I'll see if I'll be recognized." Keen's powerful spiritual power instantly invaded Mjolnir and found the power of thunder and lightning hidden in it. That will of the power of thunder and lightning, when facing such a huge spiritual power of Keen, immediately like a docile puppy, was unusually obedient. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and lightning reflected the sky like daylight. In the disbelief on Thor's face, Keen had already raised his hammer. Countless lightning bolts gathered above Keen's head, and the silver-white current, like a long dragon, was attracted by the hammer. The powerful power of thunder and lightning made the hair of everyone present stand on end. "Kid, dare." A burst of thunder flashed in the air, and a majestic voice echoed in everyone's ears. Odin, who has been monitoring Mjolnir, suddenly finds that the hammer has been lifted by someone other than Thor, ruining his plan to train Thor. How can he not be angry? "Odin, don't be nosy here," Keen said aloud, and the electronic synthesis became even more eerie. The lightning in the air began to become furious, forming a huge lightning bolt shape, roaring and rushing towards Keen, while flashing colorful lights in the air. "Odin has already struck. I said, don't be nosy on Earth," Keen said in a deep voice. The azure light emanated from his body, and in the azure light, countless simple and mysterious patterns could be seen. Coulson and the others, who were standing not far away, felt that their hearts were being held by others. This kind of power is really too powerful. Even if they are ordinary people, they can feel the horror of power. Evacuate quickly. Coulson knew that this situation was no longer something they could mix, and even if they were not careful, these people would disappear directly under the huge energy. The silver-white dragon, mixed with colorful energy, slammed into Keen's face with lightning speed. The energy on Keen's body instantly turned into a dragon like an extinction, and violently collided with the energy released by Odin. The colorful energy, like broken glass, instantly dissipated in the air. The energy released by Keen was unabated, directly pouring into the energy channel opened by Odin. Poof! Odin, who was sitting on the throne, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. His face was filled with shock. When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear on Earth? Thor, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at Keen beside him with a terrifying expression. The energy that burst out of the sky just now, he was very familiar with. It belonged to his father, Odin. But this black strange armor beside him actually directly dispersed his father's divine power. What kind of strong man is this? But in this way, he was relieved, and it didn't seem to be a big deal for someone who could directly harden his father and lift Mjolnir. Keen's body emitted a lot of heat energy, apparently just hit Odin's blow, making his body a little overheated, and it was not a big deal by then. I like your hammer very much, I'll take it back and use it first. After Keen dispersed Odin's divine power and severely damaged Odin, the whole person said as if he was fine. I took the hammer away, you don't have any opinions, do you? The V-shaped eyepieces swept past those SHIELD agents. Mr. Mason, you can take the hammer away, but we will definitely track you down. Cowlson said without humility. Tell Nick Fury I'll go back to him in a few days. Keen responded, and at the same time a portal shining with golden yellow light appeared in front of him out of thin air, and then Keen disappeared into the land in an instant. Agent Cowlson, who was that just now? Oh my god, it's horrible. I've never seen such majestic energy. Thank God forbid, I didn't die. What kind of heat is the Odin he just said? After seeing Keen leave, the agents at the scene immediately discussed with palpitations, because the shock brought to them by the scene just now was too strong. The scene of the Azure Dragon soaring into the sky has been deeply imprinted in their minds, letting them know that the strong man in this world turned out to be like this. At this time, the researchers in white coats before also rushed out. It's incredible. God, the energy aftermath just now directly burned our measuring instruments. It's just fascinating. Just detected in outer space, a wormhole appeared. That black figure is simply amazing. Yes, and the way he disappeared, it was just like magic. The Odin in his mouth, and Asgard, is not the kingdom of gods in Norse mythology. Oh my god, what's going on in this world? A researcher said with a fanatical expression. Not only the expressions of everyone present were fanatical, but the expressions on the faces of countries around the world at this time were very wonderful. Just now, the whole world detected violent energy fluctuations in the United States of New Mexico. The peak energy just now has exceeded the energy brought by the simultaneous explosion of 3 hydrogen bombs. What's going on here? Why did a thunderstorm in New Mexico blow a hole open? Oh my god, it's unbelievable. What just happened? The world was shocked for a moment. All go back to their posts. Cowlson said with a serious face. Today's matter seems to be a bit big, and it seems that something remarkable is involved. It seems that just now, it was involved. God. What is that Odin in Keen Mason's mouth, and Asgard God online? Cowlson's expression was a little strange at this time, looking at Thor who was still kneeling on the ground with a face full of despair. He spoke, Thor, it should be time to talk about your identity, and the Asgard God domain in the population just now. Cowlson looked deeply at Saul, who was kneeling on the ground, as if trying to find some flaw in his body. Creator, Mjolnir has been tested. Mjolnir is made of the core of a broken white dwarf, with an infinite density, and at the same time there is a magic energy flowing on it, which can make the user ignore the density. At the same time, in the Skynet base, Skynet has completed the analysis of Mjolnir and is reporting the results of the analysis. Keen, on the other hand, is in his neural network looking at the reward for invading Mjolnir this time. The rewards for invading various humans and organizations before can be said to have no effect on Keen, and I hope that this invasion of Mjolnir can give him some useful rewards. White dwarf star nuclear material. Keen looked at the system's prompt, and the V-shaped eyepieces were about to bulge, and the neural network jumped at the same time. If this material is incorporated into your own armor, it will definitely improve the ability of your own armor by leaps and bounds. Keen's neural network began to run rapidly, and his neural network was exhausted. Find the most suitable way to perfectly blend star core materials with your own armor. A minute later, the exhaustive results are out. It seems that it should be time to position a new body. Keen looked at the method that was exhausted, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. But there are some things that should be done, but let's solve the plot of Iron Man 2 first. Previously, the Mason Industrial Starlink plan had detected Ivan Vanko's scheme, and it can be said that now Ivanko's every move is under Keen's monitoring. His behavior and motives were drawn into a portrait by Skynet, and his next plan was completely in Skynet's prediction. That's the horror of big data in the digital age. Just like your mobile phone, it will push you something you are interested in or like, which is the comprehensive use of big data. Unless you are a person who does not have access to the internet at all, no one's every move can escape the monitoring of Skynet. Next week, it's the opening day of the Stark Industries Fair and the Mason Industries Fair. It's incredible that Mason Industries completed the huge exposition site in just 1 month. A number of companies have announced their stay at the Mason Industrial Fair. Hammer Industries announces development of the latest war robot. Draw a tiger according to the cat. Hammer Industries can also develop war robots, which really laughs off people's big teeth. With the opening of Mason Industries and Stark Industries Expos a week away, the global media has already flocked to the event. Major companies also sent personnel to nervously arrange the expo site on both sides. Of course, the focus of each company is also different. They sent the latest and greatest products, as well as the most elite personnel, to the Mason Industrial Fair. At the Stark Industrial Fair, there are some smelly fish and rotten shrimp. The performance of various companies has already illustrated the status of Mason Industries in the world. Okay, so be it. Justin Hammer in his own company, impatiently watching the war robot made by Ivan Vanko. How to say, it looks like the work of a cat drawing a tiger. The bare wires, cheap armor, and Mason Industries T600 robots are no match for that. Combat performance, strong. Ivan Vanko looked at Justin Hammer with some mockery in his eyes and said, I don't just want combat effectiveness, I also want good looks, you know. This is an industrial fair, and people all over the world are watching. Justin Hammer looked at Ivan Vanko with anger on his face and said, after instructing the bodyguards to keep an eye on Ivan Vanko, Justin Hammer walked out of the laboratory. Outside are waiting reporters. Oh, of course, the war robot developed by Hammer Industries combines the advantages of the T-600 model robot and the Tony Stark warframe. This will be our guarantee of peace in the future. Looking at the reporter, Justin Hammer talked. As for the final launch, please pay attention to Hammer Industries booth at Mason Industries and Stark Industries. Justin Hammer said mildly. At this time, Stark was also in his mansion, carrying out the final upgrade of his arc reactor. The palladium poisoning of the previous arc reactor was almost his name, and with the help of SHIELD, he found the new elements left to him by his father, Howard Stark. There really is you. After so many years, you are still teaching me lessons. Stark looked at the gleaming new arc reactor and couldn't help but mutter. Sir, it's not that I'm here to pour cold water on you, but according to the analysis of the data released by Mason Industries, there is still a big gap between the energy carried in your arc reactor and the T-600 robot. Jarvis said with cold water. I know, Jarvis, please don't you pour cold water on me at this time, okay? I'm just the initial model. Do you understand the initial model? And what is the T-600 robot? Stark asked with a confused look. After getting rid of the threat of death, he finally made time to check the changes in the world. After he finished surfing the internet, he felt that his 3 views were impacted. What happened to the world during this time? Osborne Industries was acquired by Mason Industries, and Harry Osborne became Green Goblin too, and Mason Industries helped the US military arrest the Hulk. And what the hell is that Spider-Man who flies around Queens in Big Apple City all day? Unexpectedly, Hammer Industries is also going to launch its own war robot. Shouldn't Justin Hammer be stripped of his own skin at the hearing? Stark fell into deep doubt. But what made him feel more headache was that Stark Industries was now in a deep quagmire. Under the aggressive posture of Mason Industries, Stark Industries' various businesses have shrunk significantly. Mason Industries is involved in all aspects of the product, and under the combination punch, Stark Industries knew is somewhat vulnerable. The American genius of his name, Reed Charlize, president of the Babbitt Group, is not having a good time now, and all businesses have also been affected by Mason Industries. What does this keen Mason want to do, waiting for his business to be broken up? Stark muttered in disbelief. Because the US government does not allow such a giant enterprise to appear in its own society. No matter, I'm going to find Pepper, she must have had a bad time during this time. Stark had a different kind of emotion in his heart. And now Pepper is dealing with the Stark Industrial Fair, and the companies that were already going to settle in before suddenly switched to Mason Industries, and she can only use the words to describe herself. With less than 3 days left before the opening of the Stark Industries, it's clear that this Stark Industries could end up being the worst ever expo. Oh my god, what exactly does Mason Industries want to do? Pepper said helplessly that she had exhausted all her methods, but when those companies saw the Mason Industrial Fair, one by one they were like dogs that smelled meat, and they frantically pounced. Before the location of the Mason Industrial Fair was not yet visible, there were already many companies that wanted to enter it. This made Pepper feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Welcome to the Mason Industrial Fair, which is expected to last for half a year. At the fair, you can see all kinds of new inventions, as well as the latest scientific and technological achievements. If you're interested in technology, you must come. If you are not interested, be sure to come too. The 2 industrial fairs officially began, and the full range of screens in front of the Mason Industrial Expo immediately attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, that's pretty cool. It's something out of a science fiction movie. Hey man, this is a holographic screen. God, is there really such a thing? Don't be silly, now the US military has purchased a lot of holographic screens. The people gathered around the door of the Mason Industrial Fair were immediately attracted by the holographic screen in front of them. Before they even got inside, they were already attracted by this ingenious technology. On the screens of the entire series, Mason Industries' various products and various things that will be exhibited at the expo are introduced. It was obviously a boring thing, but everyone looked so relished. Oh my god, what is this? A silver-white figure appeared at the gate, a T-600. Although everyone had seen the appearance of the T-600 in various media before, after seeing the real robot for the first time, they still felt an abnormal shock. A cool breath rushed directly from under their feet to the heavenly spirit cover. The silver-white exoskeleton shows hideousness, scarlet electronic eyes are shocking, and the mechanical human-like structure makes people tremble. Guys, I am the guide at the intersection, you can ask me for all kinds of news. And please call me TN.com. Skynet allocated part of its computing power to this T-600, and then said elegantly, I'm in a hurry. A combination of artificial intelligence and robots. Oh my god, such a big hand. Directly use the T-600 as a guide. It's a lot cooler than Stark Industries. Can I take a picture? After hearing the T-600 speak, the horror that had just risen in the crowd was dispelled, and everyone at the scene boiled. Some dared to approach the T-600 for a group photo. Skynet also cooperated with various poses. Oh my god, that's pretty cool too. No, I'm going to take a group photo too. Maya, just the gate is so novel, I must go in and take a look. The crowd outside the venue had already begun to boil, desperately trying to squeeze into the Mason Industrial Fair. Countless people had gathered at the gate, and the road outside was already full of cars. When everyone walked into the venue of the Mason Industrial Fair, they were immediately captured by all kinds of novel technology products and various novel technologies. Oh my god, that's cool. Simply put, I didn't go to the Stark Industrial Fair, and I bet that the things on Stark's side are definitely not as good as here. Good. In order to seize this good publicity opportunity, each company has displayed its own pressed bottom of the box, both in quality and quantity, higher than that at the Stark Industries. Welcome to Hammer Industries. Today I will show you the latest war robots of Hammer Industries. They will be the guarantee of peace in our country. Above the booth of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer is speaking passionately. With the sound of loud music, the lifting device on the ground opened, and rows of robots coated with American flags appeared in front of everyone. The audience below immediately erupted into loud applause. Not only in the Mason Industrial Fair, but also in the Stark Industrial Fair, the exhibition area of Hammer Industries also carried out this step, receiving cheers from the audience. Let's applaud Hammer Industries, which is the staunchest defender of American interests. Justin Hammer shouted loudly from the stage, which immediately drew cheers. The plan begins. Ivan Vanko looked at the image on the screen, an icy smile appeared on his face, and then put his finger on the start button. Here, I would like to introduce you. Before the words of the stage were finished, there was an exclamation from the audience, and the audience looked behind him with wide eyes. Stark wore his own armor and came to the sky above the exhibition area. All retreat immediately, these robots may well have defected. Stark's voice echoed throughout the hall, and the audience was first stunned, and then immediately let out a terrified cry. The war robots standing behind the introduction, under the control of Ivan Vanko, began to chase Stark at this time. While there was chaos on the Stark Industrial Fair, at the Mason Industrial Fair, it was unusually calm. Justin Hammer is passionately introducing the specific data of war robots, which have no sense of being controlled. Creator, the manipulation signal has been intercepted. Skynet's voice rang out in Keen's neural network. Next, let's just watch the play. Keen said with a smile on his face. In Hammer Industries lab, Ivan Vanko looked at the disconnected robot on the screen with a strange expression on his face. It stands to reason that the Warframe at the Mason Industrial Fair should also have been activated, but why is it all displayed and disconnected now? After I finish solving Stark, let's take a look at this Mason Industries. Ivan Vank said coldly. Firelight, explosions bloomed non-stop at the Stark Industrial Fair, and the war robots used Swarm B tactics to constantly chase Stark flying ahead. Although Stark used various tricks to destroy the war robots chasing him behind him, there were too many of them. Stark's good friend Rode also joined the battle group, and the two were already surrounded by many war robots. Bullets kept hitting their armor. Suddenly, Rode punched Stark's armor, and then the cannon on his shoulder stretched out and began to strafe Stark indiscriminately. Tony, I can't control myself anymore. Rode said loudly, but the movement in his hand did not stop. Hey, are you guys playing a game? Take me one. Spider-Man's voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the two, and then surrounded a war robot with spider silk. Hey, two steel heads, I'm Spider-Man, you guys are. Spider-Man still couldn't change his problem, and said by the way while helping Stark resist the attacks of Rode and other war machines. After a lot of hard work, Rode finally returned to normal, and the war robots around him were also beaten to pieces by the combined efforts of the three. Boom. A huge armor fell from the sky, and then the mask opened, revealing the face of Ivan Vanko inside. Tony, hello. The corner of Ivan Vanko's mouth hooked a sneer, and then he spoke. The thought of being able to achieve my revenge tonight fills my heart with sweetness. Now, die, Stark. Ivanko's mask fell, and his eyes showed a scarlet glow. Two whips with huge electrical energy appeared in his hand, and then rolled towards the three Starks. It seems that the situation of our old friend Tony Stark is very bad. Keen's neural network plays videos taken by Starlink satellites. At this time, in the battlefield, Stark's form was very bad. Ivan Vanko has suppressed them to death. Creator, do you want to make a move? After all, our subject number 2 is in the middle of the battlefield. Skynet's voice sounded. The second experimental subject in his mouth is Spider-Man Peter Parker. Well, let's almost shoot. This Ivan Vanko I don't like him very much. Keen said calmly, and at the same time decided the fate of Ivan Vanko. At this time, the battlefield had entered a white-hot scene, and Stark and Rhodes' steel suits were covered with scars. The fine structure inside is exposed. Spider-Man's clothes were also destroyed on a large scale by the whiplash, revealing the scorched skin inside. He really wanted to lie on the ground and sleep. Ho, is this your real strength? Ivan Vanko looked at the tired crowd in the field with a disdainful smile on his face. His armor was also covered with charred black, but his rough and skinny Russian aesthetic helped him withstand most of his attacks. The state of the heart in Ivan Vanko is the best among several people. Let's start with you, nasty little fleas. Ivan Vanko threw his whip at Spider-Man, who desperately wanted to move his body, but found that he could not escape the fatal blow no matter what. In the nick of time, a silver-white robot suddenly appeared in front of Spider-Man, resisting the fatal blow. This robot is all silver, and it shines like flowing water. This is the body made by Skynet for itself, referring to the design drawings of the T-1000, and the whole body is supported by liquid metal, which has a strong repairability. Ivan Vanko's whip, after touching the robot's body, split a hole in it, but the flowing metal seemed to heal itself, instantly making up for the wound. Tony, is this your robot? Rode looked at Skynet, swallowed his saliva and said, "Of course not." Stark looked at Skynet's body with a solemn expression, and the repairability of the plant just now was simply beyond the scope of his current knowledge. He only knew it might be a liquid metal, but he couldn't understand how liquid metal became the robot's skeleton. The creator dislikes you very much, so accept death now. An icy voice emanated from Skynet's body. Are you being funny? And the creator in your mouth, it's ridiculous to hear. Maniacal laughter came from Ivanko's mecha, but the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. What's going on? He felt that he could no longer control his armor, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. It's a pity that you used a warframe. Skynet said coldly. He has now taken over the control of the Ivan Vanko warframe. This person dared to say this about his creator, and now the anger in Skynet's heart has become incomparable. He wanted to let the man in front of him die a painful death. What's going on? Ivan Vanko said in horror. The mecha's waist began to rotate slowly, along with the body of Ivan Vanko inside. He felt that his body had twisted to a limit at this time, and he could hear his bones rattling. Ugh! Ivan Vanko couldn't help but howl loudly, and the powerful pain made him soaked in cold sweat all over his body. But the twisting of the mech is not over yet, and the IC program meticulously executes the will of Skynet. Because the range of twisting of the mecha was too large, beyond the original design range, the wires outside were already exposed, but the twisting continued. Ivan Vanko heard the sound of the back of the card, and a sharp pain rushed into his brain in an instant. His spine had folded, and his internal organs were tumbling. Now he can see his feet. Then Skynet quietly walked up and put your own hand on Ivanko's mecha. The silver liquid metal slipped through the gaps in the gap mech like flowing water, and from the various apertures of Ivanko, it flowed into his body. Yes. Ivan Vanko let out a scream of pain. The three Starks on the side saw such a terrifying scene, and for a moment felt as if they were in hell. That silver-white robot is simply a ruthless demon. Ivanko's screams gradually disappeared, and the mecha fell off, revealing Ivanko's cruel death. Countless silver-white metals oozed out of his body, and his whole person was like a metal-like flower, cruel and beautiful. It's just terrible. Rode looked at Ivan Vanko, who had become a metal flower, and muttered in his mouth. His heart is now beating faster, adrenaline is bursting rapidly, and the whole person is in a defensive posture. Stark was the same, just seeing Ivanko's miserable death, a cool breath rose directly from under his feet to the heavenly spirit cover. Who are you, and the creator of your mouth, what exactly is it? Stark asked. Skynet ignored Stark's question, flew directly into the sky, and disappeared. The huge detonation generated during the flight blew Stark and rode up. After getting up from the ground, Stark's face was full of incredulity. Because that speed is too fast, the acceleration is too great, just off the ground has already erupted into detonation. The rigidity of this material fascinated him. Tony, what the hell is this? Rode stood up from the ground in a daze, and then asked with a confused look. The scene that just happened really shocked his three views, and he thought that if the silver-white robot wanted to attack them, they would definitely have no room to resist. Stark shook his head gently. This level of technology was beyond his understanding. If he is given a few more years, it is estimated that it is possible to catch up with the other party's technical level, but who knows that this must be the other party's highest technology. What appeared at the Stark Industries fair quickly spread around the world. Now the eyes of the world are focused on the Stark Industries, but this gaze is not positive. Iron Man, can he guard us? There was a major safety accident at the Stark Industrial Fair, and the war robots started themselves. 20 people were killed and many injured. Mason Industries Fair showcases a variety of fresh technologies. The Mason Fair has it all, it's a tech lover's paradise. Fueled by the media, the Mason Industrial Fair became more popular, and people who originally wanted to attend the Stark Industrial Fair changed their formation and came to the Mason Industrial Fair. When they saw the T-600 robot standing in the doorway, and the holographic screen at the door, they couldn't move their steps one by one. Father, I'm going to the Mason Industrial Fair. Wife, I want to take a picture with the T-600. I want to go in and see if it's as exaggerated as the news says. It's so cool, I don't even want to come out. I heard that there is a fireworks display in the infield tonight, and it is an unprecedented fireworks display. Hearing that there will be a fireworks display inside tonight, the people who were originally a little hesitant immediately strengthened their confidence and entered the door of the Mason Industrial Fair. When they walked in, they were immediately glad they had made the right decision. The pedals of geeks flying around in the air, robots everywhere on the road, bulky or dexterous, and holographic screens, are even more sci-fi atmosphere that sets off the entire expo. There is no place on Earth that has a more sci-fi flavor than here. Wow, that's really cool. It's heaven. Mason Industries is really too powerful. The other companies are also showing great things. It's over, I don't want to go home anymore. I don't know if there is a theme hotel inside. People marveled at everything in the venue and praised Mason Industries for giving them the opportunity to access the world's most cutting-edge technology. Quick, look up, soon the fireworks will bloom. Suddenly a person roared loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone immediately raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, they saw small points of light and began to soar into the sky, and after reaching the predetermined position, those small points of light immediately bloomed with brilliant light. A big M appeared in the sky. It's the hallmark of Mason Industries. Oh my god, how did you do this? It's so beautiful. Of course, this is just an appetizer, and the next scene makes everyone present feel refreshed. The logo of the Umbrella Company, the logo of the Skynet Company, the T-600 model robot, and a variety of products produced by Mason Industries all appeared in the sky without exception. The night sky, under the baptism of fireworks, becomes like day. The entire Big Apple City can see the situation on the Mason Industrial Fair. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Why didn't I go to the Mason Industrial Fair? If it weren't for the traffic jam, I would have been able to catch up. God, how did these fireworks come about? Knowledgeable people can see at a glance that Mason Industries is an unusual place for fireworks. The brightness of traditional fireworks simply cannot reach the current level, and even no amount of fireworks can reflect the entire Big Apple City like daylight. There are also those complex patterns, which are simply not achievable with traditional fireworks. Sure enough, it's Mason Industries, and it's extraordinary to set off fireworks. In the three-curved wing of SHIELD, Nick Fury stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the Big Apple City like daylight, and said contemptuously. Now he is full of doubts about Mason Industries, especially when he sees the man who claims to be the captain of the Umbrella and the Shield, which arouses his endless doubts. How can there be a person who looks so much like the captain of the United States, Big Apple, in a slightly run-down apartment? Eric was watching the TV coverage of the Mason Industrial Fair, especially last night's grand fireworks party, which kept him from sleeping well all night. He could have had everything Keen Mason has now, but now he is just a small retired soldier. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Originally, his father was qualified to inherit the position of King of Wakanda, but he was brutally killed by that despicable villain, the current King of Wakanda, Chaka. He must take revenge. A golden light flashed in his room, and a golden portal appeared in front of his eyes. The sunlight outside the window seemed to be blocked by something, and the whole room seemed to be covered with a cover, leaving only endless darkness in the room. A scarlet V-shaped eyepiece appeared in front of him. What are you? Eric instantly took a defensive posture and asked with horror in his eyes. The way the other party appeared just now simply subverted his cognition. At this time, all the sounds in the room were isolated, and he could only hear his heart beating faster and faster. He felt that his neck was being pinched so hard that he was almost out of breath. Don't worry, if I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. A harsh electronic synth appeared in Isaac's ears, strangely in the originally solemn atmosphere. After this voice sounded, he suddenly relaxed a lot. I'm here to help you. Aren't you very eager to reclaim the throne of Wakanda? I'll give you a chance. Keen's voice, like the whispers of hellish demons, hit Isaac's heart directly. He wanted to return to the Kingdom of Wakanda all his life and become the king of the Kingdom of Wakanda. On what basis do you say that you can help me reclaim the throne of the Kingdom of Wakanda? You may not know anything about Wakanda. Essex stared at Keen deadly, then retorted. He knows how strong Wakanda's scientific and technological strength is, coupled with the vibranium resources of Wakanda's special products. It can be said that Wakanda is the most technologically advanced country in the world. Of course I know. Keen's voice said mockingly, and then Keen snapped his fingers, and a holographic screen appeared in the air. The above shows the specific location of the Kingdom of Wakanda and the various situations in it. Esek looked at the holographic screen in front of him in shock. There was a lot of information on it that he didn't know, and how did this person in front of him know? Who the hell are you? This is the second time Esek has asked this question. You don't need to know who I am, you just need me to put you on the throne of the Kingdom of Wakanda. In return, you're going to give me a lot of vibranium. Keen stated his ultimate purpose. Deal, how can you help me? Esek responded decisively. I'll give you an indestructible body, and I'll give you an army of robots. Keen's voice was full of seduction. When? Esek also has a quick headache, and he just wants to complete his revenge as soon as possible. Right now, while speaking, Keen opened the passage to the Hive Base. Come with me. After speaking, Keen walked in first. Esek looked at the golden passage, gritted his teeth, and stepped inside. This is his best chance. And as the person just said, he has nothing now. If the other party has any thoughts about himself, he doesn't have to go to such great lengths. It seems that your heart has been filled with vengeance, and we will transform and upgrade your body. Without saying a word, Esek lay directly in the place where Keen pointed him out. Red Queen, Skynet, transform his body. Keen commanded. Wait, Skynet and Red Queen, are you? Before Esek could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his spine, and then the real person instantly passed out. Countless robotic arms are undergoing large-scale transformation on his body. Countless tissues and bones in the original body were taken out, and then replaced with mechanical organs and bones. Even if Esek was already in a coma, his body could not help but twitch. This is the most instinctive reflection of the body. Esek opened his eyes, and he had a dream that he had become the king of Wakanda and avenge his father. Subject number 1, report your feelings. In his ears, an icy female voice suddenly sounded. The figure of the Red Queen appeared in front of him. Not long ago, your body was mechanically transformed. Please report your feelings now. Queen Red said again. Wait, mechanized transformation? Essek's somewhat confused brain sobered up, and then looked at his body. There was no difference from usual. Your organs, bones, tissues have been replaced with stronger mechanical bodies, and now the only thing in your body that remains in a human state is your brain, and your genitals. The Red Queen said without a trace of emotion, and at the same time a holographic screen appeared in front of Essek, showing the specific condition of his body. You should thank the creator for making you the glorious #1 experimental subject. Now, please report your status immediately. The cold voice of the Red Queen sounded again. Essek was trembling a little at this time, but he quickly calmed down. He had been mentally prepared before, and he had promised that person that he would be mentally prepared for this. Moreover, after his body has been mechanized, it is definitely 100 times better than his previous body. I feel good now. Essek responded truthfully. Very good. Subject #1 immediately went to the testing room to test the level of transformation. Ezek sat on the Eagle Fighter, looking at the vast land below, and his heart could not help but feel proud. Chaka, I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. Essek looked at the army of robots lining up behind him, and his heart was full of confidence. After his body has been transformed, he has reached its peak, and even if Chaka has a Black Panther suit, he is not afraid. There is also a well-armed robot army behind him, which will also destroy the decay when facing the tribal forces of Wakanda. Now he has gathered all the benefits, just waiting to reach the sky above the kingdom of Wakanda. Detected large-scale optical camouflage, ready to enter. The voice of the Red Queen sounded in Essek's ears, and he knew that they were about to come to the sky above Wakanda. Sure enough, the Eagle Fighter seemed to have crossed an enchantment, and what was originally a primeval forest outside was now a steel forest city. Wakanda, I'm coming, Essek said with excitement on his face. Dozens of Eagle Fighters gradually flew over the royal palace, and then disarmed their optical stealth. What is it? Oh my god. How did this get in? It's terrible. The fighter has reached the top of the palace, and we don't even know anything. Everyone in the palace, looking up at the Eagle Fighter above their heads at this time, instantly made a fuss, and fear occupied their hearts. What kind of fighter this is? It has flown over the palace, they don't even know. If the other party does not turn off optical invisibility, it is estimated that they will not find it in their lives, and they will not know how they died by then. One T-800 robot, with scarlet light flashing in its electronic eyes, fell from the fighter jet in free fall, and then smashed on the ground of the palace square, making a plopping sound. This voice constantly hits the hearts of everyone. Looking at the hideous-looking T-800 robot, fear crept into everyone's heart. The T-800's scarlet electronic eye at this time, flashing with uncertain light and darkness, is analyzing the threat in front of it at this time. After the analysis, there is no threat. Essek also jumped from the Eagle Fighter at this time, and the metal skeleton smashed to the ground with a banging sound. Chaka, don't be a shrunken turtle there, the king of Wakanda is here. Essek stared at the gate of the palace deadly, and then said in a loud voice, Who are you? Chaka, the old king of Wakanda, came out trembling and looked at Essek and asked, Who am I? As if he had heard some joke, Essek began to laugh maniacally, and then asked loudly, Have you forgotten that you killed your brother with your own hands? Everyone at the scene, after hearing this, immediately talked about it with a shocked face. Indeed, the old King Chaka had a brother who suddenly disappeared all of a sudden. They always thought that the person had an accident, but they did not expect to hear this secret now. So, please die now. The huge explosive force quickly erupted from Ezek's body in public, and the metal organs and bones could support strong acceleration. In an instant, Essek appeared in front of Chaka, and then a sharp knife appeared in his palm, slashing fiercely on Chaka's neck, sending out a burst of sparks. Ho, are you really greedy for life and afraid of death? Do you think you cannot die if you have a Black Panther suit? Ezek's powerful physical functions directly suppressed the old King Chaka, and the sharp knife made of special alloy kept bringing out dazzling fire on Chaka's body. Chaka is also getting weaker, and although he has the blessing of the Panther suit, he is now too old and has not undergone special training. Ha ha ha, die, die. The sharp knife in Ezek's hand had already cut through Chaka's Panther suit, leaving a fine wound on Chaka's skin. Blood kept flowing from Chaka's body, gradually soaking his clothes. Weakness, waste, how do you manage the country of Wakanda? Essek roared angrily, and a knife pierced directly into Chaka's neck, and the huge force directly stabbed the Panther suit. A large amount of blood gushed out of Chaka's body and sprayed on Ezek's body. Essek bathed in the blood of his enemies and felt that the taste of revenge was so wonderful. Chaka is dead, who dare you to resist me now? Essek turned and roared. We disagree. A large number of Janissaries arrived at the scene, and when they saw Chaka who had fallen to the ground, they were blinded. Humph, it's you who are waiting. T-800 is dispatched. Essek ordered indifferently. Skynet gave him the Robot Legion so that he could quell the rebellion in the country. After receiving the command, the T-800 began to approach the Janissaries step by step with neat steps. In the Scarlet Electronic Eye, all the people in front of him are listed as the object of termination. The light of energy weapons flickered wantonly around the palace, and with the killing, the T-800 became a veritable finishing machine, ending everything that dared to stand in his way. The Robot Legions have no fear or pain, they will only follow their established instructions to end everything that should end. Ah, how so? It's too strong. Ugh, can't resist. It's terrifying. When did the Janissaries see the robot legion that is not afraid of death, see their colleagues die tragically one by one, and then see the robots that are not afraid of death, and they are almost scared. Blood was spilled all over the land of the palace square, and the strong smell of blood was disgusting. Finally, the last member of the Janissaries was slaughtered by the T-800. Now, does anyone else want to object? Essek looked at the executives who had already been frightened, and a cruel smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations to the new king. Creator, Essek has temporarily seized control of Wakanda. It's pumping us a lot of vibranium resources right now. Skynet's voice sounded in Keen's neural network. The preliminary preparations have finally come to fruition. With the addition of vibranium resources, Keen's robot army can become more powerful. Creator, the Hulk blood sample has been analyzed, and the fit with the G-virus has reached 80%. The next step of the experiment can be carried out. The voice of the Red Queen was not to be outdone. After the previous arrest of the Hulk, Red rushed to analyze the blood sample and determine the correlation between the G-virus and its fusion. Very good. Keen smiled and said, after the development is completed, inject 3 experimental subjects. I want to see how powerful the G-virus is. Suddenly, Keen's head looked into the distance, as if his gaze was far away. Is it finally about to start? In his neural network, crazy calculations are being carried out, and in an instant, the computing power has soared to its peak. At this time, Thor had already raised the Thor axe that Odin had sent down again, and restored his powerful divine power. The destroyer is here, just in time for me to meet the URU alloy of Asgard God domain. Keen said, while disappearing into the Skynet base. At this time, in New Mexico, an unusual thunderstorm gathered in the air, and Thor's 2 eyes glowed blue-white, looking at several destroyer mechs standing in front of him. A destroyer mech had already made it difficult for him to resist, and now in front of him, there were a full 10. This is already all the destroyer mecha in the Immortal Palace, although the most authentic one is the first one after that, but the rest of the imitations are also extremely powerful. Loki, what the hell do you want to do? Thor roared loudly. Of course I let you die, my dear brother. Loki's frivolous voice came from the air. Thor's battle with the destroyer mech at this time had entered a white-hot state, but at this time, it was obvious that Thor had fallen to the downwind. There were scorched marks everywhere on the body. What was originally a beautiful long golden hair has now turned into a bald head, which has been burned out by the destruction rays of the destroyer. It's really weak. A faint taunt sounded in Thor's ears. He could remember this voice, this iconic electronic synthesis. It was the man who had hardened his father's divine power and told him not to be nosy. A trembling energy fluctuation flashed beside Thor, and this energy made him tremble. Because it's just huge. The Thor axe in his hand began to stir restlessly, and then instantly broke away from Thor's control and flew into Keen's hands. Well, not bad, another star core material. Keen analyzed Thor's axe, found the material in it, and said happily, then be a part of me. A golden portal opened, and Keen casually threw the axe in. Thor widened his eyes and looked at the axe that had mutinied. What about an axe the size of my own? So gone? And Ulu alloys, just right for me. Keen looked at the 10 destroyer mechs in front of him and said coldly in his mouth. The destroyer mech locked his gaze on Keen's body, and Ran Xiao immediately released a red ray of destruction. Thor felt like he was about to be scorched in this instant. Weak, too weak. If this is the most cutting-edge technology of Asgard God Online, then I will consider re-evaluating Asgard's ability. In Thor's wide eyes, Keen stared at the destructive light of the destroyer armor and stepped forward step by step. The destructive rays that could destroy the heavens and the earth, as if they were not worth being one in front of that person. How is this possible? Thor's mouth was wide open, and he was now able to stuff an egg. How is this possible? Loki, who controls the destroyer mech in Asgard, said the same thing as his brother. The destroyer armor can be said to be the ultimate weapon of the Immortal Palace, but in the face of the black mecha in front of him, it is like a child's tickle. Weak, too weak, let me play the characteristics that your material itself should have. Keen shook his head, and his pitch-black figure walked towards the destruction mecha step by step under the overwhelming light of destruction. Loki had already started to urge the destruction mechs he controlled at this time, but without exception, he could not cause any damage to Keen. Keen snapped his fingers, and azure energy erupted from his snapping fingers, shrouding one of the nearest mechs, and then he saw the mech, as if held by an invisible hand, and began to explore inside. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, could also feel the terrifying energy that would make his sweaty hair explode in an instant. A huge mech has now been compressed into a small cube by Keen, and then thrown on the ground like a garbage. Loki controlled those destroyer mechs to escape quickly, knowing that he couldn't fight and not run. Isn't that a fool? Loki thinks he's a smart guy. Run. Keen drove the fleeing destroyer mech, and a scarlet glow flashed in his V-shaped eyepiece. Then azure light erupted from his body, pushing him to quickly approach the destroyer mechs. Loki watched with horror as one destroyer mech after another was pinched into cubes by the other party, and fear had occupied his heart. Looking at the gaze of the opposite side looking at him, he felt as if the opposite side had passed through endless time and space, staring at himself. How so? Loki yelled with fear on his face. At this time, Heimdall, the caretaker of the Rainbow Gate who was frozen by him, also woke up, and after hearing Thor's call, he immediately opened the Rainbow Bridge, teleported Thor and the most authentic destroyer mech back to the Immortal Palace. Rainbow Bridge. Keen looked at the colorful light and smiled. He had already recorded the specific coordinates of the Asgard god domain. This will be his key to Asgard. In the Immortal Palace, after Thor returned, a great battle broke out. Jotunheim is destroyed, the Rainbow Bridge is likewise destroyed by Sol, and Loki is nowhere to be seen. The whole world seemed to enter calm for a short time. The successful conclusion of the Mason Industrial Fair showcases the strong scientific and technological industrial strength of Mason Industries to the world. Vibranium is being transported to the Skynet Base to make T-2000 robots. The Mandarin has ruled the entire underground world of North America, becoming a veritable underground emperor and doing a lot for Keen. Everything seems to look good, doesn't it? In a secret underground base of SHIELD, Dr. Sevig is presenting his research to Nick Fury. Director, this is definitely the cornerstone of the future, a small Rubik's Cube, which contains endless energy, it's just. Suddenly, Dr. Sevig looked at the data on it, and the expression on his face became wrong. Doctor, is something wrong? Nick Fury asked, staring at Dr. Sevig. Yes, Chief, the Rubik's Cube has suddenly become very unstable. Now I'm going to cut off the power. After cutting off the power, the Rubik's Cube is still shining with dazzling light. Hawkeye Clint Barton also slipped down a long rope at this time. Report. Nick Fury spoke. Evacuation is underway, Chief. At this time, in the secret base, there was already a shrill siren, and countless researchers and agents were quickly evacuating by car or helicopter. How's it going, Doctor? Nick Fury asked. Director, the Rubik's Cube has lost control, because he is an energy source himself, so he can't turn it off at all, and the parameters show that the Rubik's Cube seems to be opening a channel. As if validating what Dr. Sevig said, a blue light flashed through the room, and the values on all the monitoring instruments reached their highest peak in an instant. Blue hours, energy dissipate. A man appeared in the room, surrounded by a flaming blue light, holding a silver-white scepter with a pale blue glow at the tip. He had a maniacal smile on his face. He is none other than the second prince of Asgard, Rocky Odinson. Loki's scepter was aimed at the agents at the scene and began to attack indiscriminately, and in the blink of an eye, the agents in the room had been knocked to the ground by him. Turning around, Loki looked at Nick Fury and the others hiding behind the test bench with a sneer, and the energy began to fill the scepter. With a loud bang, Loki's shoulder was pierced by a beam of energy. Loki also spat out a mouthful of blood. Who? Loki dragged his injured body and looked over with a hideous face. Then he saw a person he would never forget in his life. The V-shaped goggles shimmered with scarlet, and the pitch-black armor showed a dangerous aura. It was the same person he saw half a year ago, the one who was able to take out the destroyer mech with his bare hands. Sorry, I went wrong, I'm leaving, Loki said hurriedly, then grabbed the cosmic cube and wanted to leave. But in an instant, Loki's figure froze there. His brain was already covered with bruises, but he couldn't control his body anyway. At this time, he was holding a scepter in one hand and a cosmic cube in the other, and he still maintained a running posture, which now looked extremely funny. Keen gently removed the scepter and the Rubik's Cube from his hand, and then said softly, God of trickery and deception, die. Loki looked at the energy that kept gathering in the palm of the opposite hand, and the sweat hair all over his body exploded in an instant. This is absolutely dead. Those who can toughen the armor of the destroyer are completely unable to resist themselves. Now the honorable status of the second prince of Asgard has been thrown aside by him, and he only wants to live now. The energy of the palm cannon penetrated through, but Loki found a golden disc in front of him. Then a golden circle appeared behind him, and he just fell. Ugh! Loki let out a long scream. A figure wearing a yellow stroppy hat appeared in the room. Ancient mage, after such a long time, you still like to be nosy so much. Keen's voice was mocking. I haven't seen me for so long, don't you want to have a good chat with me calmly? Furyuki asked gently. Feel free. Keen shrugged his shoulders. The man with the hat made a gesture, and the figures of the two suddenly began to distort, or the space was distorted in this instant, and then the two people disappeared from the place in the blink of an eye. Chief, is this the Black Devil you call it? And the man in the yellow harness hat, who is she? Hawkeye swallowed his saliva, and then said in a somewhat dry voice. That's too strong. Nick Fury also shook his head. The identity of the other side has always been a big mystery. Now there is another man in a yellow harness hat, which seems to be able to make the Black Devil jealous. The world really doesn't understand. Karmatage, in a quaint cabin, the space was distorted for a while, and then Keen and the figure of Gishi appeared in it. Tea or oil? Furyuki said jokingly. Tea, I don't drink engine oil anymore. Keen sat down on the stool, and then said dryly, you yourself are my most proud disciple. To be honest, I have never seen someone as talented as you. Actually, I want to train you to be the next supreme mage. The ancient mage had lived for such a long time, and he had never seen a magical genius as talented as Xiang Keen. 3 years ago, when he saw Keen, Furyuki couldn't believe his eyes. She couldn't believe that a robot could find Karmatage on its own. Only those with magical talents can see this mysterious village. When building the spell, Koichi originally thought that it would take Keen a week or more to build her first book, but what she didn't expect was that Keen would build her first book in just 1 hour. Some changes have also been made to spells to make them more powerful. But in the end, she found that Keen was not so easy to obediently follow the teachings, so she gave up this idea. The matter of the Supreme Mage, you better go to Strange. The Strange in his mouth is the famous Doctor Strange in the future. Keen quickly interrupted Furyuki's memories. Even Strange's talent is not 1,000th of yours. And now he should be in the operating room in Big Apple, as a good neurosurgeon. Guyi Mage sat on the chair, then gently poured 2 cups of tea, and then spoke. Keen looked at the bald head in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression, and he was a little complicated about the emotions of the ancient mage. How to say that the relationship between the two is similar to that of a teacher and a friend. It's just that the two have a little different philosophy. Furyuki does not want to interfere with the direction of history, while Keen believes that everyone is the creator of history, and since he has the ability, he must change history. Don't you still have a whole plane that needs relationships? I kill a little god of fraud, and you also have to stop me. Keen pulled the words back to the point. Furyuki looked at Keen for a moment and did not answer his words positively. It seems that you still didn't listen to me in the end. Keen tilted his head. You mean try to take out Loki? By doing so, I will save the whole world a lot of unnecessary trouble. You don't belong to this world. You are traveling from a distant higher dimensional plane. Maybe you may know the future development of this world within a certain range, but we have discussed this when you were still at Karmatage. Gishi said. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Keen said lightly, you told me that I should not interfere in the major events that affect the direction of world history, because you believe that fate will not be easily changed. You are my teacher, you personally taught me magic and led me into the door of the occult. I respect you very much, from the heart. But I don't understand. Obviously you have such a powerful power, almost have the ability to reach the heavens, but why are you still trapped by the so-called fate? Guyi shook his head gently. The more you know, the more you fear fate. In your opinion, when you kill Loki, you erase the impending catastrophe in history. But you know, the world will always find other ways to close this loophole. Although Loki will attract some disasters, but this is his life is not over, and changing the life of others at will with his own preferences will invite even more terrible disasters. I don't eat this. Keen shook his head. I believe that fate is in my own hands, the future road is to be opened up by yourself, and the so-called fate is just an excuse to escape. It was for this reason that I left Karmatage because of the discord of the basic concept. Speaking of this, Keen paused, and then continued, but you know that my philosophy is different from yours, but you still teach me. Furyuki took a deep look at Keen, then shifted his gaze to the scenery outside the window. You are different from them. You are not an existence that ordinary people can understand. You are familiar with technology, and you can combine technology and magic well. It's something no one else can do. But you know that I will interfere in the course of history in the future, and you still pour out your money to me. Keen pouted. Maybe you don't want to admit it, you want to make a change, don't you? Maybe you see the constant calamities in the future, and deep down you hope that someone can turn things around, don't you? Furyuki didn't look at Keen, but said softly, I taught you spells because I thought I found that your heart is not bad, and you will use them in the right place. Keen shrugged his shoulders, and then drained the tea leaves in front of him in one gulp. Whatever you say, I am just an abnormal thirst for knowledge, not a heroic figure of high moral character. A breeze blew and blew the corners of Furyuki's clothes. So, you're going to hand Loki over to Asgard, aren't you? That's right, I still have some friendship with Asgard, and I will give him to Odin. Furyuki said softly. Keen shrugged his shoulders, then it's nothing for me. Saying that, Keen waved his hand, and the space next to him immediately folded and twisted. Before he was about to walk in, Keen asked, you know, the thing I told you before is still valid. Oh, do you mean my time of death? I know. Keen's scarlet V-shaped eyepiece flashed, and then asked, don't you want to know some details? Guyi shook his head. People will eventually die. I have obtained it long enough. I also have a certain premonition of my limit. This is all the arrangement of fate, so you are not more worried. Keen shook his head. He really couldn't understand what this bald woman's view was. If Strange is in any danger, please take care of it for me. The voice of the ancient mage reached Keen's ears. Keen nodded, and then walked into the folded space. When Keen left, the twisted and folded space began to come down, and finally returned to its original flat and smooth appearance. Alexander Pierce's life has been going well recently, and the Master's previously stated insight plan has been finalized and is now under consideration by the Earth Security Council. The remaining Hydras on Earth became vulnerable in the hands of the Master Robot Legion and mutants. Those who disobey have already been sent to the western sky by their masters. Now half of the Hydra bases on Earth are under his control. Master, your strength is too strong, countless people are crawling at your feet. Your glory will surely spread in every corner of the world. At this time, Pierce was patting Keen's. Keen nodded non-committally. The reorganization of the Hydra forces of half the world did consume a little bit of his experience. Although most of the time, it is the Robot Legion and the Ten Commandments gang to do this, but when encountering diehards, he is still needed to take action. For those disobedient diehards, Keen has only one way to deal with them, that is, to send them to the West Heaven. Today, most of the people in the Hydra base have recognized Pierce as the new leader, but they know that above Pierce, there is another person he calls the Master. Keen also knows that wanting to transform these Hydra elements is not something that happens overnight, because they are killers, liars, and terrorists, and human life is simply a mustard for them. Keen doesn't expect to be able to impress them, they just need to be the sword in their hands. The sword is originally a murderous weapon, but it still depends on whose hand it is held. Held in the hands of the villain, it is the magic sword. Held in the hands of decency, it is the holy sword. This is also why Keen renamed this organization as the Heavenly Sword Bureau. The Sentient World Observation and Response Department, S.W.O.R.D. The Sentient World Observation and Response Department was originally an institution used in Marvel Comics to deal with alien conflicts, similar in nature to SHIELD. However, it seems that the name of the Heavenly Sword Bureau does not seem to exist in this world, and Keen simply took out this name as the name of his organization. The Heavenly Sword Bureau has now integrated the biotechnology of the Umbrella Company, the mechanical technology of the Skynet Company, and the powerful intelligence capabilities of the Hydra base of half the Earth. Although the people of the former Hydra organization are very dangerous, there are also many people who have infiltrated the governments of various countries and become high-ranking officials or people with great influence in society. Now these people are constantly providing all kinds of information to the Heavenly Sword Bureau as a supplement to the Starlink plan. Now the Starlink program has penetrated into the bits and pieces of people around the world, and the global monitoring plan launched before has also achieved great results. With the number of superheroes and mutants growing dramatically, and the constant threat of aliens, the creation of a global situational awareness and response agency has become a top priority. Under Keen's scheme, the disintegration of SHIELD is approaching, so the establishment of the Heavenly Sword Bureau is a matter of course. The Earth needs an institution that senses danger and prevents and controls hidden dangers. He wants to make sure that the global situation is under his control, and that he removes all threats before they arrive. Even those that cannot be avoided should be guarded against. Hydra had been boasting of his ubiquity before, and now Keen's Heavenly Sword Bureau can be said to be more than Hydra's previous show. Now the Heavenly Sword Bureau is operating like a sophisticated instrument under the leadership of Skynet and Red Queen, but the next problem is to deal with hidden dangers after discovering them. Now the Heavenly Sword Bureau has the Robot Legion and the Ten Rings Gang as its right and left arms, but Keen also needs a sharp knife. Because the number of superpower events or abnormal events that need to be dealt with is becoming more and more numerous, many things have exceeded what the Robot Legion or the mutants in the Ten Commandments gang can deal with. And many things, and there is no need for Keen to do everything. Therefore, a sharp knife squad that can react quickly and has elite members can solve those unconventional incidents cleanly. Now Keen's idea is popular, and only 3 people fit this squad. They were Steve Rogers, Peter Parker, and Fu Manchu. Among them, Steve Rogers and Fu Manchu are absolutely no problem, they are now only loyal to themselves. Peter Parker should also be no problem. The rest of the people need to be recruited by Keen one by one. I didn't expect that when it came to this, I would need to recruit others personally. Keen said with some helplessness. Master, what kind of person do you need? Can I serve you? Pierce asked with a respectful smile on his face. Keen shrugged his shoulders. You don't. The people who might have joined the Heavenly Sword Bureau probably didn't want to join it in an instant after seeing you with a slippery oil tone. There are some things that I still need to do by myself. Okay, don't spend it here. It is estimated that it will not take long for SHIELD to fall apart. You go and prepare in advance. Keen spoke. Previously, Keen had already planted a lot of mines for SHIELD. From Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, to Alexandria Pierce, President of the Earth Security Council, to the Insight program that SHIELD is embarking on, it is the hole that Keen has dug for SHIELD. Finally, it only takes the explosion of mines buried in SHIELD and the entire SHIELD will fall apart. But now it's time to go to an unexplored Hydra base to recruit members of the Sharp Knife Squad. Keen looked at Pierce's back and said lightly, Eastern Europe, in a forest in Serbia, where several base of Hydra is hidden. Baron de Clark, many of our bases have lost contact. At this time, a Hydra member said with a somewhat nervous expression, since I don't know when, the Hydra base under their control began to lose contact one after another. It was as if it had disappeared out of thin air, and even the personnel sent to other bases to contact them were as if they had disappeared, and there was no news. Loneliness and fear gradually pervaded the base, and they felt as if they were locked in this base. Don't worry so much, bring me the twins. Baron de Clark said with an irritated look. But, Lord Baron, I said, bring me the twins. Baron de Clark said with a sinister look. Seeing his leader like this, the Hydra member who had just reported immediately closed his mouth, and then went to the special confinement room to bring the twins into Clark's mouth. Wanda Maxim and Pietro Maxim, twin siblings. He is a mutant with super high mutant ability. You two go out now, contact the other Hydra bases, and see what exactly it is now. Before Baron de Clark's words were finished, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the base. Alarms, encounters of unknown intrusions, warnings. If you can obediently give up resistance, I think I can let you live. As soon as the alarm sounded, it was replaced by a piercing electronic synthesis. It's really a bunch of diehards. Keen looked at the Hydra soldier who did not give up resistance in the slightest, and a sneer was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Quick, it's nothing more than an exoskeleton armor, take it down for me? A Hydra soldier, looking at Keen's figure, said in a loud voice. Dozens of rockets locked Keen's figure in an instant, and then dragged a long tail flame and rushed towards Keen. Booming explosions kept ringing. Humph, now everything really dares to attack us. A Hydra soldier looked at Keen, who had been drowned in flames, with a disdainful smile on his face. However, when they saw the black demon coming out of the flames, the smile froze on their faces. The repulsive cannon converged from Keen's palm, and then the thick energy beam instantly enveloped these Hydra soldiers who dared to resist. Without even screaming, these soldiers were instantly melted into air. Booming explosions kept ringing at the base on the surface, and the roof was overturned by Keen's repulsive cannon, revealing the shivering researchers inside. What's going on? Baron de Clark asked with a solemn face, and the constant explosions above his head gave him a hint of foreboding. Boom! Above his head, a large hole was blown out of the thick fortifications, and blinding eyes fell through the hole, stabbing him in the eye. Then a pitch-black figure jumped down from the hole that had been blown open. A pitch-black armor appeared in front of the three of them by de Clark. Baron de Clark wanted to say something, but he found himself unable to say anything. Fear hung over his heart. Wanda Maxim and Pietro Maxim, whose parents were killed by Hydra since childhood, began to be adopted, and then developed unique mutant abilities. The holographic screen flashed, showing all the information of Wanda and Pietro. How is that possible? Our parents died at the hands of Stark Industries weapons. Pietro said in disbelief. Pietro, listen before you finish. Wanda stopped Pietro, who wanted to make a move, and then said softly. She actually began to suspect these people who adopted them very early, because these people who adopted them did not look like good people. Baron de Clark desperately wanted to resist at this time, but under Keen's control, he had to tell all the secrets. Pietro's face was stunned after listening to it, and he couldn't believe that the things he had believed in since childhood were all lies. Well, now that you have said everything that needs to be said, there is no need to continue or not. Keen snapped his fingers lightly, and Baron de Clark's face immediately showed a terrified expression, because he found that his body began to disappear bit by bit, dissipating in the air like smoke. So, what are you trying to do? Wanda looked at the dark and strange black armor in front of her, but the strength was extremely strong, and asked with a frown. I just want the two of you to change your lifestyle and live a more relaxed and carefree life. If you want to come, you can always come to me. As he spoke, Keen delivered the electronic invitation to them. There is an address on it. I believe you will not be disappointed. After that, the space twisted and folded for a while, and Keen left the side of the two. Wow, cool, sister, what is this ability? Pietro looked at Keen's disappearance and said with a shocked face. This ability is much more powerful than his rapid strength. Wanda ignored Pietro's words, instead staring intently at the electronic invitation in her hand. A small cuboid that feels metal to the touch and has a strange logo on it. In a circle, there is also a sharp arrow on it. Underneath is the inscription SWORD. A different lifestyle. Wanda muttered. Fighting is breaking out in Big Apple City. Spider-Man is fighting a giant steel-clawed octopus. God, it's terrible. According to the latest news, the steel-clawed octopus is Otto, a scientist from the former Osborn Industries. In Big Apple, Spider-Man is fighting Dr. Octopus. Parker, you know I know you, why are you wearing that ridiculous spider mask of your own? Dr. Octopus laughed wildly at this time, and in the battle, he had completely gained the upper hand. 8 huge and powerful mechanical tentacles slammed Spider-Man against the windows of the building. Where's Gwen? Spider-Man roared, trying his best to get out of Dr. Octopus's control. Gwen is Spider-Man's most beloved girl, and in Marvel Comics, Gwen's death does not know how many tears of fans have earned. Oh, do you mean her? She probably went to see your parents by now. Dr. Octopus laughed maniacally while constantly attacking Spider-Man. Even Spider-Man, who fused the T-virus and Oz serum, was a little unable to parry in the face of such a powerful attack. Soon, his body began to be bruised and purple, and blood was spit out of his mouth. Oh my god, Spider-Man is being beaten up. Why hasn't anyone come to help Spider-Man yet? Oh my god, what the hell is Tony Stark doing? The reporters' helicopters broadcast the situation in real time. At this moment, the space next to the two who were fighting fiercely suddenly twisted violently. Oh my god, what is this? Why is the space distorted? The fight between two people actually has so much energy. The reporters looked at the distorted space, their eyes widened one by one, and their faces were full of disbelief. A pitch-black figure appeared in the eyes of everyone. In the V-shaped eyepiece, there is a demon red light. God, what will this be? Why do I feel a shiver all over my body? What exactly is this? Steel robots. Just when everyone was shocked by Keen's appearance, they found that the live broadcast signal suddenly disappeared. What's going on? What about live signals? Supervisor, we don't know what's going on. Why did the live signal disappear? Everyone in the TV station was confused at this time, not knowing what happened. Who are you? Dr. Octopus looked at the person who was floating quietly beside him, and subconsciously asked. Distracted, Spider-Man finds an opportunity to escape from his control. Now Spider-Man's situation is very bad, his body is covered in scars, and blood is flowing out of some wounds and flowing on the ground. But Spider-Man also looked through the spider mask at this time, looking at the black armor that was floating quietly. Dr. Otto, I didn't expect that the explosion caused by Norman Osborn did not kill you, and you have now become this inhuman and non-ghostly look, which is really tragic. Today, I'll help you get free, Keen said nonchalantly. After hearing these words, Dr. Octopus's pupils began to contract with fear. Who was the other party, and how did he know that the explosion in Osborn's laboratory at that time was done by Norman Osborn? But soon Dr. Octopus reacted, and then looked at Keen with a sinister smile and said, "Since you know everything, then please die." Saying that, Dr. Octopus wanted to control his mechanical tentacles and tear the black armor violently. "Hey, big black guy, watch out!" Spider-Man shouted loudly, trying to remind Keen how terrifying this Dr. Octopus was. "Really?" Keen's voice had a smile in it, and then he snapped his fingers lightly. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles immediately stopped in the air as if they had been frozen. Dr. Octopus was horrified and desperately wanted to control the mechanical tentacles, but he found that he could not control the mechanical tentacles of the machine in any way. What's going on? Instead of continuing to attack Keen as Dr. Octopus intended, the mechanical tentacles turned back and slowly approached him. What's going on? Dr. Octopus roared and tried to escape, but no matter how he ran, the mechanical tentacles that grew on him were approaching him. Finally, a tentacle touched his body and began to exert force. How can flesh and blood rival steel tentacles? 1, 2. The mechanical tentacles had slammed into Dr. Octopus's body, and the rotating tentacles were wreaking havoc in his body. Dr. Octopus also let out a terrible cry because of the pain. The mechanical tentacles gradually pierced his body, bringing out a large amount of bright red blood. At this time, Dr. Octopus's eyes no longer had a look, but the code that Keen had just implanted into the mechanical tentacles was still conscientiously completing his job. Eventually, Dr. Octopus has turned into a statue pierced by mechanical tentacles. Wow, cool. Spider-Man couldn't help but open his mouth to receive it. "Dude, who are you? Don't you think it would be better for us to form a team and work together to eliminate these people who harm society?" Keen listened to Spider-Man's voice and almost didn't laugh. "And in turn recruited yourself?" Suddenly, Spider-Man seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but feel like a knife. "Gwen is dead, and his heart is dead. If you mean your little girlfriend Gwen Stacy, she's doing well right now, and my squad has saved her. So, I thought you could join my organization." Saying that, an electronic invitation appeared in Spider-Man's hand out of thin air. It is engraved with the words Heavenly Sword Bureau, S.W.O.R.D. Heavenly Sword Bureau. Spider-Man looked at the logo above and couldn't help but mumble. Wanda and Pietro cautiously approached the address on the e-invitation. The two of them discussed for a long time, but decided to come here to take a look. "Sister, is this a bustling metropolis?" Looking at the buildings in the Big Apple City and the bustling crowds, Pietro was a little dumbfounded for a while. Since he was a child, he had never seen such a large and prosperous city. "Pietro, now is not the time to say this." Wanda looked around, and then said a little cautiously. Just as the two were looking around, suddenly 3 people appeared in front of them. A blonde youth, a sturdy young man with dark eyes and a tight wrap around himself, and an Asian with a smile on his face. "You are Ms. Wanda Maxim and Mr. Pietro Maxime, right?" The young man with a smile on his face asked. "Yes, you are." Wanda asked a little like a big enemy. "My name is Steve Rogers, we are members of the Sharp Sword Squad of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, and we were entrusted by the commander to pick you two up." Rogers said. "The two of them are good friends of mine and members of the Sharp Knife Squad, they are Bucky Barnes and Fu Manchu." Rogers continued to explain. Wanda and Pietro didn't know how they came to the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, but when they walked to the gate of the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, they were shocked by the logo of the Heavenly Sword Bureau hanging on it. A huge circular sign with a sword-like symbol in it. Underneath is a small line of print, "We monitor, we protect. Two of you, welcome to the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, where you can feel the warmth of home." Fu Manchu said with a smile that he was still very happy about his future teammates. Now his identity is no longer the leader of the Ten Rings gang, Manda, who terrified everyone, but he is facing these people with the mentality of a teammate. Wanda and the two were a little dizzy, surrounded by a crowd, and walked into the base of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Because the base of the Heavenly Sword Bureau is still under construction, Keen asked Skynet to slightly change the Skynet base and become the base of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. But even so, Wanda and Pietro were dazzled by all kinds of things in the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. The holographic screen monitors what's happening around the globe. Send the 10 Commandments gang to solve the potential crisis. The robot army strikes and contacts the threat. Among them, Skynet and Red Queen are commanding the forces belonging to the Heavenly Sword Bureau to eliminate potential threats on the Earth. Those superpowers who have nerve problems or are full of anti-human tendencies are directly killed, and those who can be accommodated are contained. "Wow, it's so cool, sister. Is this our future base? It's just too handsome." From the moment he entered the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, Pietro had already fallen in love with it. At this time, Spider-Man also came to the vicinity of the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau according to the location of the electronic invitation. How is this so close to Mason Industries? Spider-Man looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but wonder. Then he walked into the base of the Heavenly Sword Bureau alone. "Hey, guys, is this the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau? Looks so cool to follow." Spider-Man did not have any stage fright, and after seeing everyone in the room, he said excitedly. As soon as he came here, he fell in love with this place. "Peter, you are very welcome to join the Heavenly Sword Bureau," Rogers said with a smile on his face. Now the first members of the Sharp Knife Squad have gathered. In the middle of the room, the space folded for a while, and Keen appeared in the room. You are very welcome to come. The purpose of our Heavenly Sword Bureau is to protect the entire Earth from various threats. As we say inscribed on the gate, we monitor, we protect. I don't deny that the Heavenly Sword Bureau is conducting global surveillance, but our purpose in doing this is to better protect the Earth. At the same time, our monitoring is not limited to the inside of the Earth, we are also monitoring outside. Keen's words immediately made the blood of everyone present boil. But, this gentleman, what do you mean by the outside? Wanda asked soberly. Of course that's what you're thinking now, those aliens. Keen's V-shaped eyepiece looked at Wanda, as if she felt like her whole person had been seen through. Creator, a SkySword satellite for deep space exploration, detected a UFO visiting from outside the sky, and chased according to the coordinates of the Starlink satellite, and the UFO landed in South America. You mean aliens? Keen asked calmly. I think so, Creator, because the satellite shows that it is indeed an extraterrestrial visitor, and I have compared the frequencies it emits, and none of the frequencies on Earth coincide. Do you need to send a nearby Heavenly Sword team to set off? Skynet asked. No, I'll take a trip myself. Keen said, and the space beside him began to distort, and then the whole person disappeared. At this time, hundreds of light years away from Earth, on a huge starship, a person was respectfully reporting, Lord Ronan, the accuser, the advance force has been sent to Earth, and the test is now being captured. Very good, adjust course, go to Earth. Except for those experimental products, there is no need for those creatures on Earth to exist. Ronan said coldly. Today is the day that Sky joined SHIELD for a month. She is now stationed in South America to monitor the activity of an energy source. This energy source, I don't know what the situation is, has begun to change in recent days. It's another boring day. Sky sat on the couch, eating potato chips in her mouth, and then said in a chatty manner. She has been here on a surveillance mission for a week, and there is nothing else to change here except for intermittent energy eruptions. This couldn't help but make her secretly slander Nick Fury's bald head, whether she was overreacting to some things. Bang! There was a loud noise outside, and the heat wave hit her face, making her sluggish for a moment. What's going on? Sky threw down the potato chips in her hand, and before she could open the door, a blue-skinned alien warrior appeared in front of her. Experimental subject, containment. The alien warrior said something that Sky couldn't understand, but Sky understood the other party's movements. The alien warrior, like the marble Hercules in Greek mythology, raised the tomahawk in his hand, and then slashed straight at Keith. Gan. Sky spat out a dirty word, then quickly dodged. But the opponent's strength is too strong, even the aftermath of the tomahawk swing makes her skin rise, not to mention what it will be like if she is hit by a tomahawk. Bang! With a sound, Sky was affected by the aftermath of the tomahawk, and then the whole person flew out, finally crashed into a tree, and then stopped. Now Sky felt like her bones were broken, and pain had taken over her brain. The blue giant walked over unhurriedly, holding the desperate axe in his hand. Sky desperately tried to urge his superpowers, but found that it had no effect at all. Gan. Now Sky felt that the superpowers inside his body seemed to be looking for fault, appearing when they shouldn't have appeared, and disappearing like air when they needed him now. With a hideous smile on his face, the blue giant walked over, and then said jerky words, the weapons of the Kree Empire must return to the Kree Empire. Damn, what is the Kree Empire? What does it have to do with me? Sky cursed in his heart, looking at the axe that the other party had raised, and couldn't help but put his hands on his head. It seems that this can withstand the opponent's attack. But the expected sharp pain did not come. She secretly looked over and found a black palm, holding the tomahawk deadly. The blue tendons on the blue giant's face had already jumped out, desperately trying to break free from the steel-like palm, but it was of no use. Bang! The blue giant's weapon was directly shattered by that black hand. That person is the Black Devil on SHIELD wanted list. Shouldn't it be the bad guy? Sky was a little puzzled. After crushing the Kree soldier's axe, Keen kicked the Kree soldier in the stomach, and 5% of his power erupted. The Kree soldier immediately flew out like a cannonball, spitting blue blood from his mouth. Earth warrior, give me the weapons of the Kree Empire, I can get away with it. The Kree soldier wiped the blood from his mouth casually, and then said coldly, you are now preventing the Kree Empire from recovering its weapons, and you will be subject to sanctions from the Kree Empire. The Kree soldiers roared angrily and rushed over. Don't measure yourself. Keen looked at the Kree soldiers who rushed towards him, and said with a fluttering opening, and the power of the repulsive cannon in his palm was activated by 7%. The azure light seemed to condense into substance, directly piercing through the chest of the Kree soldier. Ugh! With a scream, the Kree soldiers screamed and fell to their knees. There's nothing you can do. The Kree soldier fell to his knees and did not beg for mercy, but laughed wildly. The ancient testing ground on Earth has been activated, and Ronan the Accuser is heading to Earth with the fleet. You low-level races are about to die under the glory of the Kree Empire. After speaking, the look in the eyes of the Kree soldiers began to gradually fade. Shock crept all over Sky's face. She had never experienced such a ridiculous thing in her life, nor had she heard such ridiculous words. A blue, Hercules-like alien descended from the sky to her side, and then told herself what kind of weapon she was of the Kree Empire, and was ready to catch her in the alien spaceship. What else is said that the ancient testing ground of the Kree Empire on Earth has been activated? She had never heard such ridiculous words in her life. What Kree Empire? What Kree? Next, something more interesting happened. The Black Devil, classified as an S-class statistic by SHIELD, became the only one standing between her and the aliens, and it looked as if he knew something. What are you doing? Sky suddenly discovers that the Black Devil is healing the Kree soldiers. The chest, which had been pierced by the repulsive cannon, was now repaired, and the look crept into the eyes of the Kree soldiers. Go back and tell Ronan that the Earth-proving ground is just a false signal, and the Kree Empire's experiment has long since failed. Keen spoke. Ha ha ha, do you think this will buy an honorable Kree warrior? The Kree soldier said with a big laugh, his eyes full of disdain. It's a pity, what I'm best at is convincing people with reason. The red light on Keen's V-shaped goggles flashed, and the golden-yellow light gradually enveloped the Kree soldiers. The Earth test site is just a false signal, and the Kree Empire's experiment has long since failed. The Kree soldier had a dull face, repeated the phrase over and over again, and then stumbled into the grass. Wait, you. Before Sky's words were finished, he saw a distortion in space. The Black Devil had disappeared from her sight. If it weren't for the damaged house, and the constant reminder of her injured body, she even thought that what she had just experienced was just a dream. A black landing silo has entered the atmosphere, and it is dragging a long tail flame and smashing into a dense rainforest. This is the advanced reconnaissance robot of the Kree Empire, which is generally used when the Kree Empire is about to invade or conquer an unknown planet. This advanced reconnaissance robot can be said to gather the most cutting-edge technology of the Kree Empire. When the invading force is far lower than the Kree Empire, a small reconnaissance robot can conquer the entire planet, and then the Kree soldiers only need to log into the planet and accept the other parties begging for mercy. If the invading planet is comparable to the Kree Empire, or has a higher level of civilization than the Kree Empire, the reconnaissance machine will explode the hidden bomb in its body when it knows that it cannot withstand the attack from the opposite side. This bomb is powerful enough to destroy a city of medium civilization. As soon as this advanced reconnaissance robot entered the atmosphere, the Heavenly Sword satellite found the trace of this thing. Creator, we have discovered the invasion of the shapeship again. Skynet's voice rang out in Keen's neural network. Another one, huh? Keen's V-shaped goggles flashed. It seems that the Kree will not give up. Creator, suddenly found Tony Stark fast approaching the crash site. Just as Keen was about to make a move, Skynet's voice sounded again. Oh, then let him go and play first. Keen said with a chuckle. An orange-red tail flame streaked through the air, and then the beautiful and messy red-yellow armor came to the crash site. The Mk-43 warframe is Stark's latest warframe. Okay, man, that's it. Stark inside the armor spoke, while blocking the path of the Kree Empire's reconnaissance robot. I don't know who you really are, but I didn't send invitations to aliens or alien robots. Sir, his shell is made of a special alloy, and we have not found similar examples before on Earth. Jarvis reminded Stark's ear at this time, I think this must be an alien alloy. Oh, Jarvis, you're really right. Alien robots, of course, have to use alien alloys. Stark joked. The reconnaissance robot that was blocked in the way was standing in front of Stark like a stupid big man at this time. Detection of indigenous organisms, execution, extermination. Without the slightest warning, a red light suddenly erupted on the one-eyed reconnaissance robot of the Kree Empire. A red beam of energy directly landed on Stark's armor, knocking Stark dozens of meters away. Oh, well, it doesn't look like a stupid big guy. Stark stood up, his face solemn. The energy attack just now had already caused the damage of his armor to reach a staggering 20%, and perhaps no one on Earth had been able to reach this point. Oh no, there may be another guy who is able to do this. Stark couldn't help but think of the pitch-black armor he had seen in the cave of the Ten Rings gang before. After becoming Iron Man, Stark has invaded several government departments to dig up the clues of the black armor. But the reddest one, he only found clues from the secret database of SHIELD, some pictures of the battle, and some descriptions from the mouths of those involved. He only knows that the other party's code name is Black Devil, and he has also slammed Odin, the main god of the Asgard god domain. Gan. Stark saw the red beam coming towards him again, and the thrusters in his feet hurriedly spewed out an orange light, helping him get out of the attack area. The red beam hit the ground, creating a violent explosion. Look at how good I am, Stark said loudly, and then the whole person flew into the air, surrounding the side of the approaching Carry reconnaissance robot. He punched the scout robot in the face, but the scout robot was not vegetarian, and its dark arm immediately defended Stark's attack. It seems that you don't need to order real guys. The recoil energy cannon in Stark's hand began to buzz, and then an orange-red light instantly hit the head of the reconnaissance robot, emitting a large amount of black smoke. Ho, alien technology is just that, Stark said with a stinky fart. The black smoke cleared, and a red beam of energy aimed at Stark's position and rushed towards it. My day, what the hell is this? Stark's eyes widened as he watched the speeding energy beam, and then he used all his strength to dodge before escaping the doom of being hit. After being hit by his own palm cannon, there was no damage at all, which couldn't help but make Stark's face more solemn. Stark jumped left and right, dodging the attack of the opponent's energy beam, and the opponent's energy seemed to be endless, constantly releasing red energy beams. The red beam of light was like a red-handled sword, and the high temperature along the way distorted the air, hitting the forest behind, and immediately burst into amazing flames. Suddenly, the arm of the reconnaissance robot drilled into a fist, and then while Stark was defenseless, a green light directly grazed Stark's armor and rushed into the sky. Diddy. The sirens in Stark's armor continued one after another, and above the position where the green beam was grazed, the wires with flashing electric sparks and the mechanical structure inside were exposed. At this time, Stark broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the robot on the ground, a wave of uneasiness rose from the bottom of his heart. Anyway, the defense power of this thing is too amazing. His recoil energy cannon, but even the thick armor of the main battle tank could not resist, once a tank frontally withstood its own energy cannon, directly blown up. But on the head of this stupid machine on the opposite side, he ate his own shot abruptly, and there was no scar at all, which was incredible. In addition, his steel suit, in terms of material selection, is absolutely top-notch, and the defense power should also be amazing. Even if it is hit head-on by a missile, it will not affect the compactness and integrity of the armor. Then the alien robot, with just an understatement, directly rubbed open the shell of his armor. He knew very well that if he had been hit by a cannon from the opponent in the front, his current armor would have long ago become his own coffin. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Stark's uneasiness in his heart is gradually intensifying now. Is this robot the cutting-edge combat power of aliens, or is it just a miscellaneous soldier sent in advance? What if it's 10, 100, or an army of robots? Jarvis, scan the other party's weaknesses. I don't believe he doesn't have any weaknesses. Stark commanded to. Then, a recoil energy cannon hit the scout robot. Sir, when you attack, you detected a slight crack in the opponent's armor, but the opponent's material seems to have a self-healing function. Jarvis said, the scan is in progress, and according to the scan results, the opponent's weak point is the energy core, and you have a 92.3% chance of destroying the core. Okay, then come on. Jarvis, what do you say is the difference between the visual system on the opposite side and the one on our planet? I can't manage that much now. I saw Stark's warframe arm, a miniature jamming device suddenly bounced, and then invisible electromagnetic waves began to fire towards the other party. Fortunately, the Kree visual recognition system is no different from that of Earth. Stark's interfering electromagnetic waves successfully interfered with the reconnaissance robot's vision. In his visual identity system, 8 shadows of Iron Man appeared at this time. Red beams of energy were emitted in all directions. Stark quickly approached the reconnaissance robot, dodged the deadly red energy beam and green ray, and then came to the reconnaissance robot. Stark hugged the scout robot fiercely, and the arc reactor on his chest was aimed at the opponent's energy core. Countless energies gathered in Stark's arc reactor, and the white light became more and more dazzling. In the next second, the energy will erupt. However, at this moment, a green light appeared in front of Stark, interrupting Stark's attack. A Kree with a blue face and a transparent veil appeared in front of Stark. In his hand was a white pistol with sci-fi meaning, and the green light lingered on it. Obviously, the powerful explosion just now was caused by this pistol. Okay, another one. Stark looked at the Kree in front of him and muttered in a low voice. Iron Man, I'm Captain Marvel Mule, I'm not your enemy. After Mule finished speaking, he looked at the reconnaissance robot and said, I am the commander of the science department of the Kree Empire Space Fleet, and I now order you to enter sleep mode. The scout robot seemed to recognize the person in front of him, and the red light in his eyes flashed, and then he went to sleep. At this moment, under the eyes of the scout robot, insufficient authority, the order to destroy comes from the accuser Ronan. The order, ignore. Then a red beam of energy shot out from the one-eyed, this time targeting Mule. Mule flew up, dodging this attack. Well, it looks like you're at odds. Stark blasted the scout robot's head, and then said sarcastically. But Mule's face became solemn at this time. Iron Man, it seems that this advanced reconnaissance robot belongs to Ronan. He is the advanced sentinel of the Kree Empire, and he will not stop until the mission is completed. Do you know that the Ronan in his mouth is a member of the accuser of the Kree Empire, cruel and cold, and I don't know how many unjust souls died under his hands. Wait. Stark quickly interrupted what Mule said. Since you said the Kree Empire, I can't keep up. What did you just say about the Kree Empire, Ronan, or something? What are they? Mule looked solemn. There is no time to say these things now. We must destroy each other's energy cores. At the same time, pay attention to the fact that there is an antimatter bomb of the Kree Empire hidden in his body, and if it is detonated, we will all die. Well, you're saying that there's a dirty bomb hidden in this alien head, and that's really good. Stark grumbled weakly. Sir, according to the results of the polygraph, Mr. Mule is telling the truth. Jarvis's voice rang out in his helmet. Well, of course I know it's true. Stark had already resigned himself to his fate at this time, and today his 3 views suffered another shock. A huge alien empire sent robots to destroy Earth. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Now that the scout robot has entered berserk mode, the red energy beam is pouring wildly like no money. Mule's pistol constantly emits green light, and Stark's hedge energy cannon continues to bombard the robot's body. Iron Man, be careful. Mule suddenly shouted, and a green light almost grazed Stark's armor, concentrating a tree not far away. Fack. Stark looked at the damage of the armor and couldn't help but utter an indecent word. Ronan's advanced reconnaissance robot is too powerful. Mule said with a solemn face. He had just tried to disrupt the attack of the reconnaissance robot, but without exception he failed. Sir, I don't recommend you to continue fighting. Now the integrity of your armor has fallen 42%, and your energy is still 57%. Stark ignored Jarvis' voice and shouted, Miles, can I paralyze all the limbs of this dim robot, and you can take out the bomb? Yes, but you have to paralyze him. Mule shouted. Well, paralyze his actions and weapons, it sounds simple to look like. Stark grumbled as he stretched out his arm. High-energy lasers cut through the robot's limbs, and the previous invincible weapon ate the turtle this time. Only a shallow white mark was left on the arm of the reconnaissance robot, and then it was repaired in an instant. Sir, it is strongly recommended that you retreat first, now you feel that the integrity and energy of the armor have reached a very dangerous point. I know, Jarvis. Stark said a little angrily, the alien robot in front of him is too hard. Suddenly, a blue light concentrated on the robot, and although the robot's body repaired the damage caused, this time it became obviously much more difficult. Pitch black armor appears in front of Miles and Stark. Above the V-shaped eyepiece, there is a scarlet light. Looks like you're in some trouble, aren't you? Icy electrons and voices rang in the ears of Miles and Stark. It's you? The expression on Stark's face was wonderful. Wasn't this the person he missed? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most wanted man, a mech code named Black Devil. That's right, Mr. Stark, we're meeting again. But it seems that your armor is not so useful when facing the Kree Scout robots. There was a hint of mockery in Keen's words. In the free time to speak, the reconnaissance robot has concentrated all its firepower on Keen's body, and in his procedural judgment, the threat factor of this dark guy in front of him has exploded. The red energy beam, as if he didn't want money, shot madly towards Keen, and the surrounding air began to become distorted under the action of the scorching energy beam. Keen looked at the energy beam that shot towards him, and his right hand unhurriedly carved a mass in front of him, and a golden shield appeared in front of him. The shield flowed with simple and esoteric patterns, which made Miles and Stark a little unable to take their eyes off. Receive. Keen said softly. The energy beams that shot towards him began to be absorbed by the shield one by one, and after being absorbed, those energy beams flowed wantonly in the shield. High temperatures emanated from it. The energy beam gathered by the shield was poured at this time. A thick energy beam instantly hit the reconnaissance robot not far away, and the violent aftermath of the explosion directly made Miles and Stark sit on the ground. The smoke cleared, and the appearance of the reconnaissance robot was very miserable, and a large amount of armor was melted by the high-temperature energy beam, revealing the precise structure inside. Although special metal materials are trying to repair the damage, in the face of such a large area of damage, all efforts are just a drop in the bucket. Iron Man, who the hell is this? Miles' eyes widened as he looked at the reconnaissance robot not far away, and then asked in a low voice. The ability of this mysterious man is too strong, and the robot that they couldn't break the defense just now no matter how it looked so vulnerable in front of the mysterious man. This is the advanced reconnaissance robot of the Accuser Ronin sequence. To be honest, I don't know. If you are curious, you can ask him later. It just so happens that I am also very curious. Stark shrugged his shoulders, then continued to slump on the ground and said, in the gap between the two conversations, the damage of the reconnaissance robot has been repaired by 30%. At this time, the red light in his electronic eyes was flickering wildly, and his judgment program had already judged the person in front of him, and he couldn't resist at all. Release the bomb. A yellow glow immediately erupted from the reconnaissance robot's body. Broken. Mule felt his sweaty hair explode in an instant, which was a sign of danger. Iron Man, the reconnaissance robot has released its own bomb. Mule shouted, and at the same time a dark green light had wrapped him and Iron Man. He now only hopes that his ability can keep the two of them safe and sound. Although he knew that this might be nothing more than wishful thinking. But the next scene directly made Miles widen his eyes. I saw that there was also a transparent shield, which buckled the reconnaissance robot, and the power of the bomb explosion was all concentrated in that shield. Miles could see the yellow, fierce tongue of fire licking the shield. But there was no way to pierce the protective shield in the slightest, and the entire protective cover was like a round ball, firmly wrapping the reconnaissance robot. The bombs inside could not affect the outside in the slightest. Who the hell is this? Miles looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but open his mouth. When it comes to the bomb stored in the advanced reconnaissance robot, no one knows the power of the bomb better than him. One bomb is enough to destroy a city. Now, I think we should talk, Mr. Myers, commander of the science department of the Kree Empire's space fleet. After solving the reconnaissance robot, Keen walked up to Miles and spoke. Yes, sir, I think we should talk about it too. Miles said with a solemn expression. He has lived on Earth for decades, and he has long been full of feelings for this planet, especially those self-improvement humans, which makes Miles feel warm. Now that he had made Earth his home, he didn't want Ronan to destroy such a planet just like that. Then come with me. Saying that, Keen drew a golden circle, through which he could see what was inside, and it seemed to be an office opposite. Miles stared at the portal in front of him with wide eyes. He couldn't understand how this was achieved. Looking at Keen, Miles gritted his teeth and walked into the portal. Hey, Mr. Black Devil, I'm going to follow in too. Just as Keen was about to enter the portal, Stark jumped out of his mouth and said, when I dealt with that alien stupid big man just now, I also contributed. I am qualified to know what all this is. Stark looked at the scarlet V-shaped eyepiece, and Keen, who was silent, and his voice became quieter and quieter. Himself, should indeed have some contribution. Didn't he interfere with the other party's visual system? Keen gave way and motioned for Stark to walk in. I just said, you should be a very good talker, SHIELD smelly tomatoes, must be a bad brain. Stark thought as he stepped into the portal. When Keen walked in, the portal closed and the scene immediately returned to calm. Except for the damaged forest, no one knows what just happened here. Stark, who walked into the portal, was looking at the furnishings in the office with curiosity on his face. Chairs made of bamboo, and wooden tables. There were also a few small teacups on the table, and if it weren't for the appearance of the Black Devil, he really thought that he had arrived in some office in the east. Keen also walked in through the gradually retracted portal at this time, and the nanorobots on his body were repairing the damage to his body in time. In just a split second, Keen and the Kree Empire Advanced Reconnaissance robot fought, and the minor damage caused by it was repaired. Sir, a special fluctuation detected on the other party's body should be nanotechnology. In Stark's armor, Jarvis's voice sounded. After hearing Jarvis's voice, Stark looked at Keen's armor with envy. He was now also working on nanotechnology. But the difficulty of the research is too great, so I have to use the self-assembled armor to survive now. So what's going on? I seem to be a fool here. Stark asked self-deprecatingly. Mr. Black Devil, you can call my name. Naturally you know how terrifying the accuser Ronan is, and now Ronan is on his way to Earth. You can see it from that advanced reconnaissance robot. Miles said with a worried face. Wait, what is that Ronan in your mouth, and the Kree Empire? Stark interjected. The Kree Empire is a huge interstellar empire, and the parent star is Hala in the large Magellanic system, which is. Mule began to give Stark Cop, the Kree Empire, and the origin of the name Accuser. So you say that this huge alien empire wants to invade Earth. Stark's eyes were about to pop out, and when he learned that the advanced reconnaissance robot was really just a soldier of the Kree Empire, the uneasiness in his heart instantly climbed to a peak. Keen, on the other hand, ignored the conversation between the two, sat straight in his chair, and began to query his neural network for the signals detected by the Heavenly Sword deep space satellite. 17 light-years away, have you found a rapidly approaching UFO? Keen looked at the data and couldn't help but whisper, this should be Ronan's dark asterisk. Now he has initially formulated his own battle plan, capturing the thief and capturing the king first. As long as Ronan's Dark Star mothership dares to approach Earth, he will go up and personally meet this violent and ruthless accuser who claims to be the god of war of the Kree Empire. See if you have the strength to compete with the top powerhouses in the universe now. Keen's fingers tapped on the table, and Miles, who was lecturing, immediately stopped his lecture. Mr. Black Devil, allow me to teach you this. I believe you know the power of Ronan the Accuser, so do you have any plans to stop the coming disaster? Miles asked with a sincere look. Keen snapped his fingers, and the holographic screen immediately appeared in front of Miles and Stark. Handsome is very handsome, but Stark seems to have seen this finger-snapping motion from somewhere. But immediately, he was attracted by what was on the holographic screen, attracting all his attention. In the middle of the circle, the icon of a sharp arrow immediately attracted his attention. Full name Intellectual World Observation and Response Bureau. Heavenly Sword Bureau? Stark couldn't help but whisper the full name of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. In his opinion, the name of the Heavenly Sword Bureau is much stronger than SHIELD, and he likes to take the initiative and does not like passive defense. Then, the picture on the holographic screen flashed, and various anomalies that were happening in all corners of the world appeared. This is. Stark widened his eyes and looked at what was on the holographic screen. Yes, this is the motto of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, we monitor, we protect. Stark saw the Sharp Sword team in action, he saw the mutants clearing the hidden danger, and he also saw the Sky Sword team in action. All this has destroyed his three views. He did not expect that on Earth, in addition to SHIELD, an institution that can handle supernatural affairs, there is such a behemoth. Like a hunter who has been lurking in the dark, it is terrifying. In the dark, he monitors the world's actions and corrects wrong behaviors when he sees fit. Who do you think you are, able to control the direction of the world behind the scenes? Stark couldn't help but question. If it weren't for me, with you, and the so-called Avengers, would they be able to withstand Ronan's attack? Keen's words left Stark speechless. Indeed, the so-called Avengers formed by SHIELD is indeed not enough to see in the eyes of this Black Devil in front of him. Although what you said is very reasonable, I don't agree with me, your idea is too dangerous. Stark shook his head, then spoke. I don't need you to agree with me. Keen shrugged his shoulders, then continued, I'll use my methods to let you know who is right and who is wrong. After speaking, Stark and Mule felt the space next to them distort, and before the two of them could react, they saw a black bald head sitting opposite them. So too, welcome to my office, coffee or tea? Nick Fury looked at Mule and Stark and asked. There was no expression on his face, except that the sharp one-eyed eye stayed on Mule's face for a few seconds. Let's go, we have very important things to report here, Mule said with a bitter look. Nick Fury was standing on SHIELD space carrier at this time, and only standing in the mothership did he feel that he was completely in control of SHIELD, a huge secret agency. Dr. Banner, it's a pleasure to meet you and have time to come to Stark Industries. Stark saw the oncoming Banner and smiled and invited. Banner was taken out of General Ross by Nick Fury, and although General Ross was very unhappy, he could only reluctantly release Banner in the face of orders from his superiors. Banner, who had been detained for a long time, did not look so healthy at this time. Mr. Stark, it's a great honor. After feeling the kindness released by Stark, Banner said gratefully, and the two scientists, who were also geniuses, became familiar in an instant. A thunder exploded in the air, and then a flash of white light flashed, and Thor appeared on the deck of the space carrier. The warriors of the atrium, very happy. Thor's gaze looked around, enjoying the adoring gazes of others, but when he saw a blue-skinned man, the whole person immediately burst into a powerful momentum. Kree. Thor looked at Mule, who was standing at you, his eyes widened, and then murderous aura immediately appeared from his face. Gan. Nick Fury saw this situation and couldn't help but cover his head. Asgard idiot, do you think this is the divine domain? Stupid people with muscles in their heads. Although Mule has lived on Earth for a long time, it is not a matter of a day or two that the Kree and Asgardians do not deal with it. So after meeting Thor, Mule was not to be outdone. Looking at the two people who were about to break out in war, Stark quickly walked between them, and then spoke, take it easy, Mule is here to help. The Kree's fleet is already coming, who knows if he is a spy or not? Thor asked with a look of disdain. The meteor hammer in his hand kept turning, waiting for the opportunity to attack Mule. Thor's Mjolnir and Mjolnir's axe were both captured by Keen, so as a last resort, Odin could only ask the dwarves to recreate a meteor hammer as Thor's weapon. Take it easy, I can guarantee that there will be absolutely no problems with Mule. Stark continued. If you can give up your ego, Asgardian, I'm more than willing to help. Mule stared at Thor and spoke. Under the persuasion of everyone, Thor and Mule agreed to put aside the shelving and face the impending crisis together. So, you've all seen the Black Devil before. In the war center, Nick Fury asked. Everyone present, except for Banner, nodded solemnly. Thor's two weapons, taken directly by the Black Devil, Stark and Mule have seen with their own eyes that the Black Devil is strong and can harden the reconnaissance robots of the Kree Empire. The Black Devil has also set up a new institution called the Heavenly Sword Bureau. When he said this, Nick Fury's expression became serious. That's right, he also said that we monitor, we protect this kind of thing. On the screens of the whole series, we see the forces of the Black Devil, who are dealing with some supernatural phenomena on Earth. Stark spoke. It seems that the Black Devil is playing very big, Nick Fury said softly, but he did not expect that in the near future, SHIELD would fall apart. While Nick Fury was discussing their battle plan, what the people of Big Apple City would become accustomed to in the future officially began. The time is about 10 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, a huge shadow covered the entire Big Apple City, and then countless blue-skinned soldiers jumped from the flight, and at the same time the spacecraft also began to bombard the Big Apple City. The Kree soldiers soaring in the air are attacking the city indiscriminately, and the dazzling energy beam is constantly shining. A roaring fire was shining through the broken windows of the building, and the car was blown off, and then fell heavily to the ground, making a loud noise, and the heat and flames swept through the Big Apple City. People fled frantically, and brave policemen tried to shoot at the Kree, but the poor bullets hit them and slipped down, leaving no trace on them. The bombing lasted 5 minutes, and then the group of Carrie soldiers, like pre-programmed robots, immediately stopped their attack and marched in a line toward a square in Big Apple. They were now like privates, ready to be inspected by their superiors. The huge Kree warship floating over Big Apple City opened a circular window, and the two Kree slowly landed on the ground with the elevator. They were dressed exactly like Mule, and among the Kree soldiers, it was obvious at a glance that they were the leadership. The Kree signal is connected to all the internet-connected electronic devices in the world, except for the Heavenly Sword Bureau and Mason Industries. Inferior Earthling, I am Ronan, the great accuser of the Kree Empire, and I am here to give you two a choice. On computer screens, mobile phones, televisions, and various screens, a blue-skinned man with a cold face appeared at this time. He said word by word, the first choice is to join the great and glorious Kree Empire and become a part of the Kree Empire. The second option is to refuse to surrender, and then I will kill each and every one of you. You guys have half an hour to think, and I'll give me a response when it's over. My two lieutenants will be waiting for your answer. The picture on the screen disappeared, but Ronan's words just now still echoed in everyone's ears. Me, CAO? What is it? Alien? The Kree Empire. A giant alien warship has appeared in the Great Apple City of the United States. Oh my god, aliens have invaded. Suddenly, everyone around the globe knew what was going on, and heads of state were engaged in intense consultations. It seems that they came a little faster than we expected. Mule looked at Ronan's image and said with a bitter expression, there is no time to say so much now, go to the Big Apple City immediately. Stark spoke, and then instantly activated the flight mode of the Warframe and flew towards the Big Apple City. Two Kree in armor standing in the center of the square are inspecting the Kree soldiers, and in their eyes, the earth is simply vulnerable. Bang! An orange-red beam of energy hit a man in white armor directly, knocking the person to the ground. Kree soldiers, that's no more. After Stark hit the blow, he said with a fart, but immediately he was greeted by the endless energy attack of the Kree soldiers. Oh roar! Stark screamed strangely, and then spoke, why, do you want to fight me? Then here, you blue-skin stars. The officer who had just been knocked down by Stark climbed up with a gloomy face at this time, and there was no other obvious damage on the white armor except for some scorched black marks. Kill. The officer said coldly. The Kree soldiers immediately stepped forward and prepared to kill the flea in their eyes, Iron Man Stark. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and dense clouds shrouded the entire Big Apple city. A thunderbolt sounded, and a burly man carrying a meteor hammer-like weapon appeared among the Kree soldiers. Now, it's time to have fun, megalomaniacal Kree. Thor looked at the many Kree people around him, a sneer appeared on his face, and then picked up his meteor hammer and began to slaughter. The meteor hammer made of the broken star core showed infinite power at this time, and all the Kree soldiers who were hit by the meteor hammer immediately seemed to be hit by a speeding interstellar battleship, and then flew out. Ha ha ha, Kree, don't you like to pretend? Come on. Thor laughed maniacally, he felt so good to be able to fight. Miles was flying in the air, and the strange pistol kept spraying dark green energy, destroying the Kree soldiers on the ground one by one. Each arrow of Hawkeye can destroy a Kree soldier, and the explosive arrow causes mass destruction. In the Big Apple City, there was already a mess at this time, and the Avengers affiliated with SHIELD fought against the Krees who attacked Earth. Stark, relying on his ability to fly, began to fly kites on the Krees, and a large number of Kree were carried around in circles by him, and in the process of going in circles, do not kill. Commander, you said this is the mothership of the Kree. Pietro pointed to the battleship on the holographic screen and asked with a blank look. At this time, in the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, everyone in the Sharp Sword Squad was asking, and in front of their eyes, there were holographic screens that showed what was happening in major cities around the world. Among them, especially the black battleship on one screen, the entire screen of the big one is almost unable to fit. That's right, based on the signals transmitted back by the Tianjian satellite and the Starlink satellite, we can calculate that the length of the Kree mothership is about 20 miles. Skynet returned to Pietro's issue in place of Keen. Pietro swallowed his saliva, feeling that his thinking had been shocked, and the other members of the Sharp Knife team also looked at the giant battleship on the screen with solemn faces. So what are we going to do now? Wanda asked at this point. Hey, of course it's going to fight in the city. Pietro said eagerly. Keen shook his head. Spider-Man raised his eyebrows, then asked, shouldn't we be maintaining world peace and helping people? How many of you can kill an army of aliens head-on? Keen asked rhetorically. Several people looked at each other. I think so. Keen paced, then continued, besides, there are already people in the Big Apple City who have begun to resist, and I need you to perform a more difficult mission. Invading the Kree warships floating over Big Apple. Keen looked deeply at the members of the Sharp Knife Squad, and the light in the V-shaped goggles flickered. Wow, cool, isn't it? Spider-Man immediately became excited. But, Commander, are we doing this only to solve a small part of the matter? What should we do with the real Kree mothership floating in space? Wanda grasped the crux of the matter and spoke. When it comes to ideas, that's my job. Keen said calmly. What did you say? Pietro looked at Keen with a shocked look on his face and asked, that's a 20-mile-long mothership, Commander, it's not me questioning your abilities. I thought, should we solve it in another way? That's right, Commander, do you say that you want to break into the other party's mothership alone with a gun, especially now that you don't know anything about the equipment and facilities inside and the situation of human competence? Wanda raised her pretty eyebrows, then asked. Everyone in the Sharp Sword Squad also looked at Keen with concern. It was Keen who formed the Heavenly Sword Bureau, and he was the spiritual leader of the entire Heavenly Sword Bureau. They didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if the Heavenly Sword Bureau lacked Keen. I am a commander, and the decision on what can and cannot be done is in my hands. Keen began, and you should know that I never fight an unprepared battle. Keen is right, others are all unknown about the technology and power of the Kree, but for him, at least in the original work, he has an understanding of the Kree ability. Keen's words seemed to have magic and calmed everyone down. Yes, when the commander makes a mistake, he is a sophisticated machine, constantly calculating various methods in his mind, and then choosing the one that is the most correct and at the same time the one with the highest success rate. In Big Apple, SHIELD superheroes have been melee with the Kree soldiers. Colorful energy beams, shining in the battlefield, look very dazzling and beautiful, but what lies in them is death. The two Kree officers who had just descended on the Earth looked at the situation in the battlefield with ugly faces. I originally thought that the Earth was just a low-grade planet, but I didn't expect that the other party's resistance was so strong. At this time, global communications were once again hijacked by the Kree. On the global screen, Ronan's gloomy face appeared again. Earthlings, it seems that you have ignored my kindness, and what will greet you will be painful killing. Half an hour has passed, and I will send an army of Kree people to wipe out every living thing on the Earth. A large number of soldiers once again fell from the Kree warships floating over the Big Apple City, and then joined the battlefield. We're in big trouble now. Stark looked at the Kree soldiers in the sky like dumplings and muttered, Mule, what are you doing? At this time, a Kree officer identified Mule's identity through an identification device. You are an enemy of the Kree Empire. I am on a scientific mission of the Kree Empire Space Fleet, and I came to Earth to conduct scientific research, which is the will of the Supreme Wisdom. After killing a Carry soldier with one shot, Mule spoke. Now that the mission is over, you and we are back in the Kree Empire. An officer shouted loudly. Lord Accuser, Mule has defected, allow us to do everything against it. An officer is contacting Ronan. Allow. Ronan's cold words came, deciding Mule's final fate. The Kree Empire has only one mode of treatment for betrayers, that is, obliteration. It seems that your negotiations with those blue-skinned aliens are very unsuccessful. Stark spoke after eliminating a Kree soldier with his palm cannon. Ronan's forces are too strong. We should use a better method than fight those Kree soldiers here, Mule said with a solemn face. After Stark used the energy furnace in his chest to eliminate a Kree soldier, he began to call the police in his armor. His energy was already running out and he needed to replenish it immediately. Wait, what's that? Stark suddenly felt his eyes dazzled. Not far from him, the space began to twist and bend, and then out of it came several people who looked like superheroes. The Umbrella Captain wearing the uniform of the Umbrella Company, the Extreme Agent dressed in black and gloomy eyes, and the middle-aged Asian in the robe. Is that really suitable for fighting? Spider-Man in the steel spider suit, and a pair of young siblings. Stark wanted to rub his eyes, and he wondered if he had seen it wrong. But the scene that happened next made him gradually open his mouth. The shield engraved with the Umbrella emblem was thrown out by the Umbrella Captain, and then directly smashed through a Kree soldier, and then the shield continued to move forward without losing its power. It took 5 Kree soldiers in a row before the shield returned to his hands. The Extreme Agent relied on his left arm to frantically duelize with the Kree soldiers, each punch leaving a dent in the opponent's body. All the Kree who were hit by him died. The boy dressed in blue disappeared from Stark's sight as soon as he appeared, and even the armor recognition system could only see a faint afterimage, which was rapidly shuttling among the Kree soldiers, and then directly killed those soldiers with his powerful speed. Spider-Man gave birth to 8 huge steel tentacles from his armor, and then frantically slaughtered the Kree soldiers in front of him. What shocked Stark the most was the middle-aged man in a robe and the young woman. What exactly is that? With a wave of his hand, a large swath of the Kree disappeared. What the hell is this? Stark felt that his 3 views were impacted. Who are these people? Among the Kree soldiers who surrounded them, they gradually carved out a bloody path and moved quickly in the direction of the Kree warships. What the hell are these people trying to do? Stark looked at the moving crowd and couldn't help but ask soul questions. But now Stark had no time to care what the men were doing, because the overwhelming Kree began to pour towards him. He could only fly into the air and go around in circles with the Krees. At the same time, a few blocks away from the battle, a policeman dutifully stopped a middle-aged man with gray hair. Do you shoot lasers? Nope. You have that meteor hammer, the kind that can summon thunderbolts? Nope. Do you have that strangely shaped pistol that can then emit a green energy beam? Nope. No, you come here to add to the chaos. Hurry up and find a safe place. The police roared. Roar. The middle-aged man who was harmless to humans and animals suddenly roared, and then his figure quickly became larger, and his green skin gradually became the main color. His clothes were torn apart, his figure began to grow bigger and stronger, and he ended up wearing only one pants. He picked up a car and began to chisel the mine in the ground. Now what? The Hulk gave a bully smile and asked. Please, the battle is 5 blocks away. The policeman said seriously. Iron Man came to his building, replaced it with a new energy source, and then rushed to the battlefield. Mule. At this time, from the Kree warship, another mighty warrior jumped. He was wearing the same armor as the 2 officers just now, but the patterns displayed on it were completely different. The whole person looks more mighty and domineering. Bang! A palm cannon hit the man's body, which was only dissolved by the other party's understatement. The armor's energy recognition device is fully analyzing the opponent's energy data. I, the great Mackenzie, am going to level this planet. Well, such a person is not Ronan, which makes Stark can't help but face the question, how strong is this Ronan Buddha figure? It's really good that you're able to bypass all my surveillance facilities and come to me. Ronan looked at the pitch-black battle armor in front of him, sat up straight, and said with contempt in his tone. Even if you can reach the Dark Star and come to yourself, what can you do? But you came to me with great painstaking steps only to get my own destruction. It should be your honor to die at the hands of the great accuser Ronan, humble warrior of the earth. Boom. A blue light greeted Ronan. Ronan tilted his head, and the throne behind him was blown open a big hole. He frowned, and then suddenly stood up from the throne, and his slender and powerful body appeared in front of Keen. The burly body showed abnormal agility, and Ronan's long arm instantly came to Keen's face, and then pinched Keen's neck fiercely. Keen's foot also had the underarm injector start at full power, instantly out of Ronan's control. Humph, lowly bug. Ronan looked at Keen contemptuously, and did not choose to pick up his own warhammer. In his opinion, solving an Earth warrior by himself does not require the use of his own weapons, which is an insult to him. Ronan punched out and smashed into Keen's raised leg to attack. The legs that fused vibranium and the white dwarf star nucleus stepped on the ground, leaving a metal footprint on the ground. Ronan turned defense to attack and began to fight Keen frantically with his bare hands. This accuser of the Kree Empire, who has a reputation throughout the universe, is really not a vegetarian. Not only has more power than 10 Hulks in his body, but his ability to fight with white blades is also amazing. Ronan's arms, which had turned into phantoms at this time, were frantically fighting with Keen. Keen's neural network is frantically calculating Ronan's shot trajectory, and then defending against Ronan's attack. He stretched out his arm and then volleyed Ronan's attack. The precise and complex mechatronic structure in the armor exerted force in an instant, and the huge energy hit Ronan's arm, bending Ronan's arm slightly. Ronan's iron fist also hit Keen's armor, and Keen took a few steps backwards, and the friction between the combat boots and the ground under his feet burst out a large number of sparks. Ronan rubbed his arm and quickly pounced, ready to kill the pitch-black armor in front of him. He hadn't felt pain for years. Ronan stepped forward and attacked Keen with unrivaled strength. Keen also changed his fighting method at this time, and 2 golden discs were revealed in his hand. He studied at Karmatage more than just magic. Karmatage's group of mages usually don't like long-range magic waves, but they like the thrill of punch-to-flesh blows, so they have developed a set of melee fighting techniques. Combines magic and melee combat. While studying at Karmatage, Keen combined his neural network with this kind of martial arts, formed a fighting art with its own unique style. However, Keen's comprehension time is still too short, and it is not comparable to an old monster like the ancient mage who does not know how many years he has been immersed. With the calculation of the neural network, Keen thought that if Deathguy, who was now standing opposite Ronan, estimated that 3 or 2 moves would be able to knock Ronan down. This is a dead bald head who does not know repentance. Thinking of his previous conversation with Guyi, Keen couldn't help but scold secretly. If Guyi could give up the set of fate doctrines he had done, he didn't know how much he would save. Ronan smashed a punch on Keen's armor, but strangely found that his power was not exported to the pitch-black armor. On the contrary, because the strength was too great, one did not retract, and he took a few steps forward. Keen found the opportunity and punched Ronan's stomach. The huge power was exported to Ronan's body, and then Ronan was in unbearable pain. The crazy Ronan kept using various parts of his body as weapons to attack Keen, and Keen was wrestling with Ronan with Karmatage magic. Ronan punched Keen's face, and Keen dodged the punch in a very strange posture, and then hit Ronan's body fiercely with a magic disc imprinted with complex patterns. Ronan's huge body flew out and was carved into the walls of the spaceship. After frantically tearing the steel walls around him, Ronan walked out, looking at Keen with dark eyes. The momentum kept soaring on his body, and now Ronan was angry, although he was not injured, but the black armor in front of him had successfully aroused his anger. Ronan rushed towards Keen, using his power to the extreme. The black armor flashed with a faint light, helping Ronan attack the black armor in front of him with faster speed and more powerful power. Keen looked at Ronan, who was facing him, and did not dodge. Ronan's fist touched Keen's armor, and he only felt as if his punch had hit cotton. Keen unloads all of Ronan's strange powers. Taking advantage of Ronan's unstable figure, 6 missiles on Keen's shoulder began to fire. Ronan desperately dodged Keen's missiles, and 6 missiles grazed Ronan's cheeks and flew behind, and then exploded like a red lotus. A heat wave swept through the room. Ronan's face also flowed blue blood because of the scratch of the missile. But Keen's attack wasn't over yet, and Keen began to attack Lu Nan's lower set. Ronan, who was originally unstable because of Keen's involvement, stumbled and sat on his throne under Keen's attack. But now it seems so ironic. It's a shame. Enough. Ronan stretched out his hand and waved, and the warhammer that had been standing next to the throne was held by him in his hand, and the warhammer swung in his hand a few times, and then pointed at Keen. I'm going to make you regret coming into this world. Ronan said in a low voice. Ronan's weapon, called Universal Weapon, is a rather boring name, but if you know the power of this warhammer, you may not be so boring. Among the universal weapons, the most cutting-edge technology of the Kree Empire is condensed, and it has a series of functions such as energy shock, controlling gravity, and emitting energy beams under conventional functions, which can be called an artifact in individual combat weapons. The reason why Ronan was able to break through the universe was that in addition to his strong physique and superb fighting skills, he was also inseparable from his inseparable warhammer. It is also your glory to be able to die under my warhammer, Earth Warrior. Ronan looked at Keen from a distance and said coldly. Previously, Ronan character believed that he could not use his own universal weapon to deal with a low-level Earthling. But when he suffered a small loss from the battle, this arrogant idea was left behind him. Now, having picked up the universal weapon, he has run the so-called pride and arrogance, and it can be said that with 100% strength, he is facing this dark armor in front of him. Of course, this puts more pressure on Keen. Good to go. Keen said calmly, still using Karmatage's battle magic to fight Ronan, but it was clear that it was a little difficult to face Ronan's warhammer. Ronan slashed at Keen, and the surrounding space began to distort due to the large amount of energy carried on the warhammer. The 2 magic shields in Keen's hand operated according to the previous law, wanting to unload the huge force of the warhammer. But because of the energy shock on the warhammer, Keen not only did not successfully remove the strange power carried on the warhammer, but his whole person was taken to a stumbling. Combat boots made of special materials, marking Mars on the ground. Warframe damage level, 10%. Keen's neural network immediately showed the extent of the armor's damage, and then the nanobots began to repair the armor. You're strong, Earth Warrior. Ronan had quietly removed the humility in his previous words, but you are wrong, you dare to challenge the invincible accuser Lord Ronan. Purple light began to shine on Ronan's warhammer, and at this moment endless purple enveloped the entire room, and the space was also distorted by purple. The entire bridge control room of the Dark Star began to gradually melt under the purple energy, and the crackling energy hole penetrated the entire control room, which in turn affected the entire Dark Star. Under the impact of this energy, the Dark Star began to buzz and shake. And you, the biggest mistake you made in this life, is to dare to come and challenge me. Ronan slashed down the warhammer in his hand. If you say anything else, go to hell. The incomparable purple shrouded Keen's entire figure, and the powerful purple energy melted the high-strength Kree alloy in the spaceship's bridge command room. Ronan looked at this unparalleled mighty power, and his heart trembled, because he didn't know if he could withstand such an attack. The purple energy gradually disappeared, and behind the layers of dust, there was a figure that was still standing. Keen stood strong like a pine. Oh no, it's floating in the air. Because the ground had been melted by Ronan's blow just now, some dim golden light shone in front of him, and the armor was still intact. Or rather, with the repair of nanorobots, the armor returned to its heyday. How is this possible? Ronan looked at Keen, who was suspended in the air, and said with a somewhat unnatural face. With the blow he just made, he had already exerted his full strength and the power of his warhammer to the extreme. Have you used all your whole cards? Now it's my turn. Keen said calmly, and then crossed his hands, and a golden short sword gradually emerged in his hand. The sword body was not too long, and it swallowed a golden yellow light. But no one dared to underestimate this short sword, because the sharp momentum emanating from it made people's hearts tremble. The sacred sword of the Emperor Vision. Already in Keen's own hands. Vision Emperor is the ancient god of the Trinity, arguably the oldest and most powerful god on Earth. The power of the Victorian Emperor can even be compared to the power of the gods of the universe. Keen used the forbidden power to forcibly seize energy from the dimensions of the legendary Trinity ancient god Victor Emperor, and used his will to forcibly seize the energy, thus conjuring the Excalibur in his hand. Although an existence like Vision Emperor generally does not care too much about such small movements, even if he notices, he will not mind, but Keen is still very restrained from using this power. Because too much power can make people lost, and the power is better than their own after all. Ronan looked at the dark armor in front of him with a solemn face, as well as the sacred sword of the Vision Emperor that he held tightly in his hand. But he soon forcibly left those in his mind behind. Are you kidding? Just saying this kind of thought can make people laugh out of their big teeth. Ronan, who is invincible across the universe, when will he be afraid of the warriors on the lower planet of Earth? I was simply bothering myself just now. At this time, Keen held the short sword in his hand and approached Ronan with a steady step. Ronan looked at Keen's steps, roared, and slammed the warhammer in his hand at Keen from the bottom up. His own strength is amazing, coupled with the title of Warhammer Universal Weapon, this move is simply unavoidable. This is also why so many interstellar powerhouses were killed on the spot by Ronan in one face. The warhammer wrapped in the twisted space and rushed straight towards Keen. In the face of the attack of the warhammer, Keen did not dodge, and the short sword in his hand was like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, and the latter came to Ronan's throat first. If Ronan chooses not to give up this attack, he will inevitably be pierced in the throat by a short sword. Considering the sharpness felt from the skin and the terrifying aura emanating from the short sword, Ronan gave up the idea of using his throat to see how sharp the short sword on the opposite side really was. It is worthy of being a famous warrior in the interstellar world, and the experience of many years of game between life and death has made Ronan develop an extremely powerful sense of battle. Before the brain could think about what to do first, Ronan's body had moved, and he dodged Keen's stab sideways, and the warhammer in his hand also changed its form, from the previous bottom-up to the horizontal attack at this time. But Keen is not a vegetarian either, and the powerful neural network begins to calculate what Ronan may do next before he makes an action. Among the 3,652 calculation results, the 342 most likely ones were selected, and then according to the slightest changes in Ronan's muscles, the final result was obtained. It was Ronan's action at this time? Keen's body was short, dodging Ronan's warhammer, while the short sword in his hand deftly cut a wound on Ronan's wrist. The power of Emperor Weishan's divine sword immediately poured into his body from Ronan's wounds, and Ronan snorted, and the movements in his hand couldn't help but slow down. Keen uses neural networks to perfectly fuse precision calculations and magical sensibility, and after leaving Karmatage, Keen does not know how many martial arts masters he visited. Now among the Karmatage, except for the ancient mage, he can't resist, and the rest of the people can't go through 3 moves in a duel under Keen. Ronan became more and more cautious, and the powerful Kree warriors who crisscrossed the universe put away the arrogance in their hearts, and the movements of their hands could be described as conservative. He now couldn't see through how powerful this dark earth warrior in front of him was. Defense has become the main theme of Ronan's battle at this time, and the huge warhammer protects itself under his wielding. However, Keen's short sword is always able to attack Ronan from unexpected angles. The power of forcibly plundering from the Vikendi, the powerful agility of the Mecha, and the high-speed operation of the neural network, now Keen, is also a trinity. Ronan's parry became more and more difficult, and the earth warrior in front of him, every move was tricky, striking from a place he never expected, making him exhausted. With each attack, Ronan took a few steps back. Sting. The short sword pierced Ronan's defenses, and then cut a huge hole in his pitch-black armor, revealing the scarred body inside. Ronan wields his warhammer to protect his fragile body. The fierce battle between the two immediately attracted the attention of the Kree soldiers, and when they hurried over, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. One by one, they did not dare to step forward to help, and could only stand in place sluggishly. They have been frightened. Since they joined this legion, they have never seen Lord Ronan so embarrassed. Even if Ronan encounters an evenly matched enemy, he will use his own warhammer to solve them within a few moves, and people can't see the depth at all. In their eyes, Lord Ronan is an invincible existence. When have they seen Ronan in such a embarrassing situation? Well, now Ronan has become even more embarrassed. At this time, he was struggling to resist Keen's attack, and the non-vital parts of his body had been cut through the wound by Keen's short sword. Earth Warrior, your strength should be recognized, but the invincible Ronan is a greater being. Ronan roared, and his figure began to grow rapidly. Now, die gloriously at Ronan's hands. Ronan aimed his warhammer at Keen and slashed it fiercely, and the warhammer seemed to transcend space and time, and instantly arrived in front of Keen. Good to go. Keen did not dodge this time, eating the sacred sword of the Emperor of Vision in his hand, aimed at Ronan's warhammer, and swung it down fiercely. The power of the armor exploded in full force, and the mecha also produced a huge amount of high temperature because of overload. The air around Emperor Vision's divine sword began to burn and twist, and then the divine sword collided violently with Ronan's warhammer. With a loud bang, it began to erupt from the center of the battle between the two, and the fiery red energy and purple energy collided with each other, and all the Kree soldiers on the field could feel the powerful energy contained in it. Then, the two masses of energy disappeared instantly as if they had been sucked away by a black hole. The energy gradually dissipated, revealing two figures. How is this possible? Ronan looked at his warhammer with some weakness. Now his warhammer had become broken. Keen's sacred sword of the Emperor of Vision also became a little dim, but it returned to its original appearance in an instant. Striding forward, Keen lit 3 swords, each of which shrouded Ronan's vital point. Ronan activated his bloody nature and roared directly against Keen with his bare hands. Ronan's body had a few more sharp scars, and he didn't care about the scars on his body. His steps did not stop, and he came directly to Keen, grabbed Keen's arm and wanted to subdue Keen under him. Just in time. Keen said coldly, following Ronan's movements and leaning against his chest, and then the sacred sword in his hand popped and plunged into Ronan's heart. Ronan's eyes widened, as if he wanted to say something. Hot as molten steel energy flowed into Ronan's body. He felt like a punctured balloon, and the body's energy was rapidly draining. The loss of energy, while taking away all the sensations in his body. The accuser of the powerful Kree Empire, Ronan was already angry at this time, and the energy of the Trinity was constantly raging in his body. Destroyed his bones, destroyed his internal organs. However, even if he was defeated, this brutal and cold Kree warrior was still staring at Keen with his most vicious gaze. Don't be too proud, Earth Warrior, in this universe. Ronan seemed to be using all his strength. In this universe, there are many powerful beings that you don't understand. Keen shrugged his shoulders, then spoke, do you mean the Titan Thanos? He's different from me. Ronan smiled dryly, if you knew something about Thanos, you wouldn't say that. As long as Thanos thinks something is dangerous for him, he will use all his power to destroy those things. Sooner or later, he will come to Earth, perhaps after learning the news of my defeat, or perhaps when he completes his grand plan. At that time, the entire Earth will be drowned in the flames of war, and all the Earthlings will die tragically. Even the most powerful Earthlings can't stop Thanos? Ronan stared at Keen deadly. In Keen's V-shaped eyepiece, the scarlet glow flickered. Then you are very wrong. Do you think that I am the strongest powerhouse on the Earth now? Keen asked rhetorically. Ronan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to defend something, but a large amount of life force was lost from his body, and finally his eyes lost their shape. Ronan, once famous in the universe, the most brutal accuser of the Kree Empire and the archenemy of Shandar Star, finally ended his life. Died at the hands of the Earthlings he had always looked down on. The other Kree soldiers all looked at Ronan, who was lying on the ground and had lost his vitality, in disbelief. In their eyes, the greatest accuser of the Kree Empire, Lord Ronan, who was omnipotent, died. The powerful shock made them even forget to shoot. Good, who's next now? Keen's V-shaped goggles looked around, and then said coldly, if there is no next one, come out and talk to me alone. Refers to Lord Commander? A Kree man wondered how the name came out of his mouth, and then continued, what are the orders of Lord Commander? Inform all Krees on Earth, throw themselves at once. Keen commanded. But, Lord Commander, our connection with Earth has been completely severed. The Kree said with a look of embarrassment. Just when Keen and the Heavenly Sword Bureau were about to strike, Skynet and Red had already cut off the communication of all the Krees on Earth. Don't worry about this, I'll take care of it. Keen said calmly. Stark, who is still fighting in the Big Apple, is fighting alongside Captain Marvel Mule. Mule, 12 directions. Stark shouted loudly, and Mule's silver-white pistol immediately burst out a dark green energy beam, beating a Kree who was preparing to sneak attack into Slag. Countless Kree soldiers were now rushing towards them, Stark's armor, now scarred and severely lacking in energy. It seems that maybe we are going to die here. Stark said that these Kree are too powerful for even superheroes to withstand so many Kree soldiers. At this moment, suddenly the Kree soldiers who were pouring in froze, and at the same time a puzzled expression appeared on their faces. Then, they threw the energy weapons in their hands on the ground, and then raised their hands one by one. What is this again? Is it some special move? Stark looked at the Kree's movements and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. This could be a janky bomb attack. Mule said a rare cold joke, haven't you read a neon manga called Dragon Ball? Hey, did these Krees surrender? Stark asked a little excitedly, and then immediately fart. I just said, in the face of the Earthlings' concerted efforts, of course these Kree people will surrender. Well done, friends. Thor also said happily, in fact, they have just been fighting side by side for a while, and they are not friends at all. The Hulk, who was smashing the happy, was unhappy, and after casually ravaging a few blue-skinned aliens who did not resist at all, the Hulk gave up his job to continue ravaging them. At this time, his face was full of unhappiness. But Mule, at this time, furrowed his eyebrows. The situation is very wrong now. With his knowledge of the Kree Empire and the Kree people, these Kree people will not surrender at all when nothing particularly important happens. Unless, Mule, what are you thinking? Stark looked at my furrowed eyebrows, raised an eyebrow and asked. I feel that it may be Ronan's side. Immediately, Mule threw this idea out of his mind, but a dark figure appeared in his mind again. I think it might be somebody. Kill Ronan. Mule himself doesn't believe what he said now. How can Ronan, who traverses the universe, die here? But the dark figure in his mind, the person called the Black Devil, has always been reluctant to go out in his mind. At this time, the Kree Empire battleship that had floated above the Big Apple City began to slowly rise into the air, and the city shrouded in the shadow of the battleship once again saw the light. Are you saying this is some kind of conspiracy? Pietro said in a fuss at this time in the Kree warship. Actually, Ronan is not dead, he just wants to trick us, and the commander's voice is also him. Sister, what are you hitting me for? Pietro covered his head, and then said with a look of grievance. Ronan wouldn't have bothered so much. If the commander had lost, we would have died by now, Wanda said calmly. The battleship slowly anchored in the berth of the Dark Star, and then a Kree walked over, and under the enemy of everyone, the Kree said respectfully, everyone, the commander is waiting for you on the bridge now. No one can resist the charm of an alien warship, not even the most old-fashioned liberal arts student. Everyone in Wanda was walking in the Dark Star with a novel face, looking at various exotic installations, and their eyes were lost for a while. By the time they reached the bridge, Keen was already waiting for them here. The bridge has been repaired, and it is no longer as dilapidated as after the battles of Keen and Ronan, but from the traces of the battle above, you can still feel the thrill of the battle. Ronan's body was still uncleaned on the deck at this time, and even Ronan, who was already dead, brought great psychological pressure to the members of the Sharp Knife team. I was afraid that this alien god of war would suddenly cheat the corpse, and then fight them for 300 rounds. After spending some time telling himself that the Kree was dead, everyone began to feel the mood to look around. How did you do it? Wanda asked. It is to kill the leader of the other party, and then everything falls apart. Keen shrugged his shoulders, then said indifferently. It seems that killing Ronan is a normal thing for him. So, now this 20-mile-long alien mothership is now ours. Spider-Man's voice was tinged with excitement. It should be true to say so, and I plan to transform this mothership into the new headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, and the previous headquarters always felt a little too suffocated. Keen said calmly. Then we should hide the mothership in such a place. This big guy is not so easy to hide. Wanda asked. SHIELD has always been able to hide things in all kinds of unexpected places, in the water, in the air, in the mountains, and now Wanda's little brain melon is running rapidly, where this mothership should be hidden. Probably Antarctica is a good choice. I'm not going to take the spaceship to Earth. Keen shook his head. Are you saying that you want to move the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau into space? Wanda raised her eyebrows, clearly shocked by Keen's words. Wow, cool, sister. S.H.I.E.L.D.S aerospace aircraft carrier is floating in the air, and our headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau is naturally higher than them. Pietro was the first to jump out in agreement. Wow, cool. Spider-Man also expressed his approval. Those captured Kree ships, paired with Eagle fighters, will become our commuting equipment. Access control is strictly implemented for all personnel, and no one who is authorized can enter the headquarters. In the headquarters, I will give you permission and give each of you a room as a base of operations. Keen spoke. But this big guy should be so hidden. Wanda threw out the question again. The technology of the Kree people is not as simple as we think. This ship is very equipped with very advanced optical stealth. If it weren't for the actions of the control reconnaissance robot, this mothership released a unique signal, and the Heavenly Sword satellite would not be able to accurately locate his location. Keen explained. The parachute captain, the Winter Soldier, and the Mandarin were obviously very satisfied with the new headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, and Wanda was also very satisfied with his new headquarters after experiencing the initial shock. A new headquarters floating in space is always a pleasant one, isn't it? By the way, what exactly did those Krees do? Spider-Man suddenly thought of a very important question. You won't want to know. Keen said softly, and also sentenced the Krees to death. The battle for the tail sweep on Earth is almost over, and among the major cities in the world, only Big Apple City has the most damage, because the strongest battles have broken out in Big Apple City. However, the appearance of the Kree made the people on Earth aware of the existence of aliens for the first time. And it's the kind of alien civilization with very powerful scientific and technological capabilities. Now Stark is reconsidering the importance of the Avengers, and when he has just developed his own steel suit, he has simply swelled to the point of abnormality. At will, he was able to defeat a large number of terrorists. However, as time passed, his expansion was gradually suppressed fiercely, especially today, when he saw the alien invasion of Earth and the pitch-black armor. All Stark's pride was shattered. He originally thought that he would be able to protect the Earth, but now he found that he really needed a group of superheroes to form an alliance to stop various threats. SHIELD, which learned the news, immediately launched public relations, and in just a few days, everyone on Earth already knew about the existence of the Avengers. Stark used his building as the headquarters of the Avengers, replaced the original large font logo Stark with Avenger outside, and asked someone to design the logo. Now the gilded logo has been erected on Stark's building, and Stark Tower has surpassed the limelight of the Mason Industrial Building and has become a landmark building in the Big Apple. In the process of fighting the Kree, Stark thought that Mule was very capable and very good, so he invited Mule to join the Avengers. Mule really wanted to join, but he had more important things to do. Ronan's fleet disappearing near Earth will definitely attract the attention of the Kree Empire, so he will deal with these things. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will not be a Kree army that will appear around the Earth, but the interstellar team of the Kree Empire. Although unfortunately, Stark respected Mule's choice. The war between Earth and the Kree is over, but how to host the blue-skinned aliens has become a headache for governments. Obviously, ordinary prisons cannot imprison those aliens, and special prisons are needed. At this time, Mr. Reed Charlize, a scientific genius who has been stealthy, stood up and demonstrated to the government an antimatter portal that would create an antimatter space for special prisoners. This prison can only be obtained through the portal machine made by Reed. Obviously, this is the best prison for aliens, isn't it? The head of the Babbitt Company decided to build an alien prison. Today, Reed Charlize announced that he will go to outer space for scientific research. The Babbitt Group is building an alien prison. Stark Industries has become the headquarters of the Avengers. What is Mason Industries doing? Mason Industries is exhausted and has no background in the face of alien shocks. What kind of company can protect us? At the University of the Big Apple City in the United States, Victor Von Doom was watching the news on TV in his laboratory, and when he heard the name Reed Charlize, his eyes fluctuated for a moment. Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom, as a supervillain in Marvel Comics, is mainly a mortal enemy with the hero group Fantastic Four. He is an ordinary person in his own right, probably mastering some gypsy black magic. But in the later tireless learning process, he mastered the magic power comparable to the Supreme Mage, and the technological strength comparable to Iron Man. With his skills in magic and high technology, Victor dominated the world, seized the supreme power of his home country of Latvia, and gradually elevated it to a world power. Of course, these are the Dooms of the comics. Keen is very dissatisfied with the image of Doom in the adaptation movie Fantastic Four that he saw in his previous life. Now, standing in front of him was a blue-faced Doom. Mason. Doom looked at Keen and then said expressionlessly, "No matter who you are, you can't enter my laboratory without my consent, and my research is protected by the U.S. Bureau." Very interesting. Tendon sheath curled, space folded, crossing dimensions, Keen said casually, "But if I were you, I would use atomic variables as the main variable when space folded. How dare you peek at my research results?" Doom said angrily. In his opinion, no one in this world can read his own research results, not even the smartest scientists and engineers can read his notes, because it is not pure science, it is something combined with gypsy black magic. How dare you? But soon, the voice in Doom's mouth became smaller, and he began to look through the notes in front of him. What Mason said just now seems to be very reasonable, and the infarction in his previous research seems to be enlightened in an instant. What the hell are you here for? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Doom asked expressionlessly. "Come and send you an invitation," Keen said calmly. Mason Industries. Doom asked rhetorically. No, Doom, you are one, you should not be tied to the military or various companies." Keen shook his head. "If you accept my invitation, I will be able to expose you to the most advanced technology in the world, which is absolutely unprecedented for you. The resources in my hands are unimaginable, more than the army." As he said this, Keen's body leaned forward, and then said in an aggravated tone, "Even I will consider giving you the necessary support to save your mother from hell." With a bang, a thunder exploded in Doom's mind, and he was like an electric shock, too strong for his head, staring at the person in front of him. How exactly did he know? He came to the United States and never told anyone about his mother. How did this Keen Mason in front of him know? His mother, a gypsy witch, was seduced by the Lord of Hell Mephisto and dragged into hell when he was a child. Now the reason why he cooperates with the US military is that he can obtain the materials he needs in the name of cooperation, and then help him build a device that can travel to hell, so as to rescue his mother. How do you know? On what basis do you say you can save my mother? Doom asked subconsciously. On your phone, after 30 seconds, you will receive my contact information, and within 24 hours, the contact information will be automatically deleted, the kind that cannot be recovered. If you opt in, get back to me. If you don't join, just ignore him. Keen didn't answer Doom's question head on, stood up, straightened his clothes, and then walked out the door. "Mr. Mason, Mr. Mason." Seeing this, Doom hurriedly chased after him, but when he reached the door, there was still Keen's shadow. "Join them, huh?" Doom chanted the words while clutching the phone in his hand. In the dead of night, in a room at the University of the Big Apple, a strange light was flashing at this time. Doom's blue face was full of excitement. His device was about to be completed, and he would soon be able to bring his mother's soul back. "Mother, don't worry, I will pass you soon." Looking at the seat with a blue-white arc constantly flashing above, Doom smiled. After completing the final procedure, Doom eagerly sat down in his chair, put on his helmet, and turned on the switch. In an instant, a blue-white light enveloped him. For a moment, he felt electricity coming from his cochlea into his brain, and he wanted to scream. But I found myself unable to scream. He felt like he was disappearing. Things are not the same as Doom's plan. The device he made did not send himself directly to hell as he expected. At this time, his soul was like sitting on a galloping carriage, and countless wind and sand blew on his soul, as if he was in a hairdryer, and his soul was extracted from his body. Then, he felt as if he were a cannonball, fired fiercely, and he screamed and was shot out of his universe. As far as the eye could see, all of them were colorful colors, which reminded him of a nightclub with bright lights and greenery. Then he felt as if he was being stuffed into a rubber tube, and the whole person began to be elongated, like a sausage, and then he felt as if he was being slapped by someone, descending from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. It's like an ant that you played with as a child, and let others play with it in the circle. Finding the location of hell from the vast sea-like dimension is no less difficult than finding that unique grain of sand from a desert. At this time, Doom's soul was advancing at a speed beyond ordinary people's understanding, breaking through one dimension after another. After weeks of feeling his soul wandering in the boundless dimension, he finally found the dimension that kept his heart in mind. That's where he set out to aim. Hell? Doom gasped and stood up on the reddish sand, looking at the horrific cave ahead, and he knew that this was the gateway to hell. A seemingly never-ending green flame burned through the gate, but there was no temperature at all. Doom walked cautiously towards the gate. Roar. A strangely shaped creature appeared in front of him. It was a large dog with blood-red liquid now dripping from its sharp fangs, and it was not known whose blood or his sweat. Gatekeeper. Doom chanted a complicated incantation, and a dark green longsword appeared in his hand, and then the blade pointed at the opposite hellhound. This was the gyp's black magic that his mother had given him, and even the creatures of hell could be harmed by this magic. He came to hell alone, not without purpose. Cerberus looked at the stranger in front of him and roared and rushed up, and Doom hurriedly used the sword technique he was not yet familiar with to fight the Cerberus in front of him. Roar. A pillar of fire came out of the mouth of the hellhound, and it tasted like burning garbage. Doom deftly jumped to the side, and where he was standing just now, a big pit was blasted out by the pillar of fire, and the red sand in the sky was flying. Doom found an opportunity, stepped forward quickly, and then slammed the longsword in his hand into the mouth of the hellhound. The hellhound ate painfully, and a more colorful pillar of fire shot out from its mouth, directly shrouding the Doom in front of him. Doom gritted his teeth and insisted that this flame was not aimed at the body, but at the soul, and he screamed and twisted the longsword in his hand fiercely, instantly shattering the brains of the hellhounds. After a wail, the Cerberus fell to the ground. After Doom collapsed on the ground and recuperated for a while, he felt that there was nothing on his body that did not hurt, but he gritted his teeth and got up from the ground and continued to move forward. Walking on the floating desert, Doom can faintly hear the miserable screams from below. Those cries seem to be able to pierce people's brains. Even if Doom covers his ears, he can still hear the screams ringing in his brain. A few kilometers later, Doom's face turned a little pale, but his eyes lit up when he saw a cage hanging in the air. This is his own mother, Grace. She was still the same as she had disappeared, with long silky black hair covering her body, and her appearance had not changed at all. Victor, you go quickly, what are you doing here? Grace looked at Doom and said with a wail, you don't know how powerful the Hell Lord Mephisto is, you have to leave quickly. Mother, I won't leave you, I'm here to get you out this time. Doom said with an excited expression, Mother, how can I get you out? Doom shows his usual rare emotions, which disappeared after his mother's soul was dragged into hell by Mephisto. My child, Grace sobbed, you just need to open the cage that is holding me, and after opening the cage, we will leave immediately. Now Mephisto is sleeping. After listening to this, a complicated expression appeared on his face, and he was about to be reunited with his mother in reality. A dark green light appeared on his body, and he flew tremblingly, a kind of levitation technique recorded in the dark magic books left by his mother. Coming to the same position as Grace, Doom looked greedily at his mother's face. She was still so gentle. Quick, Victor, open the cage and we can be reunited, Grace said with an excited expression at this time. The cage that locked Grace was very visible. It was nothing more than a large rusty lock, and Doom controlled his magic sword and very easily cut off the lock on it. The door of the cage slowly opened, and Grace slowly walked to Doom's body and touched Doom's face with her hand. Doom covetedly enjoyed a moment of peace. Wasn't everything he did for this moment? It's really licking the calf affectionately. Ha ha ha, mortal emotions, it's really interesting. Suddenly, mocking laughter exploded in Doom's ears. Doom opened his eyes, and he looked up to see that in front of him was his mother, but a man covered in red and covered in robes. At this time, the hand that his mother had just touched his face turned into a red palm with dark nails on it. Mephisto, Lord of Hell, was looking at him with mocking eyes. Beside Mephisto was the soul of Doom's true mother, and Grace was looking at Doom with a sad face. Just now Grace witnessed everything. The son she missed day and night appeared in front of her, and she could not be reunited with her son. This sad feeling left tears in her eyes. Great Hell Lord, please release my poor child. Grace floated beside Mephisto and wept. He doesn't understand anything now, please let him go. Ha ha ha, let him go. Mephisto looked at Grace with a mocking gaze, and then said with a sinister smile, finally came an interesting soul, why did you let me release him? Wouldn't it be better for you two to be reunited in hell? Ha ha ha. As Mephisto laughed, the surroundings began to change. The whole hell is his domain, and he can manipulate anything. I came this time to save my mother, and no one can stop me. Doom said with a resolute face. Grace, this dirty little, I like him a little, let him stay by my side in the future. Mephisto laughed maniacally, and as soon as he raised his hand, the grains of sand around him immediately turned into various hellish creatures. Doom gasped before simply taking out a hellish creature, but there were too many hell creatures. Is that the end of it? Doom looked at the hellish creatures that rushed towards him with some reluctance. After spending so many years, he found a passage to hell and wanted to save his mother. Is the final outcome like this? His nose could already smell the stench of sulfur, as well as the fishy stench of his large mouth. However, the hellish creatures that pounced on him did not pounce on him after all. A golden light struck the body of the hellish creature, instantly shattering him. Following the direction of the golden light, Doom forgot about the past, and a pitch-black armor appeared in his field of vision, revealing a scarlet light in the V-shaped eyepiece. What an ignorant and fearless reckless man. Icy electronic synths rang in his ears. What did you say? Doom asked, the expression on his face twisted with anger. I said that you are a reckless man. You don't know the situation in hell, but you want a person to break into hell. Keen said calmly. Doom's expression was a little complicated, and indeed his behavior was a little reckless. What are you? I'm the one for you to wipe your ass. Keen said coldly, now I suggest you stay away. Are you? Mephisto looked at Keen in front of him, and said with a somewhat strange expression on his face. Yes, that's right, it's me. Keen looked at Mephisto not far away and said calmly. Exactly, it just so happens that this time the new hatred and the old hatred are settled together. Mephisto was furious, and when he was asleep before, this dark armor in front of him could be said to have turned the entire hell upside down. The old and new hatreds added together, and Mephisto wanted to tear up the dark guy in front of him in an instant. The terrifying hellish creatures pounced in an instant after receiving Mephisto's instructions. The magically enhanced energy cannon blooms among the hellish creatures, and each time it blooms, it will destroy a large number of hellish creatures. Roar. A hellish three-headed dog roared and rushed towards Keen, three huge dog heads dripping with disgusting liquid. Keen's left hand changes except for a spell shield, and his right hand condenses a magic battle axe. With an axe slash, the three-headed dog of hell immediately turned his head in a different place. Under Keen's indiscriminate bombardment, those hellish creatures instinctively felt a sense of cowardice, but now the great Hell Lord Mephisto was standing behind them. They have no way back. Is it really a group of diehards? Is there really a future with that person like a stupid big man? Looking at the hellish creatures rushing towards him, Keen shook his head. Then his armor began to bloom with golden light, and the magic battle axe in his hand slashed fiercely into the red sea of sand. The red desert seemed to be split by Keen's blow, revealing a huge crack, golden light gushing from the ground, and dazzling golden light shining from the cracks in the sand sea. Any hellish creature that came into contact with golden light immediately melted like ice cubes seeing sunlight. This is the most essential moment of power. Enough. Mephisto landed on the ground, stumped his foot, and the golden light that permeated underneath immediately disappeared. A huge momentum bloomed from his body, and this momentum alone blew Dumo to his head, and his heart began to tremble. Is this the power of God? Since you have the guts to come to my realm to spread wilderness, then don't go out. With a wave of Mephisto's hand, endless hellfire emerged from the void, surrounding Keen not far away. There seemed to be a shadow of a grumbling spirit in the flames, struggling and roaring, raising the power of the flames to a higher level. A milky white light flashed around Keen, blocking the burning after hell. A thin layer of milky white light surrounded Keen, and hellfire burned on it, without causing any effect on Keen in it. Archangel's guardian? You are Kamatage people. Mephisto squinted and looked at the white, cold opening around Keen's body. But before Keen could answer, Mephisto overturned his guess. No, you are not a disciple of the Supreme Mage, although you used the guardian symbol of the Archangel, but the spell carries a taboo and evil aura. The Supreme Mage will definitely not teach you these spells. A fine light flashed in Mephisto's eyes. So, you are the one who was expelled by the Supreme Mage, right? Mephisto looked a little smug now, because he thought he had seen through the origin of the guy in front of him. Magic is really a very magical thing, at least in Keen's cognition. Magic is a magical thing. Magic doesn't exist out of thin air, and it can't be achieved by chanting a spell from one's mouth. The reason why mages are able to cast magic is because they have borrowed some mana from higher levels or dimensional beings for a short time. But everything always has a borrowing or a lot, isn't it? The mana you borrow can help you easily distort the rules and play with reality, but you will have to pay a high price in the process of returning it. Of course, there is also a class of magic in this world that can provide mages with amazing power, and it seems that it does not need to provide any price. Just as Keen knew, his former teacher, the ancient mage, had been secretly absorbing energy from the dimension of the existence of the demon god Dormammu behind his back to maintain his life. The reason why this type of magic does not seem to have a big price is because these magic is not borrowed, but snatched. Using his own strong will to snatch directly from a higher dimension or a greater being, this also requires the caster to have a will like steel. Otherwise, the spellcaster will gradually be eroded by the snatched magic, and finally become a human and noble existence, or directly channelized by a higher dimensional existence, and his consciousness will disappear in this world. Just like the sacred sword of the Emperor of Vision that Keen used when he fought Ronan, Keen relied on his strong will to plunder the energy from Emperor Vision. Of course, this kind of magic can already be classified as black magic. Ever since Keen left Karmatage because of a disagreement with the ideas of the ancient mage, Keen has been studying this type of magic. In order to meet the god in people's mouths one day. You got one thing wrong, Mephisto. Keen looked at the demons in front of him and said calmly, it was not that they expelled me, but I left them. I am indeed a disciple of the Supreme Mage. Today, I will teach you a good lesson for the Supreme Mage. Keen flew up, and the golden disc in his hand appeared again. Mephisto was stunned after listening to Keen's words, and then immediately burst into wild laughter. You, teach me a lesson? Harsh laughter echoed in hell, and the red sea of sand began to rise and fall because of the laughter. Even your teacher, in the ground, says this sentence, weigh it. Mephisto's eyes froze, and as soon as he raised his hand, boundless fire immediately emerged from the void. The roar of the unjust soul in the hellfire pulled Keen closer to his ranks. Even Doom, who was already far away, could feel the piercing chill emanating from those flames. The blinding light made him can't help but narrow his eyes. Acorn's trip. Mephisto looked at Keen, who was in the ashes of hellfire, and slowly spit out a few words. Boom. Thor exploded, and a red, flickering heavenly thunder with a strange light rushed towards Mephisto with a mighty momentum. Bosset Thunder is a devastating killing spell, and after Keen's transformation, his shortcoming that is difficult to instantaneously has been corrected. Humph, do you think that in this way, you will be able to defeat the great Hell Lord? Mephisto looked at the Bosset Thunder that was slashing at him, and said with disdain, reaching out as if to break it. But when his hand touched the thunder of Bosset, he regretted it. Because the energy contained in it made him a little incomprehensible. This is not a pure Bosset Thunder. Mephisto's palm began to scorch black, and the energy contained in the thunder of Bosat was transmitted from his palm to his body, surging in it. How dare you? Mephisto let out a violent roar. How many years he had not been injured. Even he had forgotten what pain was like. Now it's time for me to make an idea. Not only do I want you to remain in hell forever, I want your soul to be burned forever in hellfire. Mephisto growled, and the injuries on his palms began to repair quickly. The great hell is the source of his energy. This small injury did not affect him at all, but it brought him endless humiliation. The great hell lord Mephisto was actually hurt by an earth, saying it is going to laugh out of your big teeth. Fierce wind. Looking at Keen flying in the air, Mephisto coldly spit out two words, and in an instant, the sand grains in the red sand sea rolled into a violent wind and pounced on Keen in the air. Every grain of fine sand is like the sharpest weapon, and those grains of sand seem to be able to pierce the air. The great angel shield turned on again, but at this time, what shone around Keen was not a milky white light, but a blood-red jet black light. Mephisto widened his eyes, and then said with anger on his face, you actually used my energy against me. He could feel that at this time there was a shameless thief who was wantonly stealing his energy. He had never heard of a mortal using the power of a god against a god. He felt deeply humiliated, but there was nothing he could do now, because these energies were directly plundered by Keen with his steely will, directly from Mephisto's hell. You damn it! Mephisto roared, making a strange gesture in his hands. Under his wrath, the entire sea of sand had completely floated in the air, turning into the most terrifying weapon to attack Keen in the air. At the same time, overhead, red lightning was constantly shining. Countless heavenly thunders fell together, and the target was Keen. Keen's gestures were constantly changing, and powerful and evil forces were constantly emerging in his body. A disc of chaotic colors appeared above his head. This spell disc was supposed to be golden and full of divine flavor, but under Keen's continuous evolution, this spell disc is full of evil and chaotic powers. The red heavenly thunder smashed violently into the spell disc above Keen's head, and at the same time, far away from Keen, the same chaotic color spell disc appeared. The two spell discs seemed to form a passage, devouring all the heavenly thunder summoned by Mephisto. It's my turn. Keen said coldly. Electrons and sounds seemed so harsh in Mephisto's ears. What is it's time for me? Keen raised his hands high, as if he had removed the spell disc above his head, and then with both hands, the spell disc began to expand, and a sharp object gradually emerged from the center of the spell disc. A long sword was held by Keen in his hand. Even if it is an enemy, now Mephisto has to admire the courage of this guy in front of him, and the person who can change the divine sword demon of the Emperor of Vision to this appearance may really have a chance to become a new generation of supreme mages. He could feel a lot of familiar aura in this demonic version of the divine sword. This shows that the guy in front of him is definitely not the energy plundered from one dimension. The pitch-black chaotic divine sword was held in Keen's hand, and then Keen spoke, how is it? Are you ready? Mephisto was stunned for a moment, and then laughed maniacally, and the entire geographical space trembled slightly because of his laughter. Your old immortal master doesn't dare to speak to me like this, how dare you? Mephisto's golden eyes stared at Keen, and then said indifferently, if he doesn't leave this damn earthling in hell today, he won't be old Mo. The whole hell began to spin, and Doom, who was lying on the ground far away, felt as if he was lying in the air, and this sense of confusion in space made him feel very uncomfortable. Then the space in the area where Keen was located began to distort. Keen's neural network was frantically alarming at this time, and the mech had detected unusual spatial fluctuations. If Keen remains in the area, he will be greeted with destruction. Actually, I also have a trick that I didn't use. Ignoring the distorted space, Keen spoke softly. Mephisto looked at the guy with some surprise, and said what he was talking about. But immediately, he knew what the useless trick he had just said was. Sun. Sun-like light erupted from Keen's body and shot into Mephisto's eyes, and harsh sound waves pierced through layers of obstacles and directly transmitted to Mephisto's ears. Keen came to Hell before, and once captured many Hell creatures, and found that they were very sensitive to light and sound. In addition, Mephisto's spirit was somewhat slack at this time, and he was directly attacked by Keen. Taking advantage of Mephisto's distraction, Keen's back and the jets under his feet were working at full power, and his hull was like a black arrow, instantly crossing space and coming to Mephisto. Poof! One of Mephisto's arms was cut off by Keen's magic transformation Emperor Divine Sword. Mephisto screamed in pain, the whole hell shook, a fierce rain of fire fell from the sky, and the endless hellfire began to erupt in all directions in his center. All the places it passed were burned to ashes. This is the terrifying thing about the Lord of Hell, and the whole world will burn for his wrath. Hellfire covered the ground like a red carpet, and then rushed into the distance like a tide. Everything turned into nothingness, and only Mephisto himself floated in the entire space. Oh no, and the soul of the sobbing Grace that has been floating behind him. The two earthlings ran away, with his arms. Mephisto was utterly furious, and the whole world trembled because of his fury. Unfortunately, how he raged is now useless. What is the effect of how he gets angry? Those two earthlings had already run away, running with their own arms, and he couldn't just chase them to Earth to vent his anger. Although he is a Hell Lord, his strength will weaken after leaving Hell, and naturally he will not be full of confidence like this. If that pitch-black guy from the evil sect really united with the Supreme Mage, whether he could escape back to his own hell was a question. So now he can only break his teeth and swallow in his stomach. Relying on incompetent fury, he vented his inner resentment. Of course, he wouldn't give up on that. That dark guy, he had completely remembered him, remembered his soul fluctuations, although a little strange, as an almost immortal demon, he had time to play with that guy. One day, that hateful tech-playing mage will finally fall into his hands, and when the time comes, there will be time to play with him. A sneer appeared on Mephisto's face. Doom opened his eyes, and he felt as if he had had a dream that he had traveled to Hell with his instruments, met his mother, and witnessed a war of gods. When he saw the black armor standing in front of him, he immediately realized that it was not a dream, but something that had actually happened. The creature disguise appeared on Keen's body, and the elegant Keen Mason stood in front of him. Are you? Doom looked at the man standing in front of him with a shocked face. I'm going to reconsider recruiting you now, Keen said coldly. Yes. I'm sorry. Those 3 words weighed heavily in Doom's mouth, and God knows how he uttered them. He had always thought that with his own efforts, his wisdom, and the magic of control, he would definitely save his mother. The daily compliments from his colleagues and the military made him a little carried away. But only today does he realize that all his efforts are just standing still, and he is simply not capable of saving his mother from Mephisto's hands. Especially when he just witnessed the war of God, he stumped Doom's pride on the ground. How can there be such a powerful in the world? Creature. Doom didn't know if the word creature was appropriate to describe the Keen Mason in front of him. I just wanted to save my mother. Doom, you said in a low voice. I was carried away by desire. As he said this, Doom's eyes lit up again, and he looked at Keen expectantly and then spoke. You're going to teach me, aren't you? I am not obliged to teach you these things, I can only guide you. Keen said in a low voice. I do. Doom hurriedly spoke. Would you like to? Keen's slightly mocking voice rang in his ears. Do you know what this means? It means you need to obey my orders, whatever I ask you to do. That's right. Doom nodded without hesitation. He was now desperate for great power. Very good, it seems that you accepted my invitation. Keen nodded. To be honest, you don't have much choice either. A genius scientist student at Big Apple City University thought that an experimental accident had blown up a dormitory building, and his whole body died in the experiment. It's good and saves a lot of trouble. Doom nodded and said. Good, now take you to see your lab. Keen snapped his fingers, and the space where the two were immediately began to distort, and then the figures of the two disappeared into the room. On the ground, a miniature bomb was left behind, and the timer on it showed a scarlet light. When the timer time reached 0, the entire school building centered on this room exploded violently. Doom followed Keen to his lab, and to be honest he had never seen such novel experimental equipment, some of which he had always thought existed only in theory or concept, and some of which he could not even name. There are some things that are directly beyond his current scientific understanding. This will be your lab from now on. Keen spoke. This is your identity card, keep it safe, otherwise those robots won't know you. You still have a few comrades here, you get acquainted with it as soon as possible. Well, it's about the same now. When the time comes, what you need to develop will be sent to your computer. Keen waved his hand, and then left the room, leaving Doom alone looking greedily at the experimental instruments around him. Just as Doom was about to fiddle with the experimental equipment, there was a knock on his door. Well, it must be those comrades, he said. Doom opened the door in general. Sure enough, he saw a lot of strange people. Hey, dude, are you our new teammate? Looks so young. Hey, I'm Pietro, what's your name? Welcome to the Sharp Sword Squad of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Doom was immediately overwhelmed by the Twitter words, and he felt like he was about to explode at this moment. Victor Von Doom, a student in the Big Apple, a genius scientist, and a partner in the military, had an accident in the middle of a fight. The military men came to the room where Doom had been, which was badly damaged, leaving only a badly damaged metal chair in the center, with some wiring connected to it, making it difficult to understand what the chair was for. Doom's body was not found, but witnesses said Doom never came out after he walked into the room. Obviously, poor Victor Doom has been shattered by a powerful explosion, hasn't he? The military just had some heartache about losing a good partner, but didn't take it too much to heart. After all, on Earth, people are dying all the time, aren't they? Soon, Doom also received his first scientific task from Keen. He designed a flight device that could travel around the clock and freely through space and the atmosphere. When he got the draft into Doom's hands, Doom couldn't believe his eyes. So you're saying you're going to keep those performance parameters while cutting the price of each shuttle to $200,000. Doom said with a shocked look. Of course, you must know that now this is not the military that you can fool the past by taking out a little gadget. Besides, that's why I hired the genius Victor Von Doom. After receiving Keen's praise, Doom immediately felt like an inflated balloon, and his heart was full of fun. Give me a month, and in a month you will be able to see the finished product. After that, Doom went straight to his work. Creator, isn't this person a little too weak? Just now when I was detecting his energy, I found that he was not suitable for the Sharp Knife Squad at all. At this time, in Keen's neural network, the voice of the Red Queen sounded. Keen shook his head. You'll know then. What a joke. This is the future Dr. Doom, Dummykun, who in the comics can tear up Thanos and kick Mephisto's existence. He has long reserved the C position of the Sharp Knife Squad for Doom. Needless to say, he will become his right-hand man in the future, and all this only needs some correct guidance. Becoming a superhero is really rewarding. Wanda, you are really beautiful, there must be many suitors. A group of young girls were walking down the streets of Big Apple City in groups, and one asked jokingly. They were all Wanda's classmates. Yes, that's right, classmates. When Wanda heard Keen say she was going to school, she couldn't believe her ears. I am obviously 16 years old, why do I still need to go to school? However, her arm could not twist her thigh, and Wanda could only accept this offer in the end, and her unlucky ghost like her and her brother Pietro. Suitors. Wanda said with some self-talk. Indeed, when such a beautiful female student came to school, those male students were like flies that saw flesh, frantically brushing their presence beside Wanda. She gets annoyed by flies every day and wants to quit school. Suddenly, Wanda's gaze locked on the bodies of several sneaky people, who were carrying black suitcases in their hands, and then walked around in a panic. Wanda also saw a person, sat directly on the bench next to the road, opened the suitcase directly, and then inserted a needle into his vein. Ignoring the strange gazes of the others, their expressions seemed to be, drug? Instantly, Wanda noticed that something was wrong, because a person's face suddenly turned red, and it looked like it was about to explode. What happened next validated Wanda's idea. With a bang, one person turned red, and then there was an explosion from a distance with him as the center, and a powerful heat wave hit Wanda's face, making her feel a pain in her skin. The other girls immediately screamed and lay on the ground, and only Wanda quickly ran to the scene of the incident. Wanda, what are you going to do? Ignoring the shouts of the other girls, Wanda came directly to the location of the incident, and a large pit appeared in the position of the man's combat power just now. Everything around was ruined by this man. Creator, above 10th Avenue in Big Apple City, there was a sudden explosion. Keen was testing his armor when suddenly the sound of Skynet sounded in his neural network. Skynet had already monitored Keen's mind in real time at this time. When he saw that the man turned red and looked terrified, Keen had already locked on his target, Pioneer Technology. There is also a new generation of serum agents developed by Pioneer Technology, Desperate Virus. A serum that can change the proliferation of the human DNA while improving the quality of the human body. It's just that this serum still has a very terrible drawback, that is, it is too uncontrollable. People who have been injected with the Desperate Virus are likely to become mobile time bombs. Can't invade. Keen stopped what he was doing and asked. Creator, all research materials of the other party have been physically isolated, and every researcher will undergo a very strict inspection before progressing to the laboratory. Our signal can't be delivered to it. Skynet said a little helplessly. Invite them in the name of Hydra to provide Hydra with a desperate virus. Keen thought for a moment, then spoke. The behemoth of the Hydra is an existence that no force dedicated to the development of evil can refuse. And now the news that most of the Hydra was absorbed by the Heavenly Sword Bureau has not yet spread, so now Keen can still continue to wear the skin of Hydra and contact Pioneer Technology. Yes, Creator. Keen continued to work on his new body at this time, and the scepter he had previously obtained from Loki, as well as the cosmic cube obtained from Shield, had been reconstructed. The yellow and blue Infinity Stones are floating quietly in the deepest part of the Skynet base. Now Keen has to build a new body that can hold 2 gems. Keen, the material of the body, plans to use Ulu alloy, Cree alloy, vibranium, and the microcomputing core equipped in the brain is Keen's latest optical quantum computing core. A small optical quantum computing core has surpassed the sum of all the computing power that human beings have ever had, and those servers they used before can be left to the Red Queen and Skynet. Creator, it looks like the experiment wasn't very successful. The figure of the Red Queen appeared in the laboratory and said with a chuckle, Queen Red, are you really adding fuel to the fire? Don't you see that I am worried now? Keen said with a grey face, the test just now failed again, and now the strength of the mecha only allows the existence of one Infinity Stone. The power of the two Infinity Stones is simply too powerful to destroy the delicate electronic structure in the mech. Even though Keen had created a device capable of slowing down the release of the Infinity Stone's energy, it would not be possible to reconcile the energy of the two Infinity Stones. So, maybe I need to think differently. Keen stroked his chin with his hand and said softly, not only Keen's side has detected an unusual explosion in the Big Apple, but Stark in the Avengers building has also detected an unusual explosion just now. Jarvis, call up the real-time temperature control map of the explosion area. I want to see it for nearly a week. In Stark's lab, Stark commanded. In front of him, immediately a maneuverable holographic projection appeared, showing a real-time temperature control map of the explosion area for nearly a week. Well, is that so? Stark frowned and looked at the temperature control chart, and already had an idea in his mind. But this idea still needs to be certified by him personally. Aldridge Killian was meticulously dressed in his manner at this time, waiting for his guests. He is the founder of Avant-Garde Technology and the creator of the Desperate Virus. Beside him, standing is his assistant, Eric Savin, the most perfect reformer after being injected with the Desperate Virus. Killian kept looking at his watch, and now there was only a minute left before the appointed time. It seems that the big people of Hydra are not so time-conscious, are they? Killian complained dissatisfiedly, now there is not even a ghost shadow. As soon as his words fell, above their heads, a sci-fi plane appeared, and the dark paint could not help but remind people of the Kree warships that had just invaded the Earth before. Show off. Killian said a little sourly. The Eagle fighter slowly landed in the clearing, and a silver-haired old man walked down. This man is Keen. Walking in the world always requires several different faces, doesn't it? From the leader of Hydra, it is a great honor to meet you. Killian walked up to Keen, and then said respectfully. Keen waved his hand, and then spoke, I don't need such etiquette. I just want to see if the Desperate Virus you said can strengthen humans. Oh, of course. Killian said with a confident face, people who have been injected with desperate diseases have become the most powerful human warriors themselves. Killian led the way to the lab, where Killian chatted with Keen seemingly unintentionally. I always thought your organization had been destroyed by SHIELD. Cut off one head, and two will grow. I believe you should know this famous saying. Besides, you just need Hydra to still exist and have powers you can't even think of. For the sake of your cause, Mr. Killian, it's better not to ask more. Keen stared deeply at Killian and said, his gaze shot at Killian's body like a sharp arrow, making him feel what was the difference in momentum between himself and those real big people. It's nothing more than a group of Goyen people. Kiri was dismissive. One day, Avant-Garde Technology will definitely become a more feared organization than Hydra. Arriving in a laboratory, Killian was immediately enthusiastic about the function of the Desperate Virus. A large screen was hung on the wall, showing the experimental data of the Desperate Virus, as well as the effect of the injection. At this time, Killian was like a dedicated person, selling the Desperate Virus he had developed. According to his explanation, the Desperate Virus is simply the idea of the genius class, which seems to have found any way to invade the hard disk of a creature and then recombine the host's DNA to give the host a huge increase in ability, including but not limited to rebirth of severed limbs, repair of the body, unless the heart and brain have received fatal damage, and the amazing amount of heat emitted from the body at any time. In the video, a soldier injected with the Desperate Virus, a hand knife cut a main battle tank in half, and what is more frightening is that when needed, those soldiers injected with the Desperate Virus can become human bombs, and the power of the explosion can exceed 3000 degrees Celsius. It's a miracle medicine for terrorists. I believe you have now seen the power of the Desperate Virus. Killian clapped his hands, then smiled and said, the Desperate Virus will definitely be the best partner of the Hydra soldiers. The cooperation between us will also be very pleasant. But let Killian gush. The big man of the Hydra in front of him did not show too excited expression on his face. Is that so? Keen's sharp eyes looked at Killian and asked, but recently my subordinates reported to me that there was an explosion in the 10th Street of the Big Apple City, which is very similar to your Desperate Virus. Are you also organizing terrorist attacks? The expression on Killian's face hesitated, and finally he decided not to lie to the big Hydra in front of him. That's not what we did, that was one of our customers, Because of some self-control problems, a large number of desperate viruses were ingested, which finally led to an explosion caused by loss of control. So your drugs are addictive, aren't they? Keen looked at Killian lightly and asked, do you want my soldiers to become damn addicts after being injected with the desperate virus again? The arrow-like gaze shot at Killian's body, and for a moment he instinctively wanted to fight back, but reason suppressed his instinct. Our researchers are studying the problem of overheating, and addiction is not possible if it is controlled a little. Before Killian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Keen. This is not the result I want, and besides I didn't come to buy the desperate virus. What do you mean by that? Killian asked with a frown. If the normal plot goes according to the trend, it should be Keen killing all sides and killing a few terrorists who will glow red, but for Killian I don't know if it is luck or what, and the shouting outside the door interrupts the conversation. What's going on? Killian asked. Outside came the sound of gunfire, and the screams of people. It's steel. Yes? There is no need to guess anymore. From the word steel, Killian already knows what is going on. As if to confirm his thoughts, the iron door of the laboratory was blown open with a bang, and the huge iron door slid several meters on the ground before stopping in front of Killian. Gentlemen, the deal is over. Stark's palm lit up dangerously, and then he spoke. Tony Stark, billionaire, playboy, patriot. When he made it clear at the press conference that he was Iron Man, his name was already remembered by the whole world, and the whole world began to know this name. After becoming Iron Man, Stark is active on the front line every day, fighting all kinds of terrorists in his steel suit, and enjoys it. After the Kree attacked Earth, Stark converted his headquarters building into the Avengers building, and his name became even louder. His desire to deal with those extraordinary forces became stronger and stronger. Several black-clad thugs rushed up with a shout and began to fight Stark, symbolically firing a few bullets, and soon they were overturned by Stark's palm run. The scanning device of Stark's armor scans the faces of everyone present and identifies Aldridge Killian and Eric Savin. But when Keen was scanned, the armor's information system showed that the facial information did not match. Aldridge Killian, originally I only thought you were a crazy person, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy. When you came to my company and talked to Pepper, I shouldn't have let you release your disgusting brain. Stark said coldly. Oh, Tony, you don't deserve Pepper at all. Killian looked deeply at Stark, and then spoke. You are arrogant and have no one in sight, and you had the opportunity to join this great project, but you refused. I'm not going to work with a madman. Stark raised his palm and aimed it at Killian. Tell the police the rest. Killian glanced at Stark, then waved his hand, and Savin next to him immediately understood what he meant, and grabbed Stark's wrist. Stark was shocked. How could the person in front of him have such strange power? Savin's hand was like a burning iron, holding Stark's steel forearm, and the super high temperature had begun to make Stark's armor start to alarm, and he felt that his arm must be burned. Keen was watching with interest the battle between Stark and Savin. He hadn't seen the power of Stark's latest armor since the Kree invasion. He wanted to see what kind of changes the Kree invasion brought to Stark. But Stark is not a vegetarian, and the power flight device in his hand immediately output at full power, flying into the sky with Savin, and then turning around and slamming Savin to the ground. Savin was an excellent experimenter of desperate viruses. He changed his form in the air, and then fell smoothly to the ground. Hey, are you from a circus? Your balance is really good. Stark shouted strangely, then rushed towards Savin. Exactly, Hydra leader. Killian clasped his hands to his chest, took a few steps back in Keen's direction, and then stood beside him. You can take a look at the actual combat power of the desperate virus. Maybe you will change your mind. Killian looked victorious and admired the battle taking place on the battlefield. The palm cannon in Stark's head began to charge, and within a fraction of a second, Savin smashed his fist with a hot heat wave on Star's arm, and the palm cannon also attacked other places, instantly destroying a test bench. The documents on the test bench flew in the air, and taking advantage of this destruction, Stark's power plant turned on at full power, and instantly came to Savin's face, and then the steel fist hit him hard in the face. Stark clearly heard Kaba's voice, and he should have broken the other party's nose bone. It stands to reason that normal people should have burped long ago in the face of such an attack, but Savin is not. He turned his head and looked at Stark with a sinister smile, and there were still hideous wounds on his face, but soon the fiery red fluid, like magma, repaired his wounds. Sir, the temperature of the other party's body surface has exceeded 3000 degrees Celsius. The voice of Jarvis sounded in the armor. Oh, well, that's good news, isn't it? Stark rolled his eyes. Stark and Savin ping-ponged together, and finally Savin found an opportunity, and the whole person was coiled on Stark's armor like an 8-clawed octopus. The fiery heat emanated from Savin's body, penetrating the armor and directly reaching Stark's body. How? Dear Mr. Stark, do you feel like a turtle in a turtle shell, desperately watching yourself being roasted bit by bit? Savin whispered as he leaned over Stark's ear. To be honest, the current movements of the two are very unsightly, especially when they are still two big men. Killian said with some embarrassment at this time. Hydra leader, the battle needs. Stark's face was beaded with sweat, but his voice was indeed smiling. Don't you really think that you can defeat me? Jarvis, it's now. Stark yelled. The arc energy furnace in his chest began to emit dazzling light, and he concentrated the energy of his whole body on the arc reactor furnace. A blinding, yellow-white column of energy shot out from Stark's arc reactor, piercing directly through Savin's heart. Savin looked at Stark in front of him a little sluggishly. His body, strengthened by the desperate virus, was desperately trying to repair his body. But after this key part of the heart is damaged, even if the desperate virus is powerful, it is meaningless. The light in Savin's eyes disappeared, the red color also disappeared, and the whole person was like a pale stone, falling heavily on the ground. Killian looked at Keen next to him with some embarrassment at this time, and then spoke. Although it is very shameful, but the leader of Hydra, you must know that the person just now is not really complete. Saying that, Killian tore his clothes, revealing the chest with the dragon tattooed inside. I'm the perfect creature. The heat was transmitted from the armor to Stark's body. A red color like a red color appeared on Killian's body, and the high temperature made the surrounding air become a little distorted and deformed. "Sir, the temperature of the other party has exceeded 5,000 degrees Celsius." Jarvis's somewhat anxious voice sounded in the armor. "Well, that's really good news, isn't it?" Stark was powerless to spit this. He had this feeling since he first saw Killian. This person must be the final boss, but he did not expect that his unreliable idea was verified. "Dear Tony, do you remember the International Biology Conference in Rui City?" Killian asked, looking at Stark mockingly. Back then, Killian asked Stark at the conference to fund his cause. When Tony lied casually, his whole body and mind were placed on the beautiful woman next to him. Where was the crazy scientist who was the air traffic controller? Killian waited for Stark on the rooftop for a whole night, but did not wait for Stark's figure, when he was in despair and wanted to jump directly from the rooftop. A demon seed buried by Stark in Killian's heart. Turning back half a year, in a top-secret laboratory of pioneer technology, the experimenter asked with some hesitation, "President, do you really want this?" "That's right. Only by becoming the most perfect creature can we verify the power of the desperate virus," Killian said with a firm face, and then walked into the special room and lay down on the test table. Experimenters began injecting Killian with large doses of the desperate virus. "Hey, man, isn't it going to explode inside?" one asked with some fear. "The space inside is specially made. Even if a bomb explodes inside, it will not affect us in any way." Monitor staff preached lightly. A cry of pain came out of Killian's mouth, and the temperature in the laboratory rose rapidly. 3,000 degrees. 4,000 degrees. 5,000 degrees. The equipment of the monitoring instrument can no longer detect the higher temperature, and all the monitoring equipment begins to melt in the ultra-high temperature. "Listen, what's the sound?" one person suddenly asked in horror. From the middle of the room came a beastly howl, accompanied by the sound of bumping, the sound of the metal walls of the room being smashed. Then, the voice disappeared, and everyone outside immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, it wasn't long before an even more piercing sound reached everyone's ears again, followed by a violent explosion. Everything, gasified under ultra-high temperatures, and no one knew exactly what was going on. In the ruins of the laboratory, the dark figure gradually began to emit a violent red light, and the red fluid flowed on his body like magma, covering Killian's body. "Ha ha 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 ha." Killian laughed maniacally. He had completed the most profound transformation and became the most perfect creature. "So what exactly are you saying that? Is it gaining my sympathy?" Stark's voice was somewhat mocking. No. Killian shook his head. "It's just to make it more comfortable for you to die." Killian's right leg kicked the ground, melting a large hole in the ground, and then the whole person quickly approached Stark like the most agile creature. A fist filled with red light and high temperature smashed into the armor of the Stark Mk-43 model. Stark only felt a strange force coming towards him, hitting him in a burst of water, and the intense heat penetrated the armor's insulation and invaded the armor. He felt like he was about to smoke. Killian's attacks hit Stark one after another, and Stark could only passively defend. The inside of his armor was frantically alarming at this time, and there was a warning of damage to the mecha and a warning of overheating. Killian's left leg kicked the ground, the whole person jumped, and then his right leg was like a whip, and he slammed into Stark's arm. Stark only felt a sharp pain coming, but he also took advantage of this huge impact to fly into the air. His face was solemn at this time, and the mecha was full of smoke. "Do you know what is the biggest difference between me and you, Tony?" Killian smiled maniacally. "The biggest difference between me and you is that I am very pragmatic." Killian jumped up and flew directly toward Stark floating in the air. Seeing this, Stark prepared to attack Killian with the palm cannon in his hand. But Killian's speed was too fast, and before he could finish accumulating his strength, Killian's long red face had already appeared in his field of vision. Killian slammed Stark's hand and aimed Stark's hand at his head, and the charged palm cannon hit Stark's own helmet with unmistakable accuracy. The two fought wildly in the air, and finally Killian gained the upper hand. Stark's flying device has been destroyed by the Kiri security department, and Stark, who has lost power, fell directly to the ground. Killian pressed his knee against Stark's chest, and the two fell heavily to the ground. The scorching heat passed through the armor to Stark's body, his hair had begun to curl, and he really felt like he was going to ripe. Killian punched Stark hard in the head, and the violent impact made him feel dizzy. The armor junction began to loosen due to Killian's attack, and he directly pulled off Stark's helmet. Stark's head was revealed. "Revenge always tastes wonderful, doesn't it, Tony?" Killian looked at Stark, who was already a little weak, and said insolently. At the same time, the red light in his body soared again, and his right hand had turned into a sharp sword. That's the end of Iron Man. However, a azure blue light hit his back and directly blasted him out. Under Stark's shocked expression, the old man who had been watching the play before, the camouflage on his body disappeared, revealing the dark armor inside. The VI pieces flashed red. "The deal is over, it's private time," Keen said coldly. Because the mechanism of the exoskeleton armor was very badly damaged, Stark could only raise his head with difficulty and look at the guy in front of him. Black Devil, how could he be here? Could it be that the old man just now was the disguise of the Black Devil? Equally puzzled and shocked was Kirian, who looked at Keen, who was walking towards him step by step with a mocking face. He was now immersed in the joy of becoming the perfect creature, and the dark armor in front of him was just another guy who brought him food. The battle with Stark just now had given him enough confidence that in his mind, he would be able to tear the armor in front of him in just a few moves. Killian's body arched and rushed towards Keen like a red-hot cannonball, while waving his fist. When he saw Keen trying to block his fist with his arm, a hideous smile could not help but appear on his face. What kind of joke? Didn't you see how miserable Stark really was just now? But what happened next immediately made his eyes widen, and his fist was directly held in the palm of his hand by the other party. The high temperature also has a great power, and it seems that it does not affect the other party at all. Keen's palm was so strong that it directly crushed Killian's fist in his hand. Killian was also simply, and the arm of his left hand was directly replaced with a sharp sword, cutting off his right hand, escaping Keen's control. The right hand fell to the ground, melting a large hole in the ground. At this time, he looked at the dark armor in front of him with a somewhat solemn face, and his right hand grew out again under the action of the desperate virus. The degree of damage to the mecha, 0.1%. Keen's neural network reports damage from the armor just now. This was Keen's first time in real combat, and he wanted to see how powerful it was. Of course, this armor is a version that does not yet have the Infinity Stones. Kiri was calm and dignified, but the movements in his hands did not stop. He stepped forward quickly, his arms flew up and down, each punch was causing the air to begin to distort, and the fist shadow had turned into an afterimage. Under his attack, each fist shadow stretched a long red line in the air. Keen resisted Killian's attack, his body was motionless, and his steel boots seemed to grow on the ground, motionless. If he hadn't taken the opportunity to test his latest armor, he would have knocked Killian down. Kiri already had an idea in his mind. He didn't want to believe that he had become the most perfect creature. How could he be afraid of a small steel coffin? He roared, the flames on his body shining, and the whole person was like a fire dragon, flying beside Keen. The temperature in the real room, Killian's high temperature has risen to 50 degrees. Although Stark was far away from the battle, he could still feel the overwhelming heat wave, and he felt like he was about to lose water. But he still looked intently at the Black Devil who was fighting Killian, and his eyes were full of shock. How advanced technology is this to be able to have no effect at a temperature of 5,000 degrees Celsius? But Keen easily defused all of Killian's attacks. After 900 rounds like this, Killian finally found what he thought was the weakness exposed by the other party. He used all his strength, jumped up, and concentrated all his strength on his whip leg. The whip leg was like a whip, mixed with a heat wave, and hit Keen's head hard. Keen's head tilted slightly. Killian's expression ranged from arrogance to confusion to disbelief, and he was as uncomfortable now as he had eaten meat that had been left for a year. He couldn't believe his eyes, and he used his whole body strength to fight for life, and he only let the other party. Tilted your head? No matter how you say it, you have to give some face, so it's a bad meaning. It's my turn now. Keen's head turned, and then said coldly. The palm cannon in his hand instantly burst out with azure light, and two blue beams of light collided with Kirian's body, and then his whole person immediately flew out as if he had been hit by a train. This TMD is outrageous. Stark looked at Killian's situation and couldn't help but burst into a foul language. Half of Killian's face had been shattered, and a large hole had appeared in his chest. According to ordinary people, those who should have died a long time ago cannot die again. The other party's signs of life, strong. Keen's neural network feeds back this signal. It's really Xiaoqiang who can't be killed. Keen thought silently. Killian stood up from the ground at this time, and the red liquid gushed out of his body like magma, repairing the injuries on his body bit by bit. You can't kill me, Killian yelled. He was proud of his body. Yes. A strange magic seal was formed in Keen's hand, and 5 golden ropes immediately appeared from the void, and then seemed to be hooked on which hook in the void, firmly binding Killian's limbs and neck. Killian's whole person appeared in a big shape floating in the air. He roared, trying to break free from it. Old Emo, it seems that this time I still want to trouble you. Keen had a smile in his voice. A huge hollow flashed from the air with an evil aura, and the icy hellfire rushed towards Killian with the momentum capable of burning everything. In the hellfire, there was also a faint angry voice. How dare you, damn earth mage, I. The void disappeared, truncating Mephisto's words in hell. Wait, you. Before Stark could finish his words, Keen's figure disappeared into a golden light. Pioneer Tech was in big trouble. Founder Aldridge Killian committed suicide, and the company's secret lab exploded, and investors couldn't believe their ears when they heard the news. These investors are very optimistic about the prospects of Pioneer Technology, because Pioneer Technology's biological research is at the forefront of the world. It may not be comparable to Keen Mason's Mason industry in some ways, but it also has very amazing results in some research fields. Why did the founder of the company suddenly commit suicide in fear of sin? Some investors wanted to see what was going on in the company, but as soon as they walked near the Pioneer Tech company, they were stopped by a large number of black-clad agents and soldiers. What are you doing? There are my shares in the company. I'm an investor, and I have a right to know what's going on. You can't do that. Investors shouted loudly, but the responses were all cold, no comment. In the midst of the investors' shouts, a big black guy stopped at the door of Pioneer Technology Company, and a one-eyed black man walked down on it. Director, according to the news from Stark, a very terrifying serum is being developed in Pioneer Technology. Hill quickly followed in Nick Fury's footsteps, then continued. He calls this serum the Desperate Virus. The strange explosion that occurred in the Big Apple City before, according to Stark, was due to the Desperate Virus. Notify the agents and seal the serum sample. Before Nick Fury's words were finished, the building of Pioneer Technology immediately exploded violently, and the vibration of the explosion made everyone in the building rush. A bleak siren sounded in the building, and the automatic sprinkler began to spray water, pouring Nick Fury and Hill into soup chicken. What's going on? Nick Fury asked with a gloomy face. Director, Pioneer Technology's encrypted server has been attacked, and all data has disappeared. Director, the laboratory has been attacked, and all the test materials have disappeared. Listening to the report in his ear, Nick Fury slammed the earphones in his ear on the ground, and then spit out a sentence fiercely, "Mom s with fac." The whole person rushed towards the area where the explosion occurred. This kind of explosion method is simply too familiar to him, until Stark once said that he saw the Black Devil and Killian fight. Nick Fury's heart couldn't help but sink. This must have been done by the Black Devil. Nick Fury quickly ran to the explosion area. At this time the scene was a mess, messy wires flashed sparks, and the server had been blown up. Fac. Nick Fury highlighted 2 words. Obviously, this time S.H.I.E.L.D's plan to obtain the desperate virus has been miscalculated, and all the data has been destroyed by the explosion just now. With a golden light, Keen's figure appeared in the Hive Base. The creator, the laboratory, and server of Pioneer Technology have been destroyed by the Sharp Knife team, and we have also obtained all the research materials of the desperate virus. The figure of the Red Queen appeared in front of Keen. Keen nodded gently. He didn't want SHIELD to be able to obtain the desperate virus, a serum that had not yet been perfected, because soon SHIELD would collapse from the middle. All secrets will be exposed to the world, and the information of the desperate virus is also easily leaked. Count it down, the mine I personally planted in SHIELD before should explode. Keen's voice was playful. This Black Devil is simply deceiving people. Nick Fury returned to his office angrily. SHIELD is like a headless fly, played by Black Devils. Natasha, come to my office, I want to know the recent situation of Mason Industries. Nick Fury dialed Black Widow's communicator. After a while, Black Widow came to Nick Fury's office. She looked a little dazed at first, but after seeing Nick Fury, she immediately returned to normal. Director, nothing has happened in Mason Industries recently, everything is normal. But, at this point, Black Widow paused. But what? Natasha, you are not usually like this. Nick Fury frowned. But I recently looked at Secretary Pierce's Insight program and found some problems. Black Widow gently placed a file on Nick Fury's desk and spoke softly. Huh. Nick Fury's eyebrows furrowed at this time to catch a fly. In the previous dilapidated base, we found Dr. Zola, and he has already confessed. But Chief, please take a look at this. Black Widow continued to gently place a USB drive on his desk. I went there again the other day, in a secret room, full of Hydra symbols, and I found this. Nick Fury's gaze was fixed on the USB drive on the desk, silent. Things were getting scarier, weren't they? But he felt as if he was getting closer and closer to the truth. He must find out the Hydra parasitic inside SHIELD, no matter who he is. The fish has taken the bait. Keen looked at Black Widow's vision through the holographic screen and chuckled. Tell Pierce to get him ready to get going. On the way home, Nick Fury always felt that something was not right. Knowing that he was driving a car, a police car stopped beside him when he stopped at a traffic light, and under the window were several white police officers. Why, do you want to see my driver's license? Nick Fury asked with a hold of anger. What greeted him next was a stormy attack. Underscore the news of Nick Fury's attack and death spread throughout SHIELD in an instant, and people who heard the news couldn't believe their ears. Nick Fury, who has been galloping on SHIELD for more than 10 years, is that the curtain call? Who did it, exactly? It is worth noting that Deputy Chief Hill also suddenly disappeared mysteriously. SHIELD suddenly entered a leaderless situation. How so? Did Nick Fury die like that? What the hell is going on? Have you traced who it is? The minister seems to be fully committed to the Insight program. The native agents of SHIELD talked about it for a while, but Agent Barton, who was familiar with Nick Fury, noticed that something was wrong. Agent Barton, the minister would like to hear your advice on the Insight plan. After all, your archery skills are so masterful, there will always be some similarities. Rumlow walked up to Barton at this time, and then said with a chuckle, "Me?" Barton asked in disbelief. After getting a firm answer, Barton followed Rumlow onto the elevator. More and more people entered the elevator, and the uneasiness in Barton's heart became stronger and stronger, and he felt that everything became strange today. Agent Barton. Rumlow suddenly spoke. This is not a personal grudge, but because we are each the master. The fierce battle immediately began in the narrow elevator, but compared to the movie, this time it was not Captain America who stood in the elevator, but Hawkeye Patton. The current Captain America has long become the captain of the Umbrella. The ending is also very obvious. Barton is not Captain America. He is like a little sheep in a group of strong men, although he also resisted, but in the end he was knocked unconscious and thrown into the confinement room. Similarly, those who were originally SHIELD were all captured or shot by the special forces led by Rumlow. Jarvis, what happened in the Trickerved Wing mansion? Stark saw the scene of SHIELD through the back door he installed in SHIELD, and asked in horror. Dr. Banner is also a member of the original Avengers. 2 space carriers rose from the tarmac of the Trickerved Wing building and floated in the air. One of the two space carriers is controlled by the guided Hydra, and the other is led by Coulson, who is loyal to SHIELD. Two space carriers immediately erupted in the air over the Big Apple, and one fighter jet crashed near the hyperbolic wing building, and the sound of artillery fire continued. The people of Big Apple City were all looking at everything that happened in the air in horror. They had just recovered from the invasion of the Kree, and now something was happening again. Oh my god, what happened? What's going on? Have aliens invaded Earth again? This is a civil war. In the school bus, Spider-Man's classmates pointed to the Sky Mothership in the air and shouted loudly, expressing the panic in their hearts. Spider-Man's spider sensing is not turned on, because he knows that all this is the order of his own commander. How? Haven't you seen a spaceship war? The old man who was driving heard the exclamations of the students and said with some disdain, "This is simply unreasonable." Gates shouted in his office, "What the hell is going on? What is SHIELD doing?" While Gates was furious, blood was still dripping in his heart. The space mothership, the treasure that he dared not think of, was fighting like a toy in the air of Big Apple City. Thinking of this, Gates couldn't help but be angry. "Let the army go. I want to see what these SHIELD agents want to do." At this time, on the top floor of the hyperbolic wing building, Pierce was talking to the heads of state. "Pierce, what are you going to do?" a woman questioned loudly. "It's just to fulfill my mission, honorable madam," Pierce said with a gentlemanly face. "Soon, a sharp sword of heavenly punishment will grow out of the ruins of SHIELD to better manage this world. It's unreasonable," a man said angrily. "You don't understand. The master is going to create." Before Pierce's words could be finished, a palm cannon directly shattered the glass of the three-curved wing building. Stark appeared in front of Pierce with his wind-pulling armor. "Oh, honorable minister of the World Security Council, the masquerade ball is over. Now please order your men to stop attacking immediately, otherwise my armor will not be as good as mine." Stark stared at Pierce and said. Hawkeye and Black Widow, who were rescued by Stark, also came to the top of the hyperbolic wing building at this time. With a loud boom, the office door was slammed open by the Hulk. "So, you're planning to arrest me, aren't you?" Pierce looked mockingly at the group of superheroes standing in front of him. "Pierce, stop pretending. You are the Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow said with a righteous expression. "Oh, so what evidence do you have?" Pillsby asked as he looked at Black Widow with a smile. "Hey, shouldn't we ignore 3721 and subdue this person in front of us now?" Stark spoke, and then the propulsion device turned on at full power, quickly moving in the direction of Pierce. "Tony Stark, if I were you, I wouldn't be so reckless." Suddenly, Stark's armor sirens sounded together, and behind Pierce, a strange-shaped robot was floating quietly in the air. From the light emanating from the robot, Stark thought that the big guy in front of him must be difficult to mess with. The Hulk roared and rushed straight to the strangely shaped robot outside. After sensing the threat to itself, the robot directly switched to combat form, and the light on its body began to bloom at a distance. Danger, powerful energy detected. In Stark's armor, the sirens were now connected, and on the screen in front of him was a large dangerous word. "Hulk don't." Stark hurriedly stopped it. But how could the Hulk, who was now red-eyed, hear Stark's words, and he roared and pounced directly on the robot floating in the air. A dazzling blue light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everything appears eclipsed under the blue light, and the figure of the Hulk has been drowned in the blue light. This robot is the latest support robot developed by Dumo to support the various actions of the Skysword Squad, and the one in front of you is a standard verification model, equipped with a large number of Mason Industries' most advanced technology. Of course, the official model will be slightly behind this one. After all, it is limited by cost control. The Hulk in the blue light let out a roar of pain, desperately resisting the blue light shrouded in himself, but it was of no use at all. The light dissipated, the green giant Hulk was gone, and all that lay on the ground was a poor middle-aged man. The Hulk temporarily retreated into Dr. Banner's body due to severe pain. Danger, clear. After sensing the elimination of danger, the support robot also exits attack mode. Stark looked solemnly at the strange-shaped robot in front of him. Just now his armor analyzed the robot in front of him, and the analysis results simply made him scratch his head. Is this really a product of technology? But why there are so many strange things in the analysis results? With his strength, he can't analyze it thoroughly. If Stark can analyze it thoroughly, hell with it, because the support robot developed by Dumb is not simply a product of technology, and it also incorporates some magic formations on it. After seeing the strength of supporting the robot terror, the Avengers all looked at Pierce with complicated faces. At this time, Black Widow was dexterous in front of the computer and began to frantically operate the keyboard. The holographic screen in the room also shows everything that Black Widow has now. Agent Romanoff, if you want to figure it out, doing so will expose everything about SHIELD to everyone. Pierce chuckled and said, "Not just the Hydra hidden in it, but you former agents of the Red Empire. And SHIELD is of no use to me, but after you do this, the entire SHIELD will collapse in an instant. The world will not allow such a SHIELD to exist." Black Widow's fingers paused slightly after listening to Pierce's words, but there was a subconscious in her mind urging her to find out all the Hydras in SHIELD. "That's what purge you guys, doesn't it?" Black Widow asked rhetorically. Pierce was stunned, and then laughed and said, good, really worthy of Nick Fury's right-hand man, but it's a pity." "Pity what?" Before Pierce could finish speaking, Nick Fury's voice reached everyone's ears through the broadcast system of the Tricurved Wing building. Taking advantage of this effort, Black Widow has called up all the encrypted information of SHIELD, and only needs to wait for the final authorization. In the movie, the final authorization needs to verify the iris of Pierce and Nick Fury, but this is not exactly a Marvel movie. Nick Fury has been with SHIELD for much longer than Pierce, and he knows far more about SHIELD encryption permissions than Pierce. Nick Fury, authorize the operation memory. Nick Fury's voice echoed in the room, and after receiving his authorization, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s central master computer immediately uploaded a large number of confidential documents stored by itself to the network. The entire SHIELD, including Hydra secrets, will have an unobstructed view of the entire planet in a few tens of seconds. It seems that you did what you wanted to do. To the surprise of all Avengers, Pierce was not angry that the Hydra hidden in SHIELD was caught, but instead smiled at this time. Actually, I also did what I wanted to do. Goodbye. Saying that, Pierce rushed to the position of the floor-to-ceiling window quickly, and his sturdy posture did not match his old appearance at all. Quick, he wants to escape. Stark's palm cannon was aimed at Pierce, who was fleeing, and fired directly. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. The support robot that had been floating quietly in the air suddenly measured a strange pattern, and then a disc shield shining with golden light blocked the path of the palm cannon. Stark's palm cannon immediately exploded violently when it touched the disc shield. Taking advantage of the explosion, Pierce has disappeared. Suddenly, everyone heard a tooth-biting sound, and the two aerospace aircraft carriers that had been fighting over the Sand Wing building finally could not withstand the attack of the other party's sister ships, and began to fall with black smoke. An aerospace carrier rushed straight towards the three-curved wing building. The tooth-biting sound they heard just now was the sound of the collision between the space carrier and the building. Sir, an aerospace carrier is colliding with the building. Jarvis's anxious voice sounded in Stark's armor. Well, it looks really good, Stark said with a depressed face. A month has passed since what happened at SHIELD headquarters, and when all the information about SHIELD was published on the internet, the fate of SHIELD was already decided. Governments will not allow such an institution to continue to exist, especially after learning that SHIELD has long been infiltrated by Hydra. Governments around the world can be said to hate Hydra, or the outbreak of World War II was single-handedly controlled by Hydra behind the scenes. Not long after the incident, SHIELD was quickly dismembered, and some loyal agents could not believe that such a huge SHIELD had disappeared in such a short time. Some countries even directly declare SHIELD a terrorist organization and do not allow SHIELD to continue to exist, or in the name of SHIELD. SHIELD could only be transferred into an underground organization. Before retiring, Nick Fury entrusted the entire SHIELD to Agent Coulson, and now Coulson is the director of SHIELD. Of course, it may not seem so prestigious. All that SHIELD possessions now are a somewhat old transport plane with some cutting-edge instruments on it, and a suitcase that Nick Fury gave to Coulson. Read, this SHIELD is also too miserable. In the Bacchus building, Susan was reading the relevant news at this time, and then said with some pity. Reed nodded. Indeed, SHIELD does have some pity, but who would have thought that the original minister of the World Security Council was actually a nine-headed body? He took a grape and put it in his mouth, then continued, and that kind of thing happened when SHIELD infiltrated so much. If governments don't dismember SHIELD, there will be ghosts. Reed analyzed rationally, fully demonstrating the talent of a science and engineering man. Susan also knew what kind of goods her husband was, so she didn't get angry with Reed. By the way, how is the spacecraft preparing now? Susan asked. Reed wants to explore outer space, and he has been preparing for this for a long time. It's done soon, my dear, and now it's the final test. Speaking of this, Reed's face was full of excitement. If nothing else, we will be able to fly to space next week. Loans, conduct a comprehensive test of the spacecraft. After arriving at his lab, Reed ordered. No problem, sir. Lau's gentle voice sounded in his ears, and he nodded in satisfaction. Lowndes was doing well, and he was satisfied, but every time he pronounced the name, he couldn't help but think back to what happened 4 years ago. That thing he will never forget in his life. The name Keen Mason lingered in the sea for a year, and after the rise of Mason Industries, he also specially examined whether Keen Mason, the founder of Mason Industries, was the Keen Mason. The end result is the same as his, and there is no relationship between the two. Sir, the test results have been sent to your computer. Lowndes' voice pulled Reed back from his memories. Oh, okay. Reed nodded, then continued to bury his head in the hard work. In space, in the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, Dom is showing off his latest research results to the Sharp Sword team. Look, this will be our commuter ferry from now on. Doom showed off his small shuttle to the crowd. Wow, cool. Spider-Man and Pietro said in unison. Great, sure enough, scientific research should be handed over to people like you. Umbrella Captain Rogers smiled and patted Doom's shoulder. Mandarin was clapping with a smile on his face over there. Wanda and the Winter Soldiers are not in the headquarters, they are on duty in the Earth. Dum was enjoying everyone's praise with a proud face. After such a long time of getting along, he had become familiar with the people of the Sharp Knife Squad, of course, except for one thing that made him very uncomfortable, that is, Peter Parker and Pietro were too annoying. He is a scientist and needs to conduct scientific experiments quietly. Wow, how exactly did you do it? Such a shuttle is less than $1 million. $1 million? When will the commander be able to give me so much money? I have to go to the bar and drink everything. Spider-Man and Pietro said everything I said, and quickly took the topic off. If you guys talk about bars, I know there's a good one, and I'll have time to go for a drink together. Rogers chimed in. Where there is no liquor, I don't go. Lord Man also joined the topic with a smile. Seeing that the topic was being said more and more crookedly, Doom also wanted to join in. Say it without being afraid of jokes, he has grown so big, he has not been to a bar. Just when he was about to cheekily join the discussion group, Keen's voice sounded in the room. All the personnel came to the war conference room. We have a new task. There was no joy or anger in Keen's voice. After everyone glanced at each other, they immediately rushed to the combat conference room. This time something absolutely big was going to happen, otherwise the commander would not let them all rush to the combat conference room. Sure enough, it turned out exactly as they expected. In the holographic screen is the latest image obtained by the Tianjian satellite. A silver spot of light is rapidly approaching. Although the pixel is not very high, it is still recognizable that it is a person.